Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Scion. On the summit of Paozu Mountain, a young boy with a tail dangled it into the water. Suddenly, a massive fish, weighing around a ton, leaped out of the water, its gaping maw aimed directly at the boy. To the boy's surprise, rather than panic, he reveled in the moment, kicking fiercely at the fish, causing it to roll over, eyes glazed. With effortless grace, the boy turned and hoisted the great fish onto his shoulder, making his way toward the mountain's peak. As he walked, he sighed, "Alas, my luck today is quite abysmal. Not only did I fail to catch a bear, but I also missed out on that tiger. I suppose fish will have to suffice." Not far behind, a tiger stealthily emerged from the trees, watching the direction in which the boy had vanished, the fear in its eyes slowly subsiding. Though the tiger appeared to weigh 300 or 400 pounds, its belly was gaunt, indicating it had not eaten in days. That moment, the tiger's nose twitched, sensing the presence of a weaker prey. Its eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as it hurried toward the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's peak, the boy called out, "Grandfather, I'm back." Hearing the voice, Son Gohan emerged from the small cottage with a warm smile. "Ah, it's Goku returning. Come inside and take a look. The Dragon Ball has suddenly begun to glow." Is the Dragon Ball glowing? The boy set down the fish and dashed into the house. This boy was Goku, but not the original Son Wukong. In his past life, he was an ordinary person on Earth, a devoted fan of Dragon Ball. Due to an unforeseen accident, he was reborn on planet Vegeta as Kakarot. Before he could even speak, Bardock and Jine sent him to Earth. Later, he was adopted by Son Gohan and named Son Wukong. As a fan of Dragon Ball, he had become the protagonist. He vowed to train diligently, aspiring to surpass the original Son Wukong. As he matured, he envisioned himself defeating Frieza and punching Cell, with Bulma on one arm and Android 18 on the other. However, as he grew older, he realized that such childhood dreams were rather far-fetched. In this world, the difficulty of increasing one's strength was nearly equivalent to that of amassing wealth in his previous life. In fact, enhancing his power proved to be even more challenging than acquiring riches. At the age of 3, during a period of rapid growth, his grandfather would wake him at 5 for morning runs, traversing the mountainous terrain for several kilometers. By age 5, when most Earth children were starting kindergarten, his grandfather had begun teaching him barehanded techniques like splitting wooden stumps and breaking stones with his chest. After years of rigorous training, he came to understand that Son Wukong's prowess was not merely a product of his Scion bloodline, but the result of relentless effort and sweat. In the world of Dragon Ball, it was not the Scions who were formidable, but the pure-hearted martial artist, Son Wukong. The distinction between a diligent scholar and a slacker inevitably led to vastly different life paths. Recognizing the arduous nature of martial arts training, he realized that even if he became Wukong, surpassing the likes of Piccolo Daimao might still be a distant dream. Nonetheless, he maintained a positive outlook, refusing to give up. "I'm here now. I'll take things as they come." Thus, he settled in, training alongside his grandfather in the mountains. He also kept track of the days, never venturing out on nights of the full moon. As time passed, 11 years flew by, and he had completely integrated into this new life. The 4-star ball was shimmering with an orange glow. Son Gohan looked at Son Wukong with fondness and remarked, "After all these years, I've only just discovered this treasure can emit light. It must be worth a fortune. Perhaps we should sell it in the city and save the money for your future bride." The Dragon Balls shine only when they encounter one another, and familiar with the storyline, Wukong realized Bulma had arrived. He had eagerly awaited her visits, each day stretching out like an eternity. Eventually, he had forgotten about it, and time seemed to pass swiftly thereafter. Wukong quickly shook his head and said, "Grandfather, you should prepare the fish. A girl has come up the mountain, and I'm concerned that tiger might harm her. For her safety, I must go meet her." Without waiting for Son Gohan's response, Wukong dashed down the slope. Son Gohan scratched his head in confusion. What is this child thinking? We live in a remote mountain. How could a girl be visiting us? As Wukong vanished in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan sighed and turned his gaze away. Wukong has grown so quickly. With his martial skills, it's time for him to venture out and experience the world. Halfway up the mountain, Bulma exited her vehicle and fiddled with the Dragon Ball radar. Following its signal, she looked up toward the peak. The Dragon Ball's response is becoming increasingly pronounced. It must be around here, just a bit farther to the west. Retrieving the radar, she climbed back into her car and continued on her way. At that instant, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive tiger with striking features blocked her path. Bulma barely had time to hit the brakes before the tiger slammed a paw onto her moving vehicle. A tiger, she gasped, curling into a ball as the fearsome creature drew nearer. In her panic, she reached for her handgun, but before she could retrieve it, the tiger casually flipped her car onto its side. The gun tumbled into the gap beneath the seat. Bulma's pupils dilated, her body bristling with fear. This is it, I'm going to die? Just as peril loomed, Wukong's figure burst onto the scene. With a resounding bang, the tiger was sent flying. In the next moment, her overturned car was righted, and the door swung open. As she opened her eyes, she saw a boy with clear, bright eyes. Realizing she had been saved, a flicker of relief crossed her panicked face as she gazed at Wukong, who was also staring back at her. At that moment, an insight flashed through Wukong's mind that in your past life, you and Bulma embarked on adventures together, growing side by side, yet ultimately failed to unite, leaving her with deep regret. Your life has been reset. This time, please protect her and provide her with a sense of security. Task: help Bulma escape danger. Reward: 10 battle points. Wukong's gaze sharpened. Is this my golden finger? He thought. But only 10 battle points? How meager. Realizing what had transpired, Bulma opened the car door. Was it you who saved me just now? Thank you so much. At that moment, the tiger, having regained its footing, stood up and let out a deafening roar aimed at the two of them. Bulma gasped in alarm, scrambling behind Wukong. Wukong, snapping back to reality, drew his Rui Bang. The tiger, recognizing Wukong, turned and fled. However, Wukong's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Not so fast. He yelled as he swung the Rui Bang at the tiger, commanding, Rui Bang, extend. The staff elongated with incredible speed, striking the tiger's back with a resounding crack, the sound of bones shattering echoing in the air. The tiger emitted a piercing cry of anguish, hurtling through the air. Its massive body crashed against a cluster of boulders, before finally descending heavily to the ground. Chapter 2. The adventure of seeking the Dragon Balls begins. The mountain stones lay shattered, and surely the tiger had met its demise. Bulma was astounded to witness the diminutive Goku strike down such a formidable beast with a single blow, her breath hitching in awe. She marveled internally. This little brat is remarkably strong. Before Goku could utter a word, a message flickered through his mind. Mission: assist Bulma in escaping danger, completed. Reward: battle power increased by 10, credited. In that moment, Goku felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. Clenching his fist, he reflected with astonishment. Merely 10 points of battle power enhancement already makes me feel significantly stronger. It seems that undertaking missions is far more effortless than arduous training. With the tiger thoroughly vanquished, Bulma finally exhaled deeply in relief. She bent toward Goku, extending her hand, and said, I owe you my life. I'm Bulma. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Hello, I am Son Goku. Likewise pleased to meet you. They exchanged a gentle handshake before parting. Bulma scrutinized Goku for a moment and inquired, Have you lived in this mountain all your life? Goku nodded. Indeed, I reside here with my grandfather. You are the first girl to visit this mountain. Come with me. My grandfather should have prepared grilled fish. I would like to treat you to it. At Goku's words, Bulma clasped her hands tightly against her chest, retreating slightly. What? Why do you want to treat me to food? You don't think I'm pretty and intend to take advantage of me, do you? The young Bulma was rife with inner turmoil. Goku flashed her a warm smile, reassuring her, Rest assured, my grandfather taught me to be gentle with girls, especially beautiful ones. Flattered by the compliment, Bulma's eyes sparkled as she playfully affirmed, Yes, indeed. One must be gentle with girls. Relaxing, she began to walk alongside Goku, exchanging laughter as they ascended the mountain. Suddenly, Goku paused and turned around. Bulma, taken aback, asked, Why have you stopped? Goku pointed to the tiger's carcass behind her and remarked, This tiger has been lurking around Baobao Mountain for some time, and today I finally caught it. It cannot be left here. I will carry it back with me. With that, Goku hoisted the tiger onto his shoulders, continuing ahead of Bulma. The tiger, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, was several times Goku's size. The stark contrast between the tiger's massive form and Goku's slight stature was striking. Bulma was utterly amazed, thinking to herself, What an impressive little brat. Not only is he formidable in combat, but he possesses extraordinary strength as well. Perhaps I could enlist him to accompany me in my quest for the Dragon Balls, providing protection along the way. Not long after, the duo reached the summit of the mountain. The fragrant aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air as Grandpa Gohan prepared his dish. Son Wukong called out, "Grandpa, I'm back." Gohan turned his head while grilling the fish. "Ah, back so soon." Upon noticing Bulma beside Wukong, he paused momentarily. "Oh, Wukong, you have a beautiful girl visiting." Gohan promptly rose to greet Bulma, saying, "Welcome, welcome." Bulma, seeing Gohan's kind demeanor, felt her earlier apprehension dissipate. She respectfully introduced herself. "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Bulma." Gohan replied with a warm smile. "Hello, I am Wukong's grandfather, Gohan." As he assessed her appearance, he remarked, "Your attire is quite fashionable. You must be from the city. What brings you to this mountain, where wild beasts abound?" Bulma produced a radar and explained, "I am here to seek the Dragon Balls." Gohan blinked in confusion. "Dragon Balls? What are those?" To clarify, Bulma opened her bag and revealed 2 Dragon Balls. "It's these." Gohan was astonished. "These 2 orbs look exactly like the ones I have at home." Bulma nodded and continued, "These are the Dragon Balls. I found one in my family's storage and, out of curiosity, began my investigation." Bulma swiftly elaborated on the function of the Dragon Balls. Although Gohan was not particularly interested in them, he was intrigued by her quest to collect them. "So, you must travel the world to gather 7 of these for them to be useful?" Bulma affirmed, "Yes." Gohan glanced at Wukong and then back at Bulma. "But for a girl to traverse the world gathering these, it can be rather perilous. How about letting my grandson accompany you? He can certainly protect you." Just moments ago, Bulma had contemplated persuading him to join her on an adventure. And now this elderly gentleman was willingly offering him. Her expression brightened with delight. "Really, Grandpa?" Gohan did not respond directly, but turned to Wukong. "Wukong, you're growing up. It's time you ventured down the mountain to experience the world. Why not take this opportunity to join her on this adventure?" He leaned closer to Wukong's ear and whispered, "Take good care of her on the journey. It would be wonderful if you could someday marry her." Wukong nodded eagerly. "Grandpa, can I go on this adventure with her? What about you? Will you stay here on the mountain?" Gohan chuckled. "There's something I haven't told you. A few days ago, my teacher's sister introduced me to a job tending to a boiler. It offers meals, accommodation, and includes 5 insurances and a fund, perfect for retirement. If you go, I can focus on my work without worry. I'll save up the money for you to grow up and marry." Son Wukong, "Well, I am still alive and can venture to the Flame Mountain to stoke the furnace. Surely, there must be some destiny connecting me with the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord." Under the hospitality of Wukong and his grandfather, Bulma enjoyed a hearty meal of grilled fish. In the afternoon, Wukong and Bulma bid farewell to Gohan and set off together on a motorcycle, departing from Paozu Mountain. Their journey was smooth and uneventful. Upon reaching a grove of trees, Bulma suddenly halted the motorcycle. Covering her mouth, she shyly said, "Excuse me for a moment. Wait for me." Wukong, understanding her intention, nodded and replied, "Don't wander too far." Acknowledging his words, Bulma dashed into the bushes. In your past life, you presented yourself as a fool in front of Bulma, which led her to never consider developing a romantic relationship with you while your stature had yet to mature. Your life has been reset. Please alter her impression of you. Task: intervene at the first sign of her distress to prevent her from soiling herself. Reward: 10 battle points. Upon reading this message, Son Wukong felt a surge of energy, realizing that another 10 battle points awaited him. Completing this task could save him a year of hard work. Just then, a scream pierced through the bushes. Without delay, Wukong rushed towards the sound. Parting the foliage, he beheld a colossal pterosaur clutching Bulma, who was crying inconsolably in its grasp. The dinosaur turned its gaze upon Wukong and spoke. "Who are you? Are you an accomplice of this creature?" With a glint of fury in his eyes, Wukong drew his Rui Jingu Bang, pointing it at the pterosaur. "Release her." Chapter 3. The worth of 20 battle points. The pterosaur, taken aback, laughed derisively. "You little shrimp. You dare to threaten me. I suppose I shall devour both of you." No sooner had it finished speaking than it lunged at Wukong. In a swift motion, Wukong leaped and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's jaw. Caught off guard, the pterosaur staggered backward, inadvertently loosening its grip on Bulma. In a flash, Wukong dashed forward, scooping Bulma up and placing her safely behind him. Bulma gently patted her chest and exclaimed, "Wukong, I'm so grateful for your quick arrival. That creature almost had me." Wukong turned to her and inquired, "You didn't soil yourself, did you?" At the unexpected question, Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment. What are you talking about? Of course. I didn't task. Prevent her from soiling herself. Completed. Reward. 10 battle points have been credited. In an instant, Yukong felt invigorated once more. How remarkable it was to have completed 2 tasks so effortlessly, equating to years of training previously. He mused that continuing to undertake such tasks might prove to be quite advantageous. It is simpler than cultivation, and in no time, one could single-handedly overpower the formidable King Piccolo. The Pteranodon, upon discovering that Bulma had been taken, roared in fury. You little rascal, how dare you steal my food? Allow me to demonstrate my might. Bulma quickly shrank behind Goku, pointing at the Pteranodon and exclaimed, Goku, hurry and defeat him. This creature was a dinosaur, larger than a tiger and more powerful as well. Goku, unencumbered by unnecessary words, swiftly drew his power pole and struck at the Pteranodon with all his strength. At that moment, Goku's combat prowess had unexpectedly surged, a fact he overlooked. With a single swing, he sensed something amiss. The power pole sliced through the air, conjuring a fierce gale as it descended. A thunderous boom echoed as the Pteranodon's massive form was cleaved in two, blood and flesh scattering. After shattering the creature's body, the power pole struck the ground, causing the earth to buckle under the weight of such terrifying force, splitting open to reveal a chasm that extended into the abyss. Witnessing this spectacle, Bulma nearly gasped in astonishment. This was astonishing. The strength of this little rascal exceeded my wildest imagination. Goku, too, was taken aback by the fissure in the ground. A mere increase of 20 points in combat power, and yet such a devastating blow ensued. The initial enhancement in power was indeed remarkable. Having been saved by Goku twice, Bulma couldn't help but feel immensely grateful. Fortunately, she had come along with him. Otherwise, without gathering the Dragon Balls, she might have met her demise at the jaws of a beast. In that moment, Goku's significance in her heart escalated considerably. Bulma mounted her motorcycle once more, with Goku sitting behind her. It was then that she realized his arms seemed a tad short, unable to reach the handhold. Remarkably, during the descent, he had clung to nothing and remained perfectly still, unafraid of falling. After a moment's contemplation, she voluntarily placed his hands around her waist. Goku, hold on tight, don't fall off along the way. Goku couldn't help but be startled. Bulma smelled delightful. All right. The two were unaware of how far they had traveled when the sun began to set. Bulma halted the motorcycle and turned back, saying, I'm hungry, and it's getting dark. Let's call it a day. Sure. Goku nodded and jumped off the motorcycle. Shortly, Bulma stored the motorcycle and produced a splendid capsule house. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was Goku's first encounter with such a capsule house, and he found it quite fascinating. Bulma smiled and remarked, So what do you think? Isn't my house beautiful? Goku nodded in agreement. Yes, it's beautiful. Bulma beamed, right? I think so too. It's not only lovely on the outside, but also quite comfortable inside. Come on in. As the two entered the room, they were enveloped by the sweet fragrance of beautiful maidens, while the pink walls exuded an unparalleled warmth. Bulma, as she removed her outer garment, remarked to Goku, After a long day of travel, I'm drenched in sweat. You should take off your clothes too. Let me wash them for you. There's a washing machine here. Goku paused for a moment, then suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Oh no, I forgot. I didn't bring any change of clothes. Bulma chuckled. It's no problem at all. They're just clothes. You can wear mine for the night. I have plenty. By the time we set off tomorrow, your clothes will be dry. Goku furrowed his brow. Maybe I should pass. I can just buy a new set of clothes when we pass through town, then take a shower. In your past life, Bulma disdained your lack of hygiene and the unpleasant odor that accompanied you. Your life has been reset. Please leave her with a good impression. Task. Please take the initiative to shower and allow Bulma to help you wash. Reward. Grow 5 centimeters taller within 3 days. Upon seeing this task in his mind, Goku was momentarily taken aback. He had previously thought that a battle power of 10 felt a bit stingy, but this growth of 5 centimeters was exceedingly generous. Seeing Goku shy away from the prospect of wearing female attire, Bulma stifled a laugh. You're just a little kid with so many concerns. Don't worry. I would never make you wear girlesque clothes. I have a pair of unisex shorts and a shirt that I've never worn. They might be a bit large. But can you manage? As she spoke, Bulma retrieved a white set of shorts and a shirt. Well, that's acceptable. I suppose I can make do. Goku conceded as he took the garments and headed towards the bathroom. However, just as he stripped down, he found himself pondering the height of the shower switch, which was taller than him. At that moment, Bulma entered with a brush in hand. Come to the bathtub, let me help you wash. After all, this capsule house doesn't hold much water, so we can't waste it. Goku immediately covered himself and turned away. Bulma giggled, you're quite shy? With that, she earnestly began to scrub his back. Task: shower and accept Bulma's assistance in washing. Completion rewarded with 5 centimeters of height growth now granted. Bulma noticed that his tail was obstructing her efforts and suggested, Goku, let me remove your tail for now. Once you've finished your bath and it's dry, you can put it back on, alright? Goku quickly shook his head. No. Why? It's a bit cumbersome. This tail is a part of me. It's not just an accessory. How could a person possibly grow a tail? Don't fool me. As she tugged at his tail, Goku exclaimed, Bulma, that hurts. He swiftly snatched the wash brush from her and began scrubbing his own back. Bulma, taken aback by this reaction, sat down in shock. I am sorry. I truly didn't mean to. But how is it that you have truly grown a tail? In Bulma's house, Goku found it difficult to fall asleep late at night. However, his long-established biological clock was not easily altered, and he awoke early the following day. Unable to return to slumber, he ventured out of his room to partake in his customary morning exercises in the wilderness. Suddenly, a large sea turtle appeared before him, pleading, Greetings, young one. Could you spare me some water? I am on the brink of dehydration. In his previous life, you and Bulma had shared countless adventures, facing life and death together, yet ultimately failed to unite. Now, with your life reset, you resolved that in this lifetime, you would make her your own when you grew up, ensuring that she would not fall into the hands of another. Task: prevent Bulma from engaging in an illicit transaction with Master Roshi. Reward: flying technique. Chapter 4. The flying nimbus is not so essential. Upon seeing the system's reward, Goku could not help but be astonished. The flying technique. Once mastered, flying would render the nimbus insignificant. Furthermore, given his less than pure intentions, it was unlikely he would even be able to ride the nimbus. Goku glanced back at the house, where lights had already illuminated the interior, and he could faintly hear Bulma preparing for the day. He pondered that, at this moment, Bulma was also not suited to ride the nimbus. The gratitude for returning the sea turtle could simply be the Dragon Ball, thus achieving 2 objectives at once. After contemplating, Goku addressed the turtle, Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some water. Thank you, thank you. Moments later, Goku returned with a bucket of water and informed Bulma of his intention to escort the turtle home. However, Bulma deemed the journey too far and declined, saying, No. My summer vacation is only a month long. I cannot afford to waste time on such a task. Aside from fulfilling the mission, there was also a Dragon Ball at Master Roshi's place, making it imperative to visit the turtle hermit. Goku suggested, Bulma, why not use the dragon radar? Perhaps there is a Dragon Ball near the coast in that direction. Bulma paused, skeptical. What are you talking about? What are the odds of that? Nonetheless, she picked up the dragon radar. After adjusting a few settings, her expression brightened. Wow, it's true. There is indeed a Dragon Ball 120 kilometers to the south, right by the ocean. Goku smiled and said, See, now, doing a good deed and searching for the Dragon Ball need not conflict. Let us go? You can ride the motorcycle while I carry the sea turtle. Bulma blinked in astonishment. What? You intend to carry the sea turtle while running? Even if you run swiftly. The coast is 120 kilometers away. Given the road conditions, riding a motorcycle would take at least 2 hours. Moreover, you would be carrying such a heavy sea turtle. Wukong chuckled and said, Rest assured, I can run just as fast as your motorcycle. Bulma stowed away her capsule house, and the trio, 2 humans and a turtle, raced towards the sea. Observing the motorcycle's speed of 70 miles per hour and the swiftly dashing Wukong, Bulma was left utterly astonished. Carrying a 400-pound tiger up a mountain was already impressive, yet here was Wukong, bearing a sea turtle several times heavier, sprinting like a motorcycle. This boy is truly a marvel, isn't he? Lost in her thoughts, Bulma found the distance between them widening. She quickly refocused, twisted the throttle, and caught up with Wukong. 2 hours later, the trio finally arrived at the seaside. The sea turtle, seeing the long-awaited ocean, was filled with exhilaration. Wonderful! We've finally reached the shore, it exclaimed, excitedly plunging into the sea. Hey, wait here for a moment. You saved me, and I must inform Master Roshi to reward you. Bulma, hands on her hips, asked with curiosity, Master Roshi? Could it be that a divine being will bestow upon us a treasure chest? The sea turtle seemed oblivious to Bulma's question, diving straight into the water without a response. Bulma, uninterested in treasures since her family was wealthy, was primarily focused on the Dragon Balls. She took out her Dragon Ball radar, and upon seeing the coordinates, her expression turned to one of shock. She immediately panicked and looked at Wukong. Oh no, Wukong. It seems this Dragon Ball is located on the seabed ahead. I didn't bring a submarine. What are we going to do? Wukong waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Bulma. Even if the Dragon Ball is indeed at the bottom of the sea, I can retrieve it for you. Bulma gazed at him in disbelief. Blinking rapidly. Wukong, I truly feel fortunate to have encountered you on this journey. Without you, I might have been devoured by monsters. Wukong smiled and replied. You have a strong fate. He added, just a heads up, when the Master Roshi the turtle mentioned arrives, refrain from speaking out of turn. I will ensure you obtain the Dragon Ball. Bulma nodded in trust. Yes, I shall remain silent. Living far from the coast, it was rare for her to see the ocean. Since they had to wait a while, Wukong removed his shoes, rolled up his pants, and began to play by the shore. Seeing him enjoy himself, Bulma felt inspired to join in. Wukong, keep an eye out for me while I change into my swimsuit to play for a bit. Wukong immediately stopped her. No, don't change. What if Master Roshi sees you later? Bulma blinked curiously. Do you know Master Roshi? Wukong pondered for a moment and said, I haven't met him, but I know of him. He was my grandfather's martial arts teacher, a genuinely good person, but he is quite a lecherous old man. Be wary not to fall prey to his advances. Ah, so even divine beings can be lecherous? Bulma gazed at Goku, a sudden smile illuminating her face as she playfully covered her slightly flushed cheeks. Goku, are you jealous that Master Roshi might see me in a swimsuit? She teased. Before Goku could respond, Bulma succumbed to her own delight, covering her face in bliss. What can I say? Being a smart and beautiful girl like me comes with such overwhelming charm. It can be quite troublesome. If only you were a bit older. Then I could have you as my boyfriend. A thought crossed Bulma's mind, causing her cheeks to redden further. Goku, observing her rosy complexion, felt a twinge of confusion. What was she so enraptured by? He recalled that no boys from her school seemed to pursue her, which was why she intended to gather the Dragon Balls to wish for a boyfriend. Yet, it was peculiar, with her beauty. Bulma could easily be considered a paragon of attractiveness within the Dragon Ball universe. How could it be that no one pursued her? Moments later, both Goku and Bulma heard a distant call. They turned their gaze toward the sea. An elderly man in a floral shirt approached them, riding a giant sea turtle. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Is that Master Roshi? What a trendy old man. Shoo. Oh. Bulma quickly covered her mouth. Soon, Master Roshi and the sea turtle reached the shore. Hi. Sorry to keep you waiting. Master Roshi leaped down from the turtle, looking at Bulma and Goku, finally fixing his gaze on Goku. I heard you saved my sea turtle. Allow me to present you with a treasure as a token of gratitude. With that, Master Roshi pointed to the sky and shouted, Come forth, immortal bird. However, nothing happened. A crow flew overhead, and Master Roshi stood there scratching his head in confusion. The sea turtle promptly reminded him, didn't the immortal bird die from food poisoning? Bulma blinked in surprise. Even the immortal bird can die? Master Roshi scratched his head. Oh dear, I forgot. I named it the immortal bird because I hoped it wouldn't die. Bulma's expression shifted to one of realization. Then what should I give you? Let me think. Goku hastily interrupted Master Roshi. Old man, could you give us the orb hanging around your neck? What? Upon hearing the mention of the orb, Bulma instinctively turned to Master Roshi. Indeed, he wore a Dragon Ball around his neck. The sight of the Dragon Ball instantly brightened Bulma's demeanor. Yet she remembered Goku's warning and refrained from speaking. Chapter 5. The Fierce Customs of Marriage. Master Roshi removed the Dragon Ball, stating, Is this what you mean? I found it 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea. I thought it was beautiful, so I made it into a necklace. All these years, it hasn't faded. It must be a treasure of immense value. Upon witnessing the yearning gaze of Wukong, the great sea turtle promptly declared, In any case, that item is of no use to me, so let us bestow it upon him. After all, he journeyed from such a distance to return me. The turtle sage, casting a glance at the great sea turtle and then at Wukong, acquiesced. Very well. This pearl shall serve as a token of gratitude for you. He then presented the Dragon Ball to son Wukong. Wukong weighed the Dragon Ball in his hand before directly passing it to Bulma. Here, take it. Bulma joyfully cradled the Dragon Ball in her palm. How wonderful. It is indeed a 3-star ball. If it were submerged in the ocean, locating it would be exceedingly difficult. We are truly fortunate. Task: prevent Bulma and the turtle sage from engaging in illicit trade. Task completed. Reward: Sky Dance technique has been distributed. In an instant, a flicker of enlightenment surged through Wukong's mind. He immediately grasped the principle of the Sky Dance technique, mastering it with remarkable ease, as if he had practiced it countless times before. Having acquired the fourth Dragon Ball, Wukong and Bulma bid farewell to the Turtle Sage and resumed their journey. Bulma, riding her motorcycle with Wukong, laughed merrily. Hooray! We have swiftly gathered 4 Dragon Balls. Our luck is truly exceptional. The two of them shared laughter as they sped towards the direction of the next Dragon Ball. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, and they arrived near the 5th Dragon Ball. Bulma scrutinized son Wukong with a hint of perplexity. In just a few days, why do I feel like you've grown taller? Wukong chuckled. Is that so? Perhaps I am in a growth spurt and am growing rapidly. Bulma pondered for a moment, recalling that many classmates, upon reaching a certain age, could grow from a small stature to 6 feet tall in merely half a year. It seemed that growth occurred in bursts. Thus, Bulma nodded. That makes sense. Boys tend to develop later. You must be at that time to grow taller. Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I must be in the golden period of growth. Bulma, diverting her thoughts from Wukong's height, activated her radar for a scan. Fantastic, Wukong. We are nearing our destination. According to the radar, there is a Dragon Ball just 10 kilometers ahead. Wukong ascended into the sky and surveyed the area. I can see a village. Bulma, astonished, gazed up at Wukong and curiously inquired. Oh, how can you fly? Son Wukong looked down at Bulma. This is called the Sky Dance technique, a form of martial skill. Bulma blinked in surprise. Such a martial skill exists? How impressive. Wukong smiled modestly. In truth, it is merely a simple trick, nothing extraordinary. Bulma's face brightened with interest as she asked, You say this Sky Dance technique is a simple trick. Is it easy to learn? Can you teach me? Son Wukong scratched his head and said, Teaching you is no problem, but given your physical condition, it may be quite challenging for you to master it. Even if you do manage to learn, flying will exhaust you far more than walking. You might tire after just a few hundred meters. Bulma's lips twitched slightly before she waved her hand dismissively and replied, All right, I won't learn it anymore. I knew it. If learning to fly were simple, people wouldn't have invented airplanes. Your analogy is indeed quite apt. Bulma declared proudly, Of course, I am the foremost genius scientist on Earth. As they chatted, the two of them walked toward the nearby village. Upon entering, a piercing scream from a girl echoed not far away. Ah, please no. Lord Oolong, spare my daughter. I beg you. At that moment, from the source of the commotion, a giant rose up from the ground. Bulma, upon seeing the towering figure, felt her legs weaken and quickly hid behind Wukong, exclaiming, Wukong, there's a monster. Can we defeat it? He glanced up at the giant and instinctively deduced it was Oolong. However, he found it puzzling that they encountered Oolong's mischief without receiving a task. Wukong seemed to understand that confronting Oolong was not particularly regrettable. He patted his chest and confidently replied, Of course we can. I am quite strong. Bulma hurriedly said, Then I'll wait here. You go and defeat that monster. Wukong remarked, What a ruthless beauty you are. Noticing Wukong's reaction, Bulma questioned, What's wrong? Are you scared? Wukong shook his head, stating, Not at all. What I meant was, before you kill the monster, you should first inquire about the Dragon Balls. They would surely be willing to trade them for my help in defeating that creature. Bulma's expression brightened. I didn't expect you to be so clever. So what now? Will you drive the monster away first? Wukong nodded. Yes, once the monster flees, you can go. All right. With that, Son Wukong brandished his Rui Bang and dashed towards the giant, shouting, You bold monster, release that girl. The little girl in Oolong's grasp froze, and Oolong was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, Oolong laughed heartily. Ha, you little brat. Aren't you afraid I'll crush you? Son Wukong tightened his grip on the Rui Bang and swung it towards Oolong. Monster, take this blow. Seeing Son Wukong charge at him with such ferocity startled Oolong, prompting him to release the girl and roll aside to evade the strike. However, the next moment sent a chill down his spine. The Rui Bang struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending countless bricks flying. Despite Wukong's seemingly light swing, its power was still astonishing. Witnessing this, Oolong dared not pursue the girl any longer and transformed into a bird, fleeing the scene. The little girl excitedly gazed at Son Wukong and exclaimed, You are truly remarkable. Thank you for saving me. Wukong casually waved his hand and chuckled. No need for thanks. Upon seeing Wukong's face up close, a rosy hue graced the girl's cheeks as she shyly added, Thanks to you, I shall become your bride as a token of my gratitude. Wukong was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, no, that's unnecessary. Just then, the villagers emerged from their homes. Young man, you are quite impressive. You drove away the dragon with just one strike. How brave you are, the girl's father remarked. Thank you for rescuing my daughter. Wukong replied, No need for thanks. The neighbors all praised Wukong for his valor in driving away the dragon. Amidst the joy, one villager suddenly sighed. It's unfortunate that we encountered such a formidable warrior. Yet he failed to catch the dragon, and my daughter remains in its clutches, her fate uncertain. As soon as he finished speaking, another villager echoed, Indeed. My daughter has been taken for 2 months. I am beside myself with worry. Yes, my daughter too. Oh, my poor child. They lamented. Warrior, if you can rescue my daughter, I shall offer her hand in marriage to you. Me too, me too. My daughter is even more beautiful. The villagers expressed their hopes for Wukong to save their loved ones, presenting such propositions. Wukong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Was the village's culture so bold? At that moment, Bulma approached, holding a Dragon Ball. Excuse me, good sirs and madams, has anyone seen a sphere like this? The villagers turned their attention to the Dragon Ball. Bulma continued, You need not marry your daughters to him. If you can find us another sphere like this, we shall assist in vanquishing the monsters. An elderly woman immediately exclaimed, Oh dear, I have one just like it. Chapter 6. Open the door, dragon. Not far from the village, the dragon's transformation wore off, reverting to its original pig form as it hurried home, navigating through twists and turns. Moments later, the structure of the dragon's home came into view, and he paused to glance back, relieved to find no one in pursuit. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, I'm fortunate to have run quickly. This poor little pig nearly met his end. Once he composed himself, the dragon entered his grand abode, a magnificent villa. Upon entering, he noticed several girls within, some applying makeup, others relishing delicious food, and a few practicing yoga, all appearing utterly content. Upon seeing the dragon return, one girl, while applying her makeup, greeted him. Ah, the dragon is back. As Wulong attempted to calm his heart, still racing from a near-death experience, he replied as calmly as he could, Yes, I'm back. The girl, however, showed little concern for his state and remained oblivious to his unease. Just as Wulong intended to retreat indoors to rest, a voice suddenly halted him. Wulong, wait a moment. I'm running low on cosmetics. Could you buy some on your way back? Wulong nodded. All right, sure. Another girl chimed in. Wulong, we're almost out of fruit at home. Please buy some more. And by the way, I love durians and cherries. Oh, and don't forget to get some milk tea. Wulong nodded again. Understood. I'll pick some up next time I go out. As 2 girls had spoken, the other 2 soon joined in with their requests. Wulong, summer has arrived. We all need new clothes. I'm out of money. Could you lend me another $1 million? Wulong's lips twitched at the mention of such a sum. $1 million? That's quite a lot. Noticing Wulong's surprise, the girl immediately scowled. What kind of expression is that, Wulong? He replied, Please, could you all be a bit more frugal? You've already spent $5 million this month. The girl sipping milk tea set her drink down and looked at him. Hey, Wulong, are you complaining about our spending? We're girls. What's wrong with spending money on us? The girl practicing yoga placed her hands on her hips, glaring down at Wulong, threateningly stating, Wulong, if you're unwilling, we'll leave right now, and I'll expose to the villagers that you're utterly useless. Over the years, you've extorted and robbed the village of so many possessions, they'll surely come and beat you to a pulp. Feeling the heavy pressure mounting, Wulong quickly explained, No, it's nothing. How could I ever think it's too much? It's only right for girls to spend a little. I'll go earn some money right away. Now that's more like it. However, noticing Wulong hadn't moved, one girl raised an eyebrow. Wulong, didn't you say you were going to earn money? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. Intended to take a moment to rest, Wulong suddenly jolted, scurrying out of his house. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a group of villagers marching towards their home. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the leader as the very person who had nearly struck him down moments earlier. Wulong's hair stood on end, and he exclaimed, Oh no, how did they find me here? He hastily dashed back inside and secured the door tightly. The girls, witnessing his panic, grew curious. Wulong, why are you back again? Didn't you say you were going to earn money? Why are you locking the door? What is going on? Wulong leaned against the door, beads of sweat adorning his forehead as he explained, No, it's not good. Outside, there are people accompanied by many villagers. The girls inside the room exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, A loud and forceful knocking resonated against the door. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanying the harsh knocks were threatening voices directed at Yulong. Open the door, Yulong. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, surrender the girls you have abducted. Surely you don't think this feeble door can withstand us? If you do not open up, we shall break it down. One girl murmured, that voice sounds like my father. Perhaps we should just open the door. Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside. Step aside, let me break the door down. Yulong's heart raced, for he recognized the voice of Son Wukong. He knew that one blow from him could demolish his house. So he shouted, spare me, brave warrior. I shall open the door at once. As he spoke, Yulong swung the door open, and the villagers surged in. Shi, your father has come for you. Hihua, it's your mother. Your mother has come for you. Lily, fear not, your father is here. Yet, the girls were reluctant to return to their parents. You needn't worry about us. Indeed, living here is far more comfortable than toiling in the fields. For a moment, the parents, yearning for their daughters, were left dumbfounded. At that juncture, Yulong approached, looking quite forlorn. He bowed to the villagers and said, I sincerely apologize for abducting your daughters. However, rest assured, I have not laid a finger on them. I merely sought a gentle and obedient girl. They are all too extravagant for my needs. Please, take them back. The villagers, upon witnessing Yulong's true form, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. It turned out that Yulong was merely a small pig. How could he have deceived us for so many years? Moments later, Bulma successfully acquired the 5th Dragon Ball. The pair did not linger, replenishing their supplies before setting off. The route to the next Dragon Ball led through a waterway. Fortunately, Bulma had a speedboat in her capsule. She piloted the boat, taking Goku towards the location of the next Dragon Ball. As she navigated, she chuckled, Goku, you truly are remarkable. That one blow even shattered the tiles. Had it struck a person, it would have reduced them to mere pulp. Yet, I suspect that blow will haunt Yulong for the rest of his life. Goku smiled and replied, I knew he wasn't a monster, but rather a transformed human. From the very beginning, I never intended to kill him. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, really? You could discern that? How impressive. You know, when I saw such a massive figure, it frightened me terribly. However, his transformation technique is quite impressive. Why do you refuse to bring him along? Son Wukong chuckled, saying, that kid, aside from his ability to transform, possesses no other skills. Taking him along would merely waste provisions. Indeed. With that, Bulma turned to Son Wukong, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Wukong, those young ladies are quite fond of you and are eager to marry you. Why haven't you accepted their proposals? Wukong quickly shook his head. Bulma, please don't jest. I have no interest in such girls. No interest in such girls? A glimmer of anticipation flickered across Bulma's face. Then what do you think of me? Chapter 7. Wukong, you truly have an eye for talent, having lived 2 lifetimes. Wukong, though younger than Bulma, possessed a greater emotional maturity. Hearing her words, he instantly understood her feelings. You are more intelligent, beautiful, and talented than they are. Even combined, they cannot compare to you. Upon receiving such high praise from Wukong, Bulma trembled with delight. In her youthful bloom, it was the first time a boy had complimented her, filling her heart with joy. As expected of you, Wukong, you truly have an eye for talent. Wukong replied nonchalantly, I am merely speaking the truth. Bulma's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she playfully urged, say it again, I love hearing it. Son Wukong noted, we are only 2 Dragon Balls away from gathering them all. He harbored some doubts about whether the Dragon Balls could grant the kind of wish Bulma desired. Before long, they completed their waterway journey and reached the shore. To confirm their direction, Bulma produced her radar and map. There remained a considerable distance to the next Dragon Ball. According to the map, a desolate Gobi Desert lay ahead, suggesting that this stretch would not be easy to traverse. Wukong declared, what is there to fear? The car is repaired, and the fuel tank is full. We shall proceed. Bulma smiled as she assessed Wukong, inquiring, Wukong, do you know the reason I seek to collect the Dragon Balls? Wukong blinked and replied, of course, I sent to find a boyfriend? Bulma promptly affirmed, yes, that is my initial purpose. However, along this journey, I have realized that you are quite remarkable, powerful, dependable, and possessing excellent judgment. Why not wait until you grow a bit older to be my boyfriend? Wukong was taken aback momentarily, sensing Bulma's improved taste. He nodded in agreement, sure. But what about the search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma responded without hesitation, of course, we must continue searching. Having already found 5, it would be a waste not to. Upon hearing that Bulma intended to persist in the quest for the Dragon Balls, Wukong inquired again, "Once we gather them all, what will your wish be?" Bulma answered without a moment's pause, "I wish for an endless supply of strawberries." Son Wukong scratched his head and remarked, "Surely, you are not lacking a couple of coins to purchase strawberries at home." "Indeed," Bulma replied, "but no matter how wealthy my family is, we cannot indulge in strawberries throughout the entire year." The two of them exchanged vehicles and resumed their journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The car ran out of fuel, and the motorcycle's gas was depleted as well, forcing them to continue on foot. As they walked, Wukong surveyed the surroundings, realizing they were likely near the location where Yamcha had established his base. "It's sweltering hot," Bulma complained as they trudged along. "I can't believe we ran out of gas before even crossing this stretch of desert. What bad luck." Wukong encouraged her, saying, "Just hold on a little longer. We will soon be past this place. If you tire, I can carry you." Bulma waved her hand dismissively. No, that would only make it hotter. "I propose we set up our house here and rest for a day before continuing our journey." After pondering for a moment, Wukong nodded in agreement. "That works." Moments later, the capsule house opened. Bulma reclined on the sofa inside, a cold drink in hand, and with the air conditioning cooling her down, she finally felt revived. "Phew, I've come back to life." Wukong had intended to rest for a while and take a nap, but suddenly a system notification flashed in his mind. In a previous life, Bulma wasted all her youth on that scoundrel Yamcha. Task: ensure Bulma is utterly disappointed in him. Reward: Kamehameha. Wukong's gaze sharpened. He had initially planned to prevent Bulma from being seduced and intended to deal with Yamcha alone at night, ensuring Bulma would not encounter him. However, with the task now presented, he wondered how he could fulfill the requirement of making Bulma lose faith in him. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Listen up, people inside the house. If you wish to leave the desert alive, hand over your capsules and valuables." Bulma's body tensed, and she straightened up. "What is happening? Are we being robbed?" Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Stay inside. I will take care of them." Bulma agreed. "Just a few robbers. I know you can handle them. Go ahead." Wukong stepped out of the room, while Bulma quietly got up, making her way to the window. Peering through a small gap, she caught sight of Wukong, and soon she recognized the robbers, Yamcha and Pure. Yamcha was clad in an orange-green martial arts uniform, his black hair billowing in the wind. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, the robber is actually quite handsome." At that instant, Yamcha suddenly launched an attack on Wukong. Wukong tilted his head slightly, dodging Yamcha's kick, and retaliated with a swift whip kick that struck Yamcha squarely in the face, sending him flying backward. In an instant, disappointment flickered in Bulma's eyes. Such a formidable appearance. Yet he was effortlessly kicked away, revealing himself to be nothing more than a decorative pillow. Bulma mused that with Goku's prowess, he could swiftly eliminate him. While dispatching a monster posed no moral dilemma, taking a human life seemed to tread upon legal boundaries. She hesitated, despite the adversary's somewhat handsome visage. He was merely a robber taking advantage of the chaos, likely having robbed many before. Had Goku not been superior, she would have undoubtedly been stripped of everything, even the Dragon Balls. Killing him might be justified. Just then, a voice pierced the air. "Stay right there, or I'll fire." Bulma turned towards the sound and beheld Pure, wielding a rocket launcher aimed at Goku, drawing closer to Yamcha. Soon, Yamcha seized the weapon. However, the recent loss of a tooth from Goku's kick had rendered his previously handsome face absurdly comical. "Damn it, you knocked out my tooth," Yamcha declared, brandishing the rocket launcher menacingly at Goku. "If you don't want to meet your end, surrender your capsule house and all your capsules." Goku chuckled. "No capsules here. But how about a fist? Still talking back? Then I'll have no choice but to fire." Bulma, unaware of Goku's resilience against a rocket launcher, sensed impending doom and dashed towards the exit. She thought it trivial to relinquish some belongings. Yet just as she reached the door, a violent explosion erupted where Goku stood, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. "Goku!" Bulma screamed desperately, tears streaming down her face. Frozen in panic, she stared at the smoke. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal Goku unscathed. With no obstructions, Yamcha caught sight of Bulma, and upon seeing her, his legs turned to jelly. "Young master." Pure quickly supported Yamcha to flee. At that moment, Goku turned to Bulma. "Weren't you supposed to stay inside? What are you doing out here? It's dangerous." Bulma, wiping her tears in agitation, retorted, "You fool. Don't you recognize a rocket launcher?" You made me think you were dead. Seeing her tears, Goku was momentarily taken aback. Was Bulma crying? He explained, look, I'm perfectly fine. Just then, Bulma suddenly lunged at him, embracing him in a surge of emotion. Task: ensure Bulma's complete disillusionment with Yamcha. Completion. Reward: Kamehameha has been credited. In an instant, the technique of the Kamehameha surged into Goku's mind. By integrating the technique with his ability to manipulate the air, Goku deepened his understanding of energy. Chapter 8. The Dragon-Slaying Girl, Chi-Chi. After a day of rest, the two resumed their journey. As days passed, the heat intensified. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow while scrutinizing the map. How peculiar. Isn't this Cool Breeze Mountain? Why is it becoming increasingly hot? Goku explained, ahead lies the Flame Mountain. Your map is outdated. Bulma blinked in surprise. Is this truly Flame Mountain? Goku nodded, indeed. The entire mountain is engulfed in flames, hence its new name. Bulma finally comprehended. She glanced at the radar and murmured, no wonder it's so sweltering. I hope the Dragon Balls are not amidst the fiery mountain. Goku replied, you are quite perceptive. At that moment, a cry for help echoed from ahead, accompanied by a faint tremor in the ground. Help! Help! Both Goku and Bulma turned their gaze towards the source. They spotted a young girl fleeing, closely pursued by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This girl was none other than Chi-Chi. Bulma immediately shouted, Goku, hurry and save her. However, before they could act, Chi-Chi yelled, stay away. Go away. As she spoke, she positioned her hand on her head and flung a blade from her helmet. The blade shot forth at incredible speed, only to return along the same path and reattach to her helmet. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus's head was severed, and its bloodied head dropped before Chi-Chi, who screamed in terror, ah, Daddy, I'm scared. In her panic, Chi-Chi pressed a device on her helmet, which emitted a beam of light, instantly incinerating the dinosaur's remains. Bulma stood frozen, astonished. Despite her apparent fear, that little girl had slain a Tyrannosaurus. How extraordinary. Goku nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared. In a past life, Chi-Chi yearned for a romantic relationship with you, desiring marriage and children. Her love for you was as fervent as fire, steadfast and unwavering. Yet, due to your immaturity and lack of reciprocation, you lost her charm, innocence, and romantic ideals. Your life has been reset. In this life, please show her your care. Task: assist Chi-Chi in extinguishing the flames of Flame Mountain. Reward: current combat power x2. Goku read the system's task, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The task of extinguishing the flames was already on his agenda. This was akin to receiving a reward without effort. Yet, how could the system be so? He is attempting to remedy the regret of the original work's failure to unite him with Bulma. However, the system has now issued a task to rectify the circumstances surrounding Chi-Chi from his past life. Do these two missions not conflict? Can Chi-Chi and Bulma coexist harmoniously? Goku could not help but murmur. Only children make choices, but adults desire it all, don't they? Ah, so this is how the system operates. Nevertheless, having mastered the Kamehameha technique, he mused that there should be no need to seek Master Roshi's assistance. As Goku pondered these thoughts, Chi-Chi rushed towards Bulma and him, tears streaming down her face. Upon realizing she was obstructed, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Who are you?" As she spoke, her hand instinctively rested on the blade that had just dismembered a Tyrannosaurus Rex, far too perilous. Bulma's expression tightened, and she immediately stepped behind Goku. Goku, quickly subdue her. Don't let her act recklessly. Yet, Goku refrained from any aggression, instead waving amicably at Chi-Chi. Hello, Chi-Chi. At the sight of Goku's friendly gesture and hearing her name called, Chi-Chi was taken aback, her movements pausing. Her clear, bright eyes blinked in curiosity. Oh, you know my name, do you know me? Goku nodded. Though we have not met, I presume you are the daughter of the Ox King, Chi-Chi, am I correct? Chi-Chi's expression brightened. Hey, you don't seem like a local. How do you know my father? Goku explained, my grandfather's name is Son Gohan, and he is a brother-in-arms with your father. He once mentioned that the Ox King has a beautiful daughter. He continued, we are in the fiery mountain. I hope I'm not mistaken. Hearing Goku's accurate statements, Chi-Chi eagerly nodded. Yes, that's right. I am indeed the daughter of the Ox King. As she spoke, her hand lowered from the blade, her wariness dissipating. Bulma, witnessing this exchange, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curiously, she gazed at Goku and remarked, it's quite a coincidence that your grandfather and the Ox King are brothers in arms. Goku nodded. Indeed, perhaps this is destiny. Oh, I see. With that, Bulma turned to Chi-Chi and inquired, Chi-Chi, I noticed you seem to be wandering without direction. Where are you headed? Chi-Chi looked up at Bulma and replied, Father sent me to find Master Roshi to borrow the magic fan. He said it can extinguish the flames of Fiery Mountain. The magic fan? Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father says the magic fan is a treasure. With a single wave, it stirs the wind. With 2 waves, it gathers clouds. And with 3 waves, it brings rain. With it, the inferno of Fiery Mountain can be extinguished, and we can return to the castle. Bulma could not help but be intrigued. How incredible it is that such a treasure exists in this world, capable of summoning the winds and rain. Chi-Chi nodded, acknowledging, Yes, I've only heard about them, though I've never seen them myself. At that moment, Bulma recalled their pressing matter. She took out 2 Dragon Balls from her bag and inquired, Chi-Chi, may I ask if you've ever encountered such orbs? They are called Dragon Balls, and we are currently in the process of collecting them. Upon seeing the Dragon Balls in Bulma's hand, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Ah, you also possess such orbs. I have seen one before. There is one in my family's castle. If you need it, I can give it to you. Though the castle is currently on fire, making it inaccessible. Bulma gasped, What? A Dragon Ball is truly in your family's castle. Chi-Chi affirmed, Yes, indeed. I played with that orb for a while. It has a 5-pointed star on it, and I remember it vividly. Bulma immediately turned to Son Goku, saying, Goku. She seems a bit confused and cannot even discern her direction. She may never find Master Roshi. Perhaps you should accompany her in the search. What do you think? Goku nodded. Sure, that is quite simple. In fact, Master Roshi is the very teacher you seek. What? You mean that old pervert is Master Roshi? Bulma blinked in disbelief. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Out of nowhere, an axe hurtled towards them. Son Goku, with remarkable speed, leaped and expertly caught the flying axe. Bulma immediately gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Goku, splendid job. Thank goodness for you. Chapter 9. The Fire Mountain's extinguishment. The group turned toward the source of the tremor, only to see the Bull Demon King charging at them with fierce intent. You fiend! Release my daughter! Chi-Chi shouted. Father, don't be impulsive. They are not bad people. What? The Bull Demon King's steps halted abruptly. He scrutinized Goku and Bulma, his gaze drawn to the Rui Bang, magic staff, on Goku's back. Curiously, he asked, Is that staff you carry the Rui Bang? Son Goku nodded affirmatively, and Chi-Chi interjected excitedly. Father, I have a surprise for you. This is Goku, and his grandfather is your senior brother, Son Wukong. The Bull Demon King was overjoyed. What? You are the grandson of Son Wukong. What a delightful coincidence. Goku respectfully greeted. Hello, Uncle Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. Time flies indeed. It has been over 10 years since I last saw your grandfather. How is he faring these days? Goku responded, Yes, grandfather is doing well. The Bull Demon King inquired, But this place is several thousand miles from the Paozu Mountain. What brings you here? Could it be that senior brother sent you specifically to pay me a visit? Son Wukong glanced at Bulma beside him, then turned to the Bull Demon King, explaining, Grandfather asked me to accompany her in search of the Dragon Balls, and we happened to pass by here. Dragon Balls? What might those be? Bulma produced the Dragon Ball once more and provided an explanation. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, the Bull Demon King suddenly understood. So it's this thing. I indeed saw it in the castle. Parting with it poses no issue. However, there is currently a great fire on the mountain, and we must extinguish it before we can retrieve that Dragon Ball. Regrettably, I sent Chi-Chi to borrow the banana fan, and she is yet to make it out of Fire Mountain. Moreover, we have no idea where Master is residing now. Bulma couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Is the Bull Demon King out of his mind? Chi-Chi is merely a child, unfamiliar even with the roads. Yet he entrusts her to journey thousands of miles to borrow the banana fan from Master Roshi. But then again, she did just effortlessly slay the Tyrannosaurus before my very eyes, small in stature, yet fierce in combat power, comparable to Wukong. If she knows the way, perhaps it's not too much of a concern. Bulma retracted her earlier dismissive thoughts. Compared to Chi-Chi, she, who is utterly powerless, dares to traverse the world in search of the Dragon Balls. Now that is truly reckless. Speaking of Master Roshi, Son Wukong immediately clarified, I know where Master Turtle lives. We met him a few days ago. What? You've seen Master? Wukong nodded affirmatively, yes. The Bull Demon King was elated, dancing with joy. Wonderful. Ha ha. We can reclaim the castle. Bulma interjected, Don't celebrate too soon. Master Roshi resides by the sea, at least several thousand kilometers away. A round trip would likely take half a month. The Bull Demon King stood there, stunned. Several thousand kilometers. Master lives quite far away. If only we had Master S flying Nimbus. At this point, Bulma turned to Wukong. Wukong, I believe we should cease the collection of the Dragon Balls. After all, I have no desire to make a wish anymore. I am to start school in less than half a month. You should return to West City with me. How can we return directly? If we extinguish the fire, our battle power could double. It's a tremendous gain. Son Wukong immediately shook his head, saying, do not worry. Bulma, there's no need to find Master Roshi. I have a way to extinguish the fire. The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi both looked at Wukong. In unison, they asked, what method? Kamehameha. Moments later, they arrived at the foot of Fire Mountain. The heat here was even more intense, causing each of them to sweat profusely. Wukong contemplated how to extinguish the fire without damaging the Bull Demon King's castle. At that moment, he stood atop the wall, searching for the right angle to put out the flames, while the others focused intently on Son Wukong. Please, Goku, exclaimed Chi-Chi earnestly. Are you truly capable of executing that technique, Goku? Questioned the Bull Demon King, his skepticism evident. To be frank, I cannot even manage the Kamehameha myself. Bulma, intrigued, turned her gaze towards Goku and remarked, honestly, throughout our journey, Goku has resolved every peril we encountered. While I am aware of his formidable prowess, I find it hard to believe he can extinguish those flames with his bare hands. As everyone awaited with a sense of doubt, Son Wukong positioned himself carefully. He placed both hands at his waist, his energy surging through his body and gathering in his palms. In an instant, a blinding orb of light emanated from his hands. The Bull Demon King's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, it is the Kamehameha. Chi-Chi, witnessing the radiant sphere, gasped in awe. Wow, is this the Kamehameha manifested? Bulma remained silent, holding her breath in concentration as she observed Goku. Came. Huh. At that moment, the brilliance from Goku's palms reached its zenith. With a powerful thrust of his hands, the energy sphere transformed into a fierce wave of ki that shot forth. The dazzling white light illuminated the sky, overshadowing even the fiery hues of Flame Mountain. In the next heartbeat, a tempest roared across Flame Mountain, and under the force of the terrifying shockwave, all flames were extinguished. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Goku felt utterly depleted. In comparison to Master Roshi, his battle power was still insufficient, and his energy reserves were minimal. However, it was precisely this struggle that allowed the flames to be quelled, preserving the castle. In that moment, the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi erupted in jubilant exclamations. Wow, incredible! No wonder he is the grandson of Gohan. They cried. The fire has been extinguished. Bulma, taken aback, swallowed hard. So this is the Kamehameha. It's astonishing. Task: assist Chi-Chi in extinguishing the fire on Flame Mountain, completed. Reward: battle power doubled. Current balanced battle power, 34. Reward for doubling battle power is being dispensed. Dispensation complete. Current battle power, 68. In an instant, Son Wukong felt an invigorating surge of strength, a delightful sensation coursing through him. He clenched his fists, relishing the doubling of his battle power, yet he knew it remained too low. If only this reward could be utilized in the later stages, it would be even more advantageous. Not far away, Yamcha, concealed in the shadows, sat paralyzed with fear. That guy truly is the grandson of Son Gohan. His strength is utterly terrifying. Puer nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is extraordinarily powerful. Young master, perhaps we should refrain from seeking revenge against him. Yamcha clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, but I cannot accept this. Puer immediately proposed a suggestion. Young master, his martial arts were learned from his grandfather, Son Wukong. Why not consider apprenticing under Master Roshi? Apprentice? What a jest. With my own efforts, I can certainly defeat him. Puer, what are you planning to do? Returning home to train. Chapter 10. The mischief of the Rabbit Brigade within the castle of the Bull Demon King. Bulma was diligently scanning for Dragon Balls with her radar. Soon, she triumphantly cradled one in her hands. Found it. Here it is, 1, 2, 3, 7. This is the 7-star ball. However, after her exclamation of joy, she noticed the absence of her companions. Where's Goku? Bulma exited the treasure chamber, and moments later, she spotted Goku, who appeared to be engaged in conversation with the Bull Demon King. Chi-Chi stood beside them, seemingly shy, her face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze. Approaching them, Bulma exclaimed, Goku, I found the 6th Dragon Ball. Goku, the Bull Demon King, and Chi-Chi all turned to look at Bulma. Goku replied, "You found it so quickly? That's wonderful." Bulma grinned, "Hee indeed. We have been remarkably fortunate. We're just one ball away from our collection." Sun Wukong nodded, "Yes. Let us hasten to find the final Dragon Ball." Bulma interjected, "But our vehicle is out of fuel. If only we could refuel." The Bull Demon King promptly responded, "That's easily remedied. There's a large village nearby with a gas station. Just mention my name, and you can refuel for free." Hearing the Bull Demon King's tone, Bulma quickly shook her head. "That would be too much trouble. Rest assured, I have sufficient funds." The Bull Demon King chuckled, "It's no bother. After all, we shall be family soon. To celebrate our victory, I shall prepare a feast tonight. Let us dine heartily." Noticing Bulma's discomfort with the Bull Demon King, Goku turned to her and asked, "Bulma, would you like to stay for the night?" Bulma felt a twinge of reluctance towards the Bull Demon King's brash demeanor and courteously replied, No, that would be too much of a waste of time. We still need to find the last Dragon Ball, and I wouldn't want to impose." The Bull Demon King nodded, "So eager to leave? Then I shall not keep you. I wish you safe travels." Bulma nodded in gratitude, "Thank you." She then took Goku's hand, saying, "We bid you farewell. Goodbye." With that, they made their way down the mountain. "Wait," called the Bull Demon King. Bulma jumped in surprise, her heart racing as she wondered what he intended. Would he not allow their departure? Turning back, she saw the Bull Demon King pointing in another direction. "You are heading the wrong way. The village with the gas station is in that direction. Descend in that way." Bulma nodded appreciatively, saying, "Oh, thank you." The two then turned and departed. As their figures gradually faded from view, Chi-Chi called out to them, "Goku, don't forget to come find me." Ox King affectionately patted Chi-Chi on the head and remarked, "Chi-Chi, with Goku's exceptional qualities, you must strive to be a good wife. Otherwise, you may find yourself outshone by that girl named Bulma." Chi-Chi nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand. I will study hard, father." In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Bulma was driving when suddenly the engine sputtered and died. Goku, curious, inquired, "What's wrong, Bulma?" She scratched her head and replied, "Oh no, we're out of gas again." "Out of gas? Then let us walk. You've been driving for days. It must be exhausting." "If you don't want to walk, I can carry you," Goku offered. Bulma chuckled, saying, "That won't be necessary. We don't have to walk far. According to the map, there's a small town just 5 kilometers ahead." "Oh, that's good." The car, now out of fuel, could be stored away in a capsule, a convenience that had transformed many aspects of life. Thus, Bulma stowed the vehicle, and she and Goku set off on foot towards the next town. Moments later, they arrived in a town ruled by a rabbit brigade. They made their way directly to the gas station, needing not only to fill the car, but also to stock up on fuel for the canisters. Otherwise, they would be stranded after just a few hundred kilometers. Bulma handed some money to Goku and said, "Goku, please keep an eye on the gas pump while I grab a few items." Goku nodded, cautioning her, "Don't wander too far. Although it's a city, it may not be entirely safe." Bulma smiled, replying, "Don't be so cautious. This is a town, not a mountain. With such prosperity, how could it possibly be unsafe?" With that, she ventured alone into a nearby shop. At that very moment, 2 soldiers from the Rabbit Brigade stormed into the street, wreaking havoc. A child who happened to be in their way was kicked aside, and a fruit stand was overturned, sending apples scattering across the ground. The vendors, noticing their presence, immediately retreated, allowing the soldiers to rampage freely, taking whatever they pleased in their quest to avoid trouble. Those they encountered on the street kept their distance, and even dogs that ventured too close were kicked away. Before long, Bulma emerged from the clothing store, adorned in a new outfit and carrying 2 bottles of soda. With her fresh attire, she was the most striking figure on the street. Observing her surroundings, she wondered aloud, why has the street suddenly become so quiet and dreary? Just then, she spotted the 2 soldiers adorned with rabbit insignia causing chaos. They had overturned a tea stall, shattering porcelain everywhere, while the owner cowered in fear, trembling on the ground. Bulma couldn't help but frown in concern. Those 2 rascals are quite outrageous. The shopkeeper selling cold drinks, upon seeing them pass by, immediately exclaimed, "Miss, hurry inside and take cover. They are all villains." Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Villains? Could it be that the town has descended into such chaos? The shopkeeper quickly clarified, "You are unaware, but they belong to the Rabbit Corps. Do not provoke them." Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, the 2 members of the Rabbit Corps turned their gaze in that direction. The shopkeeper, feeling a sudden chill, retreated into his shop, but still peered out furtively. The two Rabbit Corps members exchanged smirks. Look at that girl ahead. She seems rather appealing, one remarked. Indeed. She appears quite delightful, the other replied. Soon, the two soldiers approached Bulma. Hey, miss, come and entertain us. Bulma's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Who are you? The taller officer chuckled. Ah, so you are an outsider. No wonder you are unafraid of us. Let me tell you, in this town, no one dares to cross us Rabbit Corps. Even children scatter when they see us. Bulma questioned, is that so? What do you intend to do? The shorter soldier lewdly rubbed his hands together and grinned. Oh, nothing much. We merely wish for you to join us for some fun. Haha. Bulma sighed and replied. I have no time for you. If you wish to avoid a beating, keep your distance. Do you understand? With that, Bulma turned and walked towards the gas station. At that moment, the tall officer drew a pistol and aimed it at Bulma. Haha. You are quite audacious, little lady. Are you tired of living? Chapter 11. You are truly a living bodhisattva. With the tall officer pointing a gun at her, the shorter soldier dashed in front of Bulma, blocking her path. You are truly unaware of your own insignificance. Let me tell you, in this town, you must abide by our rules. Even a dragon must lie down for us. Even a tiger must crouch. Do you know why the people on the street are so obedient? It is because those who dared to confront us have already been dealt with. As they spoke, the two soldiers advanced toward Bulma once more. However, Bulma was not frightened. She shouted, Wukong, come quickly. Just as the words left her lips, a figure shot through the air like a streak of light, directly colliding with the two soldiers. Once Wukong's silhouette became clear, the two Rabbit Corps members were sprawled on the ground, their pistol flung several meters away. Witnessing this scene, the street vendors and shopkeepers were left astounded. The butcher hurriedly concealed his meat cleaver, abandoning his stall to hide far away. The fruit vendor had just tidied up his overturned stall when, inadvertently, it collapsed once more. Oranges and apples scattered across the ground. The proprietor of the tea stall sat in astonishment on the ground, gazing blankly at Son Wukong and Bulma, alongside the two rabbit officers who had been knocked over. The dog that had just been kicked now fixated its gaze upon them, a glimmer of human-like schadenfreude evident in its eyes. The owner of the ice cream shop felt beads of sweat form on his brow in an instant. This is it. You have brought calamity upon yourselves. The few passers-by on the street hastily fled the scene. Run. Oh no, this is going to be disastrous. Bulma was taken aback at how frightened the people were by the mere presence of the two officers. Is it really that serious? This is a town, after all. Is there no law? At that moment, all the shops along the street shut their doors, ceasing their business. Bulma blinked. Everyone was hiding. And an ominous premonition washed over her. She turned to Wukong and asked, Wukong, have we provoked someone formidable? Wukong remained motionless, waiting for a mission. Yet, it seemed nothing regrettable had transpired, as the system had yet to issue any tasks. Taking out his Rui Jingu Bang, he chuckled, Bulma, fret not. Whatever formidable opponent we face, leave it to me to handle. Bulma nodded vigorously. Wukong, I knew you would say that. You always make me feel safe. Just then, a rabbit-themed vehicle came to a halt before them. A rabbit wearing sunglasses swaggered down from it. How embarrassing. Where are those who dare to defy our rabbit army? The two officers from the rabbit army immediately stood up, pointing in unison at Son Wukong and Bulma. Chief, it's them. The rabbit leader snorted disdainfully. Humph, utterly useless. Losing to a woman and a little brat. With that, the rabbit leader approached Bulma and Wukong. However, Wukong, fully aware of his opponent's capabilities, dared not gamble on whether he could avoid being turned into a carrot. Without hesitation, he struck first, swinging his staff at the rabbit leader. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The rabbit leader yelped as he fell to the ground, howling in pain. The two officers were taken aback. Boss, are you all right? Chief, how are you? Even without exerting his full strength, Wukong's strike could still shatter mountains and split stones. Seeing that the rabbit leader had endured the blow without perishing, and was still conscious, Wukong could not help but feel a tinge of surprise. You have some skill. You are the first to withstand my strike and still be alive. It seems I must deliver another blow. With that, Wukong raised his Rui Jingu Bang once more. Unexpectedly, the rabbit leader immediately bowed his head, admitting defeat. I was wrong. I shall never commit misdeeds again. Please spare me, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. The two subordinates beside him, momentarily taken aback, bowed in reverence to Goku and Bulma, confessing their transgressions. We recognize our errors. We will no longer engage in wickedness. Witnessing this spectacle, Bulma was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, hands on her hips. Hee hee, I perceive that you do not truly regret your actions, but rather fear for your lives. In a previous life, you exhibited excessive kindness. Even when the Rabbit Brigade committed heinous acts, you chose not to eliminate them. Your life has been reset. They are merely frightened, lacking genuine remorse. Once you depart, they will continue to be a scourge upon others. Mission: annihilate the Rabbit Brigade. Reward: Battle Power 10. Once again, the system reverted to its previous innocent style, granting 10 points of battle power. Bulma, turn away. Bulma paused, then seemingly enlightened, covered her eyes and turned. In the next moment, a Kamehameha wave illuminated Goku's hands. Fortuitously, you encountered me. Had you met someone else, you might have survived. Upon hearing his words, the three men were momentarily stunned, then terror-stricken. In their panic, the empty Kamehameha wave surged forth. A flash of white light later, the three were utterly obliterated, leaving a crater in the ground. As the radiance faded, Bulma turned back in astonishment. Goku, was it truly necessary to employ such a technique to eliminate them? Goku casually brushed his hands together. I feared their blood might stain this place and wished to spare them the agony of a slow death, hence I incinerated them all. Bulma's lips twitched, and she gave him a thumbs up. Ah, you are truly a living bodhisattva. Too kind, too kind. Bulma noticed that the street vendors and shopkeepers, witnessing the destruction of the Rabbit Brigade, did not express fear, but instead erupted in cheers. At this moment, Bulma's vehicle was filled to the brim with gasoline, and the gas station owner, grateful for their service, even refunded their expenses. Without lingering, Bulma pressed the accelerator, whisking Goku away. Mission: annihilate the Rabbit Brigade, completed. Reward: Battle Power 10, credited. Although the increment in battle power was modest, given Goku's current prowess, such a rate of growth was nothing short of extraordinary. Being of a lower level necessitated proper development. Goku was not avaricious, but rather content with his progress. He felt a renewed sense of strength, a smile blossoming on his face. Now, my battle power stands at 78 points, drawing closer to that of Master Roshi. I scarcely dare to imagine how formidable I shall become if I persist in undertaking such missions as I mature. The two travelers hastened towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. As they traversed an area teeming with colossal mushrooms, a robot obstructed their path. Within the mechanized contraption was a dog-headed figure, unmistakably Ashu, one of Pilaf's trio. Hee, I've caught you. If you wish to avoid demise, hand over the Dragon Ball post-haste. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, quickly smirked and declared, Goku, teach him a lesson. All right. Chapter 12. There was once no path in the world, even piloting a mech. Ashu was no match for Goku. In a mere 3.5 minutes, the mech was dismantled. Pilaf and his gang were merely a band of buffoons, having committed no heinous acts. Thus Goku refrained from inflicting severe harm, only leaving Ashu with a bruised visage. Following this, he and Bulma continued on their way. Bulma drove while humming a tune, already scheming with Goku about their return home after collecting the Dragon Balls, reveling in their joyous journey. Goku, once we gather all the Dragon Balls, you must accompany me back to West City. I'll help you enroll in school, and we can attend classes together. Upon hearing the word school, Goku's lips twitched involuntarily. School? I'd rather not. My academic performance is poor, and I have no foundation. I wouldn't keep up. Bulma chuckled. No worries. After school, I'll tutor you. Goku pondered for a moment and replied, I can return with you, but I prefer not to attend school. Perhaps I could stay at home to train while you go to class. Bulma considered this and agreed, that works. If my classmates knew my boyfriend was a little shrimp, I would dread their mockery. Goku responded, and Bulma continued, then you must grow taller quickly. Come pick me up from school. I want to show off a bit in front of my classmates. Can height be controlled? Goku replied, somewhat exasperated, I'll do my best. At that moment, a system task flashed in Goku's mind. In your past life, you shared a bond with Krillin as close as brothers. Regrettably, due to his lack of strength and your own inadequacy, he faced death twice, plunging you into madness on both occasions. Your life has been reset. In this life, cherish the time spent training together. Dedicate yourself to your studies and ensure proper rest. Assist him in becoming stronger, while also enhancing your own capabilities. Task: rush to Master Roshi's place to seek guidance. Reward: 2 brotherly candies. Upon consumption, these candies will enhance training speed by 50 for 8 months, with a shelf life of 8 months. For anyone other than the host consuming the candy, the combat power gained during the candy's effectiveness can be used to enhance the host. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. The brotherly training candy, as the name suggests, was intended for Krillin. In this moment, 2 Dragon Balls were presented, clearly intended for Krillin and himself, which would effectively enhance his cultivation speed by 50% and additionally grant Krillin 15 extra combat points. It seemed evident that a visit to Master Roshi's abode was imperative. After contemplating this, Son Wukong turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I've made up my mind. After we gather the Dragon Balls, I won't accompany you back just yet. I intend to train under Master Roshi." Bulma halted abruptly, her expression revealing surprise as she gazed at Son Wukong. "You wish to train with Master Roshi?" Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I must grow stronger. I wish to possess the capability to protect you whenever danger arises." Upon hearing his intention to train, Bulma felt a twinge of reluctance. However, when she learned that his motivation was to safeguard her, a smile graced her face. "Very well then, after you return me to West City, you may proceed to Master Roshi's." Son Wukong nodded in agreement. "All right." Suddenly, a thought struck Son Wukong. "By the way, Bulma, I believe we should refrain from wishing for insatiable strawberries. I've had a revelation. This should be a more prudent wish." Bulma looked at Wukong with curiosity. "What wish do you have in mind?" Son Wukong responded, "While I am away, I hope you can protect yourself. Therefore, I wish to use the Dragon Balls to make you stronger." Bulma blinked in surprise. "Make me stronger?" A glimmer of interest sparkled in her eyes. "If I could be as formidable as you, then no one would dare bully me. That would be exhilarating." Son Wukong chuckled. "Although the Dragon Balls can enhance one's strength, there are limitations. However, regardless of how much you gain, I believe it will suffice for your self-defense. Moreover, with some martial prowess, your physique will improve as well." Upon hearing this, Bulma became animated. "That's wonderful. I can become stronger without the arduous training and also enhance my physique. Let us finalize this." With that, Bulma pressed the accelerator and sped away. Son Wukong began devising a plan. After seizing Pilaf's Dragon Balls and making his wish, he would procure a plane from them to transport Bulma back to West City before heading to Master Roshi's for his training. Meanwhile, in the distance, the scout, Xiao Wu, observed the unfolding events, set down her binoculars, and dialed Pilaf to report. "Report, my lord, there's trouble." Ash was unable to seize the Dragon Balls even while piloting the mech and was thoroughly beaten instead. On the other end, Pilaf responded, "If even the mech could not contend with them, it appears those two are indeed formidable adversaries. No wonder they managed to gather 6 Dragon Balls so swiftly. Once they depart, ensure Ash is brought back immediately. Since they were able to locate so many Dragon Balls, they must possess a specialized radar. All we need to do is set up traps and await their arrival," remarked Xiao Wu. "Truly impressive, Lord Pilaf." Soon, Bulma and Goku pressed onward, while Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to fly back to their lair with the bruised Ashu in the mech. Upon seeing Pilaf, Ashu immediately apologized. "I sincerely apologize, King Pilaf." Pilaf chuckled. "No matter, your defeat has allowed me to gauge their strength." As he spoke, he gestured towards the computer-like Dragon Ball radar. "They are already searching for us. I have hidden the Dragon Balls in the deepest recesses. When they come in search of them, they shall undoubtedly fall into my trap, with no escape." Xiao Wu promptly announced, "Report, my king. They have entered, and they are following the arrows we drew." Pilaf's lips twitched in disbelief. Are these two really so foolish as to fall for such a ploy? Moments later, the final wall descended, sealing Goku and Bulma within a chamber. Xiao Wu, observing the scene through the surveillance, exclaimed with excitement, "My king, they have been captured." Ashu glanced at the monitor, marveling, "Truly, the king is remarkable. Once the Dragon Balls are gathered, the entire world will be at your command." Pilaf grinned, "Haha, I hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. What a delightful surprise." Goku, ever bold and skilled, had led Bulma to Pilaf's castle, only to find themselves in a dead end. Just as they were about to turn back, a wall fell behind them, blocking their escape. Bulma panicked. "Oh no, Goku, this is a trap." Unfazed, Goku inquired, "Which way is the Dragon Ball?" Bulma checked the radar and pointed toward the stone wall. "It's right ahead, but sadly, it's a dead end." Goku gazed at the stone wall obstructing their path and took a determined step forward, crashing into it. With a resounding rumble, the wall crumbled, revealing a corridor before them. "See, there's a way," he declared. "In this world, there are no paths until someone forges one." Chapter 13. Bulma, the superwoman Bulma, momentarily taken aback, soon burst into joyous exclamations. Wow, that was so simple. Incredible. Goku, you're amazing. Goku smiled and replied, you're a girl. Once you gain strength after making your wish, just be careful not to charge headlong. Bulma blushed, I would never. I am a refined young lady. The two continued their journey, but Bulma suddenly exclaimed, oh no, Goku, the Dragon Ball is shifting position. Goku glanced at the radar and reassured her, don't worry. I have a plan, let us keep moving. Bulma nodded and continued alongside him. Not long after setting off, the walls of the corridor suddenly illuminated with a television, revealing the visage of Pilaf. You two rascals have dared to vandalize my construction. How abominable, he exclaimed. However, this segment of the structure is composed of reinforced concrete, fortified with a thick layer of steel, immensely sturdy, I assure you. I command you to surrender the Dragon Balls, or I shall not be merciful. Bulma stuck out her tongue at the screen. Humph, so it's you who covets our Dragon Balls. I shan't part with them. Your appearance is quite abstract. Ha ha ha, you insolent woman, mocking the visage of your king. Pilaf retorted angrily. At that moment, Goku turned his back to the camera and exchanged a knowing glance with Bulma, saying, Bulma, give him the Dragon Balls. Bulma was taken aback. Why? Goku gestured towards a mechanism in the corner, explaining, we are trapped here. If he releases poison gas, the Dragon Balls will be taken from us. As he spoke, Goku winked at Bulma. Hearing his words, Pilaf let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. You have indeed guessed correctly. I am prepared to unleash the poison gas. Our gas masks are ready. However, since you are so astute and willing to relinquish the Dragon Balls, I shall spare you. Realizing Goku was employing a clever ruse, Bulma nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Fine, I don't need a boyfriend anyway. The Dragon Balls are yours. With that, she retrieved a backpack and unzipped it, revealing 6 gleaming Dragon Balls. Swiftly, Pilaf maneuvered a mechanical hand to seize the bag of Dragon Balls. Moments later, his laughter echoed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I shall finally rule the world. Bulma urgently called out, hey, we've given you the Dragon Balls. Now let us go. Pilaf chuckled. Worry not. Once I have made my wish and seized dominion over the world, I shall release you. Bulma turned to Goku, inquiring, what should we do next? We must not allow them to make their wish first. Goku whispered, stay calm, watch the radar. As soon as the Dragon Balls come together, inform me, and I shall break through the wall to reclaim them. Bulma promptly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and activated it. Outside the castle, Pilaf and his cohorts arranged the 7 Dragon Balls. Pilaf declared with glee, ha, at last, I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The world shall be under my command. Xiao Wu, position the Dragon Balls. I am ready to summon. After arranging the 7 Dragon Balls, Pilaf bellowed the incantation. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky. The Dragon Ball erupted with blinding golden light, a radiant beam spiraling upward to transform into a colossal green dragon. At that moment, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in Pilaf's castle, from which Son Goku emerged at breakneck speed, sending Pilaf flying. Upon seeing Goku, the still injured Asu took a step back in fear, while Xiao Wu frantically drew her gun. However, Goku afforded them no opportunity. Before they could react, he swiftly delivered 2 powerful punches, rendering them unconscious. At that instant, the dragon spoke. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled. Goku looked up at the dragon. Can you grant Bulma immense power? Ideally, to the level of a celestial warrior. The dragon was momentarily taken aback before responding. That is not feasible. I can enhance an individual's strength, but it cannot exceed the power of the deity that created me, nor surpass that person's innate potential. Goku was not surprised. He knew Bulma was neither skilled nor fond of combat. He merely wished for her to possess enough strength to protect herself in the presence of ordinary individuals. He had no expectation of her participating in battles. Thus, he directly addressed the dragon, then let Bulma possess the full extent of her potential. The dragon nodded, I understand. With a flash of crimson light from its eyes, it declared, your wish has been granted. Goku was taken aback. Was it truly completed? Just then, Bulma burst forth from the castle like a streak of light. Ha! I suddenly feel invigorated. Goku, did you see how fast I can run now? Goku nodded yes. I see. The dragon remarked, your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Following this, the dragon transformed into golden light and dove into the Dragon Balls, which scattered across the globe, restoring brightness to the sky. As the sun began to set, Bulma and Goku stood side by side. She gazed at the sky and mused. I initially thought this journey would be arduous, but with you by my side, gathering the Dragon Balls felt like an easy mode. It's hard to believe our adventure has come to such a swift conclusion. I feel a sense of emptiness and reluctance to part. Goku chuckled. In this quest for the Dragon Balls, you've gained formidable strength and even a future boyfriend. Don't be ungrateful. Bulma nodded in agreement. You're right. Now that I possess considerable power, not only can you come to West City to visit me, but when I have a break, I can also go to Kame House to see you. Just then, Pilaf appeared before them, piloting a massive mech. The detestable little imp has audaciously seized my wish. I shall obliterate you. Bulma paused momentarily, then, with a mischievous grin, rolled up her sleeves. Goku, allow me to take a crack at this. Surprised, Son Wukong replied. Be gentle, don't break it. We can utilize their mecha to fly back to West City. Bulma's face brightened. That's a valid point. I happen to have left my aircraft behind. I am, after all, an expert in electronic machinery. Just as the ancient chef skillfully dissects an ox. I shall now dismantle this mecha. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With that, Bulma dashed towards the mecha at an astonishing speed. The mecha, clumsy and unwieldy, could not even graze her. However, Bulma was remarkably agile. Her figure flickered as she deftly maneuvered, her hands dancing at the joints of the mecha. In the blink of an eye, the mecha lay in disarray, its parts strewn across the ground, and soon, even Pilaf tumbled out in disarray. Wah. You are being too cruel. Not long after, Goku and Bulma boarded a mecha together, soaring towards West City. Pilaf watched them depart until they vanished from sight. Tears of frustration streaming down his face. Curse you. Just wait. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and dominate the world, I will make sure to exact a severe punishment upon you. Chapter 14. If you claim you are pure, what are you boasting about? After returning to West City with Bulma, Son Wukong rested for a few days at her home and spent time in her company. When school resumed a few days later, he bid her farewell and set off alone for Kame House. Upon explaining his intent to Master Roshi, the elder agreed, albeit with disappointment upon noticing Bulma's absence. Teaching martial arts is exhausting. I cannot do it for free. Son Wukong rummaged through his pockets and produced a wad of cash, inquiring, how much do you require? Name your price. Master Roshi was taken aback. Where did you acquire such wealth? You haven't resorted to robbery, have you? Son Wukong quickly clarified, of course not. I would never stoop to such actions. Bulma's family is quite affluent. She generously provided me with ample funds to ensure I had sufficient nourishment while training. Master Roshi nodded in comprehension. Ah, I see. However, charging students is a practice for the ordinary. I view money as inconsequential, hence I do not accept payment. I will teach you martial arts only if you bring along a lively and charming girl. Son Wukong, having anticipated this outcome, nodded in agreement, understood. Master Roshi rubbed his hands together eagerly and urged, then off you go. At that moment, a small boat came into view. A bald young man with a lecherous grin paddled towards Kame Island. This individual, of course, was Krillin. Both Son Wukong and Master Roshi turned their attention towards him. Krillin deftly secured the boat, uttering a soft exclamation, and with a vigorous leap, he propelled himself from the vessel onto the shore. After a series of rolls, he miscalculated his strength, resulting in a headfirst plunge into the mud. Master Roshi, witnessing Krillin's clumsy predicament, remarked, "What is this fellow doing? Goku, pull him out." Goku promptly assisted him. After expressing his gratitude, Krillin turned to Master Roshi and inquired, "Are you the legendary Master Roshi?" "Indeed," replied the master. Krillin bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, I am Krillin, hailing from a distant village. Please allow me the honor of training under your guidance." Master Roshi, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Ah, you have traveled far. However, I do not easily take on disciples. You may leave." Without hesitation, Krillin opened his bundle and presented an impressive photo album to Master Roshi. "Master, this is a token of our first meeting." Instantly captivated by the album's cover, Master Roshi reconsidered, saying, "Well, this matter of accepting a disciple could be entertained." He took the photo album and eagerly began to peruse its contents. Observing the joy on Master Roshi's face, Krillin knew he had succeeded. "How do you find it, Master? Do you like it?" After a brief glance, Master Roshi turned his head and addressed Krillin. "You are Krillin, correct?" Krillin nodded respectfully. "Yes, Master. How may I serve you?" Master Roshi continued, "There is a condition for training with me. You must bring a lively and charming girl along. Coincidentally, Goku had just arrived to pay his respects. You two can return with a beautiful girl together. Krillin nodded eagerly. Yes, Master Roshi. Master Roshi smiled. Good. You should set off at once. By the way, to make things easier, you may travel on the flying Nimbus. With that, he called out to the sky, flying Nimbus. In an instant, a golden cloud appeared before him. Master Roshi explained, this is the flying Nimbus. As long as you ride it, you can soar freely through the skies. Krillin, gazing at the golden cloud, asked curiously, this looks like cotton candy. Can one really ride it? Master Roshi nodded, of course. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, he leaped onto the flying Nimbus, but promptly fell through it and landed on the ground. Ouch, my back! He cried out in pain. Krillin rushed to help him up and asked with concern, Master, are you all right? Master Roshi scratched his head in confusion. Strange, why can't I get on? Nearby, the turtle remarked, I recall you mentioning that only those with pure hearts can ride the flying Nimbus. It is normal for you not to be able to. Upon hearing the words of the great turtle, the turtle sage immediately comprehended that over the years, under the guise of pursuing longevity, he had become excessively lecherous. He turned his gaze towards Krillin. Krillin, why don't you give it a try? Krillin nodded and leapt into the air above the Kintoon. As fate would have it, much like Master Roshi before him, he plummeted back down with a splash. A look of bewilderment crossed Krillin's face. This thing cannot possibly be ridden, can it? The turtle sage then looked towards Goku and said, Goku, why don't you attempt it as well? Goku made an effort to jump up, only to find himself falling back down as well. For a moment, the three of them fell into silence. The turtle sage sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You may leave. Your hearts are not pure. I shall not teach you martial arts. Krillin immediately protested. How can that be? I simply wish to become skilled in martial arts to win the affection of girls. The turtle sage nodded knowingly. No wonder. That is indeed a sign of an impure heart. However, I suppose I can overlook the fact that appreciating beauty can contribute to longevity. He then turned to Goku and inquired, Goku, your heart is also impure. Explain why, and I shall consider taking you as my disciple. Goku contemplated for a moment and replied, I believe I understand. I have not been attentive enough to the girls. Currently, I have a girlfriend and also a betrothed fiancé. What? Both the turtle sage and Krillin were astounded. Krillin could not contain his curiosity. You, of all people, have two girls interested in you? How did you manage that? Are those girls blind? At this point, Krillin seemed to have an epiphany. With a look of disdain, he remarked, I see. Your girlfriend must be quite unattractive and lacking in figure. Hence she clung to you, right? Goku shook his head. No, my standards of beauty are quite discerning. I am not captivated by ordinary appearances. They are both very beautiful. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage recalled the last time he encountered Bulma in search of the Dragon Balls, and he promptly asked, Goku, is that blue-haired girl who accompanied you last time your fiancé? Goku shook his head. She is my girlfriend. My fiancé is younger and considered a childhood betrothal. The turtle sage swallowed hard. You, my boy, are truly remarkable. To have such a beautiful and curvaceous girlfriend at such a young age. Now, I must ask, could you enlighten me on how you achieved this? Upon hearing that the turtle sage had seen Goku's girlfriend and praised her beauty, Krillin felt somewhat shaken. Goku pondered for a moment before summarizing. To attract a girl's affection, it primarily relies on two factors. First, one must be handsome, at the very least. One should not appear ridiculous. Second, providing emotional value allows for the realization of the first point, thereby creating room for the second. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Master Roshi's lips twitched. Can one truly control their appearance? What you offer is not a justification, but rather a display of arrogance. He could only helplessly remark, you've spoken a plethora of nonsense. Well, do you two still wish to seek a mentor? In unison, the two replied, absolutely. Master Roshi produced a capsule and released an aircraft. He inquired, who among you can pilot a plane? Krillin promptly raised his hand, exclaiming, I can fly. Master Roshi tossed the keys to the aircraft to Krillin, saying, take my plane and bring the girl back. Thus, the two departed in the airplane from Roshi's abode. Chapter 15. You decide the fate of Lanchi Halt. Stop immediately. In a desolate mountainous area, several police cars were fervently pursuing a blonde girl. She was not innocent, for she was none other than the notorious thief, Lanchi. Robbing planes, trains, and banks were all her exploits. In short, she had committed numerous misdeeds. If you do not stop, we will open fire. The pursuing officers threatened through their loudspeakers. Lan Shi gritted her teeth, having already pushed the motorcycle's throttle to the limit. Yet, she could not shake them off. Just as she rounded a sharp bend, her hair, blown by the wind, brushed against her nose. The tickle in her nose startled Lan Shi, and she thought, "This is bad." She hurriedly slammed on the brakes, and at that moment, she finally sneezed. Achoo! Instantly, the blonde Lan Shi transformed into a blue-haired beauty. That greedy and fierce woman had suddenly become a gentle and refined lady. The pursuing officers seized the opportunity and surrounded her. "Lan Shi, you are under arrest. Surrender peacefully. Do not attempt any tricks, or we will shoot." The blue-haired Lan Shi appeared momentarily bewildered, retreating in panic. Who are you? What do you want?" An officer retorted angrily. "Who are we? Stop playing dumb. We are, of course, the police." Lan Shi feigned innocence, asking, "Have I done something wrong?" Another officer interjected. "Are you still pretending? You robbed a bank, and the money is still in your possession. Do you wish to deny it? Enough with the nonsense. Accept your arrest quietly." Lan Shi, astonished, looked down and saw a large bag of money on her motorcycle. She silently cursed her misfortune. Then, she began to wail loudly. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" At that moment, Son Wukong descended from the heavens. Without a word, he swiftly dispatched the officers. He then approached Lan Shi and asked, "Are you all right?" Lan Shi, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you for saving me. How can I repay you?" Son Wukong said, "During this period, I shall focus on my training. Accompany me, and prepare meals for us." Lan Shi, taken aback, inquired, "Is it merely cooking that is required?" Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, yes. We shall need to stay for several months at the very least." A bright glimmer appeared in Lan Shi's blue eyes. "Wonderful. This is the perfect opportunity to evade them for a while. Please, take me with you." Before long, Krillin piloted the aircraft, descending gracefully as the three of them soared towards Kame House. Stealing a glance at Lan Shi, Krillin turned to Wukong and murmured, "Your skills are commendable. You have managed to bring back such a beautiful girl." Son Wukong sighed. "Truth be told, it is not merely my skill. Some matters are fated. Were she an ordinary individual, I would not have brought her to Kame House." Krillin was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Son Wukong replied with a mysterious smile. "You shall understand soon enough." Upon their arrival at Kame House, Master Roshi nearly lost control, exhilarated at the sight of Lan Shi. "You are truly remarkable for bringing back such a stunning young lady." Son Wukong inquired. "So, do we count as having successfully become your disciples?" Master Roshi swallowed hard and replied, "Yes, indeed. From this moment forth, you too shall be my pupils. Task: expedite your journey to Kame House for apprenticeship. Completion reward: 2 brotherly candies." In an instant, Wukong felt an unusual object in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered 2 seemingly ordinary candies. Is this what brotherly candies are? Son Wukong mused that they appeared rather rudimentary. At that moment, Master Roshi was graciously welcoming Lan Shi. "Welcome to my humble abode." Lan Shi politely introduced herself. "Hello, I am Lan Shi. Saved by your 2 grandsons." Master Roshi scratched his head. "Oh dear, you are mistaken. They are not my grandsons." Lan Shi replied, "Ah, they are all my brothers." Almost fainting, she chuckled. "Hee, you truly possess a wonderful sense of humor." As they engaged in conversation, Son Wukong's mind was suddenly flooded with thoughts of the task. In her past life, Lan Shi was rejected by Tianjin Fan. Heartbroken, she ultimately departed from Kame House and was imprisoned. Aware that others had the ability to rescue her, she never reached out for help. After her release, she reformed but chose not to return, opting instead to live her life in solitude. A single misencounter had doomed her existence. Your life has been reset. You have resolved to assist her, granting her a complete home. Since you have chosen to make her your own, you must not allow others to take advantage of her. Task: promptly trigger Lan Shi's transformation, revealing her prowess to Master Roshi and Krillin. Reward: increase in various talents. Mindset 10, Comprehension 10, Stamina 10, Charisma 10. Son Wukong's gaze sharpened. My goodness. Did Lan Shi end up in prison after her disappearance? Subsequently, everyone forgot about her, and no one showed concern. She must have felt heartbroken. How pitiful. Even in the absence of a quest, I must rescue her. Son Wukong glanced once more at the system. It was the first time the system had increased talents. Mindset and comprehension are indispensable elements for becoming a master, while stamina determines the capacity to endure in battle. The system recognized Wukong's insufficient growth and began to provide him with additional resources. As for the increase in charisma, he was not lacking in that regard. But such beneficial attributes are always welcome. Thus, Son Wukong swiftly devised a plan. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted several dandelions. He promptly plucked a dandelion and blew towards the direction of Lan Shi and Master Roshi. Just as Lan Shi was about to learn martial arts from him, the dandelion arrived, and she could not help but feel an itch in her nose. "Everyone get back!" Lan Shi exclaimed in alarm. Upon seeing this, Wukong obediently ran away. Krillin and Master Roshi, not understanding the situation, wore puzzled expressions and were about to inquire further. Achoo! The sneeze erupted, and in an instant, Lan Shi's hair turned golden. Her gentle demeanor completely replaced by ferocity and greed. Lan Shi bared her teeth and scanned her surroundings, questioning, "Where is this place? It certainly does not resemble a prison." She turned her gaze to Master Roshi and Krillin, both of whom appeared rather lecherous. Unable to contain herself, Lan Shi drew her gun and unleashed a barrage upon them. "Who are you?" As she spoke, Lan Shi pulled the trigger and bullets rained down upon the two. Krillin, seeing this, quickly hid behind Master Roshi, who, caught off guard, was forced to endure a hail of bullets. Both of them lay on the ground in utter disarray. At that moment, another dandelion floated past Lan Shi's nose. Achoo! In an instant, her hair transformed to blue. Gazing at the smoking gun, a look of guilt spread across her face. She scratched her head and said, "I'm sorry. It seems my personality changes every time I sneeze. What is wrong with you all? Did I do something bad?" Krillin hastily shook his head. "No, nothing at all." Lan Shi inquired, "Then should I leave this place?" Son Wukong approached. "Lan Shi, I think it's best if you refrain from training with us and instead head to the kitchen." Lan Shi nodded. "Oh right, I nearly forgot. I promised to cook for you all, so I shall go." With that, she dashed off to the kitchen. Task: prompt Lan Shi's transformation as soon as possible, allowing Master Roshi and Krillin to witness her prowess. Completion rewards: Mindset 10, Insight 10, Stamina 10, Charisma 10. All attributes have been credited. In an instant, Son Wukong felt invigorated. Not only was he brimming with energy, but his strength was abundant, and his focus was remarkably sharp. Beside him, Krillin gazed at Wukong, suddenly perceiving him as somewhat handsome, at least a tad more so than himself. "Wukong, I now comprehend why you attract so many girls," he remarked. Chapter 16, Pufferfish Dinner. Lan Shi's care due to the island's limited size, training required ample space, particularly for the turtle school's methods, which necessitated farming and delivering milk, tasks imbued with purpose. Thus, they resolved to relocate to a larger island. After lunch, Master Roshi packed up their dwelling, and they boarded a plane in search of a more suitable island. Fearing Lan Shi's potential sneezing might unleash a barrage of gunfire, both Master Roshi and Krillin kept their distance from her, while Lan Shi squeezed in beside Wukong in the back row. Before long, the trio arrived at a vast island, the very place where the Bull Demon King and Gohan once trained under Master Roshi. With preparations complete, their training was finally set to commence. Wukong produced the delightful brother candy bestowed by the system and popped one into his mouth. Observing this, Krillin immediately approached. "Hey, what delectable treat is that? You could at least share." Wukong cast a casual glance at Krillin before retrieving another piece of candy. Upon seeing it was merely a piece of candy, Krillin scoffed. "I thought it was something extraordinary. It's just candy. Not interested." As Wukong began to reclaim it, Krillin exclaimed, "Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't eat it." In a flash, he snatched the candy, tore off the wrapper, and shoved it into his mouth. The taste was mediocre. The next day, their training could finally begin. Master Roshi commenced his earnest instruction early in the morning. Martial arts are not pursued solely to triumph in combat or to win the favor of women. Rather, they should cultivate health and happiness in life. However, when faced with those who threaten oneself or others through unscrupulous means, we, as practitioners of martial arts, must rise to the occasion. Do you understand? Understood. They both nodded eagerly. Now let us commence our training with a light jog around the area. Thus, Wukong and Krillin embarked on their formal training. As dusk approached, the sunset cast a crimson hue across the sky. Master Roshi announced, "Nightfall is upon us, and a sumptuous dinner awaits us indoors. Tomorrow, we shall begin rigorous training, but prior to dinner, I wish to assess you once more." With that, Master Roshi picked up a stone inscribed with the character for turtle and hurled it forcefully into the forest. Krillin, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" The turtle sage chuckled and said, I have inscribed the character for turtle on that stone. Go retrieve it within 30 minutes. Whoever succeeds will have dinner. If you fail, neither of you shall eat. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Krillin dashed towards the direction of the stone. Moments later, Son Wukong found the stone. However, despite feeling a twinge of hunger, he hesitated to hand it over. Knowing that Lan Shi had prepared fugu for dinner, and he certainly did not wish to endure a night of discomfort. Just then, Krillin spotted Wukong and, approaching him, exclaimed, Wow! Wukong, are you even human? You actually found such a small stone in the forest. Son Wukong replied with a grin, Just lucky, I suppose. A glint of cunning flashed in Krillin's eyes as he questioned, But is it truly that stone? Let me see. Such a juvenile trick could hardly deceive Wukong. Sensing Krillin's greed and concealed intentions, Wukong revealed the stone, saying, Indeed, look, it has writing on it. Krillin took the stone, feigning meticulous examination, while secretly gathering strength in his legs. In the next moment, he bolted back towards the turtle sage's house. Wukong pretended to chase after him, shouting in frustration, Damn it! You rascal, stop right there. Krillin laughed as he ran. Ha, I'm doing this for your own good. Keep your wits about you. The world is a fiercely competitive place. Wukong slowed down as he neared the turtle sage's abode, while Krillin arrived first. The turtle sage accepted the stone and cheerfully declared, Krillin is the victor of this contest. Come in for dinner. Krillin joyfully responded, Ha, thank you, master. Thus, Wukong had to endure his hunger while Krillin and the turtle sage sat down to eat. Krillin raised his cup in a toast, saying, Come on, master, another drink. After downing a cup and savoring a piece of meat, the turtle sage gave a thumbs up to Lan Shi, exclaiming, Ah, this is delicious. Lan Shi, your cooking is superb. Lan Shi replied with a smile, I'm glad you all enjoy it. Krillin, having tasted a piece of fish, exclaimed in delight, This is simply exquisite, spicy and flavorful. It melts in your mouth. Lan Shi's cooking is truly amazing. Turning to Wukong, he chewed exaggeratedly and remarked, What a pity. You won't be able to enjoy such a delightful dinner, Wukong. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Lan Shi looked startled and asked Wukong, why aren't you eating? Krillin quickly interjected, It's because he failed his test today, so the master has forbidden him from dinner. Lan Shi nodded thoughtfully. Oh, how strict it is. Master Roshi and Krillin continued to eat. Suddenly, Master Roshi inquired, Lan Shi, what kind of fish is this? It is incredibly delicious. It is my first time tasting it. Lan Shi chuckled. Hee, I bought it at the market on this island. The shopkeeper said it is called pufferfish. Master Roshi and Krillin were taken aback, their faces turning pale. What? Pufferfish? Consequently, that night, both Krillin and Master Roshi found themselves frequenting the restroom. Lan Shi, mindful of her figure, had refrained from eating meat that evening and thus escaped unscathed. However, Goku, having skipped dinner, found himself unable to sleep due to a growling stomach in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Lan Shi entered with a plate of roasted meat and a bowl of rice. Unable to sleep due to hunger, are we? Come, I made you some food. Just as Goku was about to express his gratitude, Lan Shi placed a finger to her lips. Shoo, let us eat quietly so Master Roshi doesn't find out. Thank you, Lan Shi, Goku replied gratefully. Lan Shi smiled and said, No need for thanks. Since we have only one blanket, we must share a room. But your stomach is always rumbling, keeping me awake. Goku's heart warmed at her words as he whispered, Lan Shi, you are truly kind to me. If I grow up and you remain unmarried, I will earn money to support you. Lan Shi's expression softened, and with a smile, she affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, All right. I will wait for you to grow up. The following morning, Goku asked, Can we train now? Master Roshi and Krillin, utterly exhausted, sighed. Let us take a day off and resume training tomorrow. Just then, Lan Shi set a table laden with breakfast. Come, everyone, let us eat. Upon seeing Lan Shi and her prepared dishes, Master Roshi and Krillin's faces turned green. No more, I can't eat. Krillin exclaimed, Oh no, my stomach hurts again. I need to go to the restroom. Before long, Master Roshi rushed ahead into the bathroom. Krillin clutched his stomach, waiting at the restroom door. Teacher, hurry up. Meanwhile, Goku and Lan Shi had already arrived at the dining area, enjoying their breakfast. After Goku had his fill and exited the dining room, Krillin was still guarding the restroom door. Goku teased, Krillin, today's breakfast is delightful. Are you sure you don't want to try it? I assure you it's not poisonous and tastes great. No way. Krillin haughtily turned his head away, now filled with regret. He lamented that he should not have taken Goku's stone yesterday. Gurgle, gurgle. Teacher, hurry up. Chapter 17. In the blink of an eye, 8 months of training had passed. The training soon fell into a rhythm, running, lifting bricks, delivering milk, plowing fields, swimming, and dodging wasps. The training was busy yet not dull. In the afternoon, Master Roshi brought the 3 of them to a tree where he had prepared 3 hammocks in advance while they were training. The turtle sage proclaimed, henceforth, it is time for our midday rest. Everyone should lie down and indulge in a rejuvenating slumber. The 2 complied and reclined. The turtle sage continued to impart his wisdom, engaged diligently in work, study, play, feast, and rest. This encapsulates the principles of our turtle school of cultivation. Clint inquired, Master, is resting well a means to enhance our afternoon training? The turtle sage replied, you may perceive it that way. Our cultivation within the turtle school advocates for a balance between exertion and relaxation. One should not forsake all pleasures for the sake of training, for otherwise, life loses its joy. Behold, I am over 300 years old, yet remain vibrant and spirited. Clint nodded in agreement, praising, indeed, Master Wu Tian, longevity is a treasure. No one can rival your 2 centuries of receiving social welfare. Just then, the golden-haired Lanchi fortuitously passed by. Upon seeing her golden locks, both Clint and the turtle sage grew tense. Unexpectedly, Lanchi approached Wukong, presenting him with a bottle of soda. It must be sweltering during your training. This is for you. Wukong, taken aback, accepted the soda. Thank you. Lanchi replied nonchalantly, I won't disturb you any further. Finish it, and rest promptly. With that, she turned and departed. Clint, astonished, took a bite of his dog food and stole a glance at Lanchi's retreating figure, unable to restrain himself from whispering to Master Wu Tian, Master, did you notice? This is Lanchi with golden hair, and she brought soda for Wukong. Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? Unbeknownst to them, Lanchi overheard Clint's murmurs, and her ears flushed crimson. Suddenly, she brandished a submachine gun, pointing it at Clint. You too, silence. As she spoke, several bullets struck the tree trunk, leaving Clint in a cold sweat. Fortunately, after issuing her warning, Lanchi departed. Clint and the turtle sage exchanged bewildered glances at Wukong, remaining silent. Wukong quickly explained, why do you gaze at me so? I rescued her. It is only natural for her to express her gratitude with a bottle of soda. The turtle sage seemed to grasp the situation and stroked his chin. While that is indeed logical, I am not foolish. Suddenly, the turtle sage declared, Wukong, I shall impart all my martial arts knowledge to you. Would you be so kind as to teach me the art of courting? Clint eagerly raised his hand. I wish to learn too. Wukong took a sip of the soda and remarked, well, primarily it relies on one's appearance. Instantly, both the turtle sage and Clint blushed. Clint retorted, how infuriating. What are you boasting about? Just a few days prior, the turtle sage had trained alongside them, before merely observing their training, and eventually, they had taken to training independently. One day, Gohan visited the turtle sage's abode. He had returned to the Paozu mountain to check on Wukong, only to discover that Wukong was absent. Thus, they arrived at the Kame house to pay a visit to their master. By chance, he observed Goku diligently training, and seeing his dedication reassured him. However, due to Goku's tale, he took the liberty to discuss a few matters with Master Roshi before departing to stoke the boiler with a sense of ease. Although the training was rigorous and demanding, the ample rest periods rendered it rather manageable. After all, having verbally agreed a few days prior, Bulma was now considered his future girlfriend, and Goku felt it unwise to leave her entirely to her own devices. Consequently, during his days off, he would fly to West City to check on Bulma. When an ordinary individual suddenly acquires strength, it is easy for them to become overly confident. Thanks to the Dragon Balls, Bulma had gained a modicum of power. No longer was her anger expressed merely through loud shouts. Her physical prowess had also significantly improved. The good news was that Bulma had shed her infatuation, but the bad news was that she had become the notorious queen bee of the school. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. The expiration of the good brother candy had arrived. Thanks to the sharing of the candy, Krillin's cultivation had seen a substantial elevation, enhancing his self-defense capabilities. Your battle power has increased by an additional 76, bringing your current balanced battle power to 244. Normally, Krillin's training would yield a battle power increase of around 50. But with the aid of the good brother candy, he had gained an extra 50. In an instant, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Indeed, he had grown stronger. Although he still fell short of the subsequent levels, at this time, Goku's strength had surpassed that of Master Roshi, nearing the prowess of the original Demon King Piccolo, enabling him to dominate the novice village effortlessly. The World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence, marking the end of their training. Master Roshi assessed their training results and deemed them commendable. That evening, Launch prepared an extravagant feast, inadvertently cooking an extra 20 portions of barbecue, ensuring that all three, including Goku, were well fed. The following day, they were awakened early. Master Roshi proclaimed, "All right, the day has finally arrived. We are to depart for South City to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Are you all ready?" "Ready," they echoed. "Then, let us set off." At that moment, Launch rushed out in a flurry. "Goku, Krillin, wait a moment." The three turned their heads. Master Roshi instructed, "Launch, please look after the house." Launch nodded, saying yes. "Everyone perform well and strive for a ranking." "Oh wait," she exclaimed, dashing back inside. Moments later, she emerged with 2 sets of clothing, handing them to Goku. "What is this?" Krillin inquired, puzzled. Launch chuckled, "I noticed your training outfits are quite tattered, so I decided to make you a new set of clothes. Try them on. While washing your clothes, I took the measurements from Wukong's old garments, so they should fit perfectly." Krillin exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, Launch. You are so kind to Wukong. I never imagined I would also benefit from your generosity one day." Launch's ears flushed with a rosy hue at the compliment. At that moment, she swiftly snatched away the martial arts uniform intended for Krillin. "I just remembered, you're 5 centimeters shorter than Wukong, so this outfit might be a bit too large for you. I think both sets should go to Wukong, one for competition, and the other as a backup should the first one get damaged." With that, Lan Shi reclaimed 1 set of clothes, leaving Krillin momentarily stunned. As if struck by a sudden blow, Wukong took the other outfit from Lan Shi's hands and said, "Krillin, Lan Shi is just teasing you. Look, there isn't even a hole for a tail in the back." Krillin blinked, accepting the garment while grinning foolishly. I knew Lan Shi wouldn't be so unfair. Hearing about the tail hole, Master Roshi paused, realizing with alarm, oh no, Gohan mentioned he would transform into a giant ape on the night of the full moon. I completely forgot. He glanced at the sky, pondering, it's too late to cut off the tail, it would disrupt his balance, and he would need a few days to adjust, which could affect the tournament. However, since the martial arts competition is held during the day, there should be no unforeseen issues. Soon after, they boarded the plane. Chapter 18. My good brother Krillin at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The registrar was taken aback upon seeing Wukong and Krillin approaching to sign up. Wait, are you serious? These 2 children wish to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Roshi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, hurry up. Krillin and Wukong quickly moved forward to provide their names at the registration desk. After the registrar noted down Krillin and son Wukong, the trio departed. Master Roshi arrived at the entrance of the backstage area, stating, I can accompany you no further, but you must give it your all. Both boys nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Master Roshi, we will do our best. At that moment, a message flashed across Wukong's mind. In your previous life, Krillin was your closest companion. Unfortunately, as an Earthling, his potential was limited, and he ultimately fell behind the cosmic power levels, having to withdraw from the ranks of martial artists, leading to an ever-widening gap in your abilities. Yet, compared to other Earthlings, he was remarkably strong. Yet he ultimately became a mere laborer, living a rather impoverished life. Your life has been rebooted. You feel that while your good brother may not keep pace with the tides of the cosmic era, as the strongest Earthling, he should not fade into obscurity if he seeks fame. You have resolved to assist your dear friend Krillin in becoming globally recognized as the strongest Earthling, amassing wealth and fame, and indulging in a life of opulence. Your mission, to aid Krillin in securing the championship title at this prestigious martial arts tournament. The reward, an increase in perception by 50 points. Son Wukong gazed in astonishment at Krillin's bald head. Reflecting to himself, this lad has once again triggered a quest for my assistance. To be his brother in this lifetime is indeed a fortunate deal for him. After all, as my dear companion, it is only fitting that I show him kindness. However, let us make it clear that while I grant you this fame and fortune, the eventual 18th position shall belong to me. A promise was made. Before long, Wukong and Krillin entered the tournament venue, where the preliminary rounds commenced. Wukong observed the martial artists around him, and his demeanor gradually shifted to one of arrogance. After all, His strength had now matched that of the formidable demon King Piccolo, leading him to regard these seemingly ordinary fighters with a hint of disdain. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite feeling like the strongest in the novice village, he sensed an ominous premonition lingering in the air. Wukong maintained a relatively clear mind, realizing that the reason Master Roshi had disguised himself as Jackie Chan to claim the championship was likely to prevent both himself and Krillin from becoming overconfident. However, it is well known that Scions thrive in favorable conditions. Even an ordinary person, once tasting success, cannot resist flaunting it. Wukong hastily reined in his arrogance, reminding himself to avoid the pitfalls of hubris, lest he, like Vegeta, suffer a swift downfall. He had an inkling that he might have overlooked something crucial. However, upon deeper contemplation, that feeling eluded him like smoke. Wukong could only temporarily abandon the pursuit of understanding what significant detail he had missed. As Krillin prepared for his inaugural participation in the tournament, he felt quite anxious. Wukong placed a reassuring hand on Krillin's shoulder, saying, "Krillin, if your opponents are not formidable, be mindful to hold back your strength. We wouldn't want anyone to be gravely harmed." Krillin blinked in confusion. "Wukong, what are you talking about? Those individuals are much taller than us. I'm more worried about them beating me to a pulp." Wukong replied, "Do not underestimate yourself. Under Master Roshi's training, we have become significantly stronger, though you may not have realized it yet." After a moment's reflection, Krillin regained his composure. "You are right, after all. Our Master Roshi is renowned as the god of martial arts." However, just as Krillin was regaining his confidence, two tall, bald figures approached them. It's you, Krillin. It has been ages since you left the Dorian Temple." Upon seeing the two bald men greeting him, Krillin's face turned ashen. He had been bullied by them since childhood and was genuinely terrified of them. The confidence he had just built up crumbled once more. "Master, senior brother." The slightly plump monk inquired with a smile, "What brings you here?" The taller, leaner monk boasted, stroking Klin's bald head. "Surely you do not intend to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Klin, lowering his gaze, meekly replied, "Yes, I am here for the tournament." The tall monk chuckled. "What a jest. Did I not mention that you stand no chance?" Klin, maintaining a low profile, did not dare to retort. The plump monk then asked, "By the way, Klin, what number are you?" Klin, still not raising his head, murmured, "Number 93. The tall monk paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. You are my opponent. This is truly exhilarating." With that, the two monks turned and strode away. Son Wukong remarked, "Are they your senior brothers? Their attitude is rather despicable." Klin's expression visibly dulled. He whispered, "At the Dorian Temple, I am often bullied by them." "No, this cannot be. That senior brother is extraordinarily strong. Perhaps I should withdraw from the competition." Son Wukong immediately countered, "What nonsense are you speaking? You and I are disciples of Master Wutian. We cannot bring shame upon ourselves. Trust me, at this moment, you could defeat them with just a finger." Klin was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Son Wukong nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. If you do not believe me, go prove it." At that moment, the judge announced, "Contestants number 93 and 94, please come to the stage." Klin was startled. He anxiously exclaimed, "It's my turn." Son Wukong encouraged, "Go, Klin. Perform well. They are far from your match. You will undoubtedly reach the finals, perhaps even claim victory." Although Klin could scarcely fathom such a possibility, he had no choice but to ascend the stage as the judge urged him on. On the opposite side of the arena, Klin's tall, lean senior brother swaggered onto the stage. "Klin, it has been so long. I shall take good care of you." Klin gulped. Assuming a stance that seemed full of openings, the judge commanded, "Begin." The monk from Dorian Temple suddenly launched a punch towards Klin. However, to Klin, the blow appeared to unfold in slow motion, drawing closer at a languid pace. Klin could not help but marvel. Such a feeble strike. Have I truly grown stronger? In that instant, Klin decisively stepped forward, leaping into the air and rolling to evade the punch. In the next moment, he propelled himself backward, delivering a kick to the lean monk's back. With a resounding thud, the lean monk was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the stone wall of the tournament arena, embedding himself deeply within it, debris scattering and dust swirling around. In a moment, the entire arena of combatants was left in astonishment. At that instant, the monk embedded in the wall fell to the ground. The staff hurriedly checked for signs of life. "Call for help. He still has a pulse. Quickly, take him to the hospital." The referee, regaining composure, promptly announced, Competitor number 94 has lost consciousness. Competitor number 93 is the victor. Chapter 19. Klin stuns the crowd. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers, their gazes fixated on Klin, filled with incredulity. What had just transpired? That diminutive figure had propelled his opponent into the wall. Surely, I must be mistaken? That wall is made of granite. Some rubbed their eyes, as if to assure themselves of this reality. Master Roshi, witnessing this scene, was internally astounded yet genuinely elated. Unbelievable. Klin had grown to such an extent. It was truly remarkable. One of Klin's fellow disciples from the Dorian Temple, upon witnessing this, turned pale, his towel slipping from his grasp in disbelief. How had this young man become so formidable? This is dire. We must leave quickly with our senior brother. We have tormented him for so long. If he seeks revenge, we are doomed. With that, he hurried to check on his master. Not far away, Lan Fang, observing the spectacle, felt her once alluring smile fade, her lips parting slightly. This little bald-headed boy, was he truly this powerful? She instinctively caressed her slender waist, unable to suppress a silent prayer. I hope I do not have to face him. And even more so, I wish he does not cross paths with the top 8. In the crowd, Yamcha sputtered water in disbelief. This must be a joke. I thought avoiding that long-tailed brat was sufficient, yet this little bald head is also so strong. Now, it seems even the runner-up title is beyond reach. Upon hearing the referee declare his victory, Klin was taken aback, pointing to himself. I won. The referee turned to Klin and said, Indeed, you have won, but be mindful. Do not strike too hard. If you were to kill your opponent, you too would be disqualified. Klin immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wukong was right. He had grown stronger, and terrifyingly so. The senior brother who once bullied him was now no match for him. Klin's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he nodded. Understood. I will be cautious. Observing Klin's politeness, the referee proceeded to announce the next pair of competitors. Klin gazed at his hands, his eyes alight with determination. Through the training with Master Wutian, I have become the complete Klin. The subsequent selection rounds proceeded with remarkable ease. Both Wukong and Klin showcased their prowess, dispatching opponents in mere moments. Before long, the selection rounds concluded, and both advanced to the formal competition, entering the ranks of the top 8. The final battles were set to take place on an external arena. After the drawing of lots concluded, a throng of spectators gathered around the arena. A veritable sea of humanity. The referee ascended the stage and announced in a booming voice, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, thank you for your patience. The finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament are about to commence. Let me announce the matchups. Klin will face the sloppy ghost. Jackie Chan will compete against Yamcha. Namu will go up against Lan Fang. Son Wukong will battle Kirin. Now, let us begin the first match between Klin and the sloppy ghost. Please, both contestants, take the stage. Though the sloppy ghost was somewhat repulsive, Klin regained his confidence and, with his formidable skills, easily triumphed over him. Namu, too, emerged victorious against Lan Fang, who sought to win through charm. Naturally, Son Wukong effortlessly defeated the dinosaur-like Kirin. In his duel with Yamcha, Jackie Chan recognized Yamcha's immense potential and invited him to join the Turtle School to learn martial arts. Upon discovering Chan's true identity, Yamcha was filled with astonishment and delight. Both Son Wukong and Klin shone brilliantly, being disciples of Master Wutian, a presence that instilled considerable apprehension in Yamcha. In that moment, he came to a profound realization of the turtle hermit's prowess. Losing to him was no disgrace. Consequently, he agreed to seek out the turtle hermit afterward to become his pupil. Ultimately, the 4 finalists were Son Wukong, Jackie Chan, Klin, and Namu. In the semifinals, the matchups were Klin versus Namu and Son Wukong versus Jackie Chan. As the battle between Klin and Namu approached, Namu stood nervously at the edge of the arena, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Observing such a stiff competitor exhibiting signs of anxiety, the turtle hermit, Jackie Chan, wore a puzzled expression. He employed his mind-reading abilities to perceive Namu's thoughts, which conjured images of a parched riverbed, cracked earth, and barren fields. Namu continually chanted in his heart, Mother, brother, and all the villagers, I must prevail in this tournament and win the 500,000 prize to bring back enough water. Having discerned Namu's intentions, the turtle hermit resolved to assist him, albeit after the competition. Recognizing Namu's decent abilities, he hoped he would provide Klin with a valuable lesson. preventing Klin from becoming overconfident after his recent emergence into the martial arts world. At that moment, Klin and Namu took to the stage, and the staff struck a gong. The referee bellowed, "The sixth match now begins." Klin, brimming with vigor, let out a fierce shout and charged towards Namu, with a swift kick aimed directly at Namu's face. The latter proved no ordinary opponent. Just as Klin seemed poised for victory, Namu narrowly evaded the strike. Klin felt a surge of astonishment, thinking to himself, Master Wutian was right. Indeed, there are realms beyond this one. As the finals approach, I have finally encountered a true master. Klin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Oh, now this is truly engaging. Namu deftly evaded Klin's kick, executing a somersault before launching a counterattack, propelling himself towards Klin with a powerful kick fueled by gravity. Sensing the extraordinary force behind this strike, Klin's pupils constricted sharply. Such remarkable speed. Rather than facing the blow head-on, he opted to retreat and evade its edge. In the fleeting moment when Nanwa's attack missed its mark, Klin took a decisive step forward, surging back into the fray. His fists, akin to a tempest, unleashed a torrent of strikes that fell like a deluge of rain. However, despite the urgency reflected in Nanwa's expression, his hands remained steadfast as he vigorously parried Klin's onslaught. In mere moments, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of hundreds of blows. Typically, spectators would enjoy such matches while indulging in snacks or engaging in animated discussions. Yet, in this electrifying contest, the audience found themselves spellbound, holding their breath in rapt attention. As silence enveloped the arena, punctuated only by the faintest sound of a pin dropping. As the round concluded, both combatants withdrew to catch their breath, each contemplating their next move. At this juncture, the referee began to commentate. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Both Klin and Nanwu exhibited formidable prowess, showcasing a captivating duel where neither side yielded an inch. The crowd erupted into fervent applause and cheers. In the blink of an eye, another round commenced. Nanwu initiated the assault. Faced with such formidable strength, Klin resolved to test his own power, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Bam! Nanwa's fist struck Klin's defense with tremendous force, propelling him back several steps, leaving shallow marks etched into the arena floor by his feet. Unsurprisingly, he absorbed the blow. The audience gasped collectively at this spectacle. That young man, he withstood such a formidable strike. Truly impressive. In the backstage area, Jackie Chan observed this moment with admiration, exclaiming, Klin's growth is astonishingly rapid. Chapter 20. Teacher Wutian's concerns. Klin shook out his slightly numbed arms, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, as expected from a semi-finalist, my arms are quite numb. But this is what makes it exciting. Nanwu, with utmost seriousness, replied, Young one, you are indeed powerful. However, I must prevail. The villagers are awaiting my return with the prize. Klin resumed his stance, declaring, Do not underestimate me. I have yet to unleash my full potential. As he spoke, Klin charged once more at Nanwu. In a fierce clash, Nameless and Krillin exchanged blows for several rounds, cornering Krillin against the edge. In the next moment, Nameless leapt into the air, proclaiming, Namo Amitba, Sky Cross Palm. As he spoke, he crossed his hands, unleashing his ultimate move against Krillin. This technique primarily harnessed the power of gravity. The higher one jumps, the greater the force reinforced by gravity. Upon witnessing such an astonishing speed approaching him, Krillin's heart raced. Behind him lay the edge of the ring, leaving no room for retreat. A flicker of determination ignited in Krillin's eyes. I cannot lose to you. I still have to face Goku. It is time to reveal my true abilities. With that, Krillin shouted, Iron Head Technique. In the next instant, instead of retreating, he lunged forward. He fiercely stomped the ground, his body spinning rapidly as he charged towards Nameless. Iron Head Technique versus Sky Cross Palm. The two formidable strikes collided in an instant, a definitive clash of power. Bang! Ultimately, Nameless fell short this time. Krillin broke through his cross palm, sending Nameless flying, while Krillin landed firmly on the ground. When Nameless finally touched down, he realized he had landed outside the ring. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The referee declared loudly, It's over. Unbelievably, Krillin has won. Nameless, unfortunately, had been knocked out of the ring. What an exhilarating match it was. Krillin advanced to the finals. Witnessing Krillin's ability to counter such a powerful dive attack, Master Roshi felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. This kid is remarkably strong. I hope I won't lose to him. After his victory, Krillin raised his hand in a peace sign towards Goku. Goku, I won. Haha. Goku, delighted for him, immediately joined him on stage to celebrate. Congratulations, Krillin. The two rejoiced for a moment before Krillin said, Goku, it's your turn now. You must win too. Let us compete for who is the greatest in the world. Son Wukong nodded absolutely. The defeated Nameless rose, his eyes filled with concern. However, adhering to the etiquette of martial artists, he smiled and shook Krillin's hand. Young man, I concede wholeheartedly. Congratulations on your championship. Krillin politely nodded in response. Thank you. After their handshake, Nameless returned to the backstage area to gather his belongings in preparation for his departure. Yet, he was troubled, pondering how to explain his loss to his fellow villagers. At that moment, Master Roshi approached. Heading back? Aren't you going to stay and watch the rest of the match? Nameless, taken aback, replied, Master Roshi, I must leave. I cannot waste time here. Jackie-chan produced a miraculous capsule and handed it to Nameless. Mr. Nameless, take this back with you. Nameless was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be the miraculous capsule? Master Roshi nodded. Indeed, but it is empty. You can fill it with water, and it will be easy for you to bring it back to your village. Nameless was astonished. How could you know I needed water? I never mentioned it to anyone. Jackie-chan glanced around to ensure no one was nearby and revealed his true identity. I am Master Wu Tian. Such trivial matters are easily discerned by me. Nameless gasped, what? You are Master Wu Tian? Jackie quickly covered Nameless' mouth. Keep your voice down. You nearly alerted everyone. Realizing his faux pas, Nameless grew curious. Why do you disguise yourself to participate in the competition? Jackie explained. As you know, Krillin and Goku are my disciples, and they have entered the competition. However, their progress in training has far surpassed my expectations. They are still young, and I fear that if they were to win the championship, they might become conceited. Thus, I donned this disguise to remind them that there are greater heights beyond their own. Nameless nodded. You truly are a master. It is an honor to meet you. He glanced at the capsule in his hand, expressing his concern. However, even though you have gifted me this capsule, I have no money to buy water. Master Roshi chuckled. You worry too much. This is not a drought-stricken area. Nearly all water sources are free to use. If you said you had to pay for water, you would be ridiculed. Nameless was taken aback. What? Water is free? Master Roshi led him to the backyard of the martial arts competition, where a well stood. You can fetch water here. If you need to fill the capsule multiple times and find the well inconvenient, there is a stream nearby, though it may not be easy to walk to. As Master Roshi pondered, realizing that Nameless could not afford water, let alone any means of transportation, he likely walked here. An idea suddenly struck him. I have thought of a treasure. He shouted to the sky, Nimbus Cloud. Instantly, a golden cloud appeared. Master Roshi turned to Nameless and said, only those with a pure heart can ride the Nimbus Cloud. If you can ascend, it will greatly assist you in transporting water. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out, now calling competitors Son Wukong and Jackie-chan to the stage. Master Roshi exclaimed, oh no, it's my turn to compete. Try stepping onto it quickly. Namo understood the importance of not wasting his time. Although he was apprehensive about the possibility of falling, he nonetheless leapt upwards. Fortunately, the Nimbus Cloud caught him securely. Witnessing this, Master Roshi sighed in relief, secretly contemplating that the cloud was not malfunctioning. Rather, it was he and his two disciples who lacked purity. He felt a twinge of worry, hoping his disciples would not stray onto a misguided path. Namo, realizing he was seated upon the Nimbus, exclaimed with delight, Master Wu Tian, I'm on it. What should I do next? Master Roshi replied, the Nimbus can comprehend your words. Let it assist you in transporting water. Regrettably, I must return to the competition now. Excuse me. With that, Master Roshi hastily made his way back to the arena. Observing the retreating figure of Master Roshi, Namo dismounted from the Nimbus and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. Once the water issue in the village is resolved, I will return the Nimbus to you. Chapter 21. Transforming into a giant ape, Moonlit sacrificed Son Wukong ascended to the competition stage, at which point Jackie-chan hurriedly joined him. Son Wukong assumed his initial stance while contemplating strategies to outmaneuver Jackie and pave the way for Krillin. Disguised as a competitor, his intentions were rooted in the growth of both himself and Krillin. While losing was inconsequential, he was determined not to squander Jackie's goodwill. However, before he could finalize his thoughts, the referee's call to start abruptly interrupted his musings. Jackie Chan launched the first attack, and the two began to exchange blows. The speed was astounding, leaving afterimages in the air. Their strikes collided with resounding impacts, showcasing an intricate dance of offense, defense, and evasion, exhibiting the prowess of true masters. The level of their exchanges had evidently escalated beyond previous encounters. The audience was captivated, their eyes keenly focused on the rigorous display of skill. Incredible. Absolutely mesmerizing. Both competitors are exceptionally skilled. The announcer couldn't contain his enthusiasm. It's astounding. Both Son Wukong and Jackie Chan are formidable, their techniques flawless, revealing no weaknesses whatsoever. Truly remarkable. After a few exchanges, Master Roshi began to feel a sense of dread. Oh no, this young man's prowess seems to surpass my own. The initial clashes left my arm tingling. While he appears completely unscathed, his breathing steady, as if he is in complete control. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi decided to unleash his ultimate technique. As Jackie assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, Son Wukong mirrored his movements. At that instant, a golden cloud drifted across the sky. Son Wukong caught sight of the nimbus and momentarily froze. Is that the nimbus? He scrutinized the scene before him, only to behold a dark-skinned monk seated above. It appeared to be the recently vanquished Nameless, who cast his gaze downward and waved farewell, evidently bidding adieu to Master Roshi, a figure he did not recognize. In an instant, Son Wukong comprehended that Master Roshi had bestowed upon him a capsule and granted him the Nimbus Cloud. Just as Wukong diverted his gaze, a full moon suddenly emerged before his eyes. At that moment, Wukong felt his heart race uncontrollably, and his consciousness surged violently. In the next instant, his body began to swell, transforming into a colossal ape. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence. Master Roshi glanced up, his hair standing on end in alarm. This was dire. He hadn't anticipated the moon's appearance at dusk, let alone that it would be a full moon, an oversight indeed. The host, upon seeing Son Wukong morph into a fearsome giant gorilla, was struck with terror. Yet, adhering to his professional duty, he mustered the courage to announce, "What is happening here? Son, the contestant, has transformed into a giant ape? How terrifying! What martial art is this? Truly remarkable." Meanwhile, in the backstage, the werewolf observed the scene with curiosity, pondering, can this fellow also transform under the full moon? Krillin, witnessing Wukong's transformation, felt perspiration bead on his forehead. Wukong, what has happened to you? Is this your transformation technique? At that moment, Son Wukong had fully completed his metamorphosis, roaring as the giant ape and rampaging uncontrollably. Master Roshi appeared to devise a plan and bellowed, "Universal shockwave." In an instant, two beams of light emanated from his hands, extending toward Wukong. However, upon contact with the giant ape, the light was repelled. Master Roshi gasped in disbelief. This is terrible. My universal shockwave has been rebuffed. Just then, the giant ape Wukong demolished the arena, debris and materials scattering in all directions. The referee, dodging the falling stones, exclaimed, "How dangerous!" Yet, as the referee, I cannot flee. Master Roshi lamented, "I am the most unfortunate. If I escape the ring, I shall forfeit the match." Seeing this, Krillin could not restrain himself and leaped onto the stage. "Wukong, revert to your original form quickly. Your actions endanger us all." Master Roshi shouted urgently, "Get back." That is not his technique. He transforms into a monster upon seeing the full moon, and he has lost his reason. Krillin was taken aback once more. What shall we do?" Observing Wukong's relentless roaring and destruction, he stepped down from the stage into the buffer zone between the competitors and the audience, drawing ever closer to the spectators. Master Roshi gasped, realizing that if anyone were injured, it would spell disaster. Master Roshi gritted his teeth, realizing there was no alternative left. As he spoke, he shed his outer garment, revealing his well-defined muscles. Suddenly, he distanced himself from the giant ape, positioning himself in one corner of the arena to gather his energy, his hands forming a flower bud shape. This gesture unmistakably signified the Kamehameha technique. Krillin gasped in horror, "Stop! You'll kill Goku." However, Krillin's pleas fell on deaf ears. To him, it was evident that Jackie Chan had no intention of holding back. He was ready to obliterate Goku. He hastily shouted towards the giant ape, "Goku, run!" Upon hearing Krillin's cry, the giant ape paused for a moment. Yet, in the next instant, instead of moving towards the audience, It veered towards Krillin, its massive fist crashing into the ground, seemingly intent on crushing him. Krillin's heart raced in panic. This was bad. It was coming for me. At that moment, Master Roshi had finally completed his charge, unleashing the ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. In an instant, blinding white light engulfed everything, prompting the onlookers to shield their eyes. Krillin covered his head and shut his eyes tight. After the Kamehameha, the giant gorilla vanished. At that moment, the referee surprisingly emerged from the rubble, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing. Contestant Jackie Chan has executed an incredible Kamehameha, knocking out the transformed Son Goku, who has disappeared." Krillin could not find Goku's figure, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Goku!" The next moment, he glared at Jackie Chan. "You monster, you killed Goku. You murderer, bring Goku back." Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, watched as his bulging muscles shrank back down. He pointed towards the edge of the rubble, saying, "Don't panic. Look closely. He is not dead." Krillin paused, then turned his gaze in the direction Master Roshi indicated. There lay Goku, completely unharmed, appearing as if he were merely asleep, his tail still visible. Krillin was overjoyed. "Wonderful. Goku is still alive." Jackie Chan chuckled, "Of course. If I killed him, I would lose. I knew he would transform upon seeing the moon. So my Kamehameha, didn't he push Goku away? It was the moon." "What? The moon is gone?" The audience, the host, and the other contestants all looked up at the sky. The heavens were clear, devoid of the moon. "Oh, it's true. The moon has really vanished." Jackie Chan continued, "This way, he can't transform into a giant gorilla." With that, Jackie Chan turned to the referee. "Now that I'm outside the ring, isn't it time to declare my victory?" Chapter 22. Krillin's Triumph. The referee immediately exclaimed, "Oh my." The remarkable feat accomplished by the contestant Jackie Chan is truly astounding. He has pushed the moon away. What incredible prowess. Witnessing the vanished moon, Krillin was both astonished and relieved. He felt fortunate that Goku had survived, yet he was shocked to discover that such extraordinary masters still existed in this world, capable of banishing the moon with mere mortal strength. Yamcha, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished as well. He could not help but exclaim, "Truly, he is the turtle hermit." While Sun Wukong could extinguish the flames of a mountain, Master Matedo has the power to displace the moon, truly worthy of being his master. Despite the extraordinary nature of this move, the audience, upon realizing that he had indeed pushed the moon away, began to express their dissatisfaction. Discontent grew among the crowd, and soon they began to voice their grievances. "How will we enjoy the moonlit nights now? Mooncakes are no longer edible. The werewolves cannot transform anymore. Without the moon, all elegance and sophistication vanish." Amidst the cacophony of shouts and curses, Jackie Chan, the turtle hermit, could not contain himself and urged, "Referee, hurry up and declare the verdict. I have won." Once the match concluded, he would no longer face the ire of the crowd. It would have no bearing on him. After all, they were cursing Jackie Chan, not the turtle hermit. He was eager for the competition to finish so he could shed his disguise and feel unencumbered. The referee immediately announced, "Congratulations. Contestant Jackie Chan is the victor." At that moment, Goku, lying on the ground, gradually regained consciousness. Why is it so cool?" he pondered, looking down to find himself unclothed. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed countless spectators staring at him. He quickly covered his vulnerable parts, adopting a most embarrassed demeanor. Oh no. Realizing the implications of the unfolding events, Goku understood he had inadvertently gazed at the moon and transformed into a gorilla, subsequently tearing his clothes. The moon had been displaced by the turtle hermit, allowing him to revert to his original form. It was somewhat his fault, as the absence of the moon during daylight had caused him to nearly forget about the transformation occurring on the arena. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief. Had Master Matedo's Kamehameha been aimed at him, it would likely have harmed him and provoked his uncontrollable side. Nevertheless, with the moon now gone, he could rest easy knowing he would not have to worry about becoming a gorilla for many years to come. Just then, Krillin approached with a set of clothes and handed them to Goku. How fortunate. Thankfully, Launch prepared 2 outfits. "Goku, please hurry and put these on." Goku's face lit up with joy as he quickly accepted the garments. "Krillin, could you shield me from the audience?" Of course. Krillin promptly positioned himself to conceal Goku, who swiftly changed into the attire. Once he was dressed, Goku noticed, to his surprise, that he was now outside the arena, a stark contrast to the original story. He scratched his head in confusion. I thought I was to continue battling. It turns out I have already lost. Krillin nodded and remarked, indeed. Master Jackie Chan is remarkably powerful. He was able to push the moon away with the Kamehameha technique. It seems I am no match for him. Suddenly, Son Wukong recalled his mission to help Krillin secure victory. He immediately encouraged, Krillin, give it your all. Master Chan has nearly exhausted his energy pushing the moon away. If you can hold on, you will surely deplete his stamina and win this match. Hearing Wukong's words, Krillin's eyes sparkled with realization. You're right. Although it may seem a tad unfair, fortune favors me. With that, Krillin patted Wukong on the shoulder. Brother, thank you for helping me wear him down. Once I defeat Jackie and claim the championship prize, dinner is on me. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. All right, I shall await that. Soon, Krillin ascended to the arena, brimming with energy, and immediately launched a flurry of attacks towards Jackie Chan. Jackie quickly attempted to block and dodge. However, after a few exchanges, he realized he could scarcely muster any strength. The effort of pushing the moon had nearly drained him. Fearing the worst, Jackie noticed Krillin relentlessly advancing, leaving him no choice but to brace himself for impact. The referee, observing the intense confrontation between the two, could not contain his excitement and began to commentate fervently. Wow, Krillin is truly an aggressive fighter. His onslaught is ferocious, leaving no openings, while Jackie appears to be struggling to keep up. Upon hearing the referee's remarks, Jackie exclaimed in frustration, what nonsense. You say I'm struggling? As he spoke, Jackie retreated to create distance, then positioned his hands in a flower-like stance. Kamehameha. Krillin was taken aback. Oh no. With little time to think, he mirrored Jackie's pose. Jackie launched his Kamehameha first, but this time it fizzled out like a damp firecracker, emitting a mere flicker before vanishing. The referee remarked, oh dear, it seems Jackie has overexerted himself. His Kamehameha lacks power now. This is quite unfortunate. On the other side, Krillin was momentarily stunned by the sight, but then recalled Wukong's advice. He smiled at Jackie. Master Chan, I see you're running low on energy. I'm sorry, but the championship is mine. As he spoke, Krillin thrust his hands forward, Kamehameha. The turtle hermit was taken aback and quickly attempted to dodge. However, while he managed to evade the attack, the Kamehameha surged toward the audience behind him. The turtle hermit gasped, oh no. Witnessing this, Krillin also panicked and instinctively directed his energy skyward. Fortunately, his maneuver succeeded, and as the Kamehameha exited the arena, it slightly altered its trajectory, avoiding the spectators. At that moment, Krillin, Jackie Chan, and the audience in the vicinity wiped the sweat from their brows. My goodness, what an exhilarating experience. I was a mere 0.03 millimeters away from the Kamehameha. A new round commenced. Just then, Krillin charged once more towards Jackie Chan. However, Jackie Chan's form transformed into an afterimage. Krillin momentarily lost his focus, and in that fleeting instant, Jackie Chan materialized, delivering a swift kick to Krillin's abdomen. With a cry of agony, Krillin collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. The referee immediately declared, Krillin has been knocked down. Subsequently, the referee commenced the countdown, 19, 18. Yet, after only 3 counts, Krillin astonishingly rose to his feet. He glanced at Master Roshi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such an attack is futile against me. Master Roshi was taken aback. This young man has matured rapidly, and coupled with my previous exertions, my current stamina is insufficient to defeat him. While Master Roshi pondered this, Krillin surged forward once again. The two resumed their fierce struggle. Although Jackie Chan defended with great effort, he could only parry and was unable to mount an effective counterattack. He fought while retreating, quickly finding himself cornered, and Krillin exploited this to seal off his escape route. In the next moment, Krillin unleashed another Kamehameha towards Jackie Chan. With no other option, Jackie Chan retreated and fell to the ground. The referee shouted out of bounds. Jackie Chan is out of bounds. Krillin is the victor. Chapter 23. A bright future. Krillin approached the edge of the arena, extending his hand towards Jackie Chan. Senior Jackie, you are formidable. Had you not exhausted so much energy in your previous match, I would never have triumphed over you. I truly benefited this time. Jackie Chan was momentarily stunned. Then a smile broke across his face as he gratefully grasped Krillin's hand and stood up. Humph, at least you know the situation. With that, Jackie Chan leaped down from the stage. Krillin called out to him once more, in any case, thank you for sparing Goku's life. For I must give my all in accordance with my promise to him. Next time, I will surely defeat you with my own strength. Jackie Chan paused, turning back, his eyes radiating warmth. He smiled at Krillin before departing from the crowd. At that moment, a message flashed through Goku's mind. Task: assist Krillin in securing the championship of this world martial arts tournament, completed. Reward: 50 wisdom points. Instantly, Goku felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. The knowledge he had previously acquired, along with his understanding of martial arts, began to sort itself out in his consciousness, deepening his comprehension of martial skills. The crowd erupted in cheers for Krillin's name, witnessing Krillin bask in the adulation and applause. His good friend Son Wukong swiftly joined him on the stage to revel in the moment. Yet, at that instant, everything appeared to Wukong as if unfolding in slow motion. They cheered and rejoiced. With the elevation of his perceptiveness, a multitude of insights surged within him. He experienced a peculiar sensation. It seemed his combat prowess had escalated too rapidly, without encountering a worthy adversary of comparable strength, resulting in a significant deficiency in his experience against formidable opponents. An unfortunate predicament indeed. The original Son Wukong had the ability to triumph over stronger foes, honing his skills in combat. However, for Vegeta, even a slight deficit in battle power rendered victory nearly impossible. Now, he felt as though he had become a counterfeit version of himself, although he possessed enhancements. The blind pursuit of augmenting his combat strength led him to a state of mediocrity, a tendency that Vegeta often exhibited. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead as he recalled his unease upon arriving at the martial arts tournament. He sensed something amiss but could not discern its nature, mistakenly attributing it to his own inflated ego. Only now, with his heightened awareness, did he comprehend the source of his disquietude. It was the realization that his path had narrowed. There are always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond one's own realm, an ancient adage that holds true. He felt a surge of gratitude for recognizing this truth so swiftly. From this point forward, he vowed never to underestimate the importance of refining his combat skills. Soon, the referee presented the prize money of 500,000 to Krillin, announcing him as the champion of this world martial arts tournament. Let us cheer for him. Krillin! Krillin! The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Krillin, holding the prize money, was beaming with delight. In this era, 500,000 still held significant value, nearly equivalent to the purchasing power of 10 million 2 decades hence. After receiving his reward, Krillin descended from the stage with Wukong. He glanced around, puzzled by the absence of Master Roshi. Where could Master be? It's strange. Son Wukong chuckled. He probably went to the restroom. He'll be back shortly. You mentioned treating me to a meal. Are you prepared? Today, I intend to eat you out of house and home. Krillin laughed. I'm not afraid. I doubt you can consume 500,000 worth of food. Son Wukong rubbed his stomach, realizing he and T expended much energy and indeed could not devour that much. Well, at least I want to eat 10,000 worth. Krillin gasped in astonishment. What? 10,000 worth of food? At that moment, a little girl approached Krillin and Wukong, holding out an exquisite card. She looked up at Krillin and asked, Mr. Krillin, could you please sign this for me? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. The card featured a somewhat abstract drawing of a little figure, unmistakably depicting a bald head. Krillin earnestly inscribed his signature for her, and the little girl departed with immense joy. Though she had walked away, Krillin remained transfixed, gazing at her retreating figure. Wukong nudged Krillin and said, Hey Krillin, stop daydreaming and tell me how it feels to be an idol. Krillin snapped out of his reverie, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he replied, It feels absolutely exhilarating. At that moment, Master Roshi arrived. Upon seeing him, Krillin eagerly inquired, Master Potato, where have you been? Did you watch our match? Master Roshi chuckled. You both performed admirably. I am quite pleased. Especially you, Krillin. Securing the championship is truly remarkable. Krillin scratched his head bashfully. You make me feel shy? Truth be told, I know that the old Master Jackie Chan was exhausted from battling Wukong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have triumphed, and I might not even have been able to defeat Wukong. My victory was largely due to luck, aside from a modicum of skill. This world is indeed filled with extraordinary individuals. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. You are right. There are many formidable people out there. One must not become complacent due to a single achievement. True cultivation has only just begun. Both Krillin and Wukong nodded in unison. Teacher, we understand. Meanwhile, Master Roshi couldn't help but internally lament. Oh dear, teaching them truly requires immense effort. This old man is exhausted. Klin then produced his prize money, saying, "Teacher, I've received my reward. Let us go out for a meal together." Master Roshi replied, "I spotted a promising martial arts talent in the audience. Wait a moment." Klin and Wukong were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Master Roshi brought Yamcha over. As Yamcha approached with Master Roshi, Wukong's eyes flickered with realization. This was not merely someone seen from the audience. He had fought against him in the ring and felt a sense of admiration. Once inside, Yamcha promptly greeted Wukong and Klin. "Hello, Son Wukong. This is our second meeting." Without hesitation, Wukong extended his hand. "Hello." Master Roshi looked surprised. "Oh, you two know each other?" Yamcha scratched his head with a wry smile. "Yes, unfortunately. We share some rather unpleasant memories. He had previously given me quite a beating during a robbery." Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the restaurant. Wukong didn't eat excessively, yet he still consumed around 100,000 worth of food. Klin couldn't help but exclaim, "Wukong, you have quite the appetite. I was hoping to save some of this prize money for my future wife." Wukong patted Klin on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be so stingy. You are now the world champion. Once you grow up and gain fame, you will have endless wealth." Klin's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, I aspire to claim the championship once more and become an idol, for such achievements would surely endear me to many young ladies." Son Wukong exclaimed, "Congratulations, Krillin. You have finally recalled your original aspirations." Master Roshi, rubbing his hands together in delight, eagerly remarked, "Krillin, should you find wealth in the future, be sure to introduce me to a beautiful girl." Krillin burst into laughter, responding, "No problem. When the time comes, I shall invite all the models from the photo shoots for you." Hearing Krillin's grandiose plans, Master Roshi nearly had a nosebleed, exclaiming with laughter, "Ha, Krillin, you truly are my finest disciple." Chapter 24. The conditions of Master Roshi's apprenticeship. As Yamcha listened to their conversation, a shadow of discomfort crossed his face. Son Wukong, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Yamcha, what troubles you? Your expression seems rather grim." Krillin chimed in, "Isn't the topic among men typically about women? Why are you shying away from it? You aren't suffering from a case of nephritis, are you?" Pu'er promptly clarified, "Not at all, young master. He simply has a fear of women." Krillin scratched his head, puzzled. "Fear of women? What is that?" Son Wukong explained, "I know of a condition where one weakens at the sight of women. It seems he may have that affliction." Startled, Krillin took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "Goodness! You can't be from Nantung, can you?" Pu'er reassured him, "No, that's not the case. The young master doesn't fancy men either." Master Roshi, known for his eccentricities, furrowed his brow at this moment. "If you possess such a condition, you cannot train under me," he declared. Yamcha, taken aback, asked why not. Krillin quickly explained, "Because Lan Shi is currently residing at the Turtle Hermit's place." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong realized he must take Lan Shi away. It was not merely due to Yamcha's fear of women. It was imperative that he ensured her safety from any potential mischief by Master Roshi while he was absent. Son Wukong promptly stood up, stating, "No need for concern. I shall return and escort Lan Shi away. The Paozu mountain is currently unmonitored. She can stay with me." Master Roshi initially intended to dissuade him, but upon reflection, he concluded that Lan Shi would not be taken advantage of, and Yamcha, as a new disciple, deserved a more gentle presence. As for the fear of women, Master Roshi could only chuckle. Yamcha's issues stemmed from a lack of exposure and interaction with girls. A visit to a nightclub would likely change that, and introducing him to women would pose no challenge. Thus, he said, "It is indeed for the best to take Lan Shi away. Her temperament is too volatile, and her departure would alleviate my constant worry." Yamcha looked at him with gratitude, expressing, "Thank you." Son Wukong waved his hand, saying, "No need to mention it. It is the least I can do." At that moment, Master Roshi turned to Yamcha and said, "Well, Yamcha, do not celebrate too soon. To enter under my tutelage, one must meet certain conditions. Only by bringing a charming and beautiful young lady to reside on the island for a while will I agree to impart my martial arts knowledge." "What?" Yamcha began to feel a twinge of trepidation. "Master Roshi, you cannot be serious. How can such an outrageous prerequisite exist?" Roshi shrugged his shoulders. "Is this requirement truly so absurd?" Krillin and Goku began their journey on the same day, and launch was brought back by the two of them. Yamcha gazed incredulously at Goku and Krillin, as if seeking their confirmation. Both nodded earnestly. Krillin remarked, "Indeed, Master Roshi has high standards for his disciples." At that time, Goku and I exerted considerable effort to bring a young lady to the island, after which Master Roshi consented to teach us. Yamcha was stunned. Not only was the notion of bringing a girl to the island daunting, but even the thought of merely glimpsing a girl would cause him to falter. It seemed that the opportunity to study under the turtle hermit was slipping away. Before Roshi could address his fear of women, Poor devised a plan. He turned to Roshi and inquired, "Does she simply need to be a pretty and adorable girl?" Roshi nodded vigorously, "Of course. You wouldn't engage in anything inappropriate, would you?" Poor asked with some concern. Roshi replied with utmost integrity, "What could I possibly do? Appreciating beauty can bring joy and prolong life. As an elderly man, is it wrong for me to wish to behold lovely women to extend my years?" Poor reluctantly nodded. "If it's just to look, then that poses no problem." In that moment, Poir transformed with a loud pop into a voluptuous and alluring beauty. "Master, do you think that if I become a girl, it will allow the young master to learn martial arts from you?" Both Goku and Krillin were taken aback by this sight. Krillin's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Is that a transformation technique? How impressive!" Yamcha, however, remained unfazed by Poir's transformation, given their close familiarity. He explained to Krillin and the others, "Yes, Poir's transformation ability allows him to become anyone or anything. Previously, Poir tried to transform into a beautiful girl to help me overcome my fear of women, but alas, I was unafraid only because I recognized him. When faced with a genuine girl, I still cannot remain calm." Krillin and Goku nodded in understanding. However, upon witnessing Poir's transformation into a girl, Roshi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "This is simply extraordinary. From this day forth, Yamcha shall be my disciple." Yamcha felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently pondering whether his teacher was truly a serious person. The sense of embarrassment washed over him. However, recalling the splendid display of prowess by Goku and Krillin in the arena today, along with Master Roshi's generous gesture of gifting the golden cloud to that nom, he couldn't help but engage in a little self-encouragement. Surely, Master Roshi was merely superficially lecherous, while his heart remained noble and upright. This perspective made him appear more amiable. He believed that by adopting this mindset, he could indeed become a disciple of Master Roshi, which would be worthwhile. Yamcha's gaze inadvertently grew resolute. After a satisfying meal, Krillin suddenly had a thought. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Goku, are you planning to bring Launch to your home and then return to your training? Leaving her, a girl, to stay on the mountain alone?" Goku shook his head. "No, I don't intend to go back to train." Krillin was taken aback. "What? You're not going back to Kame House for training?" Goku nodded. Krillin, perplexed, inquired why not. Master Roshi turned to Krillin and said, "Even if you and Goku return to Kame House to continue your training, it would merely be a repetition of previous practices. Your abilities have reached a certain level, and frankly, there is little more I can teach you. Nevertheless, remember this, there are always greater beings beyond us, and one must never be complacent. The extent of your future growth will depend solely on your own endeavors." Krillin paused for a moment but soon realized that training under Master Roshi, although seemingly brief, had proven far more effective than enduring years of punishment at Korin Tower. After all, he had just won the World Championship. This accolade, albeit partially due to luck, was still significant enough to place him among the top 3. To advance further, he needed to forge his own path. Krillin nodded vigorously, "I understand." With that thought, he contemplated the life of wandering and instinctively felt his pockets. He pulled out the remaining 40,000 in prize money, split it in half, and placed it on the table, looking toward Goku. "Goku, since we are both setting out to train, we must prepare adequately. Out there, lacking funds makes every step arduous. Be it for food or lodging, money is indispensable. Let us divide the remaining prize money, 20,000 each." He pushed the money towards Goku. Goku quickly pushed it back, saying, "No, it's unnecessary, Krillin. Don't you remember? I have a wealthy girlfriend. I'm not in need of this small change." Krillin stared at Goku in astonishment, momentarily speechless. In Chapter 25, each of our paths to training, a tinge of bitterness surfaced in Krillin's eyes. "Wah, how could I have forgotten? Goku, I truly envy you. Although I've won the championship, apart from this modest prize, I possess nothing else. Yet you not only possess your own dwelling, but also have a fiancé and several admirers. Woe is me, I feel quite unfortunate in comparison," Krillin lamented. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, placing a comforting hand on Krillin's shoulder. "Ah, Krillin, consider what you're saying. My house holds little value. It is merely a humble abode left to me by my grandfather, a modest safety net. Moreover, wealth and a partner doesn't equate to fulfillment. History has shown that relying on others often leads to dissatisfaction, as you well know. For a man, the most vital aspect is to strive for self-improvement. As for you, your future is indeed promising. Just think, you have already become a world champion. If you persist in your training and defend your title 3 years hence, I firmly believe you will amass considerable wealth. Do not forget us when that day arrives. Today, it seemed Krillin had heard Wukong paint such a rosy picture for him for the second time. Yet, it bore a semblance of truth, and he chose not to dispute it, merely smiling and steering the conversation away. Son Wukong had envisioned himself as a future Satan, yet unlike Satan, he possessed strength, destined to be the mightiest on earth. He couldn't help but imagine the scene. If Krillin were to become as amusing as Satan, he would be unable to suppress his laughter. Krillin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. By the martial arts tournament in 3 years, I will reclaim the championship. Son Wukong smiled back. Keep striving. By the way, Krillin, I recommend a place called Korin Tower. It is said that if you ascend it, you can drink the sacred water, which greatly enhances one's abilities. Upon hearing of Korin Tower, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, indeed. I nearly forgot. Korin Tower is an excellent place for cultivation. It took me considerable effort to ascend it in my youth. Krillin's interest piqued. Is it true that the sacred water can really enhance one's power? Master Roshi replied. Before contemplating the sacred water, you should focus on the ascent itself. Climbing Korin Tower is a form of training in its own right. Let me tell you, the height of that tower is utterly daunting. You must ensure you are well fed and prepared. Otherwise, the repetition of failed attempts can be truly disheartening. Krillin looked at Master Roshi with keen curiosity. How long did it take you to reach the summit? Master Roshi scratched his head. That was centuries ago. I've long forgotten the exact duration. I only remember spending 3 years atop the tower. Krillin inquired, what did you do up there for so long? Master Roshi chuckled, you will understand once you get there. As night fell, the group spent the night at a hotel. The following day, they all returned to Master Roshi's abode. Wukong and Lan Shi had swiftly packed their belongings into the universal capsule, after which Wukong took Lan Shi and headed towards Paozu Mountain. Krillin had prepared his own gear and set off for Korin Tower, while Yamcha followed Master Roshi, embarking on a formal path of cultivation. They parted ways, each harboring a firm belief in a radiant future. Currently, Lan Shi remained on the wanted list, preventing her from frequently appearing in public, even if she were no longer pursued. The moment she transformed her hair to gold, she could not restrain her desires. No amount of wealth could quell her urge to rob when confronted with airplanes, trains, and banks. The cravings embedded in her genes were distinctly unique. Thus, Wukong could only temporarily settle her on the mountain. Once he ensured Lan Shi was comfortably situated, he departed, acutely aware of his mission. Next, he needed to gather the Dragon Balls and dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. The fall of the Red Ribbon Army was intrinsically linked to the emergence of Android 18, a matter that warranted careful attention. Son Wukong planned to wait until he matured before wishing for immortality, as the dragon had yet to prove particularly useful. He contemplated that if Bulma had no need for the Dragon Balls, after collecting them, he would wish for Lan Shi to be freed from her desire to commit robbery, enabling her to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Lan Shi was part of his circle, naturally. The fruits of his labor ought to benefit those close to him. After departing from Paozu Mountain, Wukong soared towards West City, intent on acquiring the dragon radar from Bulma. Should she wish to accompany him, he would gladly invite her along for the adventure. As he flew, a system message once again flickered through his mind. In a previous life, Lan Shi had developed feelings for Tien Shinhan after encountering him at the martial arts tournament. However, Tien had a preference for dumplings and showed little interest in women, leaving Lan Shi disheartened. Your life has been reset, since you have chosen to alter Lan Shi's fate. You ought to take more actions on her behalf, at the very least, to help her leave the Kame house. Task: escort Lan Shi away from the Kame house. Reward: transformation technique, complete version. Son Wukong was taken aback. Oh, such a skill can be rewarded? It seems rather promising, but have I not completed this task prematurely? Will the reward be forfeited? At that moment, a message flashed through his mind. Task: escort Lan Shi away from the Kame house, completed. Reward: transformation technique, complete version, has been granted. In an instant, an intangible understanding surged into Son Wukong's consciousness. He quickly grasped the principles of the transformation technique. It turned out that the essence of the technique was also a form of alteration in one's aura. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Completing the task ahead of schedule, and surprisingly receiving rewards from the system, was indeed delightful. Sun Wukong thought of Oolong. His transformation lasted only 5 minutes and required a minute of rest before reuse, rendering it rather impractical. After organizing the knowledge of transformation techniques, a faint smile graced his face. I now understand why Oolong's transformation is limited to 5 minutes. It is not merely a matter of insufficient technique mastery. His energy is exceedingly feeble, weaker than that of an average person. This technique is akin to the instantaneous movement found on the planet Adrak, merely a different application of one's energy. Techniques such as giant form, clone technique, and force separation all stem from varying uses of energy. The stronger the energy, the more effective these skills become. However, it would be exceedingly challenging for Sun Wukong to create new techniques. He simply lacks the capacity for it. The inhabitants of Adrak, due to their limited strength, developed these non-combat skills for self-preservation. Each skill represents the accumulated efforts of many generations, and indeed, the creation of any new technique is a formidable task. Conversely, combat skills are relatively simpler to devise, such as the energy slash or the Kamehameha. Yet, the potency of combat techniques hinges upon one's strength. Without sufficient power, no amount of flashy techniques will be of use. Sun Wukong's aim is to continuously grow stronger. Wasting time on peculiar skills would only divert him from his path of growth. He tested the transformation technique, finding it merely capable of fooling others, with no real enhancement to his strength. With that thought, he refocused and resumed his flight towards West City. Chapter 26. Bulma's exceptional parents in West City, a capsule corporation. Mrs. Brief was tending to her flowers when suddenly a gust of wind rushed in, prompting her to quickly secure her skirt. Before the wind could settle, Sun Wukong appeared before her, greeting her warmly. "Hello, Mrs. Brief." Mrs. Brief squinted and smiled. "I knew there must be a reason for such a sudden gust. So it's you again, Wukong. But why didn't you ring the doorbell this time?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, sorry, Mrs. Brief. I came through the back entrance again." "No need to apologize. Honestly, I don't mind you skipping the front door," she replied, her eyes sparkling as she assessed Wukong. "You seem to have grown a little since I last saw you. Have you finally begun to mature?" Sun Wukong smiled. "Boys do grow up eventually." Mrs. Brief nodded. "If only you could shoot up to 1.8 meters in an instant, then you could take me out on a date. But Bulma isn't back from school yet. So why don't you wait here for a while? Would you like something to drink?" Having visited before, Wukong was quite familiar with the place and Mrs. Brief. If he were to request something casual, she would certainly bring him a glass of brandy. Wukong could only say, "A cup of cola, please." "Certainly, Mrs. Brief," replied with her ever-pleasant smile. She turned and swayed her way to pour the drink. Wukong settled on a garden chair, awaiting her return. Moments later, Mrs. Brief approached carrying a glass of cola. "Wukong, I am truly delighted that you could come. Do you know? Recently, Bulma has been skipping classes frequently. She claims she has already mastered all the knowledge in high school and finds it exceedingly dull to be cooped up in school every day. She also mentioned that a year has passed, the Dragon Balls have been restored, and when you arrived, she wished to search for them together with you." Wukong was taken aback for a moment. Searching for the Dragon Balls? Does she have another wish? Mrs. Brief pondered for a moment before replying. "She doesn't have any particular wish. She simply does not want to be in school. You know how competitive it is at her school, at her age. Many girls boast about their boyfriends. But Bulma's boyfriend is you, and given your stature, she feels she cannot boast about it. Moreover, she is reluctant to invite you to school to support her, so she often laments that her mood about attending school feels akin to visiting a grave." Though Mrs. Brief's comments about his height struck a nerve, Wukong understood her candid nature and did not take offense. After all, he was still in the process of growing, not incapable of heightening. However, reflecting on Mrs. Brief's words, he recognized their validity. In his previous life, he had attended high school and university. In school, girls with partners often enjoyed a certain happiness, someone to buy them breakfast, to rush to the cafeteria for food, to claim seats, which particularly satisfied their vanity when observed by classmates. Yet, Bulma, who boasted of having a boyfriend that no one had seen, might be subject to ridicule, perhaps being called a cloud boyfriend owner. But then again, he thought, Bulma had a thick skin, she likely would not be disheartened. This time, taking her to search for the Dragon Balls would be a great way for her to unwind. At that moment, he suddenly sensed Bulma's presence. Turning around, He saw her donning protective goggles, descending from the sky on a flying motorcycle. With a graceful halt, she leaped off the vehicle. Bulma. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, she responded in astonishment, huh? She removed her goggles and noticed Wukong, her expression instantly brightening with joy. Oh, Wukong, what brings you here? I heard you were bored at home. Come on, let's go search for the Dragon Balls. Bulma's face lit up with excitement. Absolutely. Let's go. Wukong immediately replied. Then gather your things and bring the Dragon Radar. We shall set off. Bulma nodded enthusiastically. As she was about to tidy up her belongings, Mrs. Brief stopped her and inquired, Bulma, do you have any wishes for this Dragon Ball quest? Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, nothing serious. Why do you ask? Mrs. Brief, slightly embarrassed, covered her cheeks and said, well, may I accompany you? I wish to have a handsome boyfriend. Bulma immediately exclaimed, absolutely not. She then grabbed Goku and urged, Goku, come with me to pack. Don't linger here, or you might learn her bad habits. Oh, okay. Goku followed Bulma into her room. Mrs. Brief watched Bulma's retreating figure with a sigh of concern. Oh dear, she is becoming more rebellious. It appears my daughter is entering her rebellious phase. After finishing her packing, Bulma and Goku headed to the laboratory to retrieve the Dragon Radar. Coincidentally, Dr. Brief was busy tinkering with his experiments. Bulma and Goku refrained from interrupting him, fearing they might disturb his work. However, Dr. Brief was not at all concerned about being interrupted. Once he completed his experiment, he leisurely perused a magazine. Spotting Bulma and Goku preparing to leave with the Dragon Radar, a hint of curiosity crossed his face. He greeted them, Bulma. Where are you off to? Bulma turned to her father and said, Dad, Goku and I are going to find the Dragon Balls. Could you please help me excuse myself from school? Dr. Brief responded with excitement. Are you going to search for the Dragon Balls again? If you gather them all this time, remember to bring back a beautiful girl for your father. Bulma couldn't help but shout again, you two are quite the match. Aren't you? After saying this, she took Goku's hand and declared, let us go. Dr. Brief called out again, wait, don't rush off. I have something for you. Bulma and Goku paused in their tracks. Dr. Brief then handed Bulma a capsule. Intrigued, she asked, what is this? Dr. Brief replied earnestly, make sure to take safety precautions while you're out. Feeling a surge of paternal affection, Bulma's heart warmed. She accepted the capsule and, without further inquiry, tucked it into her bag. Thank you, Dad. Goodbye. With that, the two exited the laboratory. Dr. Brief watched their departing figures and murmured, some things a father cannot teach. You'll have to learn on your own. In the course of the year, Bulma had become proficient at flying an airplane. Traveling long distances was now considerably more convenient. Thus, Bulma piloted the aircraft while Goku reclined in his seat, sound asleep. And so, their journey commenced. 2 hours passed, and Bulma piloted the plane toward the north. Goku, wake up, it's time to rise. Goku, roused from his slumber, stretched and rubbed his eyes. Bulma, where have we arrived? Bulma produced the Dragon Radar and handed it to Goku. I can't quite determine where we are either, but the radar indicates a Dragon Ball nearby. Why don't you descend and take a look? Chapter 27. The Red Ribbon Army. Goku took the radar and indeed confirmed that a Dragon Ball was in proximity. Knowing that the Dragon Ball is close by, why are we not landing promptly? Bulma replied, I'm a bit concerned. It seems there are many people down there. Possibly even soldiers. Do you think they are searching for the Dragon Balls? Goku peered through the airplane's window, clearly observing several soldiers clad in red armbands, along with some villagers rummaging about the area. To avoid damaging the aircraft, he stated, you should circle above while I fetch the Dragon Ball and return. Yes, that is precisely my thought, Bulma agreed. With that, Goku opened the parachute hatch and leapt out. Upon landing, Goku activated the Dragon Radar. Lock onto the position. Zoom in a bit more, and a little more. As he manipulated the radar, he made his way towards the location of the Dragon Ball. Minutes later, Goku pinpointed the exact spot. He casually moved aside a few stones, and, upon reaching into the crevice, felt an unusual texture. With a firm grasp, he uncovered an orange Dragon Ball. Found it! Goku exclaimed, exhilarated as he examined the orb. This is the 6-star ball. At that moment, 2 villagers in the vicinity noticed him. Hey, what did you find? Could it be the Dragon Ball? They rushed closer, and although Goku had concealed the Dragon Ball, the villagers sensed its presence. One approached eagerly, asking, Hey kid, who are you? What is that thing you just found? Can I see it? Goku looked at the two and replied, What I found is a Dragon Ball. Is there a problem? The villagers' expressions shifted disbelief washing over them. Is it truly the Dragon Ball? Suddenly, a man wearing a hat drew a gun and aimed it at Goku. What luck! You little brat have found the Dragon Ball for us. Now, I command you to hand it over, or I'll shoot you. A sly grin crept across Goku's face. With such an attitude, it's no wonder you're enslaved by the Red Ribbon Army to search for Dragon Balls. Saying this, Goku unleashed a powerful punch, sending the man flying. He collided with a rock and fell silent. The farmer accompanying him gasped in shock and immediately pulled the trigger at Goku. Bang! 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 3 bullets were swiftly fired towards Wukong. With a casual flick of his hand, Son Wukong effortlessly caught the 3 bullets, leaving the assailant utterly astonished. What? He could actually catch bullets with his bare hands? Without hesitation, Wukong tossed the bullets back at him. Here you go. A series of muffled thuds resounded as 3 bloody holes appeared in the man's forehead, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. After neutralizing 2 farmers, Son Wukong ascended into the sky, making his way towards Bulma's aircraft. At that moment, a red-haired officer witnessed the scene unfold. He promptly raised a rocket launcher and fired at Wukong's target, the aircraft. With a thunderous boom, Bulma's plane erupted in a grand explosion, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks. Wukong's heart sank at this sight. He had never anticipated that a rocket could strike an aircraft flying at such altitude. He bellowed frantically, "Bulma!" Yet before he could dwell on his concern, Bulma emerged from the smoke, her clothes still billowing with wisps of smoke. Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Bulma, amidst her cries for help, plummeted towards the ground, enveloped in smoke. Wukong's expression brightened. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? Bulma has become quite the expert." He soared towards her, catching her just before she hit the ground. "Bulma, are you all right?" Bulma stood on her feet after Wukong released her, indignantly retorting, "Do I look fine?" Son Wukong nodded, "Absolutely. The plane exploded, yet you're still lively. What could be wrong?" Bulma was momentarily stunned. "Oh, I actually withstood a rocket blast. I'm truly remarkable." Wukong remarked, "Your wish to become stronger has clearly paid off. Such an injury can no longer kill you." Bulma felt a sudden warmth on her back and, upon removing her jacket, discovered it was on fire. She discarded the jacket and brushed off the remnants of smoke, scanning her surroundings. Just then, the red-haired officer approached them, wielding the rocket launcher. Upon seeing the weapon on his shoulder, Bulma rolled up her sleeves. "A rocket launcher? That scoundrel destroyed my plane. Wukong, don't stop me. Watch how I deal with him." Wukong nodded, "Sure, I won't hold you back." As Bulma marched towards the officer, he chuckled upon realizing that both of them were unharmed. "Heh, who are you two? Hit by my rocket launcher, yet you're still fine?" Bulma fumed, "You wretch. Why did you blow up my plane?" The red-haired officer laughed. "Heh, it was all for the Dragon Balls. Why do you seek the Dragon Balls? We have searched for 20 days without success, yet you find them upon your arrival." Upon hearing that the others had searched for over 20 days without any result, Bulma could not suppress her laughter. "Ha ha ha. Although you destroyed our aircraft, I find myself suddenly unperturbed. 20 days without a single find. Your radar must be utterly worthless." The red-haired officer revealed a hint of amusement. "Indeed, it seems your radar is far more precise than that of our Red Ribbon Army." Bulma responded with a grin. "Of course, the radar I crafted is incomparable to what your inept scientists can produce." At this juncture, Bulma suddenly realized something. She turned her gaze seriously towards the red-haired officer and asked, "Wait, did you say you belong to the Red Ribbon Army? Are you truly one of them?" The officer nodded. "Indeed, I am an officer of the Red Ribbon Army. You may call me Colonel Silver." A bead of sweat appeared on Bulma's forehead as she quickly glanced at Goku. "Goku, they are from the Red Ribbon Army. Perhaps we should just hand over the Dragon Balls and the radar?" The red-haired officer smiled faintly, lowering his rocket launcher. "I didn't expect you to recognize the Red Ribbon Army. It seems this young lady is quite astute." Goku furrowed his brow. "Bulma, he destroyed our plane. Didn't you say you would deal with him? Your stance has shifted rather swiftly." Bulma retorted, "What do you know? The Red Ribbon Army is the largest arms organization globally. They are not like our previous foes. We cannot contend with them." The red-haired officer chuckled, "Precisely. This young lady speaks the truth. The Red Ribbon Army is an international force. You cannot afford to provoke us. If you wish to live, hand over the Dragon Balls and your radar." As he spoke, Colonel Silver extended his hand and approached Bulma. Goku swiftly kicked him in the face, sending Colonel Silver sprawling backward. Chapter 28. No turning back. Colonel Silver's body collided with a rock, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His legs flailed, and he appeared to lose consciousness. Seeing that Colonel Silver seemed to have been incapacitated by Goku's kick, Bulma's heart sank. Oh no, he is dead. We're in serious trouble. Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively. What trouble? They are ruthless. It is only right to be bold and decisive in dealing with them. Bulma exclaimed, you truly have no sense of the gravity of the situation. The Red Ribbon Army is everywhere. We are doomed. Son Wukong shrugged. He is already dead. There is no need to dwell on it. In my view, it is not us who are doomed, but rather them. If we were to overthrow the entire Red Ribbon Army, it could be seen as a service to the public. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Overthrow the Red Ribbon Army? Have you lost your mind? Or have I? Goku promptly replied, Bulma, do not forget what just occurred. Had we not gathered the Dragon Balls last time, granting you a modicum of combat prowess, you would have surely been reduced to mere fragments by that rocket launcher. Such individuals deserve to be eradicated. The thought of the aircraft that had just been obliterated sent a shiver down Bulma's spine. Goku was indeed correct. Had it not been for her wish to gain strength through the Dragon Balls, she would have met her demise moments ago. However, the mere thought of the formidable Red Ribbon Army filled Bulma with trepidation. Suddenly, as she gazed at the Dragon Ball in her hand, a brilliant idea struck her. Wait, Goku, I just thought of a plan. What plan? Goku inquired. Bulma responded, let us gather the Dragon Balls and wish for the dragon to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army. Before Goku could respond, Bulma began to revel in her own cleverness. Ha! How brilliant am I to conceive such a notion. Goku's lips twitched slightly, inwardly thinking, brilliant indeed. Wishing for the dragon to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army is a waste of resources. Nonetheless, he refrained from dismantling her plan. Telling her that she could single-handedly destroy the Red Ribbon Army might not earn her trust. When they eventually gathered the Dragon Balls and found the Red Ribbon Army already vanquished, her perspective would undoubtedly shift. After all, such wishes are merely a matter of intent. However, it was imperative that Bulma refrain from engaging directly. While Goku himself could withstand the scrutiny of Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army, he could not predict what unforeseen complications might arise should she become a target. Thus, he advised, Bulma, save your strength for self-defense from now on. Leave all matters of confrontation to me. Bulma seemed to sense Goku's concern and gently nodded. Yes, I understand. Our aircraft has been destroyed. How shall we proceed? Goku surveyed the surroundings and remarked, there should be a branch of the Red Ribbon Army nearby. We can seize an aircraft from them. Bulma's lips twitched at the thought. Stealing an aircraft from the Red Ribbon Army? Isn't that perilously risky? Can't you just fly? Perhaps you could carry me? Goku contemplated for a moment, checked the radar, and said, the next Dragon Ball appears to be located in the far north. If you are not afraid of the cold, I shall carry you. Bulma was taken aback and quickly grabbed the radar to have a look. Goodness, we're almost at the Arctic. Her expression darkened. Oh no, I didn't bring any winter clothing. I will freeze to death. Goku chuckled. Do not worry. You are quite strong now. This chill should not be enough to claim your life. Bulma immediately retorted. So you're saying I won't freeze to death, but that is hardly reassuring. Moreover, even if the cold does not claim my life, I am still cold. Son Wukong shrugged his shoulders and declared, thus, I must seize an aircraft from them. Moments later, Wukong had commandeered a versatile capsule containing a military plane. Bulma's expression darkened. Alas, we have completely offended them. There is no turning back now. Bulma piloted the aircraft, guiding Wukong toward the direction of the next Dragon Ball, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Report, Commander Red. I beg your pardon for the interruption. Commander Red. Cigar clamped between his teeth, turned his head. What is it? Colonel Silver, who is tasked with locating a specific Dragon Ball, has encountered an issue. May I respectfully request that you come to the command room? Commander Red followed the intelligence officer to the command room, where a massive radar lay before them. Isn't that Dragon Ball in motion? It should have been found by now, correct? Commander Red inquired. Well, that is somewhat peculiar, the intelligence officer replied. You see, the Dragon Ball under Colonel Silver's supervision is heading north, towards the area overseen by General White. Could it be that he is seeking the Dragon Ball that General White is responsible for? Commander Red furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? Has there been any communication via phone? Reporting to the commander, Colonel Silver's phone is unreachable. Just then, another intelligence officer rushed in. No, this is terrible. Colonel Silver has been killed, and that individual has stolen a fighter jet. Commander Red was taken aback. What? How dare anyone pilfer from my Red Ribbon Army? This is insurrection. Who is this person? Commander, We received a photograph from that location. It appears to be a small boy. A small boy dares to oppose my Red Ribbon Army? This must be a jest. The Black Adjutant promptly commanded, let us contact General White. Instruct him to eliminate that boy and retrieve the Dragon Ball. The intelligence officer nodded immediately. At once. At that moment, Commander Red noticed the Black Adjutant standing beside him. Enraged, he exclaimed, did I not instruct you to avoid standing next to me? It only makes me appear shorter. The Black Adjutant quickly stepped back. Yes, my apologies. While Wukong and Bulma searched for the Dragon Balls, Krillin had already begun his ascent up Korin Tower. Up. Krillin exerted himself as he climbed. However, despite having climbed for what felt like an eternity, as if he had scaled several mountains in a single day, he still could not see the summit. Soon, night fell. He was weary, and his stomach began to growl. Krillin opened his backpack, tying himself to the tower with a rope. He then retrieved some bread and water. Replenishing his energy. After finishing his meal, he secured the rope to prevent himself from falling, and once assured of his safety, he fell asleep. The next day, the sun rose, and Krillin stirred awake. As dawn broke, Krillin gazed at the sky, still unable to discern an endpoint. Alas, the Korinta Tower loomed high above him, undeterred. He resolved to continue his ascent. With that, Krillin unfastened the rope and stowed it away, resuming his climb. By midday, fatigue enveloped him. Yet he was greeted by a remarkable sight. It seemed he had nearly reached the pinnacle of the tower. A surge of joy coursed through him, invigorating his spirit, and he hastened upward. Upon reaching the summit of Korinta, Krillin paused to catch his breath, surveying his surroundings. The area was remarkably clean, and he pondered the appearance of the immortal. Suddenly, he noticed numerous water jars. So many jars. Could this be the sacred water? With curiosity, he lifted the lid of one jar, only to find it contained ordinary water, devoid of any peculiarities. Furthermore, the sheer abundance of jars diminished the sense of value. Krillin began to doubt their significance as sacred water. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. You have climbed the stairs to reach here. Following the voice, Krillin ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top, a cat came into view, startling him. Oh, it's merely a cat. May I inquire if the immortal resides here? The Korinta immortal responded, you managed to climb here. Though you are short, your speed is remarkable. Krillin frowned, retorting, as if you were taller than I. Where is the immortal? The Korinta immortal replied, it is I. Krillin was taken aback. You are the immortal? The immortal countered, what? Do you harbor discontent? Krillin shook his head. No, not at all. I have come seeking the sacred water said to enhance strength. If I climb here, may I partake? The Korinta immortal smiled. The sacred water is right here in my bottle. If you manage to seize it, it is yours. Krillin paused for a moment, then grinned. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. The Korinta immortal affirmed. A smile crept across Klin's face as he declared, I am coming. With that, Krillin lunged toward the Korinta immortal. Chapter 29. The threat of the Red Ribbon Army in the far north. The howling wind pierced through the aircraft, leaving Wukong and Bulma shivering uncontrollably. Wukong, I feel as if I might freeze. It is so cold here. Wukong, trembling, replied. I did not expect it to be this frigid. Do you not see me shivering as well? Are we nearing the Dragon Ball's location? Bulma glanced at the radar. We are close, just in this vicinity. Wukong promptly suggested, if we are nearing, let us descend and warm ourselves in the village. All right. Having spoken, Bulma piloted the aircraft downwards. Upon landing, Son Wukong sensed a faint aura approaching. Bulma, someone is coming. Bulma's expression brightened. Really? Indeed. Wukong nodded affirmatively. Bulma promptly exclaimed, quick. Fetch me a warm coat. Son Wukong remarked. Bulma has picked up some bad habits, asking me to steal. With a serious demeanor, Bulma retorted, if you don't hurry, I shall freeze to death. Understood. With that, Son Wukong proceeded in the direction of the sensed aura. A small girl with red hair came into view. Noticing Wukong shivering incessantly, the girl paused momentarily. Hey, aren't you afraid of freezing in such scant attire? Moments later, Bulma and Wukong arrived at the home of the red-haired girl. Her name was Sinuo, a villager from the area. Bulma and Wukong huddled by the fireplace for warmth. Soon, Sinuo brought each of them a bowl of porridge. Here, drink this to warm yourselves. Bulma said cheerfully, thank you. With that, she accepted the bowl and began to drink. Wukong followed suit, cradling the bowl and slurping it down. Once Bulma had regained her warmth, she inquired, what is this place? It is so cold. Sinuo replied, this is Gulu village. Where do you hail from? Bulma responded, I come from West City. West City? Sinuo asked, puzzled. I've never heard of it. But seeing your fashionable attire, it must be a large city to the west, right? Bulma nodded, smiling. Indeed, West City is a grand metropolis in the west. I didn't expect you to be unaware of it. Does your village not have internet access? Sinuo rested her hands on her chin, curiously observing the two. I don't know. Bulma sighed. It seems I was right. You truly are somewhat behind the times if you haven't even heard of West City. Sun Wukong interjected, Bulma. She is still young and inexperienced. It's normal for her not to know. Bulma nodded in agreement. You have a point. She is young. Not every girl possesses my level of intellect. And thus, she began to indulge in her own self-admiration again. However, many at her age had never left their hometown. Unlike Bulma, who had traveled the world and witnessed myriad sights, she was indeed exceptional compared to the vast majority of girls. Sinuo, intrigued, asked, What brings you here? Bulma candidly replied, We are here in search of the Dragon Balls. At the mention of the Dragon Balls, Sinuo reacted as if startled, darting to her mother's side. Sinuo's mother was equally taken aback. Shielding Sinuo, she cautiously inquired, Are you members of the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma finally understood why they had become startled like a frightened bird. She immediately waved her hand and exclaimed, No, you misunderstand. We are not members of the Red Ribbon Army. On the contrary, we are in search of the Dragon Balls, which has brought us into conflict with them. This time, we are on the verge of gathering the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. Sino and her mother were momentarily taken aback. You intend to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army? Both Son Goku and Bulma nodded in affirmation. Soon after, Sino's mother burst into laughter. Do not jest. The Red Ribbon Army is formidable. How could just the two of you possibly contend with them? Bulma hastily clarified. I understand that one person alone cannot confront the Red Ribbon Army, which is precisely why we intend to harness the power of the Dragon Balls. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Sino's eyes. What exactly are the Dragon Balls, and what is their purpose? Bulma produced a Dragon Ball they had just discovered, stating, This is a Dragon Ball. However, each Dragon Ball possesses a different number of stars. By gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, capable of granting any wish. Sino's mother suddenly comprehended the situation. So that's it. It appears the Red Ribbon Army harbors nefarious intentions. They will stop at nothing to coerce the villagers into assisting them in their quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma nodded, affirming, Indeed. Such individuals must not be allowed to acquire the Dragon Balls. There is one nearby. Sino replied, I know. My father has been forced by them to search for the Dragon Balls. The Red Ribbon Army is inadequate on their own, so they have compelled the able-bodied men of the village to assist. Goku looked at Sino and reassured her, Do not worry, I will take care of them. Sino immediately countered, They are quite powerful. You cannot defeat them. Beside them, Bulma interjected, Do not underestimate him, young lady. Goku is exceptionally strong. Sino pointed towards a distant structure, saying, Strength alone will not suffice. Look there, that is their base, and our village chief is being held hostage. Son Goku peered through the glass to observe the distant base. The chief is a hostage? Sino nodded yes. A few days ago, they arrived and abducted the chief, threatening the men of our village to assist them in finding the Dragon Balls. They declared that anyone who dared to resist would face the chief's execution. Son Goku remarked, It seems your village chief is quite beloved to garner such loyalty from you all. Sino sincerely replied, Indeed, the chief is a commendable person. Over the years, he has led our village towards prosperity. Goku gently ruffled Sino's hair and smiled. Do not fret, the chief will be safe. I will help you deal with the Red Ribbon Army and ensure the chief's return. Sino gazed at Wukong in disbelief, noticing that he was touching his own head, his face inexplicably turning crimson. The blush on the girl's cheeks surpassed all sweet nothings. Wukong hastily withdrew his hand, feeling that even such a young girl should not be subjected to such teasing. At that moment, a message flashed through Wukong's mind. In your previous life, you saved Sino and their village. You became the great hero of their community. Sino admired you greatly and wished to leave the village with you when she grew up. However, as a mere country girl, she found herself unable to voice her feelings. After your departure, you never returned, and your presence became an indelible memory in her life. Now, your life has rebooted. You believe it is unjust to leave her with regrets. Your mission, destroy Marsluda, rescue the village chief, and save the village. Reward, you can survive for 30 minutes in an oxygen-deprived environment. The system was indeed ruthless, compelling him to consider this young girl as Wukong beheld the mission's reward. A wave of joy washed over him. The ability to survive without oxygen for 30 minutes was extraordinary, although the duration was limited in the later stages. 30 minutes could accomplish a multitude of tasks, whether it be flight or instantaneous movement. It would enable him to navigate through challenges. This nearly rectified the Scion's inherent inability to survive in the cosmos. Previously, Wukong had pondered wishing for the ability to exist in space. Now, by merely completing the task, he would not need to squander Dragon Balls in the future, which was indeed fortuitous. However, upon glancing at Sino, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, he discerned the thoughts swirling within the girl's mind. What a delightful dilemma. It was to be so charming that girls adored him wherever he went. At that moment, the door to Sino's home was forcibly flung open. Several soldiers clad in red sashes stormed in, guns drawn. Sino and her mother instinctively recoiled, while Wukong stepped forward to confront the intruders. One soldier aimed his weapon at Wukong, demanding, "You little brat, we heard that you killed General Yin, acquired the Dragon Balls, and stole their aircraft?" Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that was my doing." The soldiers behind the speaker became alert, directing their weapons toward Bulma, Sino, and her mother. "If you wish to avoid being killed, hand over the Dragon Balls." Wukong raised his hands in exasperation. "Oh, not this again. How cliched." As he spoke, Wukong transformed into a blur, swiftly darting around. By the time he regained his footing, the soldiers of the Red Sash Army lay sprawled on the ground. Out of consideration for Sino, Wukong refrained from taking lives in her presence. Nevertheless, even so, Sino was left aghast at the unfolding scene. What just happened? Bulma stepped forward with a smile, saying, "He just unleashed 4 punches and 6 kicks, defeating them." Sino paused for a moment. "Really? That's impressive. I saw nothing." Bulma placed her hands on her hips and remarked, "Goku, look how you've captivated the young lady. Hurry and destroy that Mars Ruta to rescue the village chief." Goku nodded promptly, exclaiming, "All right." With that, he dashed out in a blur. However, merely a minute later, he returned. "Wait, if I go out like this, I'll freeze to death." Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Didn't you say that with high cultivation, you're not afraid of the cold?" Goku, shivering, replied, "Perhaps I'm still not strong enough." Sino retrieved her thick cotton coat. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Of course you'll be cold dressed like that. Here, borrow my coat." Thus, Goku donned the heavy garment and charged once more towards the Mars Ruta. As Sino watched him disappear into the snow, she regained her senses and closed the door. Noticing the dreamy expression on Sino's face, Bulma couldn't help but smile slightly. "Hey, young lady, are you smitten with my Goku?" Sino's face suddenly turned crimson. "No, I'm not." "If you're not, then why are you blushing?" Bulma teased, causing Sino's face to redden even more as she hurriedly buried her head. Bulma laughed heartily at her embarrassment, thinking how much more mature she felt compared to the blushing, naive girl before her. She reminisced about her own past, recalling a time when she too had been foolishly infatuated and gullible. Reflecting on those moments, she found them both amusing and endearing. Suddenly, Bulma spotted the Dragon Ball radar and was momentarily taken aback. Goku forgot the radar? How will he find them? Sino inquired curiously. Can such a small device really locate the Dragon Balls? Bulma nodded, absolutely. Don't be fooled by its size. It's crafted by a genius young lady, and its technological prowess is no small feat. With it, the location of the Dragon Balls can be pinpointed with an accuracy of less than a meter. Sino was well aware of the radar's value. The Red Ribbon Army had their own radars, but their precision was limited to a few kilometers. Bulma's radar surpassed theirs by leaps and bounds. Filled with admiration, Sino gazed at Bulma, her eyes sparkling. "Bulma, you're truly remarkable." Bulma smiled modestly. "You're too kind. For me, the Dragon Ball radar is merely a trifle. However, considering how careless Goku was to forget it, I believe I should deliver it to him." With that, she took the radar and headed towards the door. Yet, as a chilly draft slipped through the crack, Bulma shivered involuntarily. "It is indeed quite cold. However, I lack an appropriate winter coat, so I shall let him discover this and return to retrieve it, lest I find myself frozen like a fool." She quelled this thought. At that moment, Sinuo's mother remarked, "If you wish to go outside, why not wear my padded jacket?" Bulma glanced at the brightly patterned coat and quickly shook her head, declining. "No, thank you, Annie. That style does not suit me." Meanwhile, a group of patrolling soldiers noticed something amiss and promptly reported the situation. "Report. A peculiar little imp is charging towards us at great speed." "What? Could it be that little rascal?" How long until he arrives? He should be here shortly. Quickly, assemble to intercept him. Understood. General Bai immediately peered out of the window. Upon seeing the figure charging toward them alone, a look of surprise crossed his face. What a fool. Has he come to court death? Open fire on him. Once the order was issued, the perimeter patrol began firing at Son Wukong. He did not even attempt to block the shots, effortlessly dodging the barrage with a few swift movements. By the time they realized something was amiss, Son Wukong had closed in and dispatched them all. General Bai was taken aback. Are bullets ineffective against him? Humph. It seems he cannot be regarded as an ordinary little imp. We must send out a skilled opponent to deal with him. After defeating the patrolman, Son Wukong entered the Masruda. As he stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped him, providing much comfort. However, he was soon met by a throng of henchmen. Yet, the ordinary men were no match for Wukong. In mere moments, they were all vanquished as if he had transformed into an elusive shadow. General Bai, observing from the upper levels of Masruda, felt a surge of anxiety. Beside him, a purple-clad ninja commented, "Do not worry, General Bai. Although he is no ordinary foe, he is not my match." General Bai inquired, "Do you believe he can reach us here?" The ninja waved a finger and replied with a smile, "Absolutely not. To this day, no one has ever defeated Sergeant Arno on the 3rd floor, even if by some chance he should win. There is still the 4th floor to contend with." General Bai forced a smile. "What a pity. I had hoped this little rascal would provide me an opportunity to display my prowess. Tell me, how long do you think it will take Sergeant Arno to defeat him?" The ninja pondered for a moment and responded, "A minute is more than sufficient." "How, a minute?" "No more than that." Chapter 31, Dr. Gallo's Failed Creation. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong arrived at the 3rd floor of Masruda. A towering figure obstructed his path. A man exceeding 3 meters in height and extraordinarily imposing. He lowered his head and spoke to Son Wukong. "The staircase to the upper levels is over there. But to ascend, you must first defeat me." Son Wukong glanced at Sergeant Arnold. "You are an artificial being. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the Terminator. May I inquire if the scientist who created you is present?" Sergeant Arnold did not respond. Instead, he launched a punch at Son Wukong. With a swift movement, Son Wukong evaded the attack. Arnold's massive fist struck the ground, causing the earth to crack and sending tremors through Masruda. Son Wukong's gaze turned icy as he remarked, "I am inquiring about your creator. Your sudden aggression is quite impolite." He shed his heavy coat, adding, "Since you do not wish to converse, I shall not exert myself further. I will send you to your demise instead." No sooner had he spoken than Sergeant Arnold swung another punch at Wukong. Son Wukong dashed forward, leaping to the level of Arnold's head while evading the blow. "It's over," he declared, executing a sweeping kick that sent Arnold's head flying. It collided with the wall and rolled back, yet the head of the artificial being still managed to display expressions. Son Wukong quickly rushed over and stomped down, causing Arnold's head to explode in a shower of sparks. General Bai and Z on the top floor were taken aback. "What? That little rascal defeated Sergeant Arnold in an instant." General Bai clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Dr. Gallo's creation is indeed a facade of strength." Z remarked, "I did not anticipate he would be no match for the little rascal. It seems I must intervene." With that, Z descended the stairs. After shattering the head of the artificial being, Son Wukong resumed his ascent. At that moment, the headless Sergeant Arnold suddenly rose, his hands gripping Wukong like iron clamps, his robust fingers exerting immense pressure as if to crush him. Son Wukong turned in astonishment. Upon seeing Arnold's headless form, he regained his composure. "Oh, you are still alive without your head. Thankfully, I was not hasty. I nearly overlooked you." As he spoke, Son Wukong spread his arms wide and effortlessly broke free from the grip. He then exhaled onto his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Arnold's abdomen. Instantly, Arnold's core was obliterated, transforming him into a pile of scattered parts. General Bai, observing this through the surveillance, felt turmoil within. What a terrifying individual. He shattered Arnold's iron body with his fist. It is truly astonishing. It seems Z may not be able to stop him. However, if I attempt to flee, Marshal Hong will not spare me. Son Wukong ascended to the 4th floor. Though indoors, the space was adorned to resemble a lush meadow, with trees flourishing abundantly. In stark contrast to the icy environment outside the tower, a flurry of shurikens suddenly shot towards him. With a few casual steps, Son Wukong deftly evaded them. He lifted his gaze to the sky, and before he could catch a glimpse of anyone, he shouted, "Come out quickly!" Yet, instead of appearing. The voice of Z emanated from a speaker around the corner. Reaching the 4th floor is no small feat, but your good fortune ends here. So far, those who have attempted to defeat me have not even seen my shadow. You, my friend, have merely come here to meet your demise. No sooner had he finished speaking than several darts hurtled towards Son Wukong. Anticipating the attack, he somersaulted to evade the incoming projectiles. Z's voice echoed once more from the speaker. Impressive. You managed to dodge my darts. Unexpectedly, Son Wukong picked up a stone and hurled it upwards. With a loud thud, Z plummeted from the sky, clutching his nose in fury. Damn it! How could you hit me? It must have been pure luck. Son Wukong chuckled lightly. Surely, your ninjutsu is nothing but a facade? Enraged, Z retorted. How dare you call my ninjutsu fake? It seems I must show you my true prowess. As he spoke, Z threw a smoke bomb. Once the smoke cleared, he had vanished without a trace. Waving his hand dismissively, Son Wukong sighed. Enough of your theatrics, it's utterly pointless. Still, Z did not reappear. Son Wukong picked up a dart and casually tossed it at a nearby tree. With a swift whoosh, the dart pierced through the cover and struck Z directly. Gripping his bleeding wound, Z exclaimed in shock. How could you find me when I was hiding so well? Are you also a ninja? Shaking his head, Son Wukong replied. No, I am not a ninja. I can sense your aura. In my presence, you cannot conceal yourself. Z's expression hardened. You claim I cannot hide. What a joke. Allow me to demonstrate my invisibility technique. With that, he threw another smoke bomb and vanished once again. Son Wukong blinked and slapped his forehead, muttering, What am I even doing, playing games with a fool? Without another thought, he headed up the stairs to the 5th floor. At that moment, Z could no longer contain himself. Hey, stop. You can't leave without defeating me. Son Wukong turned his head, pointing a finger at Z. I had no intention of fighting you. But since you insist on putting on a show, I shall send you on your way. With a resounding boom, Son Wukong unleashed an energy blast from his hand. The blast engulfed Z, and upon detonation, the entire garden floor was left in ruins. Not bothering to look back, Son Wukong ascended to the 5th floor. General Bai, perched on the top floor, was utterly flustered by the unfolding scene. How despicable. Could that individual even be considered human? Perhaps I should send the android number 8 to confront him. With a press of a remote control, the prison cell on the 5th floor swung open, revealing a tall figure, scarred and formidable. Android number 8, I command you to deal with that little brat. Number 8 lifted his head, gazing defiantly at the speaker, and declared, I refuse. Fury surged through General Bai. What? You dare to defy me? The android replied, I apologize, but I cannot take a life. I abhor committing evil deeds. You wretched creature, after all this time, I finally have a use for you, and you dare to reject my orders? General Bai's face twisted with rage. Number 8 continued, I am aware of your malicious actions, holding the village chief hostage to coerce everyone. I will not obey any of your commands. In a fit of exasperation, General Bai retorted, You pathetic failure. I'll remind you, Dr. Gallo installed a bomb within you. Do you doubt my ability to obliterate you? Number 8 shook his head resolutely. I still cannot commit evil. The obstinate android infuriated General Bai further. The remote control, which governed Number 8, lay with the purple-clad ninja, and with his demise, the control was lost. General Bai was merely venting his frustrations. At that moment, Son Wukong ascended to the 5th floor, positioning himself opposite Number 8. A flicker of hope crossed General Bai's face. Had they finally crossed paths? If that individual dares to strike you, I refuse to believe you would sit idly by. However, to General Bai's astonishment, Son Wukong fought fiercely through the floors, but refrained from attacking android Number 8, even going so far as to request his guidance to rescue the village chief. General Bai seethed with indignation. How infuriating. That failed creation of Dr. Gallo had led him right here. Chapter 32. The monster immune to physical attacks under the guidance of android Number 8. Son Wukong swiftly navigated to the concealed chamber on the top floor. No. 8 gestured towards the door, stating, This is the command room of the 6th floor. The village chief is confined within. Son Wukong nodded. So this is where he is hidden, truly well concealed. Thank you, Number 8. Not at all. Son Wukong opened the door to reveal a tidy room where General Bai leaned against the central control apparatus, his gaze fixed upon them. Struggling to maintain composure, he addressed Son Wukong, Young man, to arrive here signifies your exceptional nature. Our regiment is in dire need of talents like you. What do you say? Would you consider becoming an officer in our Red Ribbon Army? Son Wukong chuckled. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? General Bai, the android no. 8 declared, General Bai, you are no match for him. I advise you to lay down your weapon and surrender. General Bai retorted furiously, Number 8. You useless traitor. How dare you suggest I capitulate? Such audacity. As he spoke, General Bai pressed a switch. The floor beneath Son Wukong and android number 8 suddenly opened, and no. 8 plummeted down. However, Son Wukong floated in midair, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at him. General Bai's pupils dilated. What? Can you actually fly? Son Wukong chuckled. Indeed, I can fly. Did you underestimate me? At that moment, a scream echoed from the pit. Help! There's a monster down here. Son Wukong paused for a moment. What a large fellow, yet so timid. Without hesitation, he leaped into the pit. General Bai was momentarily taken aback by the sight. He then erupted into laughter. What a fool to willingly walk into a trap. I was worried for nothing. No martial arts master could possibly rival me. Now, you two shall serve as the monster's meal. Ha ha ha. With that, he sealed the trap. Below, a creature with pink skin and a long green tongue gazed greedily at android number 8 and Wukong. The monster licked its tongue, exhaling a foul breath as it advanced toward them. Number 8, terrified, hid behind Son Wukong, wishing he could flee further if not for the wall behind him. Son Wukong. I'm scared. Son Wukong assumed a fighting stance, reassuringly stating, Do not fear, I will handle this beast. With that, he dashed toward the creature with a powerful step. The monster swiftly turned, swinging its tail forcefully at Wukong. In a graceful leap, Son Wukong evaded the attack. A grin spread across his face as he raised his fist. I shall only use 30% of my strength. I hope you can withstand it. With that, his fist struck the creature's abdomen, sinking deep into its flesh. Its thick skin appeared impervious to his force, causing Wukong to gasp in surprise. What? It had no effect? Just then, the monster swung a massive paw toward Wukong. He deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a kick, this time employing a bit more force. The creature, with a thud, squatted down, yet appeared unscathed as it rose once more. Son Wukong's expression turned grave. He remembered important figures, like the kind android number 8, but had long forgotten the ways to deal with such insignificant beasts. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. If punches and kicks were futile, then he would resort to his ki. In the next moment, he placed his hands upon his waist, concentrating his breath within his palms. Kamehameha. As Goku thrust his hands forward, a powerful energy wave surged towards the pink creature. However, to Goku's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon contact with the creature, the Kamehameha was inexplicably rebuffed, the energy wave piercing through the upper floor like a cannonball. Rather than fleeing, Goku gazed at the creature with keen interest. Could this be the biomechanical creation of Dr. Gero? It seemed rather intriguing. While he pondered this, the creature extended its long tongue, swiftly curling towards Goku like a frog snatching a mosquito. Although punches and energy blasts had proven ineffective against it, Goku remained unperturbed. What appeared to be a rapid assault seemed to him merely a slow-motion spectacle, incapable of touching him in the slightest. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he sidestepped by a meter, evading the tongue. In the next instant, he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, striking down upon the creature's green tongue. The once mighty force that could shatter mountains now met the creature's tongue, yielding no more than a feeble impact akin to hitting cotton, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Goku was taken aback. The creature's tongue coiled around the staff, attempting to consume it. Yet Goku would not permit such a fate. With a forceful tug, he yanked the Rui Jingu Bang free from the creature's grasp. A contemplative expression crossed Goku's face. Unfazed by physical attacks or energy blasts, it was fortunate that this creature, despite its imposing appearance, lacked substantial strength. But how to dispose of this being? At that moment, the voice of General White echoed through the speakers. Ha ha. How are things going? Feeling helpless, are you, little brat? I shall offer you one last chance. Simply hand over the Dragon Balls and the radar, and I shall spare your life. Goku looked up at the camera and replied, Are you still dreaming? Even if I cannot defeat this creature, eliminating you would be a trivial task. General White retorted angrily, Humph, so stubborn. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Creature, do not hesitate, devour them both. In an instant, the creature extended its long tongue, aimed directly at 8. A flicker of confusion crossed Goku's face. Can this monster even consume metal? As he spoke, 8 had already been ensnared by the creature's tongue. "Help! Somebody save me!" cried 8, terrified. Goku promptly sprang into action, prying open the tongue with his bare hands just before it retracted, freeing 8. "Are you all right, 8? 8 landed on the ground, exhaling deeply in relief. "I am well. Thank you." Son Wukong nodded. "It's fine. Just keep your distance. I need to think of a way to eliminate this creature." "All right." 8 retreated behind Son Wukong once more. At that moment, the monster's antennae emitted a laser, aiming directly at Son Wukong. With agile movements, Son Wukong effortlessly dodged its energy attack. However, sheer force proved ineffective. He could only hold his ground while contemplating a strategy. This creature was merely a monster from the Red Satin Brigade, and should not pose too much of a challenge. Its destructive power was minimal, yet it possessed remarkable resilience. It bore some resemblance to the Boda from the 6th universe. However, this was not a tournament. Should it be thrown out, it would not be defeated. Such a plump being should indeed be vulnerable to slicing attacks. Had he known earlier, he would have studied the Chi Yuan slash. Son Wukong pondered whether to find a sharp weapon to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, through the glass window, he glimpsed the swirling snow outside. He looked back at the monster, its tongue lolling out, and a thought struck him. Could this creature's weakness be its aversion to cold? Chapter 33. The village restores peace. Having deduced its vulnerability, Son Wukong unleashed a single energy wave toward the outer wall beside the monster. With a thunderous crash, a hole was blasted through the outer wall, allowing a frigid wind to surge inside. The monster bore the brunt of this icy onslaught, its pink skin rapidly encased in frost. A hint of joy crept onto Son Wukong's lips. My guess was correct. This truly works. Just then, the cold wind hit Son Wukong, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "It's freezing. I must leave this place quickly." As he spoke, he swung his Rui Bang, striking down upon the now frozen monster. With a resounding crack, the creature, once able to rely on its peculiar layers of fat for defense, could no longer withstand the force of Son Wukong's blow, shattering under the weight of decades of his power. The white-clad general in the secret chamber was left dumbfounded. "It's over. My great monster has been slain. He will come up soon. I must devise a plan." An idea struck him, and he hurriedly sought out the village chief, producing a reinforced handgun and pressing the barrel against the chief's temple. With the monster defeated, Son Wukong quickly grasped 8 and ascended through the hole created by the Kamehameha. Upon their return to the secret chamber, they found the white general holding the village chief hostage. "Don't move, or I'll blow the chief's brains out," Son Wukong remarked. "You truly are obstinate. Can't you see the situation clearly now that I've come this far?" Android 8 pleaded. "General Bai, I beseech you, cease your wrongdoing." The general retorted angrily. "What did you say? You cowardly traitor, I will deal with you shortly." The village chief, facing the gun, bellowed, "I care not if I perish. Do not concern yourselves with me. Quickly deal with him. Only then can our village regain its tranquility." Son Wukong blinked in surprise. "Oh, I did not expect such loyalty from you, chief." No wonder, despite the biting cold, they would venture forth to seek the Dragon Balls for your safety. With a playful twist of his wrist, he chuckled. "In that case, I shall heed your words." General Bai tightened his grip on the weapon. Yet before he could utter a word, the chief could no longer restrain himself. "However, if it is possible, I too wish to live," he added, prompting General Bai to exhale in relief. "Well then, young lad, if you wish to spare his life, simply turn around," Bai instructed. Son Wukong complied, and at that very moment, General Bai leveled his gun at him. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out. Yet, astonishingly, upon contact, the bullet ricocheted off Son Wukong. As he turned to face the gunman, the next instant, Son Wukong vanished, and before Bai could redirect his aim at the chief, Wukong had already materialized before him. Seizing his wrist with an iron grip, Bai was taken aback. His small hand felt like a vice, and even as an adult, he found himself utterly powerless. Observing the startled Bai, Son Wukong's lips curled into a triumphant smile. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a powerful punch, sending Bai crashing through the walls of Misruda, plummeting into the pristine snow. The wall had been breached, and as the cold wind swept in, a shiver ran down Son Wukong's spine. "Brr, it's freezing. Oh right, I left my coat on the first floor." He promptly pierced through the layers of flooring. Returning to retrieve his coat, once warmly clad, he, along with the village chief and Abba, made their way back to the village. As night fell, Bulma, Wukong, and Abba remained at Sino's home. Her father had returned, and in celebration of the restored peace, they were treated to a delightful dinner of steak. Son Wukong, upon seeing the food, let loose his inhibitions and feasted heartily. Sino's mother beamed with delight, continually refilling his plate. Sino rested her chin on her hand, watching Wukong devour his meal. Remarkable, he eats so much. Bulma chuckled. Is that truly worthy of praise? Eating a lot is impressive? Sino replied, indeed. He consumes an enormous amount, yet it is quite impressive. Sino's father chimed in. Yes, it is precisely because he eats so much that he is so formidable. Our village's peace is largely due to Wukong, so do not hold back. There is plenty more. All right, thank you. Son Wukong accepted another plate of steak with enthusiasm. However, he found it peculiar that although the chief had been rescued and Miss Ruta destroyed, the system task remained incomplete. What could possibly be amiss? Due to his preoccupation with dining, he scarcely had the opportunity to contemplate anything else, wholly engrossed in his meal. The village chief remarked, the entire village is filled with joy. We truly do not know how to express our gratitude. Sinor's father responded, merely defeating the Miss Ruta is insufficient. The Red Ribbon Army is a formidable entity. To contend with them, we must rely on the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, have we yet located any Dragon Balls in the vicinity? The village chief nodded, indeed. The Red Ribbon Army has searched for so long without success. Gathering the Dragon Balls is certainly no simple task. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar, declaring, who says it is not easy? With this genius girl's radar, we shall gather the Dragon Balls in no time. However, as night has fallen, let us resume our search at dawn. As she spoke, Bulma activated the radar, and the display caused her to pause in surprise. What is this? The others turned their attention to Bulma. What has happened? She inquired. Something seems amiss. Earlier today, the radar indicated a Dragon Ball near the Miss Ruta. Yet now it has vanished, leaving only the Dragon Balls in our possession illuminated. Could it have been consumed by something? At that moment, Aba suddenly interjected. The Dragon Ball is with me. He unfastened his clothing, revealing his chest, from which he produced a Dragon Ball. Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked, Oh, Android 8, how could the Dragon Ball be in your possession? Aba explained, I stumbled upon it during an outing. However, General White intends to eliminate the villagers once he acquires the Dragon Ball, so I concealed it within myself. What? Sinor exclaimed in astonishment. That fiend plans to slaughter the villagers after obtaining the Dragon Ball. Aba nodded. Indeed, I heard him say so with my own ears. Bulma could not suppress a gulp. To exterminate the villagers, he truly is a ruthless individual. Son Wukong expressed his disbelief. I cannot believe such a plan exists. I never anticipated that General White would intend to kill the villagers upon finding the Dragon Ball. It seems the Red Ribbon Army is utterly heartless. It appears I must adopt a more forceful approach when dealing with them. The village chief swiftly turned to Aba, exclaiming, Remarkable. Aba, you are truly a good person. I have decided that you shall reside in my home. Aba, taken aback, pointed to himself. Me? The village chief affirmed, Yes. My spouse and I have always relied on each other. Having a young person around will be immensely helpful. Bulma looked at Aba and said, Congratulations, timid android. You can now reside peacefully in the village. Aba lowered his head, filled with worry. But I am an android. The village chief explained, So what? It matters not. You are far more human than those cold-hearted individuals. Chapter 34. The unparalleled Ms. Bulma. The village chief invited Aba to stay at his home, and Aba was deeply moved. However, he shook his head once more, saying, No, that won't do. I just remembered something. I have a bomb inside me. If it detonates, it could endanger everyone. The village chief and Sino's family were taken aback. At that moment, Bulma suddenly burst into laughter. What is there to fear from a mere bomb? Have you forgotten? I am a genius scientist. Leave the bomb disposal to me. Everyone turned to Bulma, though some wore expressions of skepticism. Goku promptly reassured them, Do not worry. When it comes to mechanical inventions, Bulma's expertise far surpasses that of the scientist who created Aba. Disarming a bomb is child's play. Indeed. Soon, Aba lay upon the bed, while the others kept their distance as Bulma commenced her bomb disarming operation. As she opened Aba's abdominal cavity and beheld the intricate and complex mechanisms within, Bulma could not contain her astonishment. The scientist capable of creating Aba was no ordinary individual. The construction was remarkably precise, and the design was audacious. Goku nodded in agreement. To create a kind-hearted android like Aba is no small feat. Bulma, have you considered delving into android engineering? Bulma quickly shook her head, exclaiming, Absolutely not. Why, you ask? As she dismantled the components, she elaborated, experts suggest that androids might one day replace humans, rendering the technology highly controversial and unrecognized by international organizations. Generally, those who pursue this research are deemed reckless. Goku appeared taken aback. It seemed those experts Bulma mentioned had some merit. Androids typically possess formidable capabilities. And should future androids develop malevolent personalities beyond control, without a stronger force to intervene, it could indeed lead to catastrophe. In the original narrative, regardless of whether in a future timeline or the present, Dr. Gero had indeed developed an emergency shutdown device, yet he met his demise at the hands of the androids. Goku suddenly understood, a single misstep could result in total failure. One must not recklessly pursue technological advancements. And thus he abandoned the idea of persuading Bulma to explore that avenue. A minute later, Bulma successfully extracted the bomb from Aba's body. Goku took the bomb and casually tossed it outside. Moments later, Aba opened his eyes once more. Is it done? That was quick. Bulma nodded, smiling. With this genius girl at work, of course it was swift. Now let us go greet everyone. Thank you, thank you. At that instant, a system message flashed through Goku's mind. Task: destroy Miss Ruta, rescue the village chief, and liberate the village has been accomplished. Reward: you can survive in an oxygen-deprived environment for 30 minutes, now in effect. Son Wukong blinked, feeling no discernible change. The following day, Aba took residence in the village chief's home. Wukong and Bulma had obtained the second Dragon Ball, and it was time for farewells. As a gesture of gratitude for Wukong's heroism, the entire village came to bid them farewell. Bulma and Wukong waved to the crowd, saying, "Farewell, take care, everyone." Aba expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Bulma and Son Wukong. You are my dearest friends." The villagers shouted their farewells, and Sino called out loudly, "Take care, Wukong. Remember to visit me." Son Wukong turned to her, their eyes locking momentarily before he waved, "Goodbye." Soon, Bulma closed the aircraft's hatch, and the sounds of farewell were abruptly silenced. The plane ascended swiftly into the sky, heading towards the next Dragon Ball. Feeling a powerful thrust from behind, Son Wukong remarked, "Bulma, your flying skills have become remarkably proficient. The ride is impressively smooth." Bulma smiled, "It's just practice, really." Son Wukong stretched, saying, "I didn't sleep well at her house, so I'm still a bit drowsy. I'll take a nap during the journey. I appreciate your efforts." Bulma chuckled and asked, "Wukong, did you notice something while at Sino's house?" "What is it?" "That girl named Sino seems to have a crush on you." Wukong paused for a moment before replying, "I sensed that while I was there. But since I have caught someone else's attention, shouldn't you be upset rather than amused? Aren't you the one who dislikes me mingling with others?" Bulma turned back with a smile, "I'm not sure. Perhaps she appears more innocent. Unlike those flirtatious girls at school. So even though I noticed her affection for you, I don't harbor any resentment." "Is that so? Now I understand." "Understand what?" Son Wukong fiddled with the radar, saying, "The location of the next Dragon Ball seems quite close to Master Roshi's house." Bulma frowned. "Why are you changing the subject? What did you understand? Did you see a reflection of your former infatuated self in her?" Bulma retorted angrily, "How dare you call anyone infatuated?" Sensing her ire, Son Wukong quickly amended, "Bulma, I realize that compared to other women, you are the most beautiful, with the finest figure." "You rascal." Caught off guard by his diversion, Bulma's cheeks flushed. "But I enjoy it, so do compliment me more." Son Wukong pondered for a moment, then raised his arm triumphantly, proclaiming, "Bulma, you are unparalleled in this world. Ms. Bulma, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her charm is such that she could make fish sink and swans fall from the sky." Shyly, Bulma covered her face, exclaiming, "Oh, come now, I am not as extraordinary as you claim. You should rest," she urged. "When you awaken, we shall have arrived." With a sense of tranquility, Son Wukong settled down, drawing the blanket around himself and drifting into slumber. It was not until their aircraft vanished from sight that Sino and her family returned indoors. However, upon entering her own chamber, Sino unexpectedly stumbled upon a box of universal capsules, her face betraying a hint of astonishment. Suddenly, she gasped in realization. "Oh no." After repairing 8, Bulma must have left her capsules here. Hastily, Sino dashed out of the house, yet the silhouette of their aircraft had already disappeared into the horizon. Sino's mother, curious at her daughter's sudden departure, inquired, "Sino, where are you going?" "They've already gone far." Turning back, Sino re-entered the house and said, "Mom, they forgot their things. What should we do?" Upon seeing the box of universal capsules, Sino's mother was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Did they leave behind so many capsules? You should keep them safe. I suspect they will return soon." Sino, with a hint of anticipation, asked, "Mom, are you sure they will come back? If there are many items, they likely will." Her mother replied. "However, Sino, do not meddle with their belongings. You must safeguard them, understand?" Sino nodded. "Yes, I understand." Chapter 35. The furious Red Ribbon Army. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the Dark Adjutant and Red Commander gazed at the enormous Dragon Ball radar. Their expressions grim. The Adjutant remarked, "That brat has set off. His destination appears to be the Dragon Ball in the area overseen by General Blue." The Red Commander, clenching his fists in frustration, said, "I can see that. I am merely curious as to why this little imp is so swift in his quest for the Dragon Balls." The Adjutant pondered for a moment, tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps his radar is simply more precise?" The Red Commander furrowed his brow. "What? Are you implying that the scientists of our Red Ribbon Army are inferior to those behind that little brat?" The Adjutant quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, that is not my intention. I merely believe it is coincidental that his radar is somewhat more accurate." With a derisive snort, the Red Commander retorted, "As if it were not enough that our Dragon Ball radar is less precise than others, now it seems the androids he created are also prone to rebellion. Perhaps we should simply execute Dr. Gero." The Adjutant interjected, "No, that would be unwise, Commander. The new generation of Dragon Ball radar is nearly complete. Now is the time to utilize our scientists. We can deal with them later." The Red Commander coldly scoffed, after spending so much to maintain this scientific team. "They are no better than wild scientists. They are utterly useless. Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, I shall see to it that they all meet their end." Subsequently, the Red Marshal picked up the communicator. "Hello, Communication Department. Please transmit that young man's photograph to General Blue and inform him to spare no effort in resolving the matter upon any discovery." Understood. At the temporary base under General Blue's command, a group of inept individuals had yet to locate any trace of the Dragon Balls. "We have already lost 2 Dragon Balls to that boy." The Red Marshal expressed his mounting frustration. "I apologize. We have exerted every effort. But the Dragon Balls should be at the seabed, making the search quite challenging." General Blue retorted angrily, "I do not wish to hear any excuses. Intensify the search immediately." Suddenly, General Blue noticed a soldier at the detector, carelessly picking his nose, which ignited his fury. "Hold on. Were you just picking your nose?" The soldier, taken aback, stammered an apology. I'm terribly sorry. It was an accident," General Blue exclaimed. "That's utterly disgusting. Bring him forth for execution." The soldier's face drained of color. "No. Please, don't. Help." Despite his desperate pleas, he was dragged away. After a sharp gunshot rang out, General Blue revealed a twisted smile. "What a delightful sound." At that moment, a subordinate shouted, "Report. Headquarters has sent word that brat is advancing towards us, and they have transmitted his photograph." Unfazed, General Blue chuckled confidently. "What? He dares to approach my territory?" A subordinate, in a panic, reported, "It is said that both the Silver Squad and the White Squad have been completely annihilated by him." General Blue laughed. Does he believe he is akin to them? They are the disgrace of the Red Ribbon Army. Soon, her subordinate printed out a photograph of Son Wukong. General Blue looked at the image with disdain. "I expected a formidable opponent, yet it turns out to be just a mere child, utterly unremarkable." Meanwhile, Bulma arrived near the Dragon Balls, landing the aircraft on an island. "Wukong, wake up. We have arrived. The radar indicates the Dragon Balls are right here." Son Wukong rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied, "Are we there? That was quick. I feel like I barely just fell asleep." Bulma, hands on her hips, retorted, "You've been sleeping all morning while I've been busy. Come on, let us go down and take a look." All right. With that, the two descended from the aircraft. The island was surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Bulma fiddled with the Dragon Ball radar and announced, according to the radar, "The Dragon Balls should be in the sea." Son Wukong pondered for a moment, having just received a reward allowing him to survive in an oxygen-deprived environment for 30 minutes. He thought, diving into the sea to find a Dragon Ball should be a breeze. "Should I dive down to search?" he inquired. Bulma chuckled. "With a genius like me around, you need not suffer that ordeal. I specifically made preparations for this journey and brought a submarine." Goku nodded. "Is that so? I hope you Haven team made a mistake." Bulma, curious, replied, "You actually doubt my ability to bring the right capsule? How could that be? Am I really so unreliable in your eyes? Goku waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, I merely have a slight foreboding. Please, go ahead and check. Bulma shot him a glare before flipping through the universal capsules. As she searched, she sensed something amiss. One capsule box was missing. Inside, there was only a single universal capsule. Why did it feel so wrong? Could it be that I left my universal capsule at the Sino household? A bad premonition crossed Bulma's face. What was in that capsule? She recalled her father's words when he gave it to her, advising her to heed safety measures. It must contain something useful. Turning to Goku, she declared, Goku, step aside. I'm going to throw this out. Goku quickly moved to the side, and with a loud bang, the capsule opened. Dozens of colorful photo albums cascaded out before Bulma, leaving her stunned. Remembering her father's words, she couldn't help but exclaim, Is this what you call safety measures? Bulma's temper flared. She never expected her father would give her such lewd items. Goku picked one up, flipping through it as he remarked, Your dad's collection is quite impressive. It's far superior to the high-definition ones Krillin purchased. Bulma snatched it from him, shouting, Children must not look at this. Don't learn bad habits. How infuriating that he mistook her father's universal capsule. That old man. I shall never trust him again for giving me a pile of this trash. In her fury, Bulma began to tear the albums to shreds. While she was still fuming, Goku had already started contemplating how to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma, is the radar waterproof? He inquired. Bulma glanced at him curiously and replied, It doesn't seem to be fully waterproof. Are you certain you want to dive to search for the Dragon Balls? Goku nodded. Indeed, I find it much simpler to dive myself than to rely on the submarine. Bulma pondered for a moment before stating, Though the radar isn't waterproof. Making it so is easy. Just slip it into a plastic bag. With that, she retrieved a plastic bag and placed the Dragon Ball radar inside. See, this will do the trick. Goku's face brightened. That solution seems feasible. Bulma stroked her chin and added, However, even if you can dive, I believe the odds of you finding them are slim. The deep sea is far more complex than we imagine. Goku chuckled, Let us give it a try. With that, in the blink of an eye, he stripped down to nothing but his underwear. Please wait for me here. There are members of the Red Ribbon Army nearby. So remain concealed, Bulma instructed with a nod. Don't worry, I know how to hide from any adversaries that may approach, Son Wukong replied, diving directly into the ocean. Chapter 36. You may now have multiple wives. The ocean water appeared murky, and as Son Wukong submerged, his visibility was significantly diminished compared to that on land. He had to rely on his radar to ascertain his location while he cautiously searched the depths. After plunging into the abyss for at least 5 minutes, he felt no sensation of suffocation. The frigid waters enveloped him, yet he remained unfazed by the cold. Surviving for 30 minutes in an oxygen-deprived environment was a modest reward bestowed by the system. Guided by the radar, he ventured deeper into the sea. However, as he attempted to discern the radar's directions, he found himself engulfed in complete darkness, unable to see even his outstretched hand. The dilapidated surroundings worsened. The relentless pressure of the water had compromised the plastic bags, and the sole indicator light on the radar had extinguished, leaving Son Wukong utterly disoriented. At that moment, a message from the system flickered in his mind. In your past life, you discovered the pirate's treasure but were unable to carry it away, a true regret. Subsequently, Chi-Chi's family fortune dwindled, and your lives became financially strained. Chi-Chi's demeanor transformed, blaming you for failing to earn a living and care for the household. Your life has reset. You have finally grasped the significance of money. A man without wealth is indeed inferior. Although Bulma is affluent, you desire to be self-sufficient. Believing that reliance on others diminishes your stature, you aspire to earn enough to support your own needs. Your task is to retrieve the pirate's treasure. The reward entails a change in Earth's marriage laws, allowing you to take multiple wives. Retrieve the pirate's treasure? Son Wukong's mind was suddenly enlightened. He recalled not only the Dragon Balls but also a chest of riches, a giant octopus, and the impending battle with the unusually inclined Blue General. Memories of his quest for the Dragon Balls began to resurface. Financial stability is essential for providing for a family, and only with financial freedom can one pursue their passions, a truth universally acknowledged by the inhabitants of Earth. He then glanced at the system's rewards, momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. The reward is a change in marriage law allowing for multiple wives? This task's reward seemed rather outrageous. If he understood correctly, altering the legal framework from the ground up would fundamentally shift the Earth's perception of marriage. The people of this world would no longer adhere to the notion of a singular lifelong partnership. Thus, even if he were to embrace Bulma on one side and Android 18 on the other, he would not face condemnation from societal norms, morals, or laws. He would no longer need to fret over choosing between Chi-Chi or Bulma. Upon reaching this point, Son Wukong could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He mused, although this world reveres strength above all, how splendid a life imbued with power is. Contemplating the joys of a future unburdened by the trials of a treacherous battlefield, his resolve intensified. Realizing that time was of the essence, he swiftly propelled himself towards the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, Bulma had scoured every capsule, yet the submarine remained elusive. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "My father truly knows how to test one's patience." Just then, 2 fighter jets soared overhead, piquing her curiosity. In an instant, the aircraft opened fire upon her. "Baiyu! Baiyu! Baiyu!" Startled, Bulma hastily fled. As she ran, confusion clouded her thoughts. How infuriating! I have never shown my face before the Red Ribbon Army. How could they have recognized me? At that moment, the 2 approaching jets zoomed past her, catching sight of her visage, and ceased their assault. A voice crackled through. "Hey, we've made a mistake. That's not the little brat, it's a girl." The pilots landed their jets before Bulma, apologizing. "Oh dear, we mistook you for someone else." Bulma, still fuming, retorted, "That was far too dangerous. You nearly took my life. Do you realize that?" Casting a glance at their aircraft, she inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask if you are affiliated with the nearby Red Ribbon Army?" Both pilots nodded in unison. "Impressive. A young lady like you is familiar with our Red Ribbon Army. You must be quite knowledgeable." Bulma offered a sheepish smile. "Of course. Who doesn't he know about the Red Ribbon Army?" Returning to the matter at hand, she asked, "Do you happen to have a submarine?" One of the slightly heavier pilots hesitated momentarily. "A submarine? I do have one." Bulma's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" The pilot chuckled. "Indeed. Why would I deceive you?" As they spoke, the second pilot's expression turned lecherous. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "You're quite the pretty girl. How about entertaining us a bit? And we'll lend you our submarine. What do you say?" Bulma flexed her wrist and replied with a smile, "Flattery will get you nowhere. You should not covet my beauty. The strength behind my punch may be beyond your capacity to endure." Both men were momentarily taken aback. What? Before they could react, Bulma delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of the heavier pilot, sending him crumpling to the ground, convulsing in pain. The other pilot, witnessing this, was instantly alarmed. "You dare lay hands on us?" To her surprise, Bulma glanced at the clenched fist and then at him. Another pilot, his hair standing on end, hastily drew his weapon and fired at Bulma. However, after the gunshot rang out, Bulma seemed to vanish before his eyes. Where did she go? In the next moment, she appeared behind him. "Look where." With that, Bulma forcefully tapped his shoulder, and as he turned around, she landed a punch on his back. In an instant, he crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. The 2 pilots were left half paralyzed by Bulma's prowess, and they both recognized her strength, pleading for mercy. "Spare us, O heroic maiden. We shall not dare again." Given that both were rendered helpless, Bulma refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead taking their submarine and departing, thus letting them off the hook. Reflecting on the recent events, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, Goku's wish was quite favorable. Possessing some strength is indeed delightful." Soon, she returned to the shore where she had parted ways with Goku. She surveyed the surroundings, noting that the sea remained calm, with no sign of Goku. A wave of concern washed over her. Has Goku been down there for so long that he might drown? Oh dear. Realizing the ominous nature of her thoughts, Bulma quickly dismissed them. Subsequently, she activated the stolen Universal Capsule, and a military submarine emblazoned with the Red Ribbon Army insignia materialized. I truly am a genius. No need to retrieve capsules from Sino now. Just then, Son Wukong burst through the water's surface, soaring into the air, gasping for breath. Spotting Wukong, Bulma immediately called out to him, "Goku, I have a submarine." Son Wukong looked at Bulma, astonished, and quickly noticed the submarine. "Hey, Bulma, where did you get this?" "Judging by the insignia, it appears to be from the Red Ribbon Army, right?" Bulma, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. "Well, it's quite the coincidence. Just moments ago, 2 Red Ribbon soldiers passed by and nearly mistook me for a helpless maiden to eliminate. Thankfully, I demonstrated my skills, and I gave them a good thrashing. After dealing with them, I rummaged through their belongings and found this submarine. What do you think?" I'm rather lucky, aren't I? Chapter 37. The stronghold behind Wukong. After hearing Bulma's account, Son Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. It's fortunate that you wished for strength. Otherwise, you might have met your demise twice over. Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, having some strength is truly beneficial. Back in school, if any pretentious girl dared to flaunt her friends in front of me, I would simply deliver a sharp retort. It was quite satisfying. Unfortunately, after I had dealt with a few people, no one dared to speak ill of me again. Son Wukong responded, "So, you came out with me just to satiate your urge to fight?" Bulma covered her mouth with a smile and said, No, I truly dislike fighting. However, if someone were to strike me, I would have no choice but to retaliate vigorously." As she spoke, Bulma turned her gaze towards Goku. "So how was it? After diving for so long, it seems you haven't found any Dragon Balls." Goku handed Bulma the Dragon Radar, which was encased in a damaged plastic bag. This plastic bag burst in the deep sea, and it appears the radar has malfunctioned. Examining the torn plastic and the waterlogged radar, Bulma couldn't help but slap her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I forget about the pressure in the deep sea? Even a genius girl can make mistakes, haha." Goku looked at Bulma with concern. "What should we do? Is there a way to repair the radar?" Bulma nodded and replied, "Fixing the radar is manageable. I just need some tools." Goku was taken aback. "Didn't you bring tools with you? I recall you used them to repair A8. Bulma, slightly embarrassed, responded, "I just realized that my usual multifunctional capsule bag is not with me. I may have left it at Sino's house." "Left it at Sino's?" Goku furrowed his brow. "Are you telling me that you want me to go retrieve it?" Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. It's too far and too cold. It's just tools. I can buy some at a nearby store." As she spoke, Bulma began to scan the surroundings, but all she could see was the vast ocean. Goku suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. This place seems to be not far from Master Roshi's. I could just go to Kame House and borrow a set of tools." Bulma immediately replied, "Forget it. The Red Ribbon Army is active in this area, and I would rather not encounter them. I'll go with you." Goku nodded in agreement. "All right." With that, Bulma stowed away the submarine and brought out the airplane. Goku, recalling that they needed a multifunctional capsule to transport the treasure conveniently, asked, "By the way, Bulma, you didn't lose the capsule with that magazine, did you?" Bulma's expression darkened as Goku brought up that embarrassing incident. She disdainfully replied, "That filthy thing? I threw it away. Wait for me. I'll go back to find an empty capsule," she said, as Goku flew back to the previous location in haste. Bulma, puzzled by his urgency, wondered, could it be that Goku saw something he shouldn't have and is now acting recklessly? To her surprise, within just 2 minutes, Goku returned with an empty capsule, dispelling her doubts. Soon, the two boarded the airplane, and after a few minutes, they arrived at Kame House. The sea turtle, upon seeing a familiar face, greeted them enthusiastically. "Ah, Goku, I've missed you." Goku waved back. "It's the sea turtle. Long time no see. I'm back." As he spoke, Son Wukong glanced around and inquired, "Where's the master? And what about Yamcha?" The sea turtle replied, "The master is inside practicing yoga, while Yamcha has gone to cultivate." Son Wukong nodded and said, "Oh, I see. I will borrow some tools from the master. I'll head in first." "Very well, go ahead," the sea turtle responded. Thus, Wukong and Bulma entered the house. The turtle sage and Pu'er were intently watching television, gradually learning the yoga poses demonstrated by a beautiful instructor. "Master, I'm back," Wukong announced. The turtle sage asked, "Is that you, Wukong? What brings you here?" Son Wukong replied, "Our radar is malfunctioning, and I need to borrow your tools to repair it." The turtle sage immediately said, "Go to the study. There's a box on the floor containing the tools." With that, the turtle sage resumed his yoga practice, showing no inclination to attend to them. Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances, opting not to engage further, and proceeded into the study. With the tools at hand, Bulma swiftly repaired the radar. After a few adjustments, she remarked, "It's fixed. But this device cannot be submerged in the deep sea. It can only be used in a submarine." Son Wukong responded, "No worries, we have a submarine anyway. You can operate the radar from within and use the radio to guide me." Bulma nodded with a smile. "Indeed, having you around is quite beneficial. Let us be off." Son Wukong's expression darkened. "When did I become your slave?" As they prepared to leave, they bid farewell to the turtle sage, who remained engrossed in his yoga session, completely oblivious to their departure. Thus, the two of them exited the turtle's abode. At the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade, the Black Officer and General Red were analyzing the radar. The black officer remarked with curiosity, how strange. What could that little brat be up to? Logically, with such precise radar, he shouldn't be taking detours, yet he lingered in a certain location for a while. That place must be problematic. Just then, the phone rang. The black officer answered. Hello, this is the black officer speaking. Not good. We were ambushed while supporting General Blue. They stole our submarine. The black officer was momentarily taken aback. What? That brat stole your submarine? Yes, sir. Understanding dawned on the black officer's face. He turned to General Red and said, I believe I understand now. The island where he lingered must be his stronghold. However, upon returning to his base, he discovered it lacked a submarine, prompting him to steal ours. General Red took a puff from his cigar, gazing at the black officer, and said, Our military equipment is all tracked. Inquire about the model of the stolen submarine. On the other end of the line, a voice responded directly, Comrade Marshal. The model of the submarine we were robbed of is 2A1314. The Marshal immediately spoke into the phone. Do not alarm the enemy. Let General Lon follow that submarine. He will surely locate the Dragon Balls, and in the process, retrieve the Dragon Balls from that little rascal. Understood. With that, the aide-de-camp hung up the phone. He looked at the Marshal with admiration and said, As expected of a Marshal, your strategic foresight is unparalleled. The Marshal scoffed, Humph. It is these imbeciles who are utterly incompetent and lack any wit. The aide-de-camp smiled awkwardly. Indeed, they are quite foolish. However, not everyone possesses your wisdom. Of course not. Or else I wouldn't be the Marshal, he lamented, glancing at his own height with a look of despair. At that moment, he noticed the aide-de-camp standing too close to him. His anger flared. Hey, aide-de-camp, who told you to stand so near? It only makes me appear shorter. Step back. The aide-de-camp awkwardly took a step back. Then the Marshal remembered something and turned back. Right, aide-de-camp. Speak with General Lon and instruct him to investigate the island where that little rascal is staying. Perhaps the scientist backing him is located there. The aide-de-camp immediately saluted. Yes. Sir. Chapter 38. Bulma. Look at my brain at General Lan's base. He replied. Yes, I understand. I will dispatch someone to investigate that island immediately. I will personally track that little rascal. With excitement on his face, General Lon hung up the phone. Someone, go investigate that island and bring back any suspicious individuals. Understood. General Lon straightened his uniform and declared, I shall also set forth. Watch me retrieve 3 Dragon Balls in one go, and bring joy to Marshal Red. With that, General Lon boarded the submarine. Lock on a submarine 2A1314 and follow them. Yes, sir. Bulma piloted the submarine, reaching the ocean floor. The depths were profound and dark. They could only discern their surroundings with the submarine's lights. As Bulma navigated the vessel, Goku directed her, Bulma, the Dragon Balls are directly below us. Descend. Bulma frowned. We cannot go down. There are rocks and large patches of coral below. Rocks, you say? Goku seemed to have an idea and immediately said, Is there a cave here? Let us search for an entrance. Bulma responded, Hand me the radar. Goku passed her the radar. Bulma began to press the buttons, and moments later, the radar displayed a map interface. It even has this function? Goku suddenly felt as if he were an old person, unable to even use the radar. Bulma nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, her expression brightened. Through the cross-section, it appeared to connect to another location. Wait a moment, she said, resuming her operations. Moments later, her expression glowed even more brilliantly. Wonderful. You guessed correctly, this truly is a cave. Son Wukong's face lit up with joy. The treasure is within our grasp, along with the company of many wives. Let us hasten. Bulma replied enthusiastically, maneuvering the submarine forward as they navigated past obstacles and into the cave. At that very moment, a beam of light suddenly shone upon them from behind. Through her detector, Bulma discerned the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. She gasped in alarm. Oh no! The Red Ribbon Army must have discovered my stolen submarine. They are in pursuit. Son Wukong inquired, Did you not eliminate those 2 captives? Bulma retorted, But they were girls. How could I possibly harm them? Son Wukong remarked, Then it is no wonder they have tracked us down. Bulma, feeling a pang of panic, asked, We are in the ocean. If a torpedo strikes us, even if we survive the explosion, we will surely drown. What shall we do? Son Wukong reassured her. Do not fret. Their primary objective is undoubtedly the Dragon Balls. They are unlikely to act against us for now. Let us proceed. After contemplating for a moment, Bulma nodded. Understood. I hope there is a dry spot within, then we can deal with them. With that, Bulma piloted the submarine deeper into the cave. Noticing Bulma's trepidation, Wukong continued to comfort her. Do not worry, Bulma. Even if you were to perish, I would gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Bulma's lips twitched. What nonsense are you speaking? I do not wish to die. At this, she instinctively patted her bag, only to realize her waist was empty. There was no trace of her belongings. Oh no, I must have left the Dragon Ball bag at Master Roshi's while fixing the radar. Son Wukong consoled her. No matter. Once we find the Dragon Balls in the deep sea, we can retrieve it later. Bulma lamented. What is wrong with me lately? I either bring the wrong items or forget something entirely. Wukong chuckled. Perhaps you are simply exhausted and in need of rest. Shall I take the helm of the submarine? No, I will handle it. She replied. You are adept at fighting, but I cannot trust your piloting skills. I wish to live a few more years. Son Wukong shrugged. In truth, I have never piloted a submarine. I was merely being polite. Bulma scolded playfully. You rascal. Keep teasing me, and I shall punish you by only allowing you to eat half of your meal. No. Meanwhile, a group from the Red Ribbon Army arrived at Master Roshi's place, leaving the old master utterly perplexed. Who are you people? An officer stepped forward and said, You are the doctor who created the radar, aren't you? The turtle sage was taken aback. Doctor? Me? The officer laughed heartily. Pretending to be ignorant won't help. We have already conducted a thorough investigation. The turtle sage scratched his head. But I am not pretending. Who exactly are you? We are members of the Red Ribbon Army. The turtle sage paused for a moment and then replied, Oh, so it's you. I have heard about you. You are the notorious villainous army with a terrible reputation. At that moment, a soldier emerged from inside, reporting, Sir, we found a woman's bag containing 2 Dragon Balls. The officer's expression brightened. Wonderful. They are indeed here. The turtle sage glanced at the bag and immediately recalled the earlier incident when Bulma and Goku came to borrow tools. It was the very bag Bulma had at her waist. Ah, so she is just a careless girl who left her bag here, he remarked. The turtle sage then inquired, What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? The officer smirked. That is for you to know. The turtle sage reiterated, In that case, I cannot allow you to take the Dragon Balls. As he spoke, the turtle sage's figure flickered, swiftly snatching the bag from the officer's hands. Both the officer and the soldiers were momentarily stunned. What just happened? One soldier pointed at the turtle sage, exclaiming, Sir, look, he has stolen your Dragon Balls. The officer was taken aback. What? When did you steal the Dragon Balls? The turtle sage, holding the Dragon Balls, retorted, Since when were these yours? The officer, being well versed in such matters, realized that the ability to snatch the Dragon Balls without his notice indicated the turtle sage was no ordinary opponent. He immediately shouted, Everyone, listen up. Kill him. Open fire. As he spoke, countless guns were aimed at the turtle sage without hesitation, and they began firing. The bullets rained down upon the turtle sage. However, he waved his hands a few times, catching each bullet effortlessly. Once the barrage ceased, he opened his hands, letting a cascade of bullets clatter to the ground. The bullets had not harmed him, leaving everyone terrified. The turtle sage chuckled. Now it is my turn. With that, he dashed towards the soldiers and the officer like lightning. With a flurry of punches, the officer and his men were left in disarray. The turtle sage dusted off his hands and remarked, You young fellows, why not pursue something worthwhile instead of joining a gang? You might lose your lives in the process. I advise you to reform while you still can. After saying this, the turtle sage picked up the Dragon Balls and walked back into the building. The soldiers, realizing he had no intention of killing them, hurriedly retreated from the scene. Chapter 39. The underwater vault. Bulma piloted the submarine, diligently navigating through the cavern's intricate passages. Before long, they emerged upon the surface of the water, and an expression of astonishment swept across Bulma's face. How peculiar. We seem to have arrived outside, she remarked. Goku scanned the surroundings and responded, Clearly, this is not the outside, but rather a unique area deep within the cave. Bulma nodded in agreement. I understand. But the submarine is no longer functional, and it appears they are closing in on us. Shall we make haste? Pondering for a moment, Goku proposed, Why run? We could simply eliminate them. Bulma countered, Let us refrain from being impulsive. If they were to collapse the cave, we would be trapped. Goku, taken aback, acknowledged, Your reasoning is surprisingly prudent. Of course, Bulma replied, I am not as reckless as you. The duo made their way to the shore and ventured deeper into the cave. As they progressed, the path became increasingly obscured. Bulma glanced at the radar, her concern mounting. Will we truly find the Dragon Balls by continuing this way? We won't be buried here, will we? Perhaps we should turn back? Doubt began to creep into Bulma's mind. Goku reassured her, "Do not worry, Bulma. There must be another exit within. Trust me, if we become trapped, I can break through the ground with my Kamehameha." Bulma looked at Goku in astonishment before nodding. "You do have a point. Your confidence is quite reassuring." At that moment, lights suddenly illuminated overhead. A lamp some distance away lit up the path before them. Bulma gasped. "What is happening?" Goku quickly explained, "There's a switch here. I pressed it randomly, and everything turned on." "How could there be lights?" Bulma pondered. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. "I understand now. We are not the first to enter this cave. This must be the base of some secret organization." As they continued their exploration, a skeleton on the ground startled Bulma. "Ah!" she shrieked, retreating behind Goku. Goku observed the skeleton, noting the tattered remnants of pirate clothing. "This appears to be a pirate. It seems we have stumbled into a pirate's secret lair. There may be treasure here." "Treasure?" Bulma shivered at the thought. "Goku, I have no interest in riches. Perhaps we should leave?" Goku chuckled. "Fear not. With me around, you are in no danger. Follow my lead." With that, he strode forward confidently. Bulma considered his words. "True. It's merely a pirate's treasure trove. We are not afraid of guns or cannons now, so we should be safe." With that reassurance, she followed suit. As they ventured further, the passageway widened, revealing a corridor adorned with modern decor. The floor, walls, and ceiling were riddled with small holes. Bulma couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. The sudden change in the path felt quite peculiar. Son Wukong remarked, as expected, "This extended design must be a trap to deter intruders." As he spoke, he took a step forward and stepped onto a concealed hole. In an instant, 2 arrows shot out from the sides. With a swift motion, Son Wukong caught the arrows in his hands. "See, my intuition was spot on." A bead of sweat appeared on Bulma's forehead. "Thank goodness I didn't step on it. But how shall we proceed?" Son Wukong turned to Bulma and said, "Have you forgotten? I can fly. I'll carry you across." Bulma pondered for a moment, realizing that she would be acting as a shield for Son Wukong. The thought of a misstep leading to a rain of arrows made her legs weaken. "Why don't you carry me like a princess? My legs feel a bit wobbly." "All right." With that, Son Wukong soared into the air, cradling Bulma in his arms. Being held by Wukong made Bulma's cheeks flush slightly. She said, "Wukong, if only you were grown up now, with 8-pack abs for me to lean against. How about we gather the Dragon Balls and wish for you to grow up to my size instead? What do you think? Maybe next time. I have a use for the Dragon Balls this time." Bulma nodded in disappointment. "Oh, fine." Without any hesitation, Wukong transformed into a streak of light, swiftly reaching the other side of the corridor. Bulma exhaled deeply. "Phew, that was thrilling. Let us move on." Indeed, after walking a short distance, they emerged into a vast expanse. A large harbor came into view. Bulma exclaimed, "Incredible. This place is truly a hidden gem." Son Wukong nodded in agreement. "Yes. It's astonishing that such a large port exists here, yet remains unused. It seems such a waste." Bulma glanced at the dilapidated cruise ship and said, "The existence of a port suggests that there are other exits aside from the way we came." At that moment, a gigantic robot wielding a large sword blocked their path. "Oh no." Bulma gasped and immediately hid behind Wukong. Son Wukong reassured her, "There's no need to fear. It's just a robot." As he spoke, the robot charged at them, swinging its sword. Son Wukong drew his Rui Jingu Bang, channeling his strength as he struck down at the robot. With a thunderous crash, the robot was obliterated. The mere sound of the impact made Son Wukong feel as if the entire area was trembling. "Bulma, we must hurry inside." Okay. Behind them, the Red Ribbon Army swiftly pursued them to this location. "Report to the general. Their submarine is here, but the individuals have left. Additionally, I observed that they did not bring weapons when they exited the submarine. It appears that in their haste, they escaped from the submarine without taking their weapons." A sly smile crept across General Blue's face. "They must have been slain by formidable arms, leaving only 2 mere children. Let us pursue them quickly. Victory is assured. Upon encountering them, we shall eliminate them without hesitation." "Understood." The Red Ribbon Army is well equipped, carrying flashlights that illuminated the cavern as if it were daylight. "Charge." They dashed forward at breakneck speed, while General Blue, trailing behind, wore a satisfied grin. "There is no escape here. The Dragon Balls and treasures shall all be mine." He chuckled to himself, but then a series of anguished screams echoed ahead. Startled, General Blue rushed forward. However, upon reaching the brightly lit area, he found his subordinates pierced by a hail of arrows, nearly annihilated. General Blue was taken aback. Could it be that there was a trap? A seasoned warrior. His expression quickly regained its composure. No, this was a trap set long ago, clearly not a makeshift one. Yet, with such a long path filled with mechanisms, there was no way they could traverse it, unless they could fly. Pondering, General Blue stroked his chin. If this trap was crafted by the pirates, they too would need to pass through, and there must be a secret passage or mechanism. After a brief search, he spotted a button. Found it. Pressing the button, a stone door opened, revealing a new hidden passage. A smile spread across General Blue's face. Indeed, there are mechanisms. Just wait and see. Though I am alone now, as long as you are unarmed, my strength will dispatch you in an instant. With that, General Blue slipped into the concealed passage. Chapter 40. The treasure secured. Goku and Bulma ventured further along the path, soon entering a labyrinth. Bulma exclaimed, "Goku, this is a maze. What should we do?" At that moment, the ground trembled violently. Dust and debris fell from the walls and ceiling. Bulma cried out, "Oh no, this place might collapse. Shouldn't we turn back?" Goku scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling upon a handwritten mark on the ground. "It's fine, just follow my lead and stick to the markings." Bulma paused in surprise. She recalled how they had followed markings in Pilaf's castle before. Although they had been deceived then, this was the ocean floor, distinctly different. A misstep here could lead to drowning, a perilous risk. Following the markings seemed too obvious a trap, didn't it? Noticing Bulma hesitating, Goku quickly took her hand and urged her to move forward. "Let us go, trust me." Suddenly sensing Goku's unwavering determination, Bulma experienced a peculiar sensation within her, one that was quite pleasurable. Although Goku did not embody the archetype of a domineering CEO, that hint of assertiveness oddly brought her some enjoyment. Moments later, they reached their destination, where a square well came into view. Bulma was taken aback. Had they taken a wrong turn? How could there be a well here? Upon seeing the well, a flicker of joy illuminated Goku's face. This was indeed the place. "Bulma, we must dive down." Bulma stared in disbelief. "What? Dive down? Goku, don't forget, I'm not like you. I cannot hold my breath for long." Just then, the ground trembled violently, and debris cascaded from the ceiling. "Hurry, Bulma." Only then did she hastily leap into the well, with Goku following closely behind, shielding her with his presence. Once submerged, the underwater passage bore some resemblance to the previous one. However, its diameter was too narrow for a submarine to pass through. Yet, there was a discernible glow beneath the water, and Goku and Bulma swam towards the light. After a mere few seconds, they finally surfaced. Upon emerging from the water, a treasure chest lay before them, stark and inviting. Upon opening the chest, they found it brimming with gleaming jewels. Bulma finally grasped the situation. "Wait, Goku. We came to find the Dragon Balls, not to seek treasure." Goku, unhurried, began to stow the riches into a universal capsule. "I am aware. Finding treasure does not conflict with our quest for the Dragon Balls. That is true. However, as she observed Goku's fervent engagement in collecting the treasure, a hint of skepticism flickered in Bulma's eyes. "Goku, you're not contemplating using these treasures to impress girls, are you?" Goku turned to Bulma, momentarily at a loss for words. Bulma, hands on her hips, teased. "What, did I hit the nail on the head? You little lecher." At that moment, a system message flashed through Goku's mind. "Mission, secure the pirate's treasure, completed. Reward, the alteration of Earth's marriage laws has taken effect. Grow up quickly. You may now have multiple wives." Instantly, centuries-old marital conventions transformed, and society's perception of marriage shifted. In an instant, Bulma's expression changed dramatically. She promptly adjusted her demeanor and said, "Goku, I was just joking with you earlier. You're absolutely right. How could a man not think about earning money? With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly have more than one wife when you grow up, and I cannot monopolize you. With this treasure, you can marry all the girls you fancy when you are older." Seeing the sincerity in Bulma's gaze, Goku found himself momentarily astonished. This seemingly insignificant task reward is truly extraordinary. Indeed, with the changes in the law, Bulma has also altered her perspective on marriage. She noticed Goku gazing at her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Covering her face in a coy manner, she asked, "Why do you look at me like that? Am I mistaken?" The continuity of human civilization relies heavily on the desire for procreation, does it not? Goku blinked and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Bulma, you are absolutely right." At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. It was General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. Brandishing a modified handgun, he aimed it at the two. Now you can't escape. Bulma, upon seeing the ominous barrel, quickly hid behind Goku. Goku, that gun is a modified handgun. Be careful. A slight smile graced Goku's lips. Do not fear. Just watch me. Aware of Goku's formidable reputation, General Blue did not dare to underestimate him and immediately pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed in the air. The recoil of the handgun caused General Blue's arms to lift, and he slid back a few inches. However, Goku seemed to have effortlessly caught the bullet with a mere wave of his hand, completely unscathed. General Blue, despite his formidable strength, could catch ordinary bullets. Yet this type of bullet, capable of penetrating tanks, was surely beyond anyone's grasp. Witnessing this, General Blue protested, "Impossible. Don't deceive me. No one can catch modified bullets." Goku opened his hand, revealing a smoking armor-piercing round that fell to the ground. General Blue's pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively took a step back. "How is this possible?" Goku chuckled. "You shouldn't have met your end at my hands, but given that you wield such a destructive weapon, I'll grant you a swift departure." Goku surveyed the surroundings. "This place will serve perfectly as your grave." With that, he kicked the bullet with force. Whoosh. Bang. Before General Blue could utter a cry of despair, the bullet pierced through his forehead. Blood splattered against the wall from the back of his head as he fell to the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. At that moment, the earth trembled more violently, and countless fragments of stone tumbled down. Goku turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, the ground is collapsing. Hand me the radar. And you must leave at once." Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "You still need the radar? We might as well abandon the Dragon Balls. It's too late." Goku replied resolutely, "It's all right, hurry and go. I'll find the Dragon Balls and catch up with you swiftly." Bulma, not one to linger, nodded and said, "Then you must hurry." With that, she leaped into the water alone. Goku, holding the radar, hurried off to search for the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the radar's accuracy was impeccable, allowing him to swiftly locate the Dragon Ball, after which he hurriedly retraced his steps. Just as Bulma reached the submarine, Goku arrived. "Goku, over here. Quickly come inside." Goku hastily dove into the submarine, and with a firm press on the pedal, Bulma initiated the launch. They departed the secret base in a flurry. Moments later, they finally burst forth from the ocean. Emerging from the submarine, they reclined on the grassy expanse of the island, inhaling the fresh air deeply. "We made it. Wow. That was exhilarating." The two shared a glance while lying on the grass, erupting into hearty laughter. Their laughter lingered for a brief moment before they instinctively fell silent. Lying on the ground, Bulma turned to Goku once more. A rare softness graced her face as she gently inquired, "Goku, what are you thinking about?" Goku replied, "Bulma, do you remember that Lan Shi, the woman who changes personality when she sneezes?" Bulma responded, her curiosity piqued. Goku nodded, "Yes, that's her. I've arranged for her to stay at my home. I want to go back for a visit and leave her some money to spend." A slight flush appeared on Bulma's cheeks as she nodded, "Wherever you go, I will follow. After all, I trust your judgment." Goku was taken aback for a moment, recognizing that while Bulma's tenderness was fleeting, it did evoke a sense of femininity in her. Subsequently, to prevent leading the Red Ribbon Army to their location, Goku placed the Dragon Ball at Master Roshi's house and ventured with Bulma to Paozu Mountain. A few days later, they set off once more. Chapter 41. Colonel Violet. Each Dragon Ball's location was assigned to a colonel by Commander Red, who tasked them with the collection of the scattered Dragon Balls. Colonel Violet of the Red Ribbon Army had just been assigned to a mountainous region for this purpose. Soon, Violet and her team arrived at the designated task site. The lieutenant surveyed the terrain and promptly reported to Colonel Violet. "Colonel Violet, the location assigned to us by Commander Red is indeed here. The mountain paths are treacherous, and the valleys are unfathomably deep. Locating a Dragon Ball seems rather daunting." Violet gazed at the imposing mountains ahead, shrouded in swirling mist, and her heart raced with trepidation. The challenge was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, much like what General Blue experienced at sea. Nonetheless, a soldier's duty is to comply. Violet considered herself a competent officer, unwilling to falter, particularly under the stringent policies of the Red Ribbon Army. She waved her hand resolutely, stating, "Since this is a directive from above, let us commence our search. Even if it means turning this mountain inside out, we shall find the Dragon Ball." The lieutenant's eyes twinkled mischievously as he replied, "Colonel, with just our few brothers, we certainly won't locate the Dragon Ball in a short time, especially since we are unfamiliar with this area. My subordinate has just discovered a substantial village in this mountainous region, with at least 1,000 inhabitants. Why not enlist the villagers to assist us in our quest for the Dragon Balls? Violet nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? That would be fortuitous. However, I am not inclined to employ the same methods of enslavement that others might use to coerce the villagers into helping. Having emerged from a rural background myself, I understand that the villagers are inherently kind-hearted. With a modest reward, they would exert themselves diligently in our search, thus preventing anyone from hoarding the Dragon Balls. We would save time, and the military funds we conserve could serve as their compensation. The lieutenant nodded in agreement. Understood. The colonel truly possesses a benevolent spirit. Shall we proceed to the village now? Violet assented and led a group of several brothers toward the village indicated by the lieutenant. At that moment, the village of Panshan was serene. Suddenly, a hoarse roar shattered the tranquility of the village. The bandits have arrived. Everyone hide quickly. The bandits are here. In an instant, Panshan village plunged into chaos. Women screamed as they gathered their children and rushed home, while the men seized nearby farming tools to form a defense. Yet, all understood that against the savage bandits, their resistance was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Moments later, the bandits, armed with rifles, stormed in. When the barrels were aimed at the villagers, they had no choice but to abandon their tools and await their fate. The bandits, seasoned in their craft, began to plunder with ease. They had resided in the mountains for many years, surviving by raiding nearby villages. Please stop. This is all the food we have left. If you take our last provisions, we will starve before the autumn harvest. An elderly woman pleaded, desperately clutching her pocket, fearing the bandits would seize her family's last morsel. Yet, the bandit merely scoffed and shoved her aside. Don't play the fool. You old hag. It's always such a hassle to get some food from your village. If you dare obstruct me again, I'll kill you, he exclaimed, before hoisting half a bag of her grain onto the vehicle. A hobbled man leaned on his cane and implored, I beg you, do not take it all. The fields are barren, and we truly have no food left. Silence. Old fool, the bandit leader retorted, striking the man across the face in fury. I say there is food, and there is. He commanded his men, search thoroughly. Take all the grain and valuables. Under the threat of firearms, the villagers dared not resist. The bandits quickly dispersed, scavenging more efficiently. Doors were kicked open, and boxes were overturned, filling the village with a haze of despair. Grain, money, jewels, and livestock were relentlessly looted. In this modern era, they astonishingly stuffed their plunder into multifunctional capsules, leaving only the livestock atop their vehicles, which didn't seem excessive. Suddenly, a scar-faced bandit, while searching for goods, caught sight of the village beauty, Xiaofeng, and a lascivious expression crept across his face. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, you little girl looks so tender. I almost overlooked you. Hey there, I won't rob your family anymore. Why not come with me up the mountain for some wine and meat? Xiaofeng was taken aback and immediately stepped back. However, the scar-faced man swiftly seized the girl's wrist, and she struggled desperately, shouting, Let go of me. Grandfather, save me. Upon witnessing his granddaughter being taken, the old man disregarded the meager food he had and staggered forward, shouting, Beast, release my granddaughter. As he spoke, the elder raised his cane to strike the scar-faced man. Yet, the disparity in size and strength was insurmountable, and with a single kick, the scar-faced man knocked him down. Old fool, it's a blessing for me to take an interest in your granddaughter. With that, he dragged the girl towards his vehicle. At that moment, a commanding female voice rang out, Release that girl. The scar-faced man turned to see Xylan, her expression one of icy disdain. With her short purple hair, exquisite features, and graceful figure, she exuded an extraordinary aura that was irresistibly captivating. Initially taken aback, he soon released the girl and approached Xylan with a lecherous grin, saying, Ah, you're clearly more beautiful than that little girl, and your figure is far superior. Ha ha ha. Are you here to take her place with me up the mountain? Xylan's face twisted in disgust. Disgusting, you're truly a beast. Saying this, she drew her gun and aimed at the scar-faced man, pulling the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet struck his forehead, and he fell to the ground, his expression one of disbelief. In an instant, the surrounding bandits were taken aback. Who fired a gun? How utterly dishonorable. Several fierce bandits hurriedly gathered. Just then, dozens of fully armed soldiers appeared on the scene. Before the bandits could comprehend the situation, Xylan waved her hand, and the soldiers swiftly dispatched the bandits without mercy. At your command. In a heartbeat, the soldiers surged forward, the sound of gunfire reverberating through the air. A mere dozen bandits, lacking any martial prowess, were no match for the trained soldiers. Within minutes, the bandits lay dead, and the stolen food and supplies were restored to their rightful owners. After a brief silence, the village erupted in fervent cheers, filled with an ineffable gratitude towards the soldiers. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have survived this year," the elder expressed with profound gratitude. "Thanks to you for saving my granddaughter. You are truly a great person. With the bandits gone, our lives will surely improve. You are a benefactor to our village." Having long carried out military orders, Xylan felt a peculiar warmth in her heart at the villagers' gratitude. She glanced at the gun in her hand, seemingly reminiscing about her childhood and recalling the reasons she had taken up arms in the first place. Upon entering the Red Ribbon Army, one gradually assimilated into this vast melting pot, forgetting the initial dreams. At that moment, the adjutant suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Dear villagers, it is indeed fate that we can save your village. We have received a mission to find an orange orb on this mountain, known as the Dragon Ball." Before the adjutant could finish his statement, the villagers comprehended the situation. "Are you here to search for an orb on the mountain?" Violet immediately nodded. "Have you found it?" "Ah, not yet, but we can assist in the search." "Indeed." Li Dazhuang thumped his chest and declared, "Colonel Violet, rest assured. We will not let you fail in your mission. We are well acquainted with this mountain. Leave the search for the Dragon Ball to us." "Certainly. It's not the busy farming season. We will surely help you find this Dragon Ball." Soon, the entire village, young and old, rallied together to aid in the quest for the Dragon Ball. Witnessing their sincere gazes and actions, Violet was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. In no time, over 600 villagers mobilized, their figures scattered across the great mountain in pursuit of the Dragon Ball. Chapter 42, The Holy Land of Karen. After a while, with no response from General Lan, Adjutant He sent scouts to investigate, ultimately discovering that General Lan's entire army had been annihilated. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Adjutant He spoke gravely. "Not good, Marshal Hong. General Lan has also met with total destruction." Marshal Hong fumed. "Fools. They couldn't even handle a mere brat. What a bunch of incompetence." After a moment of contemplation, Adjutant He replied, "Marshal Hong, perhaps that brat is not as simple as he seems. He has already slain 3 of our generals. This cannot be mere coincidence. So what? I have invested so many resources and provided intelligence. Yet we cannot even retrieve a single Dragon Ball. Is he not a fool?" Adjutant He fell silent. Marshal Hong glanced at the Dragon Ball radar on the large screen. The marker for the Dragon Ball in the Holy Land of Karen shining brilliantly. "What is going on with Colonel Huang? Wasn't he supposed to have located the Dragon Ball? Why has it not been obtained yet?" Adjutant He nodded. "Colonel Huang reported to me that the Dragon Ball is in the hands of that savage, and it seems to be quite troublesome. Humph, he is an even greater fool, unable to handle a mere savage." At that moment, the Dragon Ball radar indicated that Sun Wukong's signals were advancing towards the direction of Karen Tower. Both Marshal Hong and Adjutant He were taken aback. Adjutant He remarked, "That kid, setting off again so soon. This path appears to be aimed at seizing the Dragon Ball in Colonel Huang's area." Marshal Hong cursed. "What is that guy doing? Is he even capable?" Just then, the phone rang. Adjutant He answered. "Hello, this is Adjutant He. I am Colonel Huang, and I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Apart from myself, our entire forces have been annihilated." The Black Adjutant was taken aback. "What? You mean to say that aside from you, the entire army has perished?" Colonel Huang stammered in response. "Why yes, I am truly sorry." The Black Adjutant cast a glance at the nearly enraged Red Marshal, his expression darkening as he said, "Regardless, we must acquire the Dragon Balls, otherwise, you will cease to exist. Do you understand?" Colonel Huang on the other end of the line immediately fell into a state of panic. "Why yes, I understand. But I have no alternative." The Red Marshal's fists were clenched tightly, cracking ominously. "A bunch of incompetent fools. Are you still the renowned Red Ribbon Army?" Faced with the furious Red Marshal, the Black Adjutant was momentarily at a loss. The Red Marshal seized the phone, exclaiming, "Colonel Huang, listen well. I am granting you exactly 1 hour. If you still fail to obtain the Dragon Balls, I shall send Tao Pai Pai to collect your life." "Tao Pai Pai?" Colonel Huang gasped in astonishment. "I understand." With that, Colonel Huang hung up the phone. The Black Adjutant, surprised, exclaimed, "Red Marshal, are you referring to the assassin Tao Pai Pai?" "Surely, it does not have to come to that." The Red Marshal sneered. "What do you know? That little brat has already secured 3 of our Dragon Balls. If we do not intervene, I fear Colonel Huang's Dragon Ball will also fall into his hands." It would be prudent to hire Tao Pai Pai. As long as he can eliminate that brat, we stand to gain immensely. Not only can we retrieve 4 Dragon Balls, but all prior failures will be rendered moot. The Black Adjutant contemplated this. Although Tao Pai Pai's fee was somewhat steep, eliminating that brat would not only prevent future losses, but also yield 4 Dragon Balls at once. It must be said that the Red Marshal's strategy was astute. A hint of admiration crossed the Black Adjutant's face as he remarked, "Red Marshal, you truly think ahead." At the Karen Holy Land, in his quest for the Dragon Balls, Colonel Huang resorted to kidnapping UPA, using him as leverage to negotiate for the Dragon Balls. "Daddy, save me," UPA cried out. His father, holding the Dragon Ball, declared, "Release my son, and I will give you the Dragon Ball." Colonel Huang laughed. "Do you take me for a fool? If I descend, you will surely kill me. Throw the Dragon Ball up here." UPA's father shouted defiantly, "I will not stoop to your level." Colonel Huang, unwilling to risk his life, continued to hover menacingly above, threatening UPA's father. "If you do not throw the Dragon Ball up here, I may very well drop him. Surely, you do not wish for your child to fall to his demise over a mere Dragon Ball." UPA's father clutched the Dragon Ball, hesitating. He cared little for the Dragon Ball itself. His only concern was that should he throw it to Colonel Huang, his son might still face a tragic fate. As he hesitated, a fighter jet swooped down nearby. Colonel Huang and UPA's father simultaneously turned their gaze towards the aircraft, which bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Colonel Huang's expression tightened. "This is one of our planes. Could it be that the commander has sent Tao Bai Bai to eliminate me?" Just then, the jet's hatch opened, and Sun Wukong leaped out. A few days prior, Sun Wukong had slain 2 generals under the command of the Red Marshal, and his visage had spread throughout the ranks of the Red Ribbon Army. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Colonel Huang was struck with terror. What? Could this be that little demon? There was no need to await Tao Bai Bai. He felt as though he was staring into the abyss of his own demise. UPA, seizing the opportunity as Colonel Huang lost focus, bit him sharply. Startled, Colonel Huang lost his grip and UPA tumbled from the aircraft. "Help! Daddy!" UPA cried out as he fell. UPA's father rushed towards him, fraught with anxiety, preparing to catch his son. Yet, the horizontal distance was too great, given the trajectory. He could not reach him before he struck the ground. Sweat beaded on UPA's father's forehead as he envisioned the horrific moment of his son's demise. At that instant, Sun Wukong, having executed a deft turn in midair, soared towards UPA. With a swift motion, he firmly grasped UPA. Colonel Huang, in a state of panic, realized that returning to headquarters would mean certain death. Being captured by Sun Wukong would lead to the same fate. He quickly veered the aircraft to escape, opting for a desperate flight. However, he had underestimated the situation. In the next moment, Sun Wukong pointed a finger at Colonel Huang. A blast of energy surged forth, reducing both him and his plane to ashes. Meanwhile, at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the Dark Adjutant severed Colonel Huang's communication device. With the line cut, "Summon Tao Bai Bai." Sun Wukong returned UPA to his father, who expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving my son." "No need for thanks. It was a mere trifle," Sun Wukong replied modestly. Nearby, Bulma noticed the Dragon Ball in UPA's father's hand, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, so you have a Dragon Ball." UPA's father glanced at Bulma, noticing her intense focus on the orb, and curiosity flickered across his features. "Are you also searching for this?" Wukong nodded, affirming, "Yes. We have come for this." UPA's father, with an open heart, declared, "You just saved my son. Consider this a gift." As he spoke, he revealed the Dragon Ball and placed it into Wukong's hands. Wukong then passed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Filled with joy, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. Acquiring this Dragon Ball was much easier than I expected." "Indeed, much easier," Wukong agreed. However, the acquisition of this Dragon Ball was remarkably effortless, lacking any associated tasks, thus rendering no rewards for the endeavors. Goku felt somewhat at a loss for this journey. Indeed, if there are no gains, there are losses. Observing the evident joy on Bulma and Goku's faces, UPA's father appeared utterly perplexed. What was truly transpiring? What was this Dragon Ball? It seemed that the group they encountered was also in search of this very object. Chapter 43, The King of Pretense. Tao Pai Pai Bulma promptly began to enlighten UPA and his father about the Dragon Balls. At that moment, a thought flashed through Goku's mind. In your past life, you narrowly escaped death at the hands of the pretentious Tao Pai Pai. His strength and pretentiousness were formidable upon first encountering him. You perceived his power as insurmountable and daunting. Your life has been reset. As the saying goes, pretension is like the wind, ever accompanying me. In this life, you possess the means to be pretentious, and your skills in this regard require enhancement. You consider it too lenient to simply eliminate Tao Pai Pai. You resolve to utilize your strength to dismantle his defenses, to make him feel powerless, and to shatter his mentality. Task: defeat Tao Pai Pai. Reward: increase in height by 5 centimeters within 3 days. Additional task: make Tao Pai Pai experience fear and shatter his mentality. Additional reward: charisma 10. Goku stared at the system's description, momentarily stunned. Indeed, in retrospect, Tao Pai Pai did not seem particularly formidable, however, during his past life. Especially upon first witnessing Tao Pai Pai's entrance, he had always perceived him as exuding an air of invincibility. Whether it was his tongue slaying General Blue or his ability to fly with pillars, these feats had shattered Goku's previous understandings, leaving him feeling despondent. Fortunately, through training atop Korin Tower, he had rapidly evolved to a level capable of defeating him. Goku glanced at the rewards once more, his expression turning peculiar. The prospect of growing taller again was astonishing. What would Commander Red think? What would Frieza think? Meanwhile, Krillin had diligently spent the day competing with Master Korin for the ultra-divine water, now drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Master Korin, yawning nonchalantly, declared, "That will be all for today. I'm heading upstairs for a nap." With that, he ascended the stairs. Krillin lay on the ground, gazing dreamily at the ceiling, murmuring, "Master Korin's strength is indeed insurmountable. I always feel so close, yet in reality, the gap is vast." He sighed. Even Master Mateto took 3 years. I wonder how long it will take me to obtain the ultra-divine water. It can't possibly take a decade, can it? After a while, once the fatigue began to wane and his body regained its vitality, Krillin stood to pour himself a drink. However, as he lifted the lid of the tank, the figures of Goku and Bulma emerged upon the water's surface. Goku had come here too. Was he also intending to climb Korin Tower? Reflecting on the joyful times spent training with Goku filled Krillin with nostalgia. How splendid. If he were to come to the tower, we could seize the super sacred water together and surely achieve swift success. However, after witnessing Goku deal with the Colonel in yellow, he neither chose to depart nor to ascend Korin Tower, but instead opted to await the arrival of the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin could not help but express his bewilderment. This fellow Goku, having battled the guards and monsters of Masruth just days ago, now chooses to wait for the elite of the Red Ribbon Army. Is he treating combat as a form of training? As soon as he spoke, the image on the water's surface vanished, replaced by a view of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Krillin observed closely and discerned that General Red and his black aide were inviting the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, for a mission. The target was none other than Son Wukong at Korin Tower. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the Red Ribbon Army had suffered significant losses against Goku days prior and was now aware of his formidable strength. This time, they had resorted to hiring external experts. Reflecting on this, Krillin considered that both he and Goku were top contenders in the martial arts tournament. Yet, could a mere civilian assassin truly match Goku's prowess? Just as Krillin questioned Tao Pai Pai's abilities, he witnessed the assassin snap a pillar with a kick. The black aide pointed a direction, and Tao Pai Pai hurled the stone pillar towards Korin Tower. In the next instant, Tao Pai Pai leaped onto the pillar, soaring towards the tower. The sight of him flying on the pillar was nothing short of spectacular, and the stone pillar moved with astonishing speed, surpassing even an airplane. As Krillin observed through the water tank, his pupils contracted in surprise. Was it possible to travel in such a manner? This assassin appeared exceptionally skilled. At this moment, Krillin's thoughts turned to Goku and Bulma below the tower. He became anxious. Could Goku handle this adversary? No, I must urge Goku to leave. With that, Krillin prepared to descend Korin Tower. Just then, Master Korin spoke up. You need not worry. Son Wukong's strength far surpasses yours at present. Unsurprisingly, that Tao Pai Pai is no match for him. Krillin was taken aback. Oh, Master Korin, when did you come down? Master Korin chuckled. Look at you. Lacking even this basic vigilance. Your training is insufficient. Krillin expressed his concern, but that Tao Pai Pai seems quite formidable. Master Korin nodded. Indeed, Tao Pai Pai's strength exceeds yours. However, so long as you can drink the super sacred water, you will be able to defeat him. Keep at it. Clenching his fists, Krillin gazed at the image in the water. Would Goku truly be alright? Master Korin approached the water tank. My judgment is infallible, I can tell at a glance. Reassured by Master Korin's words, Krillin abandoned his intention to descend. Meanwhile, below Korin Tower, Upa's father offered grilled fish to Goku and Bulma. Wukong held a large skewer of grilled fish, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your hospitality, uncle." Upa's father chuckled and replied, "No need to be polite. It's just a meal. Eat to your heart's content. If it's not enough, I'll catch more fish." Wukong nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, he began to devour the fish heartily. Bulma, savoring her grilled fish, turned to Wukong and remarked, "Wukong, do you remember? The first time I visited Baozi Mountain, you treated me to grilled fish." Wukong, still eating, inquired, "Indeed. How did you find the taste?" Bulma responded, "It was quite good. However, after you left with me, I never had grilled fish again." Wukong laughed. "Actually, I grew a bit tired of grilled fish back at Baozi Mountain. It was far more enjoyable to eat varied foods while following you. Yet, after such a long time, this grilled fish suddenly tastes exquisite." With that, he took another hearty bite. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, while grilled fish is delightful, one cannot indulge in the same dish at every meal. It's essential to frequently change flavors to maintain a sense of novelty." Speaking of novelty, Wukong turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I suddenly have something to tell you." "What is it?" Bulma asked, continuing to eat while waiting for his response. "You see, when we passed by Flame Mountain last time, the Bull Demon King mentioned that he wishes to betroth Chi-Chi to me. When she grows up, he intends for her to marry me." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "Chi-Chi? The little girl who killed the dinosaur?" Wukong nodded. "Yes, that's her. Did you agree?" She pressed. "No," Wukong replied. "Then why mention it?" Bulma asked. "I didn't refuse. For the Bull Demon King is quite close to my grandfather," Wukong explained, glancing at Bulma, nervously awaiting her reaction. Seeing Wukong's unease, Bulma smiled reassuringly. "No need to explain. That little girl is quite adorable, and I like her." However, Bulma's tone shifted, "But you have seen the Bull Demon King's stature. If that little girl grows up to be as robust as him, I hope you won't regret marrying her." Wukong quickly waved his hands. "That's impossible." Yet, as soon as he said it, a thought crept into his mind. While he was certain Chi-Chi would not grow unattractive, he cherished the innocent, sweet, and love-struck version of Chi-Chi, not the one who would solely focus on children after marriage, disregarding her husband's well-being. If that were the case, he would rather not marry at all. Wukong silently prayed, "I am not the same Wukong as before. I have wealth, and the Bull Demon King's castle remains intact, with treasures still at hand. Surely, she will not turn out that way. Surely not." At that moment, Upa suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Dad, what is that? It seems something is flying towards us." Bulma and Goku gazed into the distance. "There's someone up there," Bulma exclaimed. Who else could it be but Tao Pai Pai? Goku handed the half-eaten grilled fish to Bulma, wiped his mouth, and said, "Bulma, could you hold this for me? Once I deal with him, I'll continue eating." Having spent so much time with him, Bulma was confident in his abilities and inquired, "Do you need my help to heat it up a bit?" "No need," Goku replied, stepping forward. Bulma settled into a comfortable position, preparing to watch him dispatch the foe. Tao Pai Pai, soaring on his flying pillar, forcefully stomped down, causing the front end of the stone column to sink rapidly into the earth, while he remained firmly balanced atop it. Upon spotting little Goku, Bulma, and Upa, a slight smile crept onto Tao Pai Pai's lips. "Hello there," he greeted. Sensing the formidable strength of his opponent, Upa's father did not retreat, anxiously demanding, "Who are you?" with his hands clasped behind his back and a grin on his face. Tao Pai Pai replied, "I am the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai." "An assassin? What brings you to the Korin sacred land?" Upa's father couldn't help but question. Goku quickly stepped in front of Upa's father and said, "Uncle, please continue grilling the fish. This assassin was sent by the Red Ribbon Army to find me. It has nothing to do with you." Tao Pai Pai chuckled. "Ha ha ha, still thinking about grilled fish? You're quite the optimistic little rascal." Upa, having just witnessed Tao Pai Pai flying on his pillar, recognized the man's prowess. He tugged at his father's pants, pleading, "Dad, you have to save that brother." Nodding in agreement, Upa's father immediately turned to Tao Pai Pai, stating earnestly, "He just saved my child's life. I won't allow you to harm him." Observing Upa and his father standing up for Goku, Bulma quickly encouraged, "Uncle, Upa, you both should step back. Just leave it to Goku. I haven't seen him lose since he came down the mountain." With that, Bulma took a small bite of the grilled fish. Delicious. Seeing Bulma's unwavering trust and her casual enjoyment of food shocked UPA and his father. The imposing presence of Tao Pai Pai made UPA's father feel the weight of the situation. Yet, the young girl's complete faith in Goku piqued their curiosity regarding the true extent of Goku's strength. A smirk appeared on Tao Pai Pai's face. Heh, what an arrogant fool, thinking he can contend with me just because he has taken down a few of the Red Ribbon's novices. Goku turned to Tao Pai Pai with a smile, saying, "Contend? You overestimate yourself. Dealing with you is not even a challenge." As he spoke, Goku extended his left hand and declared, "One hand is sufficient to defeat you." Faced with such a brazen young man, Tao Pai Pai frowned. Humph, what a reckless little brat. In an instant, Tao Pai Pai seemed to vanish and reappeared right in front of Goku, launching a kick towards him. At such a swift pace, both Bulma and UPA were taken aback. How incredibly fast. Yet, in the face of Tao Pai Pai's onslaught, Goku seemed to move in slow motion, effortlessly evading while precisely raising his hand to block. That powerful kick was unexpectedly halted. Tao Pai Pai's pupils constricted. He exerted himself, only to discover that he was unable to move Goku. In haste, he withdrew his attack and launched another punch. However, Goku casually waved his hand, pinching Tao Pai Pai's wrist between his fingers. Despite Tao Pai Pai's vigorous attempts to break free, he found Goku's grip as unyielding as iron. "Let go!" Tao Pai Pai exclaimed, straining to escape, yet to no avail. "Let go!" He insisted once more, but still, he could not budge Goku. "Let go!" This time, after another forceful effort, he finally broke free, though the reason was Goku's voluntary release. Tao Pai Pai gazed at Goku's disdainful smile, a tempest of disbelief swelling within him. How could this be? Impossible. He was so young. He could not possess such formidable strength. Surely, it was merely brute force. With that thought, Tao Pai Pai's expression grew cold. He flicked his braid behind him and declared, "Little boy, strength does not equate to everything. I have mastered over 100 deadly techniques. Your demise is inevitable." With that, Tao Pai Pai produced several steel needles, deftly flicking his fingers to launch them towards Goku at a speed surpassing that of bullets. Simultaneously, he vanished from sight with a ghostly swiftness, not pausing to witness the outcome. Goku's eyes remained unblinking as his left hand rose with an almost imperceptible speed, creating a fleeting afterimage. When his palm came to a halt, the steel needles were perfectly clutched between his fingertips. Witnessing this, Bulma could not restrain herself and exclaimed, "Well done, Goku." Goku casually discarded the needles and executed a backflip, narrowly evading Tao Pai Pai's sneak attack. As he landed, he seized upon Tao Pai Pai's momentary rigidity, following his strike. With a gentle clap, he sent Tao Pai Pai hurtling away, crashing into a large tree. The action of catching the steel needles had sparked a new realization within Goku. He sensed that he could perceive without sight. He could distinctly hear the faint sound of the needles slicing through the air, and even in the moment he caught the needles, he felt the subtle flow of air around him. He felt as if he could intercept the needles without relying on his vision. In the next moment, Tao Pai Pai wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up, his eyes now filled with a more intense murderous intent. "Little boy, you are indeed stronger than those previous foes. But alas, I am the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai." Goku's lips curled into a slight smile as he closed his eyes and beckoned Tao Pai Pai with a finger. Taken aback, Tao Pai Pai realized this was the first time someone dared to challenge him to discern his position by sound. Usually, he toyed with his enemies, granting them a fleeting chance. Now, the roles had reversed. Tao Pai Pai exclaimed in fury, "You little brat, how dare you even close your eyes when facing me?" Sun Wukong beckoned with a casual flick of his finger. "Come here." In the next moment, a wicked grin spread across Tao Pai Pai's face. "You asked for this." This time, he brandished a flying dagger and swiftly darted forward. The art of sound discernment was a requisite skill for masters, and Tao Pai Pai understood well that creating chaos would enhance his accuracy. As he continuously shifted his position, his hands moved in a blur, launching over a dozen flying daggers from various angles towards Wukong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several gleaming blades sliced through the air, yet Wukong remained motionless, leisurely waving his left hand. As the sounds of the daggers faded, Wukong still stood firm, fingers pinching the handles of the scattered daggers. "This is impossible." Wukong opened his eyes and remarked, "Your daggers are too noisy. I can hear them." With a flick of his wrist, he sent the daggers hurtling back towards Tao Pai Pai. The latter hastily dodged, Yet the daggers still tore through his clothing, leaving tattered strips on the ground. Soon, the remaining daggers followed suit. Tao Bai evaded once more. As the sounds of the blades vanished, he realized to his astonishment that he had sustained no injuries. Just as relief washed over him for dodging the barrage, his clothing suddenly disintegrated into shreds, cascading to the ground. The once formidable assassin was left in nothing but his undergarments, utterly humiliated. Witnessing this spectacle, Bulma nearly burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth to stifle it. Realizing that none of his attacks had been effective, Tao Bai finally acknowledged Wukong's prowess and promptly retreated to create distance. A hint of a smile appeared on Son Wukong's face. "What's the matter, the world's greatest assassin?" Tao Bai's forehead pulsed with veins. "Don't get cocky. I simply haven't taken you seriously yet." "Is that so?" Wukong's smile held a touch of mockery, which Tao Bai found difficult to accept. Enraged, he shouted, "You brat! I've hardly regarded you as a threat. Your skills are indeed commendable, and you've earned the right to witness my ultimate technique." In the next instant, Tao Bai concentrated all his energy and suddenly pointed at Son Wukong, shouting, "Drilling wave." Instantly, a beam of golden light shot toward Wukong. A smirk lingered on Wukong's lips as he raised a single finger. The drilling wave struck his fingertip. However, rather than the anticipated explosion, Tao Bai was met with the sight of Wukong's amused smile. A sense of foreboding crept into Tao Bai's heart. With a furious roar, he intensified his output. Yet at that moment, Wukong's pinky finger flicked lightly, sending Tao Bai's drilling wave flying back. The energy landed on the ground, igniting a violent explosion. As the dust settled, a substantial crater remained. Tao Bai stood there, dumbfounded. How is it possible? My spirit wave could never be deflected by a mere finger. Upa and his father, witnessing this astonishing scene, were rendered speechless. Observing the smile at the corner of Goku's mouth, he exclaimed, "Father, look how formidable Goku is." It was only then that Upa's father regained his composure, swallowing hard. Indeed, he had not anticipated that Goku's strength far exceeded his own. On top of Korin Tower, Krillin, peering through the water tank, was equally astounded. In such a brief span of time, this young lad, Goku, had become so incredibly powerful, effortlessly toying with an outrageous master. Korin chuckled. "It seems that being surpassed by Goku has left you quite unsettled. If that is the case, strive to seize the super sacred water." Clenching his fists tightly, Krillin vowed, "Within 3 months. No, within a month, I shall acquire the super sacred water. I cannot allow myself to be left behind by Goku." After failing to impress, Tao Pai resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics. "Damn it, you forced my hand," he exclaimed, as he activated his universal capsule, producing a steel knife. With a maniacal laugh, Tao Pai swung the knife towards Goku. Sensing the impending attack, Goku instinctively concentrated his energy in his finger and positioned it to block the blade. Bulma gasped in horror. "Goku, quickly use the Nyoibo. Don't be reckless. That knife could sever your hand." However, when Tao Pai's blade met Goku's finger, it was not Goku's finger that was damaged. Rather, cracks appeared on Tao Pai's knife. Feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, Tao Pai exclaimed, "Impossible." He swiftly withdrew his knife, attempting a horizontal slash. Yet, Goku merely flicked his wrist, redirecting the trajectory of the knife and causing the already fractured blade to shatter into fragments that cascaded to the ground. At that moment, a system notification flashed in Goku's mind. Additional task: instill fear in Tao Pai, shatter his mentality. Task completed. Additional reward, Charisma 10. A glimmer of delight flickered in Goku's eyes upon realizing the completion of the task. Pretending to be impressive is exhausting, yet somewhat exhilarating. He mused. The battle had proven to be mildly entertaining. This fool had squandered nearly 5 minutes of his time. The fish was nearly cold. However, the time had not been wasted, as along with the shattered blade, so too had Tao Pai's composure disintegrated. With the rewards in hand, Goku impatiently remarked, "I thought you were a skilled fighter. Someone to warm me up, yet you are disappointingly weak. How utterly uninteresting." Just as Goku was about to strike, Tao Pai suddenly knelt before him. "I beg you, spare me. I am but a humble assassin, taking on jobs to support my family. I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 70-year-old mother at home." Goku was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, a true assassin, his cunning tactics emerged effortlessly, devoid of any martial ethics. At that moment, Tao Bai hurled a bomb towards Goku. "You've fallen for it." Upa gasped, horrified. This is bad. It's a bomb. Bulma was taken aback as well, momentarily forgetting that Goku could withstand a rocket. However, this time, Goku did not endure the blast. Just as the bomb was about to reach him, he gently exhaled, causing the bomb to soar back in the opposite direction. Tao Bai Bai's pupils widened in astonishment as the bomb grew larger within his gaze. No, with a thunderous bang, the bomb erupted in a brilliant display of white light, engulfing Tao Bai Bai. When the smoke cleared, he had vanished without a trace. Mission: defeat Tao Bai Bai completed. Reward: height increase of 5 centimeters within 3 days has been granted. Sun Wukong turned around and approached Bulma. This guy has wasted so much of my time. Where's my roasted fish? Bulma hurriedly handed over the skewer of roasted fish that originally belonged to Goku. Upon receiving it, Goku took a big bite, relieved that it was still warm. At that moment, Bulma gazed at Goku, inexplicably finding him increasingly handsome. Her eyes sparkled with hearts. Goku, you were so cool in battle just now. How lucky I would be to be your girlfriend. Bulma sweetly nestled against Goku's shoulder. UPA, too, wore an expression of admiration. Big brother, you're so strong. Goku chuckled modestly. It's just average. He was somewhat perplexed by whether his display of bravado had genuinely enhanced his charm or if it was merely an illusion, as he continued to savor the fish. Chapter 45. Astonishing, Goku is a monster, ISNTE? On top of Karen Tower, witnessing Goku's display of prowess left Krillin in shock. When did Goku become this powerful? At this rate, I will undoubtedly lose the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Just then, he noticed Bulma snuggling up to Goku. A pang of jealousy stirring within him. Clenching his fists, Krillin thought to himself, Goku is naturally handsome. He doesn't need strength to attract girls. Unlike me. To win a girl's affection, I must possess a lofty status. I have no choice but to strive harder. Krillin's resolve strengthened once more. He turned to Master Karen and asked, Master Karen, how can I surpass Goku? Master Karen assessed Krillin and replied, if you continue like this, you will never surpass him. Krillin was taken aback. Why? Master Karen explained, you completely fail to perceive your opponent's movements, merely executing your own techniques or passively following their lead. In essence, your unnecessary movements abound. Without altering these, you cannot obtain the ultra-divine water, nor can you hope to catch up to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Master Karen's analysis, Krillin's gaze sharpened. He reminisced about the myriad encounters with Master Karen over the past few days. This was not the first time he had uttered such sentiments. Yet Krillin had always struggled to grasp their significance. However, after witnessing Goku's battle and contrasting his movements with his own, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. Do you mean that when I attack, I must anticipate how my opponent might evade? In which direction they might dodge? Master Karen expressed a hint of surprise. Oh, young one, your insight is quite commendable. You grasp it easily. A subtle smile graced Krillin's lips. Of course, I was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Albeit with a touch of luck. Master Karen scrutinized Krillin earnestly and remarked, I sense that if you exert sufficient effort, you might indeed have a chance to defeat him. Really? Then I must strive harder. Krillin declared as he readied his stance once more. I have decided to intensify my training to seize the super sacred water, Master Karen. Meanwhile, as Goku and his companions continued their meal, Goku gazed at the Karen Tower and was reminded of the Senzu beans. Those miraculous beans, aside from satiating hunger for 10 days, primarily excelled at healing wounds and restoring stamina, making them exceptionally suitable for a Scion's needs. Unfortunately, in later stages, the gluttonous Yajirobe squandered the Senzu beans, leading to near-death experiences due to their scarcity during crucial battles. At that moment, Goku's innate instinct for resourcefulness resurfaced. He yearned to procure a stash of Senzu beans from Master Karen for future use. Now was the perfect opportunity, as Master Karen had stored them for many years, likely possessing at least 2 small jars. After all, he was merely a cat, with consumption always less than expenditure, thus accumulating more and more. Goku devised an excuse and said, Bulma, Krillin should be up there. I intend to visit Karen Tower to catch up with him. Bulma glanced up at the towering Karen Tower, curiosity piqued. Is he training up there? Goku nodded. We spoke previously. I suggested he climb Karen Tower. If he took my advice, he should be up there now. Nearby, UPA overheard their conversation and immediately inquired, the Krillin you speak of, is he the bald one? Goku and Bulma turned to UPA with intrigue. Bulma promptly responded, yes, that's him, the bald one without a nose. Have you seen him? UPA nodded affirmatively. Yes. My father and I met him a month ago when he climbed Karen Tower, and he hasn't come down since. At that time, my father and I prepared food and water for him. UPA's father expressed surprise. What a coincidence. So you are companions with that little fellow. To be honest, it has been hundreds of years since anyone climbed Karen Tower. That little bald-headed guy may not be tall, but he is indeed impressive. Bulma asked curiously. You mentioned it has been hundreds of years since anyone climbed it. Is Karen Tower truly that high? UPA's father remarked. Indeed, our ancestors attempted this feat, and I too endeavored in my youth. Yet, with my abilities, I could never reach the summit. Thus, learning that the little bald-headed one managed to ascend fills me with astonishment. Bulma pondered for a moment. Seeing Krillin scale the Karen Tower was not particularly surprising. After all, having lived this long, she had only just come to recognize the formidable prowess of Goku. They were likely of the same ilk, defying conventional analysis. Bulma gazed at the towering Karen Tower and said, Goku, could you take me up? I wish to experience it for myself. Expecting Goku to decline, she was taken aback when he readily agreed without hesitation. Come on then, make sure to hold on tight. Bulma's face lit up with joy. Goku, you're wonderful. With that, she climbed onto Goku's back. Bulma sensed a slight difference from before and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Goku, it seems you've grown taller. Goku smiled modestly. Indeed, it is the time for growth. With such hearty meals, it would be unreasonable not to grow a bit. Bulma smiled sweetly. That's true. Once prepared, Goku waved goodbye to UPA and his father. Uncle, UPA, we're heading up. UPA and his father looked on in disbelief at the sight of Goku carrying someone as he began his ascent. UPA's father said, the Karen Tower presents a formidable challenge. Even ascending alone is quite arduous. Are you certain you wish to carry her up? Goku nodded confidently. Don't worry, Uncle, I've got this. Bulma, brimming with confidence, patted Goku's shoulder and reassured UPA's father. Rest assured, I have faith in Goku's strength. Besides, if he tires, I can always climb myself. This young lady is quite strong too. Observing the unwavering confidence of both Goku and Bulma, UPA's father nodded. Then I wish you success. Farewell. Thank you. Goku adjusted Bulma on his back and then sprinted up the Karen Tower with astonishing speed, leaving behind a blur. In the blink of an eye, the pair vanished from the sight of UPA and his father. Father, he climbs so swiftly. UPA exclaimed. His father nodded in agreement. Indeed, this young lad, carrying someone, moves faster than I can run on level ground. He is certainly no ordinary person. Master Karen, witnessing this scene, was left astounded. Is this fellow a monster? Ascending while carrying someone, and at such speed. Krillin swallowed hard. Goku is truly remarkable. Moreover, even Master Karen appeared taken aback, causing Krillin's renewed determination to waver slightly. Chapter 46. Master Karen bestows the sins of beings in mere moments. Goku arrived at the pinnacle of Karen Tower with Bulma on his back. Krillin hurriedly approached. Goku, you finally made it. Upon seeing Krillin once more, Wukong's face broke into a warm smile. Krillin, it is truly wonderful to see you. Krillin replied with a grin. Do you know? It took me several days to climb up here, and you made it so quickly. It's quite astonishing. After setting Bulma down, Wukong and Krillin embraced heartily. However, as they hugged, Krillin realized that the height difference between them had widened. He looked up at Wukong and remarked, Wukong, how have you grown so much taller in such a short time? Wukong chuckled. Isn't it normal to grow taller at this age? You're not done growing. Are you, Krillin? Krillin's expression darkened momentarily. How infuriating. You're not that much taller than me. Knowing Wukong was teasing him, Krillin couldn't help but smile again. Wukong, I just saw you defeat Tao Pai Pai down there. You're truly incredible now. Of course, I've been searching for the Dragon Balls and diligently training as well. What about you? I've been working hard too. Wukong replied. After climbing Karen Tower, I've been competing with Master Karen for the Ultra Divine Water. Bulma, intrigued, inquired. Oh, I heard from UPA and his father that you arrived here quite some time ago. How come you haven't obtained the Ultra Divine Water yet? Krillin shook his head. It's not enough to just climb up here. I also need to seize the Ultra Divine Water from Master Karen. Bulma suddenly understood. While eating grilled fish earlier, I heard UPA say that no one has managed to climb Karen Tower for hundreds of years. I didn't realize there was a trial involved. The difficulty of obtaining the Ultra Divine Water is quite high. Krillin nodded. Yes, comparatively. Climbing the tower is much simpler than acquiring the Ultra Divine Water. I see. A mischievous glint appeared in Bulma's eyes as she turned to Wukong and playfully asked, Wukong, could you help me seize a bottle of ultra-divine water? I'd like to taste it. Wukong understood that the ultra-divine water was merely a pretext. He was unsure whether Master Karin had been honest with Krillin. If Krillin found out the truth, it might hinder his training. Just as Wukong was about to decline, Master Karin descended the stairs, saying, the ultra-divine water is merely a guise. What truly enhances your strength is the process of competing with me for it. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is that a cat speaking? Master Karin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you may call me Cat Sage. I am the master of Korin Tower. Bulma was struck with realization. She had imagined a sage to be something entirely different, only to discover it was a cat. A hint of disbelief mixed with subtle disappointment crossed her face. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked again, wait, did you just say the ultra-divine water is a sham? Master Karin nodded. Indeed, the enhancement of one's strength relies on the practice of seizing the sacred water from me, rather than merely consuming any miraculous elixir. Bulma sighed, what a pity. I had hoped to reap rewards effortlessly. Goku, Master Karin, Krillin, standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, initially, I too believed that the sacred water was truly extraordinary. Yet, after a few days of training, I sensed something amiss. It appeared that the act of competing for the sacred water was the true essence of strengthening one's abilities. Subsequently, Master Karin elucidated this to me, and I became entirely convinced. Understood. Master Karin nodded. Therefore, young lady, if you aspire to enhance your strength, simply contend with me for the sacred water. Bulma gazed at Master Karin, curious. Competing for the sacred water counts as training? Are you truly formidable? Master Karin sensed Bulma's energy and was taken aback. Young lady, your strength is quite peculiar. While your aura seems impressive, I can discern no martial foundation, and at first glance, you appear riddled with flaws. What could be the reason for this? Bulma was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Ha, I now believe you are indeed a sage. In truth, my powers were granted by the dragon. Master Karin suddenly comprehended. No wonder. Krillin, upon hearing that the dragon could augment one's strength, became intrigued. Goku, can the dragon transform one into the mightiest warrior? Son Wukong promptly shook his head. Krillin, do not entertain thoughts of relying on the dragon for strength. Such notions are illusory and may hinder your future growth. The strength earned through one's own efforts is the only true strength. Krillin nodded. Oh, I understand now. Master Roshi observed Goku with a hint of pride in his eyes. You little rascal, though you are young, your understanding of martial arts is commendable. Goku bashfully scratched his head. Hee, you flatter me. I too have only recently realized this. Since descending the mountain, Son Wukong has significantly increased his combat prowess through the system. However, he is acutely aware that merely accumulating combat power would lead him astray. Foundational strength is vital. Yet combat experience and insights are even more crucial. To solely focus on amassing combat power would be to lose sight of the essential, and one would inevitably falter in the future. At that moment, Master Karin turned to Son Wukong. If you have come up here solely for the sacred water, you may as well descend. Your strength no longer necessitates training with me. Upon hearing Master Karin's words, Bulma was somewhat astonished. If even Master Karin acknowledges this, it signifies that Wukong's strength has reached an extraordinary level. Reluctantly, she inquired, are we to have made this ascent in vain? Master Karin, you were carried up by him. Do you think I am unaware? Bulma, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head again and swiftly changed the subject. But Wukong truly climbed up here on his own merit. Surely we cannot simply be dismissed. Karin the cat sage chuckled. You little girl are quite greedy. Speak up. What is it that you desire? Bulma was taken aback. Can you really fulfill my wish? No. Karin replied candidly, shaking his head. Bulma was momentarily speechless. What do you mean by no? Son Wukong glanced around and spotted 2 jars of divine beans. Karin, may I have a jar of those divine beans? Karin raised an eyebrow. Divine beans? What do you need so many of those for? Son Wukong replied. Of course, to eat. Don't worry, I won't waste them. Karin remarked. 1 bean can keep you from hunger for 10 days and heal injuries. It's a treasure in the mortal realm. You think it's as common as cabbage? Please, Karin, I really need this. How about we trade you some of our provisions? With that, Wukong urged Bulma to fetch their universal capsule, filled with various food items. Karin squinted at Son Wukong and then nodded. Forget it, I'm not trading with you. Wukong and Bulma were taken aback. Sun Wukong pondered. Is this cat sage truly so rigid, or does he desire cat food freeze-dried? Karen continued. Although the yield of divine beans is low in the past few centuries, only you two have come up here. The beans will only accumulate more. I can't possibly consume them all by myself, so I'll just give you a jar. Sun Wukong's expression brightened. Karen seemed to have no ulterior motives, viewing such material possessions with indifference. Thank you, Karen. Chapter 47. Colonel Violet defies orders in the mountains near Pan Mountain Village. Colonel Violet. I heard from the brothers at headquarters that several colonels have already failed to retrieve the Dragon Balls, and those colonels were slain by someone named Sun Wukong. The Marshal has not acquired a single Dragon Ball these past few days, and he is quite furious. If we cannot quickly locate the Dragon Balls, Red Marshal may punish us for our ineptitude. At this point, the aide cautiously scanned the surroundings and whispered, It's been over half a month. I doubt we will find the Dragon Balls within the allotted time. Perhaps we should simply flee. I do not wish for my comrades to lose their lives. Colonel Violet took a deep breath and coldly replied, Obedience is a soldier's duty. Stop entertaining such thoughts. Since the radar indicates proximity, we must continue searching. We will surely find them. The aide nodded dejectedly. As you command. After the subordinate departed, Colonel Violet felt a lingering unease and decided to visit the scene herself. Rain dripped from her short hair, and her military boots were deeply entrenched in the mud. Gazing at the muddy village path and the villagers tirelessly searching through the muck, her heart was filled with dread. If the Dragon Balls were enveloped in mud, finding them would be an insurmountable task. At that moment, one of her subordinates spoke up. Colonel Violet, the rain is too heavy. The villagers say it's futile to continue the search. Perhaps we should cease operations for today. Colonel Violet could deeply sense that the torrential downpour and the muddy roads made any further search impossible. Very well, let us suspend the search for now. Everyone, return home. You have all worked hard. Just then, Violet's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Marshal Red. She gestured for silence among the group before answering the call. Hello. Is this Violet? Upon hearing her name, Violet immediately stood at attention and responded, Yes, Marshal Red. You have been searching for over half a month. And yet the Dragon Balls remain unfound? The words of the Marshal were laden with authority. Violet nodded and reported, I inform you, Marshal, we are making every effort. But the heavy rain these past few days has posed significant challenges. Foolishness. I will not entertain excuses. What I demand is the Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls. At that moment, a joyous shriek pierced the heavens. We found it. The Dragon Ball has been located. Colonel Violet, the Dragon Ball has been found. A villager exclaimed excitedly. Cradling the Dragon Ball. The other villagers halted their tasks, turning their gazes toward Colonel Violet. Assisting in the recovery of the Dragon Ball was their way of repaying Violet for helping to rid them of bandits, allowing her to return with success. And their hearts brimmed with joy. Violet's expression brightened. She did not have time to accept the Dragon Ball. She promptly responded, Report to the Marshal. The Dragon Ball has been found. Soon, a Dragon Ball was placed into Violet's hands. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of Marshal Red's laughter. Haha, you truly are fortunate, Colonel Violet. Excellent. Although it took longer than expected, since you have found it, I shall spare you punishment. Clean up those in the know and return with the Dragon Ball at once. Violet's pupils quivered slightly. Marshal, these villagers have willingly cooperated with us. Is it truly necessary? That is an order. The Marshal coldly hung up the phone, leaving Violet in stunned silence. She looked at the villagers, their clothes drenched by the relentless rain. Though most appeared disheveled, they had ultimately helped her find the Dragon Ball, and they were all cheering and elated. Their assistance was born from gratitude for her role in eliminating the bandits, yet they genuinely sought the Dragon Ball for her, for they would not have exerted themselves so fervently in the downpour otherwise. Her aide whispered, Colonel, shall we set up a perimeter? Violet's brow furrowed. Although obedience is the duty of a soldier, her previous ruthlessness had only applied in the context of warlords. It did not extend to civilians. Moreover, she had coexisted harmoniously with the villagers for over half a month, and they had aided her in locating the Dragon Ball. Now, she was expected to turn against these defenseless villagers. She found herself unable to do so. Taking a deep breath, Violet closed her eyes. The villagers' concern, the children's laughter, all the beautiful memories continuously lingered in her mind. After a brief moment, Violet opened her eyes. Gather the troops. We shall return directly with the Dragon Balls. The adjutant was taken aback. Return directly? A flicker of anger flashed in Violet's eyes. Do you not understand? The adjutant questioned. But the marshal's orders are, I command a retreat. I am the highest authority here, and I shall bear all responsibility. Violet's voice suddenly took on an unprecedented gravitas. The adjutant nodded vigorously. Understood. The Crimson Ribbon Corps began their withdrawal. The villagers watched them, waving farewell. Goodbye, Colonel Violet. Do visit us again. At the headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Corps, the black-clad adjutant reporting to the marshal, Colonel Violet has brought back the Dragon Balls. Please, have her in. Marshal Red received the Dragon Balls, a broad smile illuminating his face. Excellent, Violet. You have indeed not disappointed me. Violet nodded, stating, thanks to the villagers familiar with the terrain, we were able to locate the Dragon Balls. Once Taobai returns with the remaining Dragon Ball, we will have gathered 6. Upon hearing this, Marshal Red gleaned something from Violet's words. He turned to her, questioning, are you implying that you did not eliminate those villagers who were aware of the Dragon Balls? Violet stood tall, explaining, reporting to the marshal. I did not threaten the villagers. They willingly assisted us in finding the Dragon Balls. I believe silencing them is unnecessary and would tarnish the Corps' reputation. Suddenly, Marshal Red slammed his hand on the table in fury. You dare defy a direct order. Violet lowered her head, refraining from retorting. The marshal continued. Do you understand how our Corps has reached this point? It is not through mercy, but through fear. It is because the world fears the Crimson Ribbon Corps that we have come this far. To rule the world, we must instill fear in all. Violet lifted her head, looking down at Marshal Red. Please, punish me, Marshal. Punish you? Marshal Red scoffed. What do you think the punishment for disobeying orders is? Death. With that, he turned his back on Violet. However, given that you have found the Dragon Balls, I shall offer you an opportunity. Return and eliminate all the villagers who are aware. I can overlook this transgression. He added ominously. If you dare to flee, you should know the methods of the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Violet clenched her fists and then relaxed them, realizing that the Crimson Ribbon Corps had become increasingly sinister, no longer the organization she wished to serve and achieve greatness within. She understood all too well that defiance would lead to dire consequences. A frenzied thought flashed through his mind. Instead of toiling away here, it would be far wiser to abscond with a fortune and relish a carefree life for the remainder of his days. Just as Violet contemplated her next move, the communications department relayed an urgent message. Commander Hong, we are in dire straits. The intruder is not Tao Bai Bai. It is the legendary Son Wukong. Both Commander Hong and the Black Adjutant were taken aback. What did you say? He has obliterated several of our reconnaissance aircraft. Chapter 48. The quest for the Dragon Balls. The surveillance footage in the command room swiftly shifted. The screen revealed Son Wukong, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, storming into the base. Commander Hong, in disbelief, exclaimed, how did that rascal manage to arrive here? As aircraft were reduced to mere ashes beneath his staff and heavy machine guns were annihilated, an ominous premonition gripped the Black Adjutant's heart. Could it be that Tao Bai Bai had been vanquished by Son Wukong? Commander Hong swallowed hard. How could that be? Such a formidable assassin unable to defeat this little brat? Witnessing Son Wukong's relentless rampage, with no one capable of hindering his advance, Commander Hong turned and bellowed, listen well. We cannot allow him to set foot here. Understood. The Black Adjutant promptly activated the loudspeaker, declaring, all personnel, enter a state of emergency combat readiness to confront Son Wukong. Due to the peril of being shot down while piloting, Wukong had opted not to bring Bulma along for the fight. As he penetrated deeper into the base, defensive lines crumbled, and soldiers fled in panic as though confronted by a monster. Debris from collapsed structures and discarded military equipment littered the ground. Quick, take aim, fire. Open fire. For heaven's sake, run. Faced with an insurmountable foe, who would dare gamble with their lives? Son Wukong resembled a deity of destruction, unstoppable in his wrath. Aircraft exploded in succession, armored vehicles shattered, and artillery emplacements turned to dust. It was as if a demolition crew had descended upon the vast base of the Red Ribbon Army, leading to its rapid collapse and disintegration. Yet, orders continued to pour in from above, all demanding that they obstruct Son Wukong and eliminate him. Some attempted to flee, only to be encircled by reinforcements. Yet their fate was the same. Having witnessed Son Wukong's might, they were paralyzed with fear and fled in disarray. In an instant, the Red Ribbon Army's base descended into chaos. In the command room, as Violet observed the footage of Wukong's relentless advance, her expression grew grave. She mused, to withstand gunfire and bullets, to shatter armored vehicles with bare hands. This fellow must be superhuman. The Black Adjutant immediately interjected, Commander Hong. It is evident that his trajectory leads directly here. Perhaps we should abandon the Dragon Balls and seek refuge? Commander Hong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, thundered. What nonsense is this? I, the illustrious commander of the Red Ribbon Army, am to retreat before a mere child? The Black Adjutant urged, but, as you can see, we cannot stop him. He has already entered Zone 8. Continuing like this will only lead to more casualties. It would be wise to heed my advice and temporarily retreat. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Marshal Hong, enraged once more, retorted, You scoundrel! How dare you suggest we hide? Is this truly the most formidable Red Ribbon Army in the world? The Black Adjutant stood his ground, forgetting the rule of maintaining a safe distance, and stepped forward, saying, Marshal, it is time to concede. Our weaponry is ineffective against him, and sending more troops will only result in needless sacrifice. Marshal Hong bellowed, Silence. I command the strongest army in the world. I refuse to believe that a mere child can stand against the entirety of the Red Ribbon Army. Violet gazed at the Marshal's bloodshot eyes and contorted features, feeling a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. The leader of the Red Ribbon Army appeared grotesque at that moment. She shifted her gaze back to the screen, which displayed live footage of the Central Hall. Soldiers were hastily constructing defensive fortifications, their faces etched with fear. Violet implored, Marshal. The Black Adjutant speaks the truth. Our firepower is utterly ineffective against him. It is time to surrender. Marshal Hong did not even glance in her direction, replying furiously, What do you understand? Soldiers are meant to sacrifice themselves. As long as they can hold that boy back, even for a minute, their deaths will hold value. Surely, he will tire eventually? I refuse to believe he can kill every one of us in the army. These words fell upon Violet like a bucket of icy water. She suddenly realized that, to Marshal Hong, these living beings, young individuals with families and dreams, were merely pawns to be discarded at will. Once upon a time, she too had been a mere foot soldier. Her faith crumbled anew in that moment. At that instant, a distress call echoed from the 4th combat zone. This is bad. The 4th zone has fallen. The footage revealed soldiers either slain or injured, while many others did not resist at all, fleeing as cowards, abandoning their weapons in their haste. Marshal Hong, witnessing the fleeing deserters who offered no resistance, erupted in fury. Those bastards, how dare they run away? Are you still my Red Ribbon men? Such disgrace. The Black Adjutant urged once more, Marshal, the soldiers are well aware that no matter how fiercely they resist, they are no match for that individual. Do you not see? That boy named Sun Wukong possesses extraordinary power. Our only chance for survival lies in relinquishing the Dragon Balls and retreating. Marshal Hong, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, Do not jest. We have sacrificed so much. How can we surrender at this moment? The Black Adjutant spoke softly, but if we lose our lives, then all is rendered meaningless. Marshal Hong slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, This is absurd. This is utterly absurd. I will not accept it. Just a little more, and I would have grown taller. The Red Marshal's expression was exceedingly grim. Both the Black Officer and Violet were momentarily taken aback. Grow taller? The Black Officer inquired. Is it true that you are collecting Dragon Balls for your height? The Red Marshal turned his head. Indeed, do you have any questions? Violet, astonished, exclaimed, Marshal, are you not gathering the Dragon Balls to dominate the world? The Red Marshal scoffed. World domination is a task that can be accomplished with time. Before I seize control of the world, I must first become tall and striking. Short individuals do not garner the admiration of women. After all the turmoil and financial expenditure, along with the loss of numerous soldiers, it was for the sake of height? Upon hearing this rationale, both Violet and the Black Officer were left in a state of disbelief. It was a collapse of faith. The Red Marshal's words were more absurd than death itself, utterly overturning their worldview. The Black Officer incredulously pressed on. Is this the reason we have endured so much hardship? The Red Marshal bellowed again, Silence. How could a tall person comprehend the feelings of a short one? He then turned his gaze towards Violet, asking, Violet, if it were you, would you be attracted to someone as short as I? Violet, taken aback for a moment, lowered her gaze to look down at the Red Marshal and disingenuously replied, Marshal, regardless of your height, I greatly admire you. The Red Marshal retorted angrily, Humph, you insincere wretch. I not only dislike tall individuals standing beside me, but I also detest being looked down upon. Violet's expression froze. She wanted to say that one could not see him at all without looking down. Chapter 49. This absurd world, the black officer stated. Marshal, our forces have suffered immensely. We must abandon the Dragon Balls at once. The Red Marshal, once again enraged, shouted. Be silent. Regardless of the circumstances, commanding the Legion is my prerogative as the leader. The black officer trembled with indignation and questioned. Do you have any idea how many soldiers we have sacrificed in pursuit of the Dragon Balls? We cannot continue in this manner. The Red Marshal furrowed his brow, challenging. Black officer, what is this attitude? Are you speaking to me in such a manner? They were killed due to inadequate training. They simply need to obey the commands of their commander. Faced with the Red Marshal's obstinacy, the black officer could no longer endure it. He drew his pistol and aimed it directly at the Red Marshal's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A loud bang echoed, and the Red Marshal's eyes widened as he collapsed lifelessly. The black officer coldly regarded the Red Marshal's corpse and remarked, You are unworthy of being a commander. Violet was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the Red Marshal's demise. Was he truly dead? So many had perished since the quest for the Dragon Balls began. The sacrifice of blood is not to be feared. However, when she realized that all the death, bloodshed, and sacrifice were merely for the absurd dream of the Red Marshal to grow taller, she suddenly perceived the world as utterly absurd. She felt that her military uniform was particularly glaring. She could not help but ponder the meaning of her existence thus far. In that moment, Violet lost her dreams, as if something had drained her of strength. Meanwhile, the surveillance footage in the command room continued to play. A glance at the image of Sun Wukong, resolutely advancing with vigor and positivity, reminded her of the mountain village that had helped her find the Dragon Balls. Though impoverished, the villagers were filled with enthusiasm and optimism for life. Turning away, she reaffirmed her conviction and prepared to execute her plan to abscond with the funds. Just then, the black adjutant halted her. Wait, Colonel Violet. She paused in her tracks. What is it? The black adjutant inquired earnestly. Colonel Violet, do you wish to assist me in conquering the world? Violet gazed at the black adjutant for a moment before shaking her head. I'm sorry, black adjutant. I am weary. I wish to withdraw from the Legion. The black adjutant furrowed his brow and unexpectedly raised his gun towards Violet. Do you think you can leave? A tremor passed through Violet's gaze. What do you mean? The black adjutant replied sternly. From today onwards, I shall be the commander of the Red Ribbon Army, and the future ruler of the world will be me. You can either stay and assist me, or die. With that remark, he sealed Violet's retreat. As she looked at the cold muzzle of the black adjutant's gun, a flicker of desolation crossed her eyes. At that moment, she realized that the black adjutant was no different from the Red Marshal. Regardless of their motives, one thing remained constant. The precious lives of the soldiers and officers were merely pawns for these ambitious individuals, disposable at any moment. As a senior officer, she faced the upheaval of power, either be purged or align herself with the new regime. Life is singular. No one wishes to oppose death. Although Violet possessed some conscience and had never slaughtered civilians, she had made a formidable name for herself amidst the warlord's chaos, with blood on her hands. She was no pure white lotus untouched by filth. She discerned that the black adjutant was even more ruthless than the Red Marshal. Having grown weary of the Legion, the only way to escape was to eliminate him. Otherwise, she feared she would never find peace. Taking a deep breath, she feigned acquiescence. Very well, Black Adjutant. No, I should address you as Black Marshal. I am willing to continue my loyalty to the Red Ribbon Army. A smirk appeared at the corner of the Black Adjutant's mouth. Now that's the spirit, Violet. I knew I had not misjudged you. Your capabilities and influence are invaluable to the Legion. With the other generals dead, you are now second only to me. Violet inquired. So, Commander Black, what shall be our next course of action? It is quite simple, he replied. We shall relinquish the Dragon Balls, conceal ourselves, and await his departure before plotting our resurgence. Understood. The Black Adjutant cast a glance at the 2 Dragon Balls on the table before activating the elevator leading underground. Moments later, the elevator arrived. You shall remain here to deal with Son Goku and hand him the Dragon Balls. Once the matter is settled, come to the top floor to find me, he commanded, stepping into the elevator. At that moment, as he took his first step inside, Violet exploded into action. With a swift advance, she struck the Black Adjutant's wrist with the edge of her palm, sending his weapon flying. Simultaneously, her hand seized his throat. What are you doing, Violet? He demanded. I have stated before that I have grown weary of the life in the Legion, she declared. As long as you live, I shall never find peace in my escape. My apologies, Commander Black. However, as the second-in-command of the Red Ribbon Army, the Black Adjutant was not easily subdued. He forcefully tilted his head upward, colliding with Violet's chin, momentarily disorienting her. His grip on her throat loosened just enough for him to break free, executing a spinning kick aimed at Violet. The disparity in strength between a typical man and woman was considerable, and the Black Adjutant possessed formidable combat skills. Within mere exchanges, Violet was sent flying by the force of his kick, crashing heavily against the metallic control panel. With a sickening crack, it seemed a bone had broken, and she crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. She attempted to rise, but found herself unable to stand. A sweetness flooded her throat, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. An overwhelming chill enveloped her, rendering her powerless, her complexion paling in an instant. As a soldier accustomed to the bloodshed of warfare, she had long been aware that this day might come, and she had prepared herself to confront death. Yet, she never anticipated meeting her end at the hands of the Black Adjutant. In that moment, the absurdity of the world struck her even harder. Leaning weakly against the apparatus, she pondered, is this the sensation of impending death? It is so cold. She tilted her head to gaze at the surveillance screen, hoping to catch a final glimpse of Son Goku, that spirited young man. Alas, she discovered that he had vanished from the display, leaving her with a tinge of regret. It seemed that a single misstep had sealed her fate, leading her to a life drenched in peril. As her consciousness waned, she envisioned her own demise. She mused, if there were a next life, she would wish to be far removed from war, living in peace. If possible, she would prefer to be a wealthy matron, relishing in the joys of life each day. Despite her grievous injuries, the Black Adjutant showed no intention of sparing her. In the next instant, he raised his handgun once more, aiming it squarely at Violet. I once held great admiration for your Violet, yet alas, if it serves no purpose for me, it is but a path to demise. The Violet peacefully closed its eyes, offering no resistance. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the door to the command room was violently flung open, crashing heavily to the ground as Son Wukong entered. Halt! Drop your weapons. Chapter 50. Continue your deception. The Black Adjutant recognized that a handgun would be ineffective against Son Wukong. Thus, he refrained from firing, aware that it could incite conflict. Moreover, the Violet was already on the brink of death, and a final blow was unnecessary. Consequently, he promptly discarded his firearm and raised both hands in surrender, addressing Son Wukong. At last, you have arrived, Son Wukong. Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the gravely injured Violet, he noticed a short figure resembling an older man lying nearby, with a bloody bullet hole in his brow. Though lifeless, his eyes remained open, reflecting an expression of disbelief. Wukong recognized him as the leader of the Red Ribbon Army, General Hong. The internal strife unfolded much as anticipated, albeit with the addition of a Violet in the command room. Suddenly, 2 Dragon Balls caught Son Wukong's eye. The Dragon Balls are mine, he declared, collecting them. The Black Adjutant inquired, Mr. Wukong, how about we join forces to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and conquer the world? Conquer the world? Son Wukong echoed. Observing the clarity in Wukong's gaze, the Black Adjutant eagerly spun grand visions. Precisely. We can effortlessly reshape the world to our desires. Wealth, power, status, women, whatever you wish, it shall be yours. What say you? At that moment, the Violet opened her eyes once more, gazing at Son Wukong. Son Wukong. He is a villain. Once his objectives are fulfilled, he will surely turn against you. Do not agree to his proposal. With a cough, she was seized by a violent fit, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing the Violet's warning against cooperating with him, the Black Adjutant furrowed his brow. Regretting his earlier hesitation to eliminate her, he turned to Wukong, forcing a softer expression. Son Wukong, you possess immense strength, and I have the capability to govern the army. Together, we could seize dominion over this world. Rest assured, with your prowess, how could I ever harm you? Son Wukong disregarded the Black Adjutant, instead approaching the Violet. Before her, he produced a magical bean. Open your mouth and consume this. The Violet, pale and bewildered, lifted her head to look at Son Wukong, perplexed by his insistence on feeding her something when she was on the verge of death. Noticing her daze, Son Wukong pried her mouth open and placed the bean inside. Hurry and eat it. You will recover from your injuries. Quickly, the Violet, taken aback, hastily chewed and swallowed the magical bean. In a fleeting moment, A warm sensation enveloped her entire being. Violet suddenly felt that her injuries had healed, and her strength surged remarkably. What could this possibly mean? As she examined her hands and sensed her body, the pain had vanished entirely, as if she bore no wounds at all. What did you give me? She inquired. Son Wukong replied, what you just consumed is known as a celestial being. Upon ingestion, it heals your injuries. Congratulations, you are no longer in peril. A look of gratitude illuminated Violet's face as she stood respectfully, saying, thank you for saving me. From this moment forth, I, Violet, pledge my service to you. Son Wukong shook his head and said, there is no need for you to serve me. Once you leave this place, strive to be a good person. You are free now. Violet's expression softened, and she bowed deeply to Son Wukong, saying, thank you. Son Wukong then turned to the Dark Adjutant. It's your turn now. Where were we? We were discussing world domination. Son Wukong nodded. Oh, then please continue your charade. The Dark Adjutant suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his prepared rhetoric. He had thought he could intimidate him. However, it became evident that his opponent understood everything, perceiving the farce he was attempting to enact. He had underestimated him. Despite appearing to be in his teens, he possessed a mind far beyond that of a mere child. The Dark Adjutant's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he proposed, how about this? You shall lead the Crimson Ribbon Legion, and I will assist you as your advisor, enabling you to become the ruler of the world. I have no interest in conquering the world. The Dark Adjutant's expression darkened. I see that only through conflict will this be resolved. With that, he assumed a martial stance. Violet recalled being severely injured by a single punch from him and cautioned, be careful, his skills are formidable. Son Wukong was bemused, wondering where the Dark Adjutant found the audacity to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Acknowledging Violet's warning with a nod, he also took his position. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Adjutant launched a punch at Son Wukong. Unmoved, Son Wukong merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack. The Dark Adjutant tried again, this time delivering a kick towards Son Wukong, who effortlessly sidestepped it. Son Wukong shook his head in utter boredom. You are far too slow to pique my interest. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward, charging at the Dark Adjutant. A swift elbow strike landed, and the Dark Adjutant let out a cry, staggering back several steps while clutching his abdomen. His eyes bulged, veins protruded from his forehead, cold sweat beaded on his brow, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. This seemingly simple maneuver had nearly incapacitated the Dark Adjutant, and within him surged a tumult of realization. So he was truly this powerful. At that moment, he recognized the folly of his previous arrogance. How unfortunate it is that I am to engage in combat with a being capable of withstanding gunfire. I should have unleashed that earlier. Son Wukong, with his hands resting on his hips, declared, having come this far, allow me the pleasure of some exercise. Reveal all your trump cards. The black officer was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened. Such arrogance. Son Wukong had unwittingly afforded him this opportunity. Without hesitation, the black officer produced a universal capsule, from which emerged a colossal robot. He promptly leapt inside. Son Wukong, you should not be so complacent. Victory is surely mine now. Son Wukong chuckled in response. Do not be so confident. A mere hunk of metal cannot shield you. The black officer retorted, a mere hunk of metal? You shall be sorely disappointed. This battle mech is the pinnacle of Dr. Gallo's craftsmanship. Both materials and techniques are of the highest caliber. Your demise is imminent. As he spoke, the black officer directed the mech's arm towards Son Wukong, unleashing a compressed fire serpent that hurtled toward him. Son Wukong swiftly evaded it, but the serpent struck the ground, instantly melting a vast hole into the concrete. The black officer laughed heartily. How about that? My mech is formidable, is it not? Do not fret. I shall send you to the afterlife shortly. As he spoke, the mech crashed through the rooftop and ascended into the sky, firing another laser at Son Wukong. He deftly dodged once more, yet the building behind him was obliterated. The black officer, oblivious to Son Wukong's continued existence, roared with laughter. Has he turned to ashes? I have triumphed. In that instant, Son Wukong, arms crossed and expression indifferent, floated before the mech. Fool, what are you laughing at? The black officer was startled. How can this be? When did you evade? As he spoke, the black officer commanded the mech to deliver a powerful punch towards Son Wukong. Unflinching, Son Wukong raised his hand and firmly caught the massive fist. What? The black officer attempted to retract the mech's arm with all his might, but to no avail. Sun Wukong had seized the fist of the robot with both hands. How is this possible? How can human strength rival that of machinery? At that moment, Sun Wukong grasped the mech's arm and effortlessly lifted the several-ton behemoth. Chapter 51, Violet's Affection in No Time. Wukong had spun the enormous mech around as if it were a whirlwind. With great force, he hurled the mech toward a building, crashing down with a resounding clap. The structure crumbled beneath the impact, yet the mech itself remained unscathed. He swung the mech again, changing direction, and another edifice collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had smashed down several times, leaving the black officer within disoriented and at the mercy of fate. Violet gazed down at the diminutive form of Sun Wukong, effortlessly wielding a machine weighing several tons as if it were a mere punching bag, utterly mesmerized. Contrary to her typical preference for dashing young men, she found herself drawn to strength. Witnessing Sun Wukong's divine prowess, admiration illuminated her eyes. How formidable he is! I am utterly enamored. At that moment, Wukong severed the arm of the mech, which thudded heavily to the ground. He glanced inside to see the black vice admiral, seemingly unconscious. This vice admiral harbored great ambitions, and with his presence, the Red Ribbon Army would surely rise again. While sparing ordinary soldiers was inconsequential, Wukong had no intention of letting him go. The vice admiral represented the pinnacle of the Red Ribbon's leadership. Wukong resolved to grant him a most spectacular demise. With a mighty heave, Wukong lifted the mech and hurled it skyward. In the next instant, he placed his hands on his hips, forming a flower-like stance, and intoned, "Came. Hang. Ha." In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, engulfing the mech in a powerful Kamehameha wave. As the brilliance faded, both the mech and the black vice admiral were reduced to ashes. Wukong exhaled a breath of relief. This area should now be secure. Next, he needed to seek out the final Dragon Ball. If all went according to plan, he would head directly to confront Pilaf and his cohorts. At that moment, Violet suddenly dashed in front of Sun Wukong. "Wait, Sun Wukong." Wukong paused, turning to her with curiosity. "Oh, you're still here. What do you wish to do?" With a blush, Violet implored, "Sun Wukong, can you take me with you?" Wukong was taken aback. "Take you with me?" Violet eagerly nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Yes, as long as you are willing to take me along, I will do anything you ask. Rest assured, I am quite capable of anything." Wukong inquired, "Why do you want to follow me?" He added, "Just so you know, I have no desire to rule the world." Violet, flustered, replied, No, it's not like that." "Then what is it?" Wukong pressed. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she finally met his gaze. "Sun Wukong, I like you. I admire a man as strong as you. With the Red Ribbon Army's downfall, I have nowhere else to go. Please, take me with you." A jolt akin to a lightning strike coursed through Wukong. He had received a confession. Could it be that his charm was so profound? What an exhilarating dilemma. Wukong nodded. "Very well, I accept. From now on, you shall be in charge of piloting when we venture out." "Really? Thank you," Violet exclaimed, her joy evident as she bounded to Wukong's side. Wukong then asked, "However, I do not possess an aircraft. Do you have one? If so, let us depart from this place." Violet nodded. "Of course, there are many aircraft at the Red Ribbon base. However, I would like you to accompany me. I know the location of the Red Ribbon Army's treasury. How about we empty it out?" Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded. "That's an excellent proposal. I admire a woman who knows how to make money." Violet's face lit up with joy. "Really? I thought you would consider me greedy and base." Sun Wukong quickly waved his hand, saying, "What nonsense is that? Having wealth is essential for enjoying life. There is no shame in earning money. Also, be more straightforward with me in the future. I dislike guessing games." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Violet's heart soared. "I understand now." She gazed at Wukong's profile, her bright eyes shimmering with emotion. Moments later, the two had emptied the Red Ribbon Army's treasury. Violet selected an aircraft, and leisurely, she departed the base with Wukong. Given the current technology, the aircraft could not ascend to the height of Karen Tower. Thus, upon reaching the base of Karen Tower, Wukong stored the aircraft in his capsule and flew up, carrying Violet. UPA and his father were once again astonished to see Wukong flying. They realized that he didn't need to climb, but could ascend directly. At the pinnacle of Karen Tower, since Wukong's departure, Krillin, Karen, and Bulma had been watching the water tank, witnessing his daring assault on the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Naturally, The trio had also observed Violet's confession. Seeing Wukong return with Violet, Krillin felt a pang of jealousy. That rascal Wukong is truly fortunate. Despite already having so many girls interested in him, he can still garner confessions while battling in the enemy's base. I am so envious that my teeth itch. As he spoke, Krillin discreetly glanced at Bulma, cautiously inquiring, "Hey, Bulma, may I ask you something?" Bulma, curious, replied, "What is it? What type of boy do girls like?" Bulma pondered for a moment and answered, "Every girl has different preferences. For me, I desire someone handsome, tall, and strong. Of course, some girls are more attracted to wealthy boys." After hearing Bulma's explanation, Krillin nodded. It seemed Wukong was right. He needed to strive harder and win the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament once more. Once he gained fame and became a fighting star, many girls would surely be drawn to him. Bulma regarded Krillin, a mischievous smile gracing her face, and said, "I have a way for you to attract girls right now." Krillin was taken aback and immediately asked, "What method?" Bulma remarked, "You can collect the Dragon Balls and wish for the Eternal Dragon to make you taller and more handsome. Then, girls would surely be drawn to you." Krillin twitched at the corners of his mouth and shook his head, saying, "Of course. I desire to be taller and more attractive, but the question remains. If the dragon transforms me into a handsome man, will I still be the same person?" Bulma paused for a moment, scrutinizing Krillin. With no nose, no hair, and lacking in stature, he was a man who could not undergo the same cosmetic enhancements as the beauty-obsessed girls, for even minor alterations seemed insufficient to save him. The notion of Krillin becoming a dashing figure was tantamount to becoming an entirely different person. You make a valid point. To become handsome, there are far too many aspects that require change. However, despite your peculiar appearance, you possess a certain charm, she acknowledged. Krillin nodded. Indeed, I understand that everyone is unique. Rather than transforming into a handsome man, I prefer to embrace my true self. Therefore, I shall strive to become stronger and aim for the title of martial arts champion. Bulma agreed with a nod. You're right. Even if I were to make a wish for myself, I would wish to remain true to who I am. If I were to suddenly change my appearance, I would find it unbearable, and my parents would struggle to accept it as well. She then playfully covered her face, saying, "After all, I am already quite beautiful and charming. Hee hee hee." At that moment, Master Korin called down from the tower, "They have returned." As he spoke, Goku arrived with Violet in tow. "Bulma, Krillin, Master Korin, I'm back." Chapter 52. This woman is quite capable. Seeing Goku return safely, Master Korin nodded approvingly. "We have witnessed the events unfold. You are truly remarkable, Goku." Goku smiled and replied, "They were just ordinary people. Easy to handle. There was nothing extraordinary about it. By the way, let me introduce you. This girl is named Violet." Violet turned to Bulma and gently inquired, "You must be Bulma, right? Goku told me how beautiful, gentle, and talented you are. I am astonished to see that you are even more stunning in person, with such radiant skin. You are truly the most perfect woman in the world. I envy you." This was Bulma's first encounter with someone who praised her upon meeting, and her cheeks flushed instantly. "Oh, not at all. You are far too kind. I think you are quite beautiful as well." Violet extended her hand, confidently introducing herself. "I am Violet. But you can call me Little Purple. Let us take care of Goku together from now on." Bulma reciprocated the gesture, shaking her hand amicably. "Hello, I am Bulma. I look forward to working together." Watching Goku surrounded by two stunning women, Krillin felt a pang of jealousy. How infuriating. Why does Goku have to attract girls again? I am so envious. I am determined to grow stronger. I aspire to become a globally renowned champion of martial arts. With this declaration, Krillin turned his gaze toward Master Karen and said, "Master Karen, I shall continue to seize the super sacred water." Master Karen assessed Krillin for a moment before responding. It appears that jealousy can indeed transform into a motivating force for progress. Soon after, Goku, Bulma, and Violet departed from the Korin Tower. At present, Violet was piloting the aircraft, while Bulma and Goku found the time to attend to other matters. As Bulma tinkered with the radar, she remarked, "It's quite peculiar. The radar seems to be functioning perfectly. Why, then, is there no indication of the seventh Dragon Ball?" Violet pondered aloud. Could it have ventured into outer space? Bulma shook her head. According to ancient texts, the Dragon Balls are exclusively scattered across Earth. They cannot travel that far. Goku declared, "Violet, navigate in the direction I suggest. I believe I know where the Dragon Ball is located." Understood, Goku. Violet did not inquire further, but confidently piloted the aircraft, adhering to Goku's instructions. However, Bulma's curiosity got the better of her, and she could not resist glancing at Goku. Mysteriously, where do you think the Dragon Ball is? Goku chuckled. Bulma, do you recall those 3 comical characters I dealt with last year? Those 3 comical characters? Are you referring to the Pilaf gang? Bulma retorted. Indeed. That is precisely who I mean. Last year, they were also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls and even devised a scheme to snatch ours, but we ultimately outsmarted them. This year, they must have acquired one of the Dragon Balls. Upon discovering that we were also searching, they likely concealed that particular Dragon Ball. Bulma exclaimed, how infuriating. They actually thought to hide the Dragon Ball. They truly are despicable. At that moment, Violet inquired, are those 3 formidable foes? Goku shook his head, not at all. They are merely a source of amusement. I see, Violet continued. If we knew their whereabouts, why not assign the task of retrieving the last Dragon Ball to me? Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. Bulma and Goku exchanged astonished glances at Violet's eagerness to take on the task. Noticing their scrutiny, Violet furrowed her brow in confusion. Why are you both looking at me? Goku and Bulma simultaneously shook their heads. No, it's nothing, Violet asserted, then it is settled. Provide me with the radar and their location. You have searched for so many Dragon Balls already, and it's my turn to contribute. Hand over the last Dragon Ball to me. Just as Bulma was about to protest, Goku interjected. All right, then it is entrusted to you, Violet. He then turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, give her the radar. But just give it to her. Bulma reluctantly handed the radar over to Violet. Before long, Goku and Bulma descended into a city, while Violet, armed with the radar, piloted the aircraft toward Pilaf's castle. Bulma gazed at the vanishing aircraft and mused. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels off. That woman appears quite competent. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, in my opinion. She seems eager to prove herself in order to fit in with us. Let us assign her a task. It appears she needs that sense of accomplishment. Bulma acknowledged. I see. She must be a woman who has faced hardships, feeling uneasy when idle. However, will it be safe for her to search for the Dragon Balls alone? Son Wukong shook his head. If she encounters Pilaf and his crew while seeking the Dragon Balls, the worst outcome would be simply not finding them. There should be no life-threatening danger. Let her go. Bulma inquired. Then where shall we go? Wukong rubbed his stomach and replied, after days of roughing it. With someone else doing the work for me, I crave a decent meal and a good night's sleep. Bulma smiled lightly. Come. I shall take you to the most luxurious restaurant. The upscale dining establishment served small, pricey portions, and Wukong's meal cost over 10 million, leaving even Bulma's cash insufficient. Fortunately, after plundering the treasury of the Red Ribbon Army, Wukong had amassed a considerable sum, so they did not dine without paying. Meanwhile, in Pilaf's castle, Pilaf chuckled. Hee hee. He would never suspect that we have hidden a Dragon Ball. Asu nodded in agreement. Indeed, King Pilaf is truly brilliant, having invented a box that can block the Dragon Ball signals. Xiao Wu wore a look of pride, confident that after some time, they would relax, believing the Dragon Balls were out of reach, as it was impossible to guard them at all times. Unlike them, however, they could detect the location of the Dragon Balls anytime, anywhere. Once they found the opportunity, they would steal the collected Dragon Balls and seize control of the world. Even before they had gathered all the Dragon Balls, the trio was already dreaming grand dreams. At that moment, an aircraft marked with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army flew over Pilaf's castle. Zihua amplified the volume of her device and shouted down to the castle below. Listen up. Your castle is now under the watchful eye of the Red Ribbon Army. We have targeted you with 30 missiles. Surrender the Dragon Balls immediately, or we shall reduce you and your castle to rubble. The trio inside the castle was taken aback by the announcement. Xiao Wu hurriedly activated the surveillance. Upon seeing the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on the aircraft, she was struck dumb. Oh no, King Pilaf. The organization searching for the Dragon Balls this time is the multinational arms group, the Red Ribbon Army. What shall we do? Sweat beaded on Pilaf's forehead. Damn it. We blocked the Dragon Ball signals. How did they discover that I possessed them? Asu exclaimed nervously. King Pilaf, it seems we have stirred trouble with the Red Ribbon Army. They are the most formidable organization in the world. Since they are aware of our possession of the Dragon Balls, perhaps we should just hand them over? Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, King Pilaf, they mentioned targeting us with missiles. It would be best to give them the Dragon Balls. I certainly do not wish to meet my demise. Reluctantly, Pilaf rubbed his head and opened the chest. Moments later, Violet successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. Chapter 53. Aspirations of Grandeur. Just as Goku had filled his belly, Violet returned. When she placed the last Dragon Ball upon the table, both Goku and Bulma were left astounded. Incredible! How did you obtain the Dragon Balls so swiftly? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Goku, equally intrigued, turned to Violet. We spent nearly a month searching for these 6 Dragon Balls, and you managed to find them in the span of a single meal. How did you accomplish that? Violet smiled faintly. Regarding the Pilaf trio you mentioned, I am familiar with them. One of my subordinates had prior contact with them. They are merely cowards at heart. The news of the Red Ribbon Army's destruction has yet to spread, and since I was still donned in their uniform and piloting one of their aircraft, I leveraged the Red Ribbon Army's name to intimidate them. They fell for it, and willingly handed over the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Violet's explanation, both Goku and Bulma admired her cunning, giving her a thumbs up. I must say, you are indeed a clever woman. Those 3 jesters were practically toyed with like children. Violet chuckled. It's nothing extraordinary. To me, they are simply children. Exchanging glances, Bulma and Goku shared a knowing smile. True enough. Violet then looked at them with curiosity, asking, but I am somewhat intrigued. What wish do you intend to make upon collecting all 7 Dragon Balls? May I inquire? It seemed Violet still held a lingering fondness for the wish concerning the tall red commander. Bulma nodded. Of course, I can share that with you. In truth, it is not particularly significant. Goku expressed a desire to wish for a few more years of age, as we wish to normalize our romantic relationship. Launch, our friend, has a peculiar condition. She transforms from a good-natured blue-haired girl into a troublesome blonde who embodies greed and violence with just a sneeze. However, after acquiring the Dragon Ball from the ocean depths and spending some time with her at Paozu Mountain, we discovered that even in her blonde form, her temperament has stabilized considerably. Therefore, I wish for Goku to grow a few years older so we can date normally. Violet looked at Goku in astonishment. You endured such hardship to find the Dragon Balls merely to hasten Goku's maturation? Bulma chuckled. Not exactly. In truth, neither of us harbors any strong desires. We simply sought adventure, and the Dragon Balls were part of that quest. Upon finishing her words, Bulma turned to Goku and proposed. Now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, shall we find a secluded spot to summon the Eternal Dragon? Violet, observing the two, seemed poised to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Goku, initially inclined to agree, sensed an underlying meaning in Violet's hesitation and inquired, is something troubling you? Do you have a wish that requires fulfillment? Bulma also turned her gaze toward Violet, quickly adding, I almost forgot about you. Please, express your desires. You are one of us now, and should you need a wish, it can be yours. Violet's eyes flickered with excitement as she asked, are you truly willing to grant me a wish with the Dragon Balls you worked so hard to gather? Goku nodded affirmatively, as you are now one of us. Of course, we can bestow a wish upon you. Intrigued, Bulma asked, what is it that you wish for? Let us hear it. The more significant wish shall take precedence. Shall it not? Violet lowered her head and confessed, the Red Ribbon Army has taken many innocent lives in their pursuit of the Dragon Balls. As a colonel of the Red Ribbon Army, I have committed numerous wrongdoings. However, recent events have led me to a profound realization, and I wish to spend the rest of my life as a better person. Yet, if it were not for Goku's intrusion into our base, I would not be alive today. I cannot pretend that my past does not exist. I wish to resurrect all the ordinary people who were killed by the Red Ribbon Army as a means of atonement. Is that permissible? Bulma and Goku, taken aback by her words, were astonished to discover the depth of Violet's wish. Their own desires seemed trivial in comparison. Thus, they both nodded in agreement, of course. Violet's expression brightened. That is wonderful. Thank you both. Bulma immediately shook her head. No need for thanks, Violet. Your wish is indeed noble and puts us to shame. Such words. If it weren't for your precise radar and formidable strength, how could we have gathered the Dragon Balls so effortlessly? Bulma beamed with pride. Oh, that is music to my ears. Soon, the trio departed from the bustling marketplace, placing the Dragon Balls upon the ground to commence their wish. Bulma, arms wide open, exuberantly chanted the summoning incantation, come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant golden light. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the atmosphere grew dim as the eternal dragon emerged from the golden glow, ascending into the heavens. Violet, witnessing the eternal dragon for the first time, was left speechless in awe. The dragon unfurled its majestic form, its eyes glowing ominously with a regal presence. In a commanding voice, the dragon proclaimed, "To the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your wish. Any desire shall be granted." Goku turned to Violet and encouraged, "Speak clearly your wish. The eternal dragon shall assist you in its realization." Violet raised her head, clasping her hands together, and in a tone of earnest supplication, inquired, "Divine Dragon, is it possible to resurrect the good souls slain by the Crimson Satin Brigade?" The Divine Dragon replied, "I can only revive those who have perished within the span of a year." "Within a year?" Violet exclaimed, her countenance brightening. For the coercion of the villagers to seek the Dragon Balls and the subsequent massacre of innocents had occurred only recently. "Splendid. A year is more than sufficient. Please, Divine Dragon, bring them back to life." The Divine Dragon nodded, affirming, "Very well, I understand." As it spoke, ripples emanated from its form, radiating in all directions. "Your wish is granted." Violet expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Divine Dragon. Until we meet again." With that, the Divine Dragon transformed into golden light, diving into the Dragon Ball and soaring across the globe, restoring brilliance to the sky. Bulma stretched languidly, reluctantly stating, "The adventure has concluded, and it's time to return to school, alas." Turning her gaze towards Goku, she asked, "Goku, where will you go next? If you have no pressing matters, why not come and stay at my house with Launch?" Goku shook his head, replying, "If I go to your home, I might become complacent and it would hinder my training. Moreover, Launch is at Paozu Mountain. I cannot leave her alone. I must return to Paozu Mountain. But don't worry, I will occasionally visit you on the weekends to play," he added. Bulma nodded in agreement. "All right, it's settled then." Curiosity sparked within Violet as she gazed at Goku, asking, "You are already so powerful. Do you still need to train?" Goku affirmed, "Of course. In this world, there are always greater heights and individuals beyond oneself. To ensure a stable future, relentless training and enhancing one's strength are imperative." Violet nodded. "I think I understand why you are so strong now. Regardless of where you go, I will follow you." Bulma, intrigued, inquired, "Violet, are you accustomed to living in the mountains since he will reside there?" Violet proudly declared, "Bulma, do not underestimate me. I was born in the mountains and have been hunting since I was a child." Truly impressive. Chapter 54. 3 years later, the morning mist of Paozu Mountain had yet to dissipate, yet Goku was already drenched in sweat from his training. Clad in a gravity suit weighing hundreds of pounds, he alternated between climbing the rugged terrain, swimming upstream against waterfalls, chasing wild bears, provoking hornets, and blindfolded, evading the logs that were hurled down from above while beneath the waterfall. As a time traveler, Goku was acutely aware of the general path of cultivation. In addition to his physical training, he endeavored to enhance his reflexes and perception through various methods, even cultivating his inner peace amidst the cacophony of a roaring waterfall. Occasionally, he enlisted the assistance of Violet or Launchi, attempting to touch the threshold of the ultimate freedom technique, only to be met with a few days of punishment, as his body exhibited no instinctual evasion. Launchi remarked that this was not cultivation, but rather a quest for self-inflicted suffering. Son Wukong pondered that he had overreached. Thus, he suspended this training to focus on refining his inner tranquility and perception, although he did not venture out for spiritual practice. The entirety of Paozu Mountain became his playground for rigorous training. It was not until the morning mist dissipated that Son Wukong completed his morning exercises. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he ascended to the mountain's summit. His dwelling was no longer the humble shack it once was, living with his grandfather. A simple shelter from the elements sufficed. However, with Launchi and Violet visiting, it would be impractical for them all to squeeze into a small room. Therefore, on his return journey, Wukong chose a larger capsule house. Though perched atop the mountain, thanks to Bulma's renovations, the place was now equipped with electricity and running water, allowing for convenient bathing, almost indistinguishable from city life. The only drawback was that shopping necessitated a flight, yet both Launchi and Violet were adept pilots, rendering this an insignificant concern. At this moment, Violet had returned from hunting, while Launchi busied herself in the kitchen. As Son Wukong stepped inside, the delectable aroma enveloped his senses. "Wow, what is Launchi cooking? It smells divine." Violet approached and took Wukong's sweat-soaked clothing, chuckling, "Today luck is on our side. I managed to hunt a dinosaur." Son Wukong's expression brightened. "That is fantastic. Dinosaurs are my favorite. With one of you skilled in hunting and the other in cooking, I truly live a life of luxury." Violet replied, our ability to enjoy this life is largely thanks to you. Now, the meal is almost ready. Why don't you freshen up? Of course. Son Wukong nodded and dashed towards the bathroom. Observing his retreating figure, Violet mused, it seems Wukong's clothes have shrunk again. It's time for a new wardrobe. At that moment, Lanchi emerged from the kitchen, loosening her apron with a smile. Dinner is ready. You should join us for a meal. Afterward, we can go shopping. The weather has turned cold, and while we're ordering a few martial arts outfits for Wukong, we should also update our own attire. Violet nodded in agreement. Absolutely. I saw on television that this year's fashionable clothing is quite appealing. I think Wukong has grown. Perhaps we can wear something more revealing. Thus, with the companionship of Lanchi and Violet, Wukong maintained a disciplined regimen of training on Paozu Mountain. Day after day, 3 years swiftly passed. Wukong has grown taller, now surpassing Lanchi and Bulma in height, and his physique has become remarkably robust due to his daily training. With the increasing number of martial artists, the World Martial Arts Tournament has shifted from being held every 5 years to every 3 years. On this day, the much-anticipated event has arrived once more. Martial artists from all corners of the nation have gathered at the tournament venue. Krillin, having successfully passed Master Karen's test last year, obtained the Super Sacred Water. At this moment, his strength has grown even greater than the previous year, and he arrived early at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gazing at the imposing sign, a smile spread across Krillin's face. This year's champion will undoubtedly be me. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted Master Roshi and Yamcha approaching him. Krillin immediately greeted, Master Roshi, it's been a while. Master Roshi chuckled, ah, Krillin, it's been 3 years. You've grown quite a bit. Krillin, scratching his head with a grin, replied, well, people do grow taller, and I'm not a child anymore. Yamcha interjected, rather than your height. I'm more curious about your strength. Have you climbed the Korin Tower? Krillin beamed with pride, of course. I worked exceptionally hard at the Korin Tower. Last year, I secured the Super Sacred Water, and I trained for another year before coming down. If all goes well, this year as champion will still be me. Yamcha chuckled. That is uncertain. Master Roshi mentioned that you and Wukong trained with him for no more than a year, while I have trained under him for a full 3 years. And my load has doubled compared to before. Krillin exclaimed, really? If your load has doubled, your strength must be formidable. Naturally, Yamcha replied with pride. Master Roshi interjected, all right. Enough boasting. Let us go register. Sure. Soon, both Yamcha and Krillin had completed their registrations. However, amidst the excitement, Krillin exhibited a hint of confusion as he glanced around and failed to spot Wukong. How strange. Is Wukong not attending this tournament? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Oh, I thought it was some old geezer. Turns out it's Master Roshi. Master Roshi turned around. Oh my, it's Master Shun. You're still alive? Master Shun smirked. Ha ha ha. Your appearance and tone are just as irritating as ever. Master Roshi inquired. What brings you here, Master Shun? Master Shun replied. How amusing. Just because you can come, I cannot. I've heard some tedious rumors that your disciple made quite the impression at the last World Martial Arts Tournament. To prevent your team from dragging down the competition this time, I brought my disciple along to show everyone what true martial arts really are. Master Crane surveyed Krillin and Yamcha with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, hee hee, my apologies, but the champion shall undoubtedly be my disciple. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, you ought to flee post-haste. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, silently assessing Tien and Kaiotsu. Both had undergone rigorous training and cultivated a degree of ki control, enabling them to sense Tien's remarkable strength. However, Master Roshi, encountering his old rival, was unyielding, mocking, ha, you truly have a knack for humor. With your Crane School's meager skills, you dare to aspire for the championship? Truly, a toad wishing to feast upon swan meat. What did you say, you foul turtle? Retorted Master Crane. I'm speaking of you, you foolish old crane. After a brief exchange of insults, Master Crane turned his attention to Tien, stating, let us depart. Engaging in quarrels with such fools is beneath our dignity. He glanced back at Master Roshi and the others, declaring, we shall meet on the tournament stage. With that, he took his leave. Yamcha inquired curiously, Master Mateto, who is that person? Master Roshi sighed, replying, ah, that is Master Crane, once my fellow disciple. However, due to differing philosophies, he chose a dark path, and now he stands as my sworn enemy. Krillin clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, what an uncouth individual. Master Roshi glanced at his watch and suddenly remarked, "It's getting late. Where could Goku be? He wouldn't dare to miss this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Would he?" Krillin pondered for a moment, then responded, "I doubt it. Although Goku has enjoyed a comfortable life these past 3 years, he has been diligently training and hardly took any time to relax." At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the expansive square before them, drawing the attention of the crowd. Krillin's face brightened. "It's the Capsule Corporation's helicopter. Bulma and Goku must be here." Just then, 2 graceful young women emerged from the aircraft. Chapter 55. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon spotting one of the ladies, both Master Roshi and Krillin were momentarily awestruck. "Master, that blonde woman resembles Launch in her blonde form, doesn't she?" Master Roshi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. How bold of her to appear with blonde Launch." At that very moment, Bulma and Goku stepped off the helicopter side by side. Krillin was taken aback to see that Goku, who used to be nearly his height, now stood taller than Bulma. He had intended to boast to Goku during their reunion, but seeing Goku's growth stirred a pang of envy within him. As Goku alighted from the helicopter, he instantly spotted Krillin and Master Potato, waving enthusiastically. "Hey, Krillin, Master Potato, how have you been?" Krillin eagerly embraced Goku. After the hug, Krillin looked up with excitement, saying, "Goku, you rascal, you've truly made me envious. Not only are there several dazzling young ladies enamored with you, but how have you managed to grow so tall in just 3 years?" Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "Krillin, if you wish to grow taller, why not gather the Dragon Balls and wish to grow 5 centimeters instead?" Krillin immediately retorted, "What? Why only 5 centimeters? Why not wish to become a towering giant?" Goku murmured, "Growing too tall all at once might seem rather unnatural, don't you think?" Krillin furrowed his brow, gazing at Goku's height, only to suddenly relax as he asked, "Goku, did you gather the Dragon Balls and wish to increase your height?" The system had indeed granted him an additional 10 centimeters. Yet compared to the original narrative, he had grown significantly taller than before. Although Saiyans typically experience growth spurts during specific periods, height increase is not an overnight transformation. It requires time. Goku had contemplated this as well. The reason he appeared considerably taller than his original self during that period might simply be attributed to his diet. As he had been training at home with Launch and Bulma, ensuring his meals were well-balanced and plentiful, which naturally would foster growth. Of course, he overlooked the fact that the original author had not depicted the various stages of Goku's age. Goku remarked with a smile, "Perhaps during these past 3 years, the excellent care and nutrition provided by Launch and Bulma have contributed to my rapid growth. Besides, I am already 16. It's about time I reached my full height." Upon hearing about Launch and Bulma's nurturing, Krillin's expression darkened once more. "Goku, it's truly enviable that so many girls are fond of you at such a young age. Unlike me, I have no choice but to rely solely on hard work." Krillin began to contemplate his future. Even if he aspired to become a world champion and a renowned martial artist, he must possess a tall and handsome stature to attract the admiration of young ladies. Wishing for a modest increase in height without altering his appearance should pose no significant issue. Perhaps Krillin would indeed heed Goku's advice and gather the Dragon Balls to wish for an additional 5 centimeters. Having spent some time at Kame House, Launch was relatively familiar with Krillin. Given that he was Goku's closest friend, she took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Krillin, it's been a while. You've grown quite a bit." Upon hearing Launch greet him warmly, Krillin was taken aback. "Launch, has your temperament improved? Is the blonde hair no longer a problem?" With a slight smile, Launch replied, "What could possibly be wrong? Do you have any objections?" Krillin was somewhat astonished. She had demonstrated remarkable restraint while sporting blonde hair. A significant change indeed. "And no, not at all. I'm merely surprised by your transformation. In the past, when you turned blonde, you would often draw your gun and shoot at us. We were all quite frightened." Bulma interjected with a laugh. "People can change, you know." Over the past 3 years, Lan Shi has enjoyed a rather splendid life, having acquired a substantial fortune. She often descends from the mountains to indulge in shopping sprees, where her expenditures surpass even those of a bank heist. Gradually, she has managed to rid herself of her penchant for robbery, and her temper, under the influence of her golden hair, has improved considerably. Krillin swallowed hard and remarked, "Indeed, such a lifestyle sounds enviable." At that moment, the voice of the referee echoed through the arena. "Attention, participants of the martial arts tournament. There are only 3 minutes left to register. Those who have yet to sign up, please do so promptly, as time will not wait." Registered martial artists, please proceed to the arena for preparation. Master Roshi hastily urged. Goku, you must register immediately. Time is of the essence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Goku dashed towards the registration desk. Soon enough, all martial artists entered the selection arena for the tournament. Krillin gazed in awe at the expansive inner arena, exclaiming, "This place has certainly become more grand and spacious compared to before." The sight of Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha drew gasps of admiration from the crowd, as they recognized the trio from the previous tournament, renowned for their prowess. "It seems I have little hope of advancing to the finals this time," he thought to himself. In no time, the selection rounds commenced, and Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha all secured their spots in the finals. "This is wonderful. We have all made it to the finals. Let us hope we do not face each other. Otherwise, it would be rather pointless to engage in self-destruction," Krillin remarked. At that moment, Tien Shinhan arrived with Kaiatsu. Well, you three from the Turtle School have all made it to the finals. I suppose you encountered nothing but weak opponents in the preliminaries?" Yamcha scoffed in response. "Humph. For someone with your meager skills to reach the top 8, you must have had some good fortune." Tien retorted. "Oh, you are quite amusing. I shall demonstrate your inferiority before everyone." Krillin immediately chimed in, and a spirited exchange of banter ensued between him, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Pointing at Kaiatsu, Krillin declared, "How amusing it is that someone like you made it through the preliminaries. Surely, there was some form of cheating involved." Kaiatsu, bewildered, pointed back at Krillin and exclaimed, "Hey, bald head." To which Krillin shot back, "Aren't you bald as well?" "No, I have hair," Kaiatsu insisted, removing his hat to reveal a single strand of dark hair. Krillin's mouth twitched in disbelief. "You fool, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? You are merely envious." Kaiatsu retorted, "It's just a single hair. Why would I envy you?" At this, Tien, noticing Kaiatsu's embarrassment, quickly led him away. Goku, observing the verbal sparring between Tien and Krillin, found himself momentarily distracted, nearly forgetting how mischievous Tien and Kaiatsu had been upon their entrance. However, following this martial arts tournament, Tien and Kaiatsu would swiftly transform into the most earnest and principled martial artists. Who could have imagined that this seemingly malevolent individual would, after the martial arts tournament, willingly embrace death in order to confront the great Demon King? Despite having established a martial arts school with Kaiatsu and no longer residing in the Turtle Hermit's abode, he consistently emerges to lend his strength whenever Earth is in peril. Old Piccolo, Nappa, Cell, and even the Majin Buu, each time he appears, he carries with him the resolve to face death. At this moment, Goku suddenly realizes that the later version of Tien Shinhan may indeed embody the true essence of the Turtle School martial artist. Chapter 56. The value of the martial arts tournament is rising. Krillin, noticing Goku lost in thought, inquired, "Goku, what are you pondering? Why didn't you assist me in reprimanding them just now?" Goku quickly shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. Insulting others lacks grace. If I face him later, I will help you deal with him." Krillin nodded. "Yes, if I encounter him, I shall deliver a sound thrashing." It was evident that Krillin had confidence in his abilities, believing he could defeat Tien Shinhan. However, Goku felt it was somewhat precarious. Gazing at Krillin, he suddenly recalled an important detail. If all went according to plan, Dabura would arrive here after the tournament, and the original Krillin had perished at his hands once. But the current Krillin, having undergone training at Korin Tower, had grown stronger. Perhaps he could indeed vanquish Dabura, and even if he couldn't, he should not be annihilated instantly. Goku pondered this and decided to caution him for his safety. "Krillin, I just thought of something. After the tournament concludes, please do not wander about recklessly." Seeing Goku's serious demeanor, Krillin couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Goku, what are you talking about? You sound cryptic." Goku hastily fabricated a response, saying, "I've heard that a creature named Dabura has been wreaking havoc lately. He possesses wings, is green, and can fly. His objective is to eliminate powerful martial artists, so he might very well come here. That fellow is formidable, and it would be wise not to confront him alone." Krillin scratched his head. "What kind of monster are you talking about?" He recalled Goku's previous defeat of the Red Ribbon Army and couldn't resist asking, "Goku, you haven't gotten into trouble with some formidable foe again, have you?" Goku was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded affirmatively. "Let's just say I did provoke him. Regardless, if you encounter the creature I mentioned, be cautious and do not act recklessly." Krillin nodded, "Understood. But don't underestimate me. I obtained the super sacred water a year ago. I am frightfully strong now. Goku blinked and smiled. I know you are strong, perhaps even capable of defeating that monster, but the origins of that creature are not trivial. If you happen to meet him alone, do not take unnecessary risks. Heh, you still doubt my abilities. Although your training has made you formidable, my growth has been rapid as well. Perhaps this time, I might even surpass you, Goku. Wukong nodded and remarked, I truly hope you are as formidable as you claim. When the time comes for our battle, I shall not hold back. Krillin, with a hint of pride, retorted, You think I need you to go easy on me? Outside the arena, Bulma, Launch, and Videl were all in search of a suitable vantage point for viewing the contest. However, Puer suddenly realized that Master Roshi was nowhere to be found, prompting a search. Where did Master Roshi go? Launch inquired curiously. It's strange, he was just here. When did he vanish? Bulma nonchalantly responded, Don't worry about him. That guy is hardly serious. He must have slipped into the crowd to indulge his desires. Videl's expression stiffened. Is that old man really Master Roshi? Is he a lecher? Bulma nodded affirmatively. Of course. He is quite the lecherous character. Didn't Goku ever mention this to you? Or do you see him as a paragon of virtue? Videl pondered for a moment and recalled. I remember when I was with the Red Ribbon Army, a squad attempted to capture a certain scientist, only to mistakenly apprehend Master Roshi instead. The outcome was predictable. They were all soundly defeated by him. However, that squad, despite some injuries, was the only one that successfully sought the Dragon Balls without casualties. Perhaps they were influenced by Master Roshi's teachings, for that squad eventually disbanded and left the Red Ribbon Army, never to return to headquarters. Bulma, intrigued, stroked her chin. Is that so? That old man possesses such capabilities? To be honest, I never noticed. Puer immediately defended Master Roshi. Do not speak ill of him. While he may be a lecher, his educational methods are remarkably effective. Under his guidance, our young master has only improved. Bulma nodded in agreement. All right. I will concede that he is indeed suited to be a teacher. Nevertheless, let us refrain from further discussion about him. The audience for this martial arts tournament is quite substantial. We should focus on how to secure a good spot to watch the matches. Launch drew out her firearm and declared with a smile, Leave this problem to me. With that, she fired several shots into the air, effectively startling the surrounding crowd. Hey, if you wish to live, make way for me. The people, in a state of panic, retreated, clearing a path and revealing several seats. Through her clever tactics, Launch led Bulma and the others to a prime location to sit. Well done, Launch. Bulma praised. Launch merely smiled faintly as she holstered her weapon. At that moment, the referee emerged from backstage onto the arena. Holding a microphone, he exuded charisma as he addressed the audience. Thank you for your patience. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. These 8 martial artists have been meticulously selected from a pool of 182 competitors. They shall engage in a tournament format to showcase their skills. Who will emerge as the world's strongest? Let us await the unfolding of this spectacle. A fervent cheer erupted from the audience, for the dumpling had employed his supernatural abilities to manipulate the matchups, arranging the final contenders largely according to Tien Shinhan's desires. Now, let us unveil the battle lineup. In the first match, Tien Shinhan faces Yamcha. In the second, Jackie Chan encounters the Wolfman. In the third, Sun Wukong confronts the dumpling. And in the fourth, Krillin takes on Puffs. Upon seeing the lineup, Wukong felt a twinge of surprise, but dismissed it without much thought. The reigning champion of the previous martial arts tournament was Krillin, and it was evident that Tien Shinhan intended to deal with Yamcha first, leaving the potentially stronger Krillin for the second round. As for himself, he was merely seen as the dumpling's prey. The host, adopting a serious demeanor, announced, Now, let us commence the first battle. I invite competitors Yamcha and Tien Shinhan to the stage. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, both Tien Shinhan and Yamcha ascended to the arena. Having exchanged verbal jabs moments earlier, they now stood poised for confrontation. Yamcha struck his starting pose and declared, Hey, if you're scared, you might as well concede now. Tien Shinhan, wearing a proud expression and neglecting to adopt a stance, retorted nonchalantly, Shout as much as you like while you can. Just imagine, spending your life in a bed would be quite delightful. Don't surrender too soon. I'll soon render you incapable of taking care of yourself. Yamcha scoffed, Just come at me. From below, Krillin observed their standoff and shouted, Go for it. Yamcha. Give him a good thrashing. Puer also chimed in, Come on, young master. Soon after, with the referee's signal to start, both competitors launched fierce assaults upon one another. Their speed was astonishing, and their tactics were exceptionally aggressive. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into mere shadows, clashing relentlessly upon the stage. The spectators, captivated by the intensity of the duel, held their breaths in awe, momentarily forgetting to cheer and instead focusing intently on the display of skill. This was a clear testament to the thrilling nature of the contest. After a round of probing exchanges, the two fighters momentarily distanced themselves from each other. Only then did the crowd dare to exhale and voice their admiration. Incredible. That guy is remarkably skilled. Indeed, both are impressive. It's hard to even discern their movements. This is just the first match. It's truly astonishing. The caliber of this martial arts tournament is undeniably rising. The referee, observing the fighters' separation, quickly interjected. It's astounding that such formidable competitors are present at the onset of this tournament. Just now, they engaged in mutual offense and defense, neither gaining the upper hand, but both testing each other as strength. I believe the upcoming matches will be even more thrilling. Chapter 57. Tien Shinhan's goal to become an assassin in the center of the arena. The standoff between Yamcha and Tien Shinhan stirred emotions within them. Yamcha mused to himself, "This guy is stronger than I anticipated." Tianjin Fan quietly acknowledged, "This individual is not merely boasting. He indeed possesses considerable strength. It has been quite a while since I encountered an opponent of such equal caliber." Yamcha assumed his ultimate stance, the new Wolf Fang Fist. With that declaration, he transformed into a ravenous wolf, launching a fierce assault towards Tianjin Fan. Unyielding, Tianjin Fan took a powerful step forward and charged at Yamcha. In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging dozens of punches. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Yamcha has grown remarkably fast at this moment. He can actually hold his ground against Tianjin Fan. No sooner had he spoken than Tianjin Fan seized upon a flaw in Yamcha's defense, delivering a punch to his abdomen. In the next moment, Yamcha crumpled to the ground like a curled shrimp, clutching his stomach, drenched in sweat from the pain. Sun Wukong remarked, "I just praised you. Why did you fall so quickly?" Upon witnessing Yamcha's defeat, Krillin shouted, "Oh no, Yamcha has been hit." Just as Tianjin Fan pressed his advantage, Yamcha executed a roll to evade and swiftly regained his footing. He resumed a familiar stance and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique." As he spoke, Yamcha placed his hands at his waist, palms apart in a flower-like formation. Krillin gasped, "Is that the Kamehameha? Is he really using that technique this early?" When he saw Yamcha preparing the Kamehameha, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, couldn't help but feel anxious. How could he possibly land a hit with the Kamehameha at this point? Just then, Yamcha completed his energy gathering. Surprisingly, Tianjin Fan chose not to evade. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals, condensing his energy to the surface of his body. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly astounding." The competitors Yamcha and Tianjin Fan engaged in a dazzling display of offensive and defensive maneuvers. Ultimately, Yamcha unleashed the Kamehameha, and to our astonishment, Tianjin Fan opted to absorb the attack. Let us await the outcome of this fierce confrontation. Kamehameha indeed. With a powerful shout, Yamcha unleashed the Kamehameha from his palms, sending it directly towards Tianjin Fan. As the Kamehameha approached, Tianjin Fan shouted, concentrating his energy in his outstretched hands. In an astonishing turn of events, when the Kamehameha collided with his hands, it rebounded back. "What?" Jackie Chan exclaimed. "He actually deflected it." The audience gasped in disbelief at this spectacle. Seeing the energy wave returning towards him, Yamcha quickly propelled himself off the ground and leapt into the air. The energy wave crashed against the stone wall of the martial arts arena, resulting in a massive explosion that caused a large portion of the wall to collapse. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. How thrilling! Thankfully, it was not directed towards our seating area. However, although Yamcha had evaded the rebounding Kamehameha at that moment, Tianjin Fan leapt into the air. Tianjin Fan possessed the art of aerial maneuvering, enabling him to effortlessly reposition himself. In a flash, he approached Yamcha, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen before Yamcha could react. With a pained cry, Yamcha was sent sprawling. Yet, Tianjin Fan was relentless, executing a powerful slam that drove Yamcha to the ground. Yamcha's eyes rolled back, rendering him unconscious. Before the referee could commence the countdown, Tianjin Fan launched a final assault on the incapacitated Yamcha. He descended from a height, utilizing gravity to crash down upon Yamcha. striking one of his legs with his knee to avoid disqualification. A sharp crack echoed, signaling a fracture as Yamcha's leg contorted grotesquely. The audience gasped in horror at the sight. Surely, his leg was ruined. This was Yamcha's first participation in the martial arts tournament, and the brutality was astonishing. Indeed, it was reprehensible that, despite his opponent being unconscious, Tianjin Fan would resort to such cruelty. The referee rushed over, calling out, "Hey, Yamcha, wake up." Yet, Yamcha remained unresponsive while Tianjin Fan approached with an air of arrogance. What is the outcome of the match? After assessing Yamcha's condition, the referee declared, Yamcha is unconscious and unable to continue. Thus, Tianjin Fan is the victor. He swiftly informed the backstage crew, his leg is broken. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. Understood. At that moment, Poor soared onto the scene. Young master, are you alright? Yamcha lay still, unresponsive. Poor, in tears, exclaimed, I'll take the young master to the hospital, transforming into a flying carpet. With that, Poor morphed into a flying carpet, lifting Yamcha off the arena. Krillin and Goku, who had been in the backstage area, were reminded by Krillin of the sins of beans he had brought, which could heal injuries. He rushed toward Yamcha, calling out, Wait, Poor, I have sins of beans. Feed one to Yamcha, and his leg will heal. Poor, astonished, asked, Sins of beans? What are those? They are precious beans from Krillin, Krillin replied, offering no further explanation as he placed a sins of bean in Yamcha's mouth. Perhaps it was Poor's cries that stirred a flicker of awareness in Yamcha. He chewed the bean, and in an instant, his leg was restored to its former state. Poor was taken aback. How is this possible? Young master, are you alright? Yamcha opened his eyes, astonished as he examined his leg. The marks on his pants remained. Yet there was no pain whatsoever. Testing his mobility, he found he could not only walk, but leap with vigor. Incredible. My leg was clearly broken. Yet consuming that bean has healed me. Poor nodded in agreement. Unbelievable. This truly is a medical miracle. Poor cast a glance at Krillin and inquired. That magical bean must be exceedingly precious, right? Krillin chuckled lightly and replied, While it is indeed rare for healing purposes, it is not as invaluable as it may seem. There is still more than half a jar of it at Krill's. One only needs to climb up to access it. Yamcha regarded Krillin with a serious expression. What a disgrace to be defeated in a single round. Clearly, my training is insufficient. After this competition, I too shall ascend Korin Tower. Krillin nodded affirmatively. Go ahead. With your current strength, you should be capable of climbing Korin Tower for training. In the background, Sun Wukong observed the sinister expression on Tenshinhan's face, but remained silent, puzzled by the stark contrast of a person who has turned from evil to good. Tenshinhan noticed Wukong's gaze, especially fixating on Wukong's Turtle School martial arts attire, and mockingly said, What are you staring at, Turtle School brat? You should count yourself fortunate that you haven't crossed paths with me. Otherwise, you'd find yourself with broken legs. Taken aback by Tenshinhan's malevolent grin, Sun Wukong responded with a smile, Tenshinhan, it is advisable not to be overly arrogant. You may find yourself begging for mercy when I defeat you. Tenshinhan retorted, Humph, you think you can make me beg for mercy? How naive. We shall meet in the finals, where I will show you why the flowers bloom so vividly. Tenshinhan furrowed his brow. What flowers? Are you implying you wish to take me down? Humph, you better save that for the finals. Don't get eliminated before then. With that, Tenshinhan turned and left the arena. Chapter 58. Has Tao Bai perished? Upon witnessing Tenshinhan's ruthless actions towards Yamcha, Master Roshi erupted in boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Well done, Tenshinhan. They must learn of the prowess of my crane school. I am eager to see the look of dismay on Master Roshi's face, but Tenshinhan's abilities far exceed this. He paid no heed to the disdain expressed by the audience towards Tenshinhan's excessive force. At that moment, the referee announced, the second match is officially underway. Please have the Wolfman and Jackie Chan take the stage. Due to the absence of the moon, the Wolfman was unable to transform, which fueled his resentment towards Jackie Chan. Consequently, the Wolfman trained diligently for 3 years solely to defeat Jackie. Nevertheless, Jackie Chan, being a master of martial arts, proved to be an opponent unlike any other. The battle unfolded quite straightforwardly, resulting in the Wolfman being knocked off the stage. However, in a bid to alleviate the Wolfman's obsession, Jackie utilized Krillin's bald head to morph him back into human form. Thus, the second match concluded with Jackie Chan emerging victorious. Now, let us welcome the third match, Sun Wukong versus Dumpling. The two contestants swiftly ascended the stage. The host declared, "It is well known that both the esteemed contestant Sun Wukong and last year's champion Klin are disciples of Master Wutian, while Jiaozi is a prodigious student of the Crane Hermit. Let us eagerly await the clash between the Turtle and Crane factions." The audience was taken aback upon seeing Sun Wukong. Last year, he made it to the top 8 and even transformed into a gorilla mid-battle, leaving a lasting impression on many. Wow, is that the little fellow from 3 years ago? He has grown taller and has become quite handsome. Indeed, 3 years ago, Sun Wukong was undeniably adorable, but now, having matured, he exudes an undeniable charm. I wish he would show off his abs. Last year, when he reverted from his gorilla form, I witnessed him in all his glory. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, he has evolved into a young man. I hope he retains the prowess he had in his youth. Upon hearing the audience's exuberant remarks, Sun Wukong's expression turned slightly grim. Fortunately, the referee promptly announced the commencement of the match, redirecting his focus onto Jiaozi. Jiaozi appeared somewhat dazed, but as the referee signaled the start, he swiftly lunged towards Wukong, delivering a kick. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure seemed to vanish, leaving Jiaozi startled as he missed his target. What? He disappeared? Tian Xinhan shouted from the sidelines. "Jiaozi, to your left." Jiaozi replied, "The one holding the chopsticks is my right hand, while the one holding the bowl is my left." After a brief moment of realization, Jiaozi finally discerned which was his left hand. Sun Wukong, pressing his forehead, delivered a gentle kick towards Jiaozi, who was caught off guard and sent flying. The audience gasped in astonishment. Wow, he flew so far. The host glanced into the distance and remarked, "It seems Jiaozi has been sent flying. Could this be the end of the round?" Witnessing the might of that kick, the audience erupted in cheers. Well done. Last year's little Wukong was formidable, and now, having grown taller, his strength is unparalleled. Is this the grown-up Sun Wukong? How handsome. At that moment, surprisingly, Jiaozi hovered effortlessly in midair after being propelled away. Jackie Chan remarked, "This little rascal has mastered the art of flight. It appears that defeating him will not be a simple task for Wukong." The host exclaimed in disbelief. Jiaozi has not fallen out of the ring. He is floating gracefully in the air. It seems that winning by knocking him out of the arena will not suffice. Klin shouted urgently, "Wukong, that kid injured someone severely in the preliminaries. You must teach him a lesson." Just then, Jiaozi soared above the arena, remaining airborne. He extended his finger, which gleamed with golden light, pointing towards Sun Wukong on the stage. Dodon wave. Sun Wukong looked up with a faint smile before closing his eyes. In the next moment, the Dodon wave surged forth, yet Sun Wukong, eyes still shut, evaded it as effortlessly as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. However, the Dodon wave of the dumpling surged forth like a machine gun, relentlessly firing towards Wukong. Klin was taken aback, astonished that this fellow could execute the technique of Tao Bai Bai, and moreover, unleash it in rapid succession. Yet Wukong, with arms crossed and eyes shut, deftly evaded the barrage of attacks. Although he managed to dodge, the Dodon waves struck the ground, creating small craters, an alarming sight indeed. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, collectively held their breath for Wukong. Was he not being overly audacious by closing his eyes? What if he were hit? Would he not risk losing the match? Lan Shi in the stands cried out in concern, "Wukong, be careful. Don't get hit." Bulma, arms crossed and brimming with confidence, reassured her, "Lan Shi, fret not. Such an assault, even if it connects, could not possibly harm Wukong." Lan Shi pouted, "I'm not worried about his safety. I fear for his new clothes." Violet chimed in with a laugh, "Oh Lan Shi, there's no need to worry about Wukong's attire. This kind of attack is far simpler than dodging wooden stakes under a waterfall. I trust Wukong will not be struck." After a moment's thought, Lan Shi nodded, "True. But even if he masters this dodging technique, it's only effective against novices. It's too perilous against skilled opponents." Violet remarked, "Wukong has grown stronger. I believe he is not merely toying with that brat. Perhaps he is using the dumpling as a training partner." Lan Shi gazed at Wukong in the arena, blinking in astonishment as she remarked, "I can't believe it. Wukong hasn't made a move yet." Jackie Chan observed Wukong's impeccable evasive maneuvers, his gaze widening in disbelief. It was astonishing how, over the past 3 years, Wukong had been guided by a master, enabling him to flawlessly evade such subtle energy waves with his eyes closed amidst chaos. His mental fortitude had evidently reached an impressive level. Seeing Wukong handle the situation with such ease, Clint couldn't help but smile. Wukong truly was remarkable. With his eyes shut, no one could touch him. I knew it all along. Even Tao Bai Bai from 3 years ago could not defeat Wukong. This kid has no hope. Upon hearing the name Tao Bai Bai again, Tianjin Fan could not help but cast a serious glance at Clint. Hey, bald head, whom did you just compare him to? Clint turned to Tianjin Fan, inquiring. What's the matter? I'm asking about that person you just mentioned, Tianjin Fan insisted. Clint scratched his head. Are you referring to the assassin Tao Bai Bai? He attempted to kill Wukong 3 years ago, but ended up being slain by him. Why do you ask? Tianjin Fan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. What? You mean that guy's son Wukong killed Tao Bai Bai? Clint nodded. Indeed, is there a problem? Unbeknownst to him, Clint was oblivious to the connection between Tianjin Fan and Tao Bai Bai. Upon hearing the news of Tao Bai Bai's demise, Tianjin Fan was enveloped in disbelief, shaking his head vehemently and exclaiming, No, it is absolutely impossible. Krillin responded, How can it be impossible? This is not a fabrication. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The revelation that Krillin had seen it firsthand stirred a tempest within Tianjin Fan, who, with a pallid expression, departed hastily. At that moment, Jackie Chan approached Krillin and inquired, Krillin, do you truly believe that Goku has eliminated Tao Bai Bai? Chapter 59, The Contest of Turtle and Crane Schools. Krillin nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, I beheld it myself. 3 years ago, the Red Ribbon Army hired Tao Bai Bai to assassinate Goku, but he was utterly overmatched. Ultimately, Tao Bai Bai resorted to cunning tactics. Yet Goku countered each maneuver, leading to Tao Bai Bai's demise in an explosion, leaving nothing but remnants. It was a tragic end. Jackie Chan's expression shifted in astonishment. Remarkable. Goku has indeed vanquished the world's foremost assassin. Krillin scratched his head, chuckling. Uncle Jackie, last time you were fatigued, allowing me a fortunate victory. This time, I shall triumph through sheer skill. Jackie Chan smiled in response, saying, Very well, I admire your spirit, and I await your challenge. Not far away, Tianjin Fan's countenance changed upon hearing the mention of explosives. Ah, so it was a bomb. I suspected there was more to the story behind my master's demise. Observing Goku evading the Dodon wave in the arena, he confidently declared, That lad may be formidable, but in a true contest of strength, he could never defeat Tao Bai Bai. Tianjin Fan swiftly approached Master Crane, informing him of Tao Bai Bai's death. Master Crane was taken aback. What did you say? That rogue was slain by a disciple of the Turtle School? Tianjin Fan confirmed. I heard that it was an explosion that claimed his life. Master Crane's fists clenched in fury. How infuriating. I have long wondered about his absence these past 3 years. I always believed that in this world, Tao Bai Bai could not be bested in a fair fight. It turns out he was brought down by such treachery. Master Crane tightened his fists and shouted towards the arena. Dumpling, the game ends here. Eliminate him at once. Jackie Chan, upon hearing Master Crane's command, shouted, This is dire. They intend to kill a disciple of the Turtle School during this match. Goku, focus. Son Wukong opened his eyes and gazed up at Dumpling. Little brat, have you had your fun? It is my turn now. Dumpling immediately retorted, Just a bit more. Dodon wave, unleash your full force. As he spoke, the brilliance of the beam he directed intensified. With a swift motion, he aimed the powerful Dodon wave at Goku. A faint smile graced Goku's lips as he extended a single finger, gently flicking the oncoming attack away. The piercing energy beam instantly refracted outward, crashing into a house and reducing it to ruins. The explosion reverberated, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air, leaving the spectators utterly astonished. What had just transpired? Such an impressive technique. It had obliterated an entire house in a single blow. How remarkable. Even more astonishing was Son Wukong, who managed to deflect such a formidable attack with ease. Jackie Chan watched in awe as Wukong flicked the energy beam away with a single finger. Realizing the true extent of Wukong's terrifying prowess, he could not help but exclaim, How is this possible? He deflected the energy beam with just one finger. A feat even I would not dare to attempt. Nearby, Krillin chuckled. What is so surprising about that? When Wukong battled Tao Bai Bai, he also flicked away his energy beam with a single finger. This little guy is nowhere near as strong as Tao Bai Bai, Krillin added. Jackie Chan gasped in disbelief. What? You mean Wukong can deflect Tao Bai Bai's energy beam as well? Krillin nodded. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand while training on Korin Tower. Jackie Chan inhaled sharply. gazing at Wukong on the stage, pondering, how utterly astonishing. Without a doubt, Wukong had become the strongest being in this world. Dumplings, realizing that his ultimate technique was ineffective against Wukong, began to panic. Seeing this, Tien shouted, "Dumplings, quickly use your superpower." Instantly, Dumplings' expression brightened, and he directed his hands toward Wukong on the stage. Wukong had intended to explore Dumplings' superpowers, which is why he engaged him for a while. As Dumplings activated his abilities, Wukong immediately felt a binding force, as if countless invisible threads were ensnaring his body. These threads not only restricted him, but also exerted a pressure that made him uncomfortable. So this is what a superpower feels like. Instead of hastily attempting to break free, Wukong began to carefully explore the nature of the binding. In his struggle, he noticed that Dumplings appeared to be straining. However, when he refrained from exerting himself, Dumplings found it much easier. Vaguely, Wukong sensed that the invisible binding force stemmed from a different application of energy. It seemed that only individuals inherently endowed with superpowers could utilize energy in such a manner. Nevertheless, since this ability's strength was fundamentally rooted in energy, its efficacy was naturally linked to the user's energy intensity. Thus, it would prove ineffective against masters whose power far surpassed that of the superpowered individual. After all, there would certainly be others with similar abilities in the future, and understanding this in advance would prevent him from being at a disadvantage. With this newfound insight into the principle, Wukong appeared to have an epiphany. It appears that every seemingly extraordinary ability possesses its own limitations. Even the members of the Jinyu Force likely share this trait. Upon grasping the underlying principle, Son Wukong lost interest in further engagement. Harnessing the extraordinary power of the dumpling, he took a step forward. Though it was merely a single step, the force exerted surpassed the very limits of the dumpling's strength, causing beads of sweat to form on its forehead. After Wukong gently advanced, the weight and sense of confinement dissipated entirely. The dumpling in the sky gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Oh no, my superpower is ineffective." In a flash, Son Wukong appeared directly before the dumpling. As the dumpling stood in astonishment, Wukong executed a swift kick. With a cry of despair, the dumpling was sent hurtling backward, ultimately crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. The host reacted with remarkable swiftness, declaring the outcome of the match. The dumpling contestant has been knocked out of the ring. Son Wukong is the victor. Jackie Chan observed Wukong's effortless triumph with mixed emotions, joy intertwined with concern. Every ambitious individual harbors aspirations that swell only after their strength has expanded. Wukong, with such limited experience yet possessing formidable power, prompted Master Roshi to hope fervently that he would not stray down a misguided path. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop him. After Wukong descended from the stage, the referee announced, "Next, we welcome the previous champion, contestant Krillin, to face off against contestant Puffed Pastry." First to enter the arena was Puffed Pastry, who flamboyantly performed a somersault onto the stage. With his bare torso and clad in red martial arts pants, he raised his arms to display his exaggerated biceps and chiseled abs, instantly igniting raucous cheers and shrieks from the female audience below. The referee hurriedly clarified, contestant Puffed Pastry is a champion in 2 other world-class martial arts competitions. Aside from the World Martial Arts Tournament, his ambition is to conquer this tournament and become the true world champion of combat. The crowd erupted into another wave of enthusiastic applause. Krillin gazed at Puffed Pastry, a surge of unidentifiable frustration coursing through him. This individual shares my aspirations, and yet, despite his unremarkable appearance, he has garnered the affection of so many girls. Jackie Chan, upon hearing the introduction, suddenly realized, so that's it. I thought I recognized that name. He is a martial arts performer. Tianjin Rice, witnessing the adulation for Puffed Pastry's ostentatious display, wore a look of disdain. A bunch of fools, elevating such a charlatan to the status of a master. Other martial arts tournaments are mere spectacles. How could they possibly compare to the genuinely esteemed World Martial Arts Tournament? At that moment, the referee announced, "Now, please welcome the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, contestant Krillin, to the arena." Krillin leaped gracefully onto the ring. Standing face to face with his opponent, their gazes locked. Chapter 60, The Perils of Arrogance. While Krillin's entrance was undeniably impressive, his stature paled in comparison to Paozu's, making him appear diminutive and diminishing his presence significantly. This stood in stark contrast to the thunderous cheers and applause that greeted Paozu's arrival, leaving Klin's expression somewhat sour. Nevertheless, Klin maintained his composure, confident in his formidable abilities, and despite his height, he gazed intently at his adversary. At that moment, the host proclaimed, "Both competitors exhibit great confidence in their abilities. Let us witness a true display of strength." The match began. Paozu looked down at Klin, a smirk playing on her lips as she remarked, "Are you truly the champion of the last martial arts tournament? With a height like yours, you must be here to entertain us." A slight smile crept across Klin's face. "Young one, do not be overly arrogant. It will serve you no purpose." Paozu pointed her thumb at herself and replied, "Humph, how amusing. A little shrimp like you dares to threaten me, to spare you from being knocked out by my fist. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." As she spoke, Paozu executed a dazzling series of punches, her fists slicing through the air with such speed that only a multitude of afterimages remained visible. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and screams. "Paozu, Paozu, I love you." With a smug smile, Paozu concluded her display by shattering a section of the wall with an elbow strike, prompting an even louder ovation from the crowd. Incredible. Truly. Paozu is remarkable. It seems a thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. Changlong hurriedly positioned himself behind the collapsed wall to better observe the match. Thanks to her, watching this battle has become much easier. Down below, Bulma surveyed the exuberant audience, her expression one of surprise. Possessing a certain level of combat prowess herself, she had grown accustomed to discerning the abilities of those around her. The punches displayed moments ago struck her as laughably weak, almost unbearable to watch. She pondered aloud. How can that weakling dare to show off? Are they all blind to cheer for him? Violet cast a serious glance at Bulma and said, "Bulma, are you being serious? I don't share your opinion. In fact, I find him somewhat charming. Perhaps your own strength skews your perception, making his flashy punches seem trivial. Is that so?" Bulma scratched her head in confusion. Lan Shi turned to Bulma, agreeing with Violet. "Bulma, perhaps he seems insignificant to you. However, I believe he appears quite capable. Having shattered that wall, his overall strength is not to be dismissed." Bulma blinked in astonishment, pondering whether shattering a wall truly qualified as a display of prowess. Subsequently, she recalled that aside from herself and Goku, only a select few could easily demolish a wall, and thus enlightenment dawned upon her. So that is the case. Perhaps my perception of Goku's formidable training has led me to underestimate such a weakling. Both Violet and Lan Shi nodded in agreement. Lan Shi remarked, "How can you compare such a character to Goku? They are not even on the same plane." "Indeed, you are correct." Puff pointed at the collapsed wall and smiled at Krillin, saying, "Little one, now you can truly comprehend my strength." Krillin chuckled in disbelief. "You certainly are one to seek the limelight." Puff, with her thumb pointed at herself, declared, "In 30 seconds, I will defeat you. My apologies in advance." With that, she transformed into a blur, launching a punch at Krillin. Krillin, displaying a hint of mockery, slightly leaned back, and in the instant of evading her fist, he seized her wrist with one hand. In the next moment, Krillin, gripping her wrist, executed a shoulder throw, slamming her to the ground. With a resounding crack, the tiles splintered beneath the impact, and Puff, unable to utter a cry, lost consciousness, her eyes rolling back. Krillin was taken aback. He is so weak. I hope I haven't harmed him fatally. The audience, witnessing Krillin's swift victory, fell into stunned silence. Even Tianjin Fan appeared surprised. The referee quickly regained his composure, rushing to check on Puff's condition. Noticing that she still had a pulse, he promptly announced, "She has fainted. Puff has lost consciousness, and Krillin is the victor." The silence among the spectators was abruptly shattered. The astonishment was palpable. Truly impressive. No wonder he was the champion of the previous martial arts tournament. His prowess is astounding. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable contender as Puff would be unable to withstand even a single move from Krillin? The prestige of the World Martial Arts Tournament continues to rise. It was indeed incredible that such a diminutive figure as Krillin could possess such strength. From this day forth, my idol shall no longer be Puff. Mr. Krillin will ascend to that pedestal. In a moment, cheers and screams echoed, accompanied by unending applause. Krillin heard countless praises directed at him, and he felt as though he were on the pinnacle of his life, his heart swelling with excitement. Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply. It became evident that the little fellow surpassed Yamcha in strength. No wonder he was the previous champion. A faint smirk appeared on Tianjin Fan's lips. indicating that the competition was becoming increasingly thrilling. Jackie Chan, having witnessed Krillin's decisive victory, felt a stir within. It was surprising not only that Goku had grown immensely powerful, but that even Krillin's development had exceeded his expectations. He cast a furtive glance at Krillin and Goku, then at the fallen Puffs on the ground, murmuring to himself, "Puffs is indeed a standout among ordinary competitors. Regrettably, both Goku and Krillin are far too formidable. A common contestant cannot withstand even a single blow from them. It seems my time to retire has finally come." Just then, the referee announced the commencement of the second round. A captivating battle was about to unfold, pitting Tien Shinhan against the contestant Jackie Chan. "Will Tien Shinhan and Jackie Chan please ascend the stage?" Before long, Tien Shinhan and Jackie Chan stood upon the arena. The referee elaborated. Jackie Chan exhibited his remarkable prowess in the previous martial arts tournament by utilizing the Kamehameha to push the moon away, a testament to his formidable strength. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan has consistently demonstrated overwhelming power since his arrival, leaving no opponent unscathed. Who among them possesses superior skill? Let us await the outcome. With his arms crossed and an air of arrogance, Tien Shinhan gazed at Jackie Chan. "I have observed your battles. Your strength seems quite formidable. Allow me to experience your abilities firsthand." Jackie Chan earnestly assumed his stance. At the referee's signal, the two charged at one another. Their offensive and defensive maneuvers were swift, and the disparity in their strengths was marginal. Each delivered a punch or a kick, their techniques flowing seamlessly like a dance, thrilling and exhilarating. Akin to two phantoms colliding repeatedly, the sound of their clashes resonated throughout the air, stirring the audience into a fervor of excitement. As their probing attacks concluded, the intensity of the battle escalated once more. It wasn't long before Jackie Chan shed his shirt, and Tien Shinhan followed suit. The exchanges became increasingly fierce. Upon seeing Jackie Chan bare-chested, Master Roshi could not help but be taken aback. Could he be a disciple of Master Roshi? He quickly scanned the audience. But Master Roshi was nowhere to be found, deepening his suspicions. Chapter 61. The truly deserving martial arts teacher Tien Shinhan had intended to conserve his strength. However, Jackie Chan's formidable prowess compelled him to gradually reveal his hidden cards. He was somewhat astonished, reflecting, "It is hard to believe that such a remarkable elder exists in this martial arts tournament." Yet, despite this, he did not secure the championship last time. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan, in the midst of the round, marveled continuously. "What an impressive young fighter. He absorbed my attack head-on yet remains unfazed. Truly impressive. He. The era of young talents has finally arrived, though it is unfortunate he has fallen under the influence of Master Roshi." In the midst of the round, the referee seized the opportunity to commentate. "What an extraordinary display. Jackie Chan and Tien Shinhan are engaged in an intense battle, both exhibiting remarkable strength. It is truly impossible to predict who will ultimately emerge victorious." Master Roshi remarked, "Given your formidable power, why do you choose to follow Master Crane?" Tianjin Fan frowned and said, "What are you talking about? Speak ill of my master again, and be wary of my retaliation." Jackie Chan chuckled. "You, my friend, seem quite protective of that old man. So, how do you intend to retaliate against me?" Tianjin Fan replied with a smile. "Humph, let me fight you seriously then." Jackie Chan was taken aback. "What? Were you not serious before?" Tianjin Fan grinned. Allow me to show you something entertaining. Don't blink." As he spoke, Tianjin Fan placed his hands on his temples. Solar Fist. In an instant, blinding white light erupted. Jackie Chan quickly realized he had been tricked and shielded his eyes. At that moment, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful knee strike to Jackie Chan's back. Thud. Jackie Chan fell heavily to the ground. With a smirk, Tianjin Fan remarked, you should be grateful this is a friendly match. Otherwise, I would have struck you harder, and you would be finished." The referee exclaimed, "What a remarkable attack." First, he unleashed a blinding flash, rendering his opponent momentarily sightless, then capitalized on that moment of weakness to deliver a decisive blow. The referee approached Jackie Chan, crouching down to announce, "I will begin the countdown. 10, 9. Just as he reached 5, Jackie Chan, rubbing his body, stood up. He scolded Tianjin Fan, "You scoundrel. How utterly despicable. Don't you have any respect for your elders or love for the young?" Tianjin Fan was taken aback. How could he, having sustained such a heavy blow, still be standing? The referee shouted loudly, "He is up. Jackie Chan has risen. It seems he is no ordinary elder." Tianjin Fan inquired. Who exactly are you? Jackie Chan scrutinized Tianjin Fan and said, with such formidable skills, why do you not employ them for a noble cause? Your martial prowess is being squandered. Quickly distance yourself from that villain, Master Roshi. Tianjin Fan retorted angrily, stop saying such trivial things. With that, he furiously attacked Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan adeptly parried his strikes while continuing to express his sentiments. What's wrong? Has your earlier bravado dissipated? Was it my words that left you befuddled? Tianjin Fan fumed. Shut up and stop rambling. Yet, Jackie Chan paid no heed, continuing to spar while imparting his wisdom. Below, Sun Wukong observed their duel, his keen hearing allowing him to faintly catch Master Roshi's relentless guidance. Even at the cost of his own injury, Master Roshi insisted on imparting valuable lessons, attempting to steer him toward redemption. Sun Wukong couldn't help but reflect on Master Roshi's teachings. Though lecherous, every disciple he trained had transformed from an initial miscreant into a righteous martial artist. The figure of Master Roshi loomed larger in Goku's heart. As Tien Shinhan gazed at the stage, observing Master Roshi's silhouette, it momentarily merged with the image of Master Roshi from his memories. He suddenly transmitted a message to Tien. Tien, that old man is Master Roshi in disguise. Turning to Jackie Chan, he inquired, are you Master Roshi? No wonder you possess such formidable skills. Master Roshi's lips twitched slightly as he addressed Tien, saying, oh no, it seems I've been seen through. Quickly shifting his tone, he added, however, this must remain a secret among us. I did not speak to you so extensively out of discord with Crane Hermit. Rather, I believe your abilities should not lead you down a dark path, but should be utilized for greater purposes. Though Tien absorbed this, his pride forbade him from wavering so easily. He extended his hands, gathering energy as he exclaimed, you chatter too much. To repay you, allow me to show you something intriguing. Master Roshi's eyes widened in delight. Could it be an adult magazine? Tien's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, how could I possibly possess such things? As he spoke, Tien placed his hands at his waist and loudly proclaimed, Kamehameha. Master Roshi gasped, that's enormous. If I dodge, the spectators will be in peril. In that moment, Master Roshi thrust his palms forward, bracing himself to confront the Kamehameha. Instantly, Tien's Kamehameha ricocheted into the sky. The audience behind Master Roshi watched in astonishment, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Phew, that was terrifying. Watching these martial arts tournaments is too dangerous. I nearly met my end. What a close call. Thank goodness for Jackie Chan. We can consider the moon you destroyed settled. The referee exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible. Tien Shinhan, a disciple of Crane's school, has successfully executed the Kamehameha from the Turtle School. Master Roshi gazed at Tien with equal astonishment. Tien, with a mischievous grin, looked at Master Roshi and said, are you surprised? Such a trivial technique can be mastered with just one glance. Show me another move, and I shall grow even stronger. Master Roshi replied, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. It is truly admirable. I am thrilled and deeply moved. If you continue on the righteous path, you are destined for greatness. Tien frowned. You never cease your incessant rambling. Master Roshi turned away, hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards the edge of the stage. I've long awaited a successor like you. This way, I can enjoy a leisurely life once more. With that, Master Roshi leapt down from the stage, leaving not only Tien astonished, but also the referee and the audience in utter disbelief. What just occurred? The referee promptly announced, Jackie Chan has stepped out of the ring, resulting in Tien Shinhan's victory. Tianjin Fan exclaimed, hey, why did you deliberately concede? Master Roshi ignored him, humming a tune as he departed. Krillin chuckled slyly. He wouldn't dare continue the match. I've recognized his true identity. He's merely afraid of losing face. Yet, Tianjin Fan understood that Master Roshi had withstood his formidable strike without issue, and he had not yet unleashed his full potential. If both participants were to exert their utmost strength, the outcome remained uncertain. This feigned concession from Master Roshi planted a seed of doubt in Tianjin Fan's mind. Meanwhile, Krillin, having regained his sight, rubbed his eyes in contemplation. Instead of cursing the blinding light that had briefly incapacitated him, he pondered deeply. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face as he muttered to himself, so that's it. That technique seems to concentrate energy and release it instantaneously, creating a blinding light. Chapter 62. The Duel of the Turtle School. Goku glanced at Krillin, noticing him mumbling to himself, which sparked his curiosity. Krillin, what are you up to? Krillin, having seemingly grasped the essence of the technique, did not respond. Instead, he placed his hands on his temples and shouted, "Solar flare." In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from Krillin's head. At such close proximity, Goku, no matter how quick his reflexes, could not match the speed of light and was momentarily blinded by Krillin's solar flare, losing his vision for a fleeting moment. "Krillin, what on earth are you doing?" Goku exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in frustration. It was not just Goku who was unfortunate. Several rows of spectators nearby were also dazzled, instinctively covering their eyes and crying out in distress. "My titanium alloy eyes. Who's throwing flashbangs around here? Have you no sense of decency?" Watching from the arena, Tien Shinhan noticed all three of Krillin's hairs standing on end. Was that just the solar flare? How could that bald little brat wield our turtle school's secret technique? Beside him, Yamcha nodded. "It seems so. That bald guy just executed it." On the stage, Tien Shinhan, still on the platform, rubbed his swollen eyes. He realized that Krillin had executed the solar flare after witnessing him perform it just once, shattering the superiority he felt after demonstrating the Kamehameha. After all, the complexity of the solar flare was not to be underestimated, unlike the straightforward nature of the Kamehameha. He couldn't help but glance at Krillin again, thinking, that little punk managed to learn it in one go. However, any clever technique must be backed by strength. I shall be the one to triumph. Descending from the platform, Jackie Chan looked at Krillin with keen interest, contemplating. It seems Krillin is not much inferior to Tien Shinhan. The referee, wearing sunglasses and thus unaffected by the blinding light, promptly announced, "Next up is the sixth match." The two competitors are none other than Master Roshi's esteemed disciples, Son Goku and Krillin. Krillin cast a glance at Goku and remarked, "Goku, it seems this is our first serious duel. Though I am aware of your significant growth and strength, I too have evolved considerably. We must both put forth our utmost effort. Should I discover that you have held back, I shall harbor resentment towards you for all eternity." Goku nodded in agreement. "All right." In a short while, the duo ascended the stage side by side, taking their positions at opposite ends. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers upon witnessing their confrontation. It was indeed a clash between the two disciples of Master Roshi, promising to be nothing short of spectacular. Wow, I was eagerly anticipating this battle from the very start. I can hardly believe it has finally come to fruition. This competition is becoming increasingly exhilarating. Let us keep our eyes peeled and enjoy their performance. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the restroom, donning the attire of the turtle hermit. Tien, perplexed, approached him. Why would the esteemed Master Roshi disguise himself to participate in such a competition? The turtle hermit glanced at Tien and replied, "It is quite simple. I do this for my disciples. They are maturing at an alarming rate, and I fear that attaining victory might lead them to become complacent, thus extinguishing their ambition. This is a common folly among the youth." A hint of pride crept onto Tien's lips. "I see now." Master Roshi paused, inquiring, "Your expression seems somewhat amiss. What is it that you have comprehended? You are fully aware of my formidable strength, and thus, your disciples could never hope to surpass me, leading you to comfortably concede defeat," Tien asserted. Master Roshi chuckled. "You have misunderstood. I am confident that my students have not allowed their achievements in the tournament to inflate their egos. They are not the short-sighted fools you presume, which is precisely why I feel my participation is unnecessary." As he spoke, Master Roshi turned to make his way toward the audience. Tien, observing the retreating figure, fell into contemplation. Master Roshi halted once more, speaking over his shoulder without turning. "Of course, you are not a fool either. Moreover, you seem incapable of becoming entirely villainous." Tien was taken aback. "On what grounds do you make such a claim? Otherwise, you would not have gone out of your way to find me at the restroom for such reasoning." Tien appeared to be struck by a nerve, his irritation flaring. "Do not speak nonsense. Why can't I become a villain? I'll have you know, my ambition is to become the world's greatest assassin. Akin to Tao Pai Pai." "Ah, indeed." Master Roshi turned back, saying, "In that respect, you are correct. If I were to continue battling with you, I would certainly face defeat. Well then, I shall proceed to the audience to watch the match. My students are about to take the stage." As he observed Master Roshi's nonchalant departure, Tien clenched his fists, questioning, "This old man, does he possess no sense of pride? To concede without a fight? Huh. Prepare yourself." On the stage, the battle between Krillin and Goku swiftly commenced. Though both warriors practiced the turtle school martial arts, Krillin's techniques were particularly exquisite. His attacks surging like a relentless tide, each move intricately entwined with the next, progressively closing in. In contrast, Goku's fighting style was unrestrained by rigid forms, emphasizing adaptability. Each punch and kick flowed seamlessly, embodying a natural grace. Both masters showcased the profound intricacies of the turtle school to perfection. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Goku reveled in the thrill of battle. Since his debut, Krillin was the only one capable of exchanging blows with him. And now his prowess surpassed that of the once mighty Tao Pai Pai, allowing Goku to gradually unleash his full potential in their duel. The spectators held their breath, captivated by the breathtaking exchange of techniques. As their probing deepened, both fighters unveiled greater strength, their figures intertwining with increasing speed, the intensity of their contest rising. They became mere blurs, almost too swift to perceive. Yet, the air was filled with the resounding thuds of fists and feet colliding, accompanied by their fierce battle cries, testifying to the ferocity of their conflict. The crowd, witnessing the duel, was swept away by waves of astonishment. How incredible! Is this the speed of humanity? They move so fast, it's as if they've vanished. If it weren't for the sounds, I would doubt anyone was on the stage, exclaimed one young girl, astonished as she watched the fighters' forms flicker in and out of visibility. Look, Mommy, that bald little brother is amazing. His head is shining. Bulma, observing the bout, was also slightly taken aback by Krillin's performance. He has grown so much stronger in these 3 years, she remarked. Launch nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's clear that Krillin has worked incredibly hard during this time. When Krillin and Goku trained together under Master Roshi, he often compared himself to Goku, striving to surpass him during their breaks. Violet, watching the match, suddenly burst into laughter, lowering her voice to say, Krillin's strength has already surpassed that of many. If only he were a bit taller, he would undoubtedly captivate many young girls. Now, I can somewhat understand why the former Commander Red always wished to grow taller. Bulma glanced back at the arena and, covering her mouth with a giggle, whispered, Shoo, we mustn't let Krillin hear that, otherwise he'll be disheartened. As the battle raged on, the intensity of Krillin and Goku's confrontation escalated beyond its earlier fervor. The audience in the stands could hardly contain their excitement, for the fighters moved with such rapidity that a moment's distraction would render them unable to follow the rhythm of the duel. Furthermore, the brilliance of their combat demanded unwavering attention, leaving no room for averted gazes. Yamcha observed their fierce battle, his expression grave, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He never anticipated that they would become this formidable. It was truly absurd. It appeared that my defeat stemmed from my insufficient dedication to my training. Puer offered words of comfort. Young master, do not be disheartened. You have grown significantly stronger as well. With continued effort, you shall undoubtedly surpass them. Yamcha fixed his gaze intently on the arena, shaking his head slightly. Their growth was astonishingly rapid, and he seemed to realize that catching up to them would be a formidable challenge. Master Roshi, donning his sunglasses, appeared remarkably composed, yet beneath the shades, his eyes were filled with astonishment. These two youngsters had surpassed me, even eclipsing my peak. Moreover, that Goku lad, who could have ended the battle swiftly, deliberately granted Krillin the opportunity to unleash his full potential. Such loyalty and camaraderie. It was evident that their brotherhood would not lead them down the path of betrayal that I and Tien Shinhan once treaded. Tien Shinhan watched intently, his 3 eyes fixed unwaveringly on the stage, his expression one of utmost seriousness as he assessed the strength of the two fighters. These two individuals were clearly a tier above Yamcha, perhaps even more than that. The bald-headed fighter not only executed flamboyant techniques, but also maintained an impenetrable defense, leaving no openings. Yet, Goku managed to counter every attack. I sensed that his combat intuition was truly formidable. From a distance, Tien Shinhan observed with a sullen demeanor, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Humph, merely trivial skills. These two disciples of Master Roshi are nothing extraordinary. Whoever emerges victorious will ultimately face a severe reckoning from me. As the battle intensified, the announcer could no longer contain his excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is nothing short of spectacular. The prowess displayed by competitors Goku and Krillin transcends the limits of humanity, leaving even the cameras struggling to capture the action. Goku and Krillin had engaged in numerous exchanges, eventually creating some distance between them to catch their breaths. Krillin, adopting his starting stance, remarked, "As expected of you, Goku. Every one of my attacks has been thwarted by you. It seems you have greatly strengthened since we last faced each other." Goku mirrored his stance, responding, "Krillin, you have also progressed remarkably. You evaded all my techniques, and your current strength far exceeds my expectations." Krillin's lips curled into a slight smile. "Of course. After witnessing your power 3 years ago, I dedicated myself to diligently acquiring the ultra-sacred water atop Korin Tower, striving to surpass you. Even after obtaining it, I did not relent, even donning a turtle shell to seize the ultra-sacred water. For 3 years, come rain or shine, I have never wavered." Goku was taken aback upon hearing of Krillin's unwavering dedication to training for 3 years. 3 years of relentless practice? You truly are quite the fighter. Son Wukong expressed his admiration, saying, "To be honest, I could never endure 3 years of monotonous training atop that tower as you have." Krillin, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Well, my time on the tower has not been dull at all. In fact, you seem to be living quite splendidly." Son Wukong, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean?" Krillin chuckled and said, "During my training, I caught glimpses of you through the water tank. I even saw you visiting Flame Mountain and your fiancée, Chi-Chi, who was quite beautiful." Upon hearing that Krillin had witnessed his visit to Chi-Chi, Son Wukong was taken aback. He couldn't help but question, "You rogue. Have you been spying on me through that water tank? Surely you haven't invaded my privacy." Krillin quickly waved his hands in denial. No. How could I? Even if you doubt my integrity, you must trust the wonders of Master Korin's treasure. That water tank is extraordinary. Whenever I think of you, it reveals your image. However, the moment I harbor any impure thoughts of peeking, it becomes entirely opaque. Does that mean it only reveals itself when one's heart is pure? Son Wukong inquired. Krillin nodded, affirming, "Precisely. I can only catch fleeting glimpses when my thoughts are untainted. The knowledge that you have been diligently training day after day has helped me maintain my resolve and not slacken my efforts. Over these 3 years, you are not the only one who has made significant progress." Relieved by Krillin's words, Son Wukong exclaimed, "I see now. It makes sense. If the water tank could show everything, Master Roshi would surely be perpetually spying on young maidens bathing from its side. Even Master Korin, it seems, cannot merely summon visions at will." At that moment, Krillin interrupted, "I need to focus now, Wukong. Let us go." Son Wukong assumed a battle stance as Krillin launched into a new round of fierce attacks. The two almost instantly vanished, leaving only slight tremors on the ground, while the air was once again filled with the sounds of their fists and feet clashing. The spectators could only catch glimpses of their fleeting shadows during the moments of attack and retreat. Suddenly, Krillin shifted tactics, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Wukong's lower body. Yet, with his keen perception, Wukong leapt gracefully, flipping over Krillin's back and delivering a powerful punch to his spine. To Wukong's surprise, Krillin's form suddenly faded, and then he reappeared elsewhere. My afterimage technique is quite formidable. I assentee it?" Krillin boasted. Wukong nodded in agreement. "Indeed impressive. It seems that as long as you avoid facing King Piccolo, there's no villain on Earth capable of defeating you, which brings me great joy." At the mention of King Piccolo, a look of confusion crossed Krillin's face. "Wukong, the legend of Piccolo Daimao has been a tale from centuries past. Why bring up such stories?" Krillin, surprisingly aware of Piccolo Daimao, exclaimed, "It's not merely a rumor. It seems that fellow has been released. You should exercise caution and pray that you do not encounter him. Is that true?" Krillin's face was a mask of skepticism. "It must be true," Wukong insisted. Krillin, evidently unconvinced, retorted, "How could that be? Such a mythical being has vanished for centuries. If he were to reappear, it would spell doom for the world." Wukong readied himself once more, stating, "Let us not dwell on that. We must continue our match. Time is of the essence, and I must take this seriously." Krillin was taken aback. "What? You're going to take it seriously now? Were you not exerting your full effort before?" Wukong nodded with a grin. "Heh, Krillin, are you afraid? What we just did was merely a warm-up for me." Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Krillin's forehead. "To be honest, I have nearly exhausted my full strength, yet you remain so relaxed. It seems that to overcome you, I will have to resort to my ultimate technique." Wukong, intrigued, asked, "Ultimate technique?" "Indeed, but don't blame me if I accidentally defeat you," Krillin replied. Wukong smiled slightly, enhancing his energy, and beckoned Krillin with a hand gesture, saying, "Krillin, unleash your full power. Come at me with everything you've got. As Krillin felt Wukong's energy intensify, Master Roshi couldn't help but marvel. What an immense aura. Is Wukong finally about to reveal his true strength? I find myself eager to witness his prowess. Just as the two were poised to clash once more, ominous clouds rapidly gathered, and the sky darkened in an instant. What is happening? Why are there so many dark clouds overhead? Chapter 64. The transients of Damble in the sky underwent a transformation. Not only did visibility turn gloomy, but a wave of unrest rippled through the audience. Such heavy clouds. Is it about to rain? Many spectators turned their gaze skyward. Bulma, astonished, surveyed the clouds. Chapter 65. The dedicated referee moments ago. Fear had gripped the crowd at the sight of blood and flesh, prompting some to flee the arena. As more and more individuals started to escape, panic ensued. Someone has died. Run for your lives. This is horrifying. There has been a fatality. The atmosphere grew chaotic, with spectators rushing toward the exit. Chapter 66. The vast disparity of power. It seemed that even until the era of Majin Buu, he had persevered in officiating the martial arts tournament. Reflecting on this, Wukong thought that once he took the fight seriously, it would be over in just a few minutes. Thus, he returned to the arena. Meanwhile, Tien, having just witnessed Wukong's capabilities, observed as Wukong dispatched Dan. Chapter 67. The revival of Piccolo Daimao a few minutes prior under the auspices of the formidable King Piccolo. Pilaf and his cohort finally assembled the 7 Dragon Balls, summoning the Eternal Dragon. Gazing at the celestial being in the sky, Pilaf could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming in disbelief, "Incredible! After 3 arduous years, the dragon has finally manifested." Meanwhile, Bulma asserted that she could construct the radar within half a day, as the venue for the martial arts tournament was conveniently situated near Kame House. Thus, Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Tien Shinhan made their way to the Kame House. In solitude, Bulma devoted herself to crafting the Dragon Ball radar in her chamber, while Goku and the others prepared for the impending confrontation. Goku cast a glance at Master Roshi, acknowledging his esteemed status as a true master. During his tutelage, Goku had experienced significant growth, absorbing subtle truths that were imperceptibly imparted to him, making it challenging to discern their origins. He pondered when would be an appropriate time to express his gratitude. Immediately, Goku argued, "But we haven't shared a room for the past 2 years. The limited accommodations at Master Roshi's had forced them to squeeze into one room." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "I don't care. I am your rightful girlfriend, and I shall do as I please." Master Roshi, taken aback, felt his sunglasses slip down his nose as he inadvertently crushed his teacup with his fingers. Scalding tea spilled forth, yet he remained oblivious. "I told you. The power of King Piccolo has transcended humanity. Goku stands no chance against it," he rasped, his voice hoarse and his wrinkles deepening. Zenbaru initiated the assault, landing a punch on Krillin, followed by a swift kick that sent Krillin crashing to the ground in silence. "Ha ha ha, so weak. Not even as strong as that 3-eyed fellow. What is the matter? Are you dead?" Just then, Krillin suddenly rose again. Master Roshi witnessed Goku's prowess as he dispatched an opponent with a single blow, sending shockwaves through him. The adversary that Krillin struggled against was effortlessly defeated by Goku. This prompted Master Roshi to question his previous judgments. No wonder he had instructed Bulma to create the radar for Goku to confront King Piccolo alone. The subordinates of King Piccolo were taken aback. "What? Zenbaru was just born after your rejuvenation, and his strength was formidable. How could he have been slain? Could it be a scheme devised by martial artists?" King Piccolo clenched his fists in rage. Amidst the global panic, a figure appeared on the screen, none other than the swiftly flying Goku. Viewers were astounded at the sight of him. The individual, is he airborne? The judge of the martial arts tournament observed his form. Chapter 76. Goku is quite careless. Son Wukong smiled gently. "I am Son Wukong. Remember my name." King Piccolo furrowed his brow and retorted, "Son Wukong?" "Indeed." King Piccolo clenched his fist in anger, exclaiming, "You fool, do not let your pride overwhelm you. When you witness my true form." Chapter 77. Are you pitying King Piccolo? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Krillin was taken aback. "What? Wukong, what are you saying? We are here to assist you." Tien's pupils constricted as he stated, "I understand now. He wishes to engage King Piccolo in a fair one-on-one battle, hence asking us to keep our distance." Chapter 78. The Demon King is terrified. Wukong and King Piccolo exchanged blows for a brief moment. With a powerful kick, Sun Wukong sent him flying, reluctantly bringing this round of combat to a close. King Piccolo sat on the ground, panting and wiping away drool, although Sun Wukong remained standing. His breath was also quite labored. Chapter 79. The Tragic Demise of King Piccolo. Observing Piccolo retreat, Sun Wukong grinned mischievously. What's this? Have you broken your defense? Why are you backing away? As he spoke, Sun Wukong advanced step by step towards King Piccolo. The sight of Wukong approaching made King Piccolo feel as though a demon was descending upon him, causing an overwhelming surge of pressure that compelled him to retreat once more. Chapter 80. The world has been leveled. Upon hearing his words, Wukong could not help but burst into laughter. Rising to his feet, he patted Krillin on the shoulder, saying, "Krillin, my friend, I endured 2 laser blasts from Piccolo for your sake. It hurt tremendously. Yet, getting you to treat me to a meal seems a daunting task. Truly stingy." Krillin immediately fumbled through his pockets. Chapter 81. Krillin, the birth of a world hero. Violet, upon hearing Krillin's retort, couldn't help but giggle. "Krillin, Wukong is right. You are about to gain fame, and surely girls will take a liking to you. Remember to choose kind and beautiful girls to date." Krillin's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I might also." Chapter 82. Grandfather comes to visit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since King Piccolo's demise. On the morning of the Paozu mountain, the thick fog gradually dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the land. Beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, Wukong sat cross-legged, practicing diligently. With closed eyes, he appeared tranquil, yet within him. Chapter 83. Sinor pays a visit. Violet and Lan Chi simultaneously expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa." Son Gohan observed Wukong with the 2 girls and said contentedly, "Wukong, I was initially worried you might struggle to find a wife, but now I see you have matured greatly since childhood. It brings me joy." Son Wukong felt a bit awkward. Chapter 84. Kiki aspires to be a good wife. Noticing Bulma's irritation, Lan Chi quickly pulled her aside and asked, "Bulma, have you not had breakfast yet? I prepared some buns. Why don't you join me?" Bulma nodded. "All right. I believe that not eating can lead to a foul mood. But to maintain my figure, I will only have one." Thus, in Chapter 85, the colorful Nimbus, Sun Wukong shouted towards the sky, "Nimbus cloud." In an instant, a rainbow-hued cloud soared towards him. Chi-Chi gasped in surprise. "Wukong, what is this?" Wukong teased, "I had intended to gift this cloud to Bulma." In Chapter 86, the mysterious Bobo, Master Karen exchanged a few pleasantries with Chi-Chi before directing his attention back to Wukong. "Wukong, what brings you here?" Chi-Chi respectfully inquired, "Master Karen, may I have a Nimbus cloud?" Master Karen scrutinized Chi-Chi and nodded. In Chapter 87, the boomerang hits its own face. Wukong covered his slightly reddened cheek. Incredulously gazing at Bobo, he thought, "This shouldn't be. I didn't even see him throw a punch." Wukong adjusted his breath once more and charged at Bobo again. However, just like last time, he had not yet reached Bobo when Bobo countered. In Chapter 88, the Dragon's Resurrection, Wukong again lunged at the puppet. Unsurprisingly, he was once more sent flying by his own puppet's elbow. In his extreme fury, nothing transpired, and he was elbowed by the puppet again. Rising once more, he beheld a puppet that mirrored his own appearance. In Chapter 89, 3 years in an instant, Wukong is married, the dragon was revived, and those who had been slain by the demon King Piccolo were brought back to life. Krillin and others were envious, knowing Wukong was training under the heavenly god. Witnessing Wukong's strength, they were inspired to strive for improvement in preparation for the next World Martial Arts Tournament. In Chapter 90, the new generation surpasses the old. Everyone turned their gaze to see the second generation of Piccolo, clad in a white cloak and headscarf, surveying them with an air of arrogance. "What is he doing? That guy's looking at us," Son Wukong remarked. "Can't you recognize him just because he's wearing a scarf? He is Piccolo." In Chapter 91, "Is Piccolo going to flip the table?" Echolobe exclaimed his misfortune upon realizing his opponent was Son Wukong, who among those participating in the tournament was unaware that Wukong was the champion of the previous event. It could be said that Wukong and Krillin were now the most sought-after figures in the martial arts arena. Echolobe understood he stood no chance. In Chapter 92, "What demon King Piccolo? He's past his prime." As Piccolo shattered the referee's microphone, silence once again enveloped the arena. Piccolo ascended into the sky, veins bulging on his green face. He surveyed the multitude of spectators and bellowed in fury, "You ants dare to underestimate me, the demon King Piccolo. Chapter 93. My Fist. 3 years of mastery. He glanced at the distant Piccolo and mused that since Piccolo had already lost, there was no need for the deity to torment Yamcha any further. Indeed, moments later, the celestial being readily conceded defeat. Though Yamcha emerged victorious, he felt utterly humiliated. It wasn't until they stepped off the arena that the referee announced, Chapter 94, Yamcha, the inventor of the energy sphere now. Let us welcome contestants Krillin and Yamcha to the stage. Both swiftly ascended to the arena. However, after the recent battle, Yamcha found himself in a particularly precarious situation due to a blunder by a frail celestial contestant, while Krillin effortlessly defeated the second generation of the demon. The public perception of the two had shifted significantly. Chapter 95. The intense finals. As the two prepared, the referee bellowed, "Let the match commence." No sooner had the words left his lips than Krillin spread his arms wide. In an instant, countless images of Krillin radiated outward, surrounding Goku. It was the afterimage technique. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Chapter 96. The martial arts tournament concludes, but the battle has just begun. In an instant, a fierce gale arose, akin to a 12th-degree hurricane. The audience's garments fluttered wildly, wigs flew askew. Goku sensed the moment was ripe, and amidst the chaos, he landed discreetly below the arena. Moments later, the tempest subsided. The referee noticed something outside the ring. Chapter 97. Piccolo's role as a caregiver. Goku tore off his outer garment and remarked, "You know full well that such an attack cannot harm me. Why waste your energy on futile efforts?" Piccolo scoffed. "Humph. I merely took into account that you had expended considerable stamina participating in the tournament." Chapter 98. A new adversary emerges. Son Wukong shrugged and said, "The magic seal wave? In my current state, I am far beyond your capabilities and have no need for such a technique." Piccolo laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, still brimming with confidence, are we? Then allow me to demonstrate my technique." As he spoke, Piccolo's energy surged. Chapter 99. The Undying Character 2. Piccolo was the first to arrive above a dark and foreboding castle, the very fortress of Character 2. Before he could enter, 3 eerie silhouettes materialized before him. In the shadows, only their 3 pairs of glowing red eyes were discernible. Piccolo sensed their formidable energy. Chapter 100. The Undying endures torment. Sangshio, enraged, exclaimed, "You scoundrels dare call us useless? You seek death." As he spoke, Sangshio lunged at Piccolo, while Neji and Jiga charged towards Son Wukong. Character 2 confronted the deity, but they did not engage in immediate combat. Son Wukong did not overhear their words. Chapter 101. World Peace Restored. A plan for progeny. After the demise of Character 2, Bulma and the others regrouped with Goku. Krillin remarked, "Goku, today you not only participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but also engaged in a battle with Piccolo. Just now, you encountered King Cold causing trouble. And you even had to make an extra trip to send him to the death zone." Chapter 102. 5 years in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku did not participate in or attend the 24th tournament 2 years ago. Unsurprisingly, Krillin emerged victorious once again in the previous competition. Chapter 103. Raditz' pride shattered. Gazing at the arrogant Raditz before him, distant memories surged within Goku's heart. Over 20 years ago, when he first reincarnated into this world as a helpless infant, his father Bardock was constantly away at war while his mother Jine tended to him alone. Chapter 104. Vegeta's journey to Earth. Goku picked up the fallen scouter and said, "Hey, Vegeta, you must be listening, right? Aren't you curious how a low-class warrior like me became so powerful? Come to Earth. I'll be waiting for you." With that, Goku crushed the scouter with his fingers. Chapter 105. The Cosmic Era begins. Train hard at the Turtle Hermit's house. Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin were all summoned by Goku. They looked at Goku and the accompanying Raditz with confusion. Krillin asked, "Goku, why did you call us here?" "I have several commercials to shoot today." Chapter 106. Battle power finally surpasses 10,000. Upon hearing Goku's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Raditz's presence on Earth indicated that more powerful beings might arrive. Moreover, the previous Demon King Piccolo was also an alien. Krillin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Goku, even though you've said so much, how exactly should we strive?" Chapter 107. The Scion's worship of violence. As another day dawned, golden rays illuminated the temple. In the usually tranquil temple, several individuals were vigorously training. They were Goku's companions. Krillin, burdened with weights, performed one-handed push-ups, counting 1,301, 1,302. Chapter 108. Training concludes. Vegeta arrives. Speaking of longevity, Goku turned to Bulma, saying, "Others may not know, but Mrs. Brief and I have lived for a very long time. Don't worry. You'll live for a long time too. Later, let Bulma gather the Dragon Balls to wish for an extended lifespan, and you can live even longer." Chapter 109. The miraculous effect of senzu beans. As the dust settled, the hatches of 2 spacecraft opened, revealing 2 scions, one tall and one short, Nappa and Vegeta. "Vegeta, Nappa, you have finally arrived." Raditz approached. Nappa cast a disdainful glance at Raditz, his face contorted with contempt. Chapter 110. A crisis of trust. In a fleeting moment of life and death, Nappa rose, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Vegeta. I see now you wish for me to enhance my power. Having just experienced a near-death revival, I can feel my strength has significantly increased." Chapter 111. The disappointing Vegeta. Vegeta roared, unleashing a formidable aura that cracked the ground beneath him. "Kakarot, allow me to demonstrate what true power is." In an instant, Vegeta vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage, his fist enveloped in destructive energy aimed directly at Goku. Chapter 112. Is that your brother? Just as Goku was about to strike down Vegeta, the giant ape transformation of Vegeta suddenly reverted to his normal state, casting a shadow over the sky. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Raditz noticed the reversal of Vegeta's transformation and gazed up in astonishment. Chapter 113. The unfading spirit tree. Piccolo's green visage darkened further as he narrowed his eyes, also directing his gaze at Goku. "Did you not claim that all scions have been exterminated? To encounter another scion so soon suggests that your kind is harder to eradicate than cockroaches." Chapter 114. Aiming for Namek. Before long, Goku gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. After a summoning ritual, dark clouds filled the sky as the Eternal Dragon was summoned. The Serpentine Dragon recited its customary phrase, "To the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish, and it shall be granted." Chapter 115. Nappa betrays Vegeta. Vegeta, where to next? Shall we return to Frieza's base 79 to rest? Nappa inquired. "Fool, we are heading to Namek." Nappa's gaze sharpened. "Namek? You mean to say we are going to gather the Dragon Balls there?" "Indeed." Chapter 116. Goku sets off for Namek in the blink of an eye. It had been half a month since Vegeta departed from Earth. Under the tireless efforts of Bulma and Dr. Brief, the new spaceship was finally completed. The God spacecraft was also relocated, and after migrating Bulma's data, it was ultimately set to navigate to Namek. Chapter 117. Dodoria is slain on Namek. Frieza had been tirelessly searching for the 7 Dragon Balls for several days. Their ruthless methods of seizing from the villages met with fierce resistance from the Namekians. Even so, they relied on coercion and temptation to locate the 4th dragon. Chapter 118. The Hunter and the Prey. I recall that Dodoria was heading this way, yet there is not a trace of him to be found. Sabo, while soaring through the air, scanned his surroundings. Alas, no matter how diligently he searched, there was no sign of Dodoria, nor of any other presence. Sabo couldn't help but scoff, as if. Chapter 119. Vegeta learns to exploit bugs. Vegeta laughed maniacally. "Ha! I have truly become immensely powerful. You stand no chance against me, Sabo?" At that moment, Sabo rose once again. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted with a ferocious glare. "How astonishing! Your progress is remarkably swift." Chapter 120. Vegeta's power surges. Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Nappa was momentarily stunned, gazing at Vegeta with disbelief. To enhance his strength, Vegeta was willing to allow Nappa to bring him to the brink of death. It seemed he was merciless not only towards others, but also towards himself. However, the more. Chapter 121. The first step to unlocking potential. Nappa, after a brief pause, finally nodded. "I see now. I understand why Raditz, despite having access to numerous senzu beans, could not surpass you even after a year on Earth." Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "That fool does not train. Even 10 more years would not suffice for him." Chapter 122. Frieza's second form. Vegeta and Nappa quickly arrived near Frieza's spaceship. "Are you ready, Nappa?" Nappa nodded, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, Vegeta. If you can hold off Frieza for just 1 minute, I will surely find the Dragon Balls and retrieve them." Chapter 123. The Rise of the Super Saiyan. Frieza, rarely displaying embarrassment, chuckled. I am simply accustomed to being approachable, which is why I often present myself in my first form. Indeed, those soldiers who covertly mocked Frieza's stature had little understanding of their lord. Jinyu explained. Frieza inquired, how did you come here? Chapter 124, The Death of Nappa. In the wilderness of Namek, the fleeing Nappa breathed heavily. His breaths like a bull's as the 5 Dragon Balls clinked together with each frantic stride. His left shoulder blade had been pierced. His left arm hung limply by his side, while his right eye was swollen nearly shut. That little rat runs quite fast. Chapter 125, The Demise of the Jinyu Force. Not far from the Grand Elder's village, Goku and his companions encountered the Jinyu Force. Krillin, eager for action, declared, Goku, let me test the strength bestowed upon me by the Grand Elder. Goku nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Their combat power is not beneath yours, so do not be careless. Chapter 126. The ultimate showdown begins as Goku and his companions prepared to confront Frieza in battle. A formidable energy surged towards them with astonishing speed. Anticipated to arrive in less than 3 minutes. They all gazed into the distance. Krillin cautiously remarked, It's Frieza. He's coming. Chapter 127. I recognize you. Scion Frieza exclaimed angrily, You insolent fool. Piccolo's strike had evidently inflicted pain upon Frieza. Krillin swallowed hard, astonished by the intensity of their clash. Incredible. He can actually contend with Frieza, he noted. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I never expected him to grow so rapidly. Chapter 128. A brutal assault on Frieza. Frieza remarked, Over 30 years ago, while I was obliterating planet Vegeta, there was a particularly defiant scion. Though I can't recall his name, you bear an uncanny resemblance to him. Goku assumed his fighting stance and declared, If I am not mistaken. Chapter 129. The true final battle commences as the energy storm dissipated, a flawless form, entirely white, materialized before them. This, Krillin's voice trembled. Bulma, upon witnessing Frieza's ultimate form, became intrigued. Oh, is this the final transformation? He appears so diminutive and adorable. Chapter 130. Frieza's sense of helplessness. Frieza felt humiliated by the triviality of the situation and unleashed a powerful shockwave toward Goku. Suspended in midair, Goku did not evade the attack and was struck directly. A cruel smile crept across Frieza's face. Let us see. Chapter 131. A minor incident leads to Frieza's demise. At that moment, Frieza suddenly recalled something crucial. He could transform, but doing so would exhaust his stamina, preventing him from maintaining that form for long. This scion had already expended considerable energy. If he were to destroy the planet, he would not be able to sustain his Super Saiyan state. Chapter 132. The Legacy of the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Radar in hand, Goku swiftly located the 7th Dragon Ball. In the village of the Grand Elder, all gathered, including the Namekians, surrounded the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma shouted in the Namekian language, Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. Instantly, dark clouds swirled ominously, casting a shadow over the land. Chapter 133. Goku takes care of the children. Mori nodded earnestly. I understand. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked skyward, or perhaps at Porunga, and proclaimed, May we Namekians enjoy everlasting peace. After uttering these words, the Grand Elder peacefully closed his eyes. Chapter 134. Scions truly consume a great deal of resources as Goku was tasked with training the children on this island, delivering milk, and cultivating the land. The capsule house was prepared during the day by Bulma, Launch, and several others. Not only has the house been furnished, but the furniture and clothing have also been arranged, and the rooms allocated. In Chapter 135, the plea from Namek unfolds. After his resurrection, Daba failed to catch up with Piccolo's spaceship, and the others neglected him, leaving him stranded alone on Namek. The Namekians consume only water and have no food, resulting in Daba's starvation. Furthermore, he cannot contend with Naru, hence his reluctance to act. In Chapter 136, The Prince's Love, in front of a bank in East City, a robber sneered menacingly as he gripped a girl's arm, dragging her toward the entrance to take her hostage for their escape. This girl is named Jasmine. In Chapter 137, Super Saiyan Vegeta, Vegeta awakens from an unknown slumber, suddenly opening his eyes to find himself in a strange room with a faint scent of disinfectant. His memories gradually become clear. The gravity chamber, 450 times the normal gravity, and an overload of the gravity system. He looks down. In Chapter 138, the wisdom of the Namekians is acknowledged. Tien Shinhan exclaims in awe, What a powerful aura. It rivals Goku. Vegeta scoffs, his golden aura gradually retracting as he coolly remarks, "Didn't we say we were heading to Namek? Let us not waste any time." Goku chuckles heartily. All right, let's set off. In Chapter 139, The Tragic King Kurd, Kurd smirks cruelly. Heh, Vegeta, it seems you are tired of living. So allow me to grant your wish. He suddenly raises his hand, and an energy ball crackling with electricity rapidly forms. This move will shatter you to pieces. In Chapter 140, breaking into Frieza's lair, the Namekians stand in stunned silence, their eyes filled with shock as they witness the battlefield. Just moments ago, the seemingly invincible King Kurd was utterly annihilated by Vegeta without the slightest chance of retaliation. A young Namekian murmurs, "He is astonishingly powerful. This is the Super Saiyan." In Chapter 141, the arrival of Gula, after teaching Bulma the basic steps, Goku sits cross-legged to commence his training in Spiritido. Goku is already well-versed in this practice. Within mere seconds, he enters a meditative state, his aura flowing steadily and harmoniously with the environment. Bulma sits opposite him. In Chapter 142, Vegeta raises his fist, gazing at Gula, and proclaims, "You're still using a scouter? How outdated. Stop dawdling. Gula, I've been waiting here for a month. Let us fight." Before Gula can respond, Frieza bursts into laughter. Chapter 143, A Transformation of Greater Magnitude, Vegeta's Rapid Assault. Guldo, momentarily taken aback, allowed a smirk to grace his lips as he retorted, "Humph, you short-sighted fool. Do you truly believe that I would come here after witnessing just a few moves from my father, King Cold, without the conviction to eliminate you?" Vegeta dismissively curled a finger, responding, "Spare me your trivialities.